right at the top of the hour, and looks like everything is running as smoothly as it can. I'll start the Skype call soon, just to make certain that everything settles in there with people being able to speak on my behalf, because I'm never able to speak when I start these things. And, okay, let's try and get myself together. Get my, head out of my ass. Okay, good. This is running along as smoothly as it can so far. And, okay. This is all you're going to hear until I get other people on. It's just me mumbling like this. And, all right. Let me see now. What do I normally do? I have to think about that. And, okay. Okay, good. So this takes care of that. Now we'll start the call. And, so we'll start it as I usually do, by reaching out to,
Hey.
Oh, there we are, Jameson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, let's see who else I can bring on. We'll bring on our dear friend Salman Sheikh to help and give him a call. And Pac-1 Morales, of course, because he suffered greatly today with a attack on his business by one of the cultists. And so let's hope to get them both on. And Salman, of course, will be easier. And Daniel, I'll just do as a... So he has that option. And let me see. There's Salman. So hello, Salman. We are live, so feel free to provide us with your customary greetings, sir.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. My greetings of love, light, and peace be with you, JMO, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich.
Wonderful. That's beautiful. And thank you so much. Peace be upon you as well, dear brother. And I am so heartened by what I was able to hear in your private messages on Facebook, where you said that we had such a good response to the latest interview. That's wonderful. And hopefully we'll hear some details from that soon enough. And I haven't had a chance to listen to the vocal message you left in the Skype text box yet, but I will. And it's just, of course, I get very involved after, as soon as I'm off air with, sleeping for one thing. And then, I'm still asleep right now. Not that I slept that long, but, it's just been what it's been. And I'm going to need all of you gentlemen to cover myself, as always, until I wake up. And so we'll see if we can bring some other individuals on. Pac-1, by the way, had a horrible experience today, but I'll let him relay it. He's joined us now, thank God, and as a matter of fact, because of the time limitations he usually has, I'll let Pac-1 dominate the opening hour. So Pac-1, I want you to know that you're on with both Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese, and we will, be bringing Peter Moon on at the normal time, but the stage is yours. I'm not awake, and I won't be pulling my head out of my ass for some time yet. I may not even be able to speak to respond very coherently to what you're saying, but do relay to us what happened. It sounds horrific, but it seems like you got out of it okay, and so by all means, tell us what's going on.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Douglas.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. What's going on, JMO, Salman, everybody?
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Alaikum assalam, my brother. So today was an interesting day because so as we all know, I've been dealing with little nuances here and there, little things to get me riled up, and today I had a certain I don't know what you would call. So I was on my taco truck. I do at a Home Depot. I pull up to a Home Depot once a week and I sell food. And I have a generator that I keep in front of my trailer that runs my trailer. It runs it at 220, 220 watts or whatever. And so I run the generator to my trailer, and it's in front of my trailer, in front of the nose end where it would hitch onto the back of a truck. And today I was really busy. I was busy all day, and typically a full tank will run me about 8 hours. It's 5 gallons of gas. It'll run me 8 hours for my trailer. And I get to my events about 10 a.m., start setting up. And so it was about 3 o'clock, and my whole trailer died. And it's a really, really loud trailer, or a really, really loud generator. So like even with my windows open taking over, you can hear the generator rumbling. And out of nowhere, it cut off. So when it cut off, I told my window guy, I said, "Hey man, go grab the gas can and put more gas. I don't know why it just ran out of gas." And he opened up the door. He was like, "What the fuck?" He was like, "Your trailer's," or he was like, "Your generator's flipped over." And one of the workers was like, "That guy right there in a blazer just hit your trailer or hit your generator like 4 times and knocked it over, like batter rammed it, like backed up, hit it, backed up, hit it, backed up, hit it." And so I fucking hawked it. I hawked it ran from where I was at my trailer and chased this guy down, jumped through his driver window and reached over to his to the fucking drive to the shift lever and slammed that motherfucker in park. And I didn't look at him when I jumped in. I just jumped in and I slammed it, because fuck that. He was gonna pay me. It was all busted up. My tires, everything. There were pieces falling off my fucking generator, and I wanted money. And when I pulled myself out of his car to look at him in his face, he had this he wasn't even he wasn't even there. He was just fucking just and he's like, "Oh, I'm a Vietnam vet. I have a Purple Heart. And I'm looking at his hat, and he had the hat, said Vietnam vet, 1st Division Airborne Army, and then he had how on your service dress fucking uniforms you have your ribbons,
Yeah.
And he had the insignia, the patches on his hat for the fucking ribbons and the Purple Heart, everything. And I told him, I said, "I don't give a fuck who you are." I said, "Give me some fucking money. Give me some fucking money." I said, "I'm a fucking vet too, motherfucker, and I'm working my shit, and you just fucked my income up." Yeah. And so I fucking grabbed him. I grabbed his pockets and I grabbed him, and he didn't have shit. And he was like, "I don't have no money. I'm just a vet. I'm just a vet." And this dude just had the blankest face on him, like he was not there. He was not there. I don't know if maybe he was that scared, but you know what, man? No. Because if anything, and immediately, I wanted to strike this guy, I really did, but he was really old, and he didn't have no front teeth. It just kind of had the fangs. I was worried about hitting him and getting tetanus or some shit, some kind of fucking. I mean, he was a Vietnam vet. I could have got Hep C. They were all shooting up heroin in the fucking whenever the fuck they were doing this shit. So I was like, "What the fuck, man?" And then I mean, he just sat there. He was like, I'm just a vet. I don't have no money. I'm just a vet.
I get so sick of them saying that. And did you think of calling the police? But go on.
So okay, no. And so I thought about everything was just flicking through my head. So one thing that hit my mind is if he's a fucking vet, he has no money.
Right.
He's a junkie, clearly, something and then I was sitting there, I was like, this dude was so calm, almost like he was fucking programmed for it,
Yes.
And then he's like, Vietnam. I'm like, well, a Vietnam vet just fucking batter rammed my generator. I mean, I'm no insignificant, right? I'm no Malcolm X. I'm no fucking Pancho Villa. I'm nobody that's fucking causing a ruckus, but I definitely have ties to someone who is definitely fucking over what they got going on in their lives, and definitely expose them for the pieces of shit they are, So yeah, they're probably trying to fuck with me, and it verified it. I immediately thought of Douglas, and I was like, this motherfucker, not you, Douglas, but that motherfucker, this motherfucker, man, piece of shit. So I'm like, honestly, what was I gonna do? Call the cops, have a police report made, go to small claims, get something put in my, get a judgment, and then what? Chase him around for the next fucking 2-3 years for whatever the fuck the small claims is for my bullshit fucking 6,500 watt generator, It's stupid. Like nothing would even came out.
It's a tough call. It's a tough call. I understand everything you're saying is absolutely logical, and you made the right choice, because honestly, you've dealt with enough stress and enough challenges in your lifetime. You know how to roll with the punches. You made the right choice. At the same time, do bear in mind, the logic tells us these people don't have any money, but the reality is, of course, they're spending it all, but they go from VA to VA, and because the VA, as I've mentioned before, does not have the computer system and never will transfer to digitization. So because they have not digitized their computers, and their computers are literally vacuum tube and tape reel and magnetic tape, along with the data card entry, punch cards technology, these people have no way to monitor the drugs these people are using. So all they do is they drive from VA to VA, state to state, and they get a new prescription for the same kind of drugs, and they literally can hit all 48 states in the continent, and just get 48 different prescriptions for the same drug in a month. And they sell that on the street, and they use that for the other street drugs they're getting. So these people are actually, on our tax dollar, rolling in what is the equivalent of hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of trade on any given day. That's no exaggeration. So if he's that drugged out, he's partaking in that regularly. But beyond that, he was calm because he knew that was going to be your conclusion. He knew that he wasn't worth pursuing, and at the same time, he is programmed. And so this is definitely the cult, and this is a cultist that was doing what he was doing to your business. This is the kind of harassment and terrorism. It is the price that is paid by many of my affiliates, and this is the horror of the situation, and this is how they discourage people from affiliating with myself, who are decent, are truly helpful. And that way we know you're the real deal. We always did, but we know now you're not like Derek Talley, who's someone who's just comes here, and as you might remember, he too was always programmed and just sat down and always talked like he was a monotone robot and shit, and and then did everything he could to just fuck up the works and gum everything up. So
I was not with that bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah. No. I had so many orders. I was busy. I was like slammed. Like I still, and it's funny because like there was just like something in me was like, just don't even do shit. Like just like fuck this guy, let it go. I played everything. Like it all, like everything went through my mind as it was happening, right? So like I'm literally like this guy. I looked at his hat. It all clicked. Right? Because I as soon as I seen Vietnam vet, seen the Purple Heart, I thought Quifo. I was like, he's part of the Quifo tribe.
Yes.
So I was like, oh, motherfucker. And so that's kind of, I was just like, I hit his pockets. He didn't have nothing. He had nothing in his pockets. So I mean, like he didn't have nothing. So this guy was literally, I think it was designed for me to react and pursue the manner I initially initiated the situation, but to drag it out further, because every instinct in me, if that dude would have been like 30, 40 years old, I'd have drugged that motherfucker out that car and drug him to my trailer and beat the fuck out of his head onto my generator. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not, like, I am not a violent person. Well, like, I'm a very reformed person. I love life, love my family, love my business. I'm like, I'll do anything to not jeopardize me or my family's future. Yeah. And literally it came to that point today to where like something almost happened, but something told me. And so when I was like, I said, because he kept saying, I'm a vet. I said, you know what?
That's the first thing they say. Go on.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And I said, motherfucker, I'm a vet. I said, and so fucking what? I'm working my truck. And I said, you know what? You sit here and use your vet and your little bitch ass hat. I said, you know what? Fuck you and everything you think you stand for. Because if you were a real vet, you were really somebody who fought for your country or did something, you'd have something called integrity. Yeah. Because I don't care what branch of service you are, the honor, courage, commitment, integrity, those are your fucking core values, you fucking piece of shit.
Thank you.
But so I left it at that and walked away. I walked back to my fucking generator. I attempted to start it like 3 more times. It wouldn't start. And so I let it sit for about 20, 30 minutes. I paid back. I refunded some money. And then I had a couple of people dwindling around waiting to see if it would cut back on. And about 30 minutes later, kicked it, it cranked on, and I fucking sold out today. So forces
Thank God.
above,
Yes.
Allah, you know what I'm saying, the all whatever fucking said, you know what? Eat a dick to all you fucking KOE bitches.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, that worked out so well compared to how it could have gone. And
Yes.
God bless you. Oh my God. And it's your tolerance is overwhelming. And you know, again, it's always those hats with the stupid pins on them. That's what truly makes me sick. They have to have all those stupid little decorative pins that they have all these. And you know, it's so easy for anyone to buy that shit.
You can go to a military surplus store and get everything.
Yes.
You can get fucking digital camis, combat boots. You can get fucking you can get the ISO packs. You can get the fucking you can get everything. You can get everything you could think of. Your BDUs. You can get everything at a fucking military surplus store. You don't necessarily have to be a vet, but I'm sure he had some kind of affiliations. I mean, what were the odds that it would be, you know, fucking airborne? You know, it's like first airborne, fucking Purple Heart Vietnam recipient. You know, like.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, they were called the Jumpin' Junkies for a reason. I mean, these are all people who were all fucked up all the time, and they never stopped being fucked up when they came home. But honestly, the whole trip about the first thing they say is, "I'm a veteran." That's their like their immunity card.
Get out of jail free card.
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's so.
Eat a dick.
Thank you. Thank you. And these are the ones that are the most programmed of all, and they just do what they do, which is they think it's for the gang, the cause, and they definitely it's like one of Aquino's products. You know, especially he was in there the same time as Aquino. Basically, you're talking about somebody who's who's Aquino's age.
No, for sure. And honestly, like it clicked. It clicked instantly. Like literally, like 3-4 years ago, I'd have been super triggered, dude. I'd have been super triggered in that situation, and it clicked for me right then and there. Like the puzzle pieces just fell all into place. Like that's all I could describe it as, is like a mental puzzle that just like told me, like, no. I knew what it was. I knew it was a setup. I knew it was sabotage.
Thank you.
I haven't had any problems. You know, like I've had small little nuances here and there, you know, but like I said it a couple months ago. You got the right one fucking with me.
Yes.
Promise you.
Yes. Thank you. No, I mean, and you've done well, and God knows you're protected. And please, if both of you gentlemen could provide PAC-1 some further support. Obviously, Jameson, of course, has had his share of frustrations constantly, but and we'll talk about what happened with him recently with a misscheduling soon enough, because believe me, I've lived through similar experiences, and they're frustrating beyond description. But in terms of Salman, obviously, I'm sure you can relate something about this as well in light of our recent interview. What's going on with PAC-1 right now?
Oh, yes, Brother Douglas. He's definitely being targeted by the cults of the kings of Edom. And they use these individuals who are like in this blank state all the time. And like Pat Cohn said, that, you know, the blessing of Allah was on his life and on his heart, because these people were trying to take his livelihood away, you know, put him in some kind of trouble. And, you know, what happens is then they lock you up, they press charges, they take away your livelihood. It's like that one situation I had when I was going to the dry cleaners, and there was a gentleman walking past me and he spit at my shoes, and I ignored him. He was trying to get a reaction out of me, because that's what these cultists want to do, to basically entrap you. Yes. And what happened was, Brother Douglas, when I went to the other corner, there were 2 to 3 patrol cars waiting. So had I reacted, I already fit the image of the Muslim extremists that they were trying to entrap or pin down, and boom, they would have gotten me. So these cultists, they're very slick, and they can use people from your past even against you when they approach you in different ways. So you just have to be careful. And it's just like what Pat Cohn said, that he's protected because Allah knows that he has to provide for his wife. He has to provide for his children. He's making a halal earning. And by halal earning, it means that he's making an honest living by working for what he has, and basically doing the hard work that he needs to do to provide and be a provider and a man for his family. So I assure you, Brother Pakwan, that no matter what the cult plans against you, Douglas, JMO, any of us, they're always going to fall into their own hole that they try to dig for us. And I attest you, even with the situations that I've been in, when the cult tried to use different people against me, you'll have that intuition, because it's like what Brother Douglas shared with us in our latest interview, that Allah is always in your heart, and you will know at the flash of a second, where you will know when to hold back your hand or hold back your word, hold back your tongue, knowing that the cult might be using that against you in some way. So just have faith, my brother. My prayers are always with you. You're divinely guided, and you were being divinely guided in that split-second scenario, and you're divinely loved. So trust me, all the things that you went through, you're just going to bounce back stronger. And these people are nothing. As you saw, this individual, he was just like an empty cedar, a biobot. There was no soul in him. And that's what a lot of these individuals are. And what Brother Douglas says about how a lot of these veterans are part of that cult, he's absolutely right. And people refuse to listen to him about the whole VA system and how it's a burden, and how a lot of these veterans are just basically being used against the people, as we even saw in the insurrection. So just have faith, my brother. We're all here. We're all in this together. And I promise you, within my lifetime, we will see the destruction of the cults of the kings of Edom. I promise you that.
Yes.
100%, brother.
Wonderful. Yeah, very deeply appreciated. And I want to thank both of you for having the courage. And so, just stay with us as long as you feel comfortable, Pakwan. Anytime, of course, with all your responsibilities, you can drop off any kind you want, anytime you want. But otherwise, your input is more than appreciated. And with that, Jameson, you can relate the horror story of how your schedule just... And
it's kind of strange, because when I looked on the paper and I read it, I swear it was July.
Yeah.
And then I looked at it and it says 8. And I'm like, wait, what? So I called the woman up at 8 a.m. and she says, we don't have you scheduled for today. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't have me scheduled for today? And she's like, she looks in the system. She says, no, you're not scheduled for today. And so I looked on the paper. I'm like, holy fucking shit, it's actually August. So I wound up sleeping, but it did reveal something to me. Going without the caffeine, I suspect that I have narcolepsy.
Well, I could tell that. Yeah.
I mean, that goes without saying. It's gotten worse, because without the caffeine, I'm like sleeping on the boat. I'm sleeping wherever the fuck I go. I just can't keep myself awake.
Well, Pakwan and I were making jokes. He came in to help me early in the morning with our latest transmission. We were making a few jokes about not having you heard that then. You heard what we said.
Yeah. Oddly enough, I had an experience when I was a teenager where I actually was told to stand up, and where I had to get up in the middle of class because I really had to use the bathroom. And what happened was I had just woken up in class, and and unfortunately, when I woke up, all the blood rushes down there. So, I kind of had to put my hands in my pocket and walk around, but I'm sure it was still visible. And, the females seemed to giggle and, whatever.
Yes. But there you go. That's I kept making jokes about, yes, these, don't stand up, please. We don't need to see the erection. Yes. Not to mention,
I was 14. I think I was 14 or 15 when that happened.
Yeah, well, that doesn't matter what age you are, and unless someone is so old that they're just basically impotent, it's not, it's going to be happening when you're 60. That's just the way the male body works. But that's why we wake up with what are called piss hards, and that's why it's so awful when you join the military and you're in boot camp, and especially the Marine Corps, where they just automatically assume everybody's fucking each other, and they give you the Jello with the fucking gunpowder, and then you eat that and you can't get a hard on, and then you wake up. Basically, this is why the guys keep wetting their beds, because they're they aren't able to get that piss hard. It's called piss hard. It's really what prevents your body from wetting the bed while you're asleep. So there you have that. All the one time that was the only time in my life I actually remember my only experience of ever wetting the bed. And fortunately, when that happened, they had some poor idiot going around collecting all of the blankets so that he could take them into the wash. And he was letting people just throw it on top of his head so he would look like a ghost or something. And I just threw mine on top of his head, the whole wet blanket and everything else. So it was just that wasn't even caught. But in terms of the other thing, that this happens all the time to myself, because I just have an odd schedule anyway. But it would happen even without that. It's just that and this happened one time with when my father was alive. We had some poor sap who was a veteran, who was just he wasn't programmed. It's up by himself. Like so many of them, they just fall into a rut. And he didn't have a phone, or at least not a functional phone. There's a whole story behind that. But we would take some of his messages for him. And one time my dad mistook one of his messages for an appointment for one of ours. So we went all the way out to the VA for no reason. It was just, that was irritating as hell. And then, after that, we kind of more and more distanced ourselves from that veteran, even though we knew him forever. And eventually, of course, as was going to happen, he died. But nothing's ever that simple. There's a whole story behind that. But the other day, it was like only a few months ago, when that idiot who had irradiated me by taking an x-ray of me at the dental office without an apron, she was trying to arrange for a cleaning. And then she scheduled me first, oh, let's do it this month. And she gave me a date that was several months after that. And then I wound up at the height of when the COVID just started, and we didn't even know what we were really messing with, but everybody was scared to death. And they were instituting all these measures at the dental office. I wound up going there for no reason, because I thought that the appointment was there for that day. And it wasn't. It was for months later, because everything she had set for me was that month. And then she said one appointment, since I didn't want those, she said it for months later. And so I thought it was the same month, and I wound up going to, it was just, and then when I went in for a genuine appointment or an emergency the other day for the dentist, that happened to somebody else. They went to the front desk and said, oh yeah, I'm here for my appointment. And they said, oh, your appointment's not for 2 months or 3 months yet. And they said, oh my God, so this happens to everybody. I mean, at one point or another, you're just working every day. Some appointment's set up, you think it's for one time, and then you wind up going someplace for no reason at all. So, I mean, at least you didn't have to go anywhere. You got to, fuck it all up at home. Just turn it into a phone call.
Other than that, home has not been necessarily where the heart is. I can tell you that much. My mother came downstairs and she's like, I know you're following this Dietrich character, but she's like, you always have these relationships where you get involved with these guys. I know you're trying to compensate maybe for the relationship you didn't have with your father. And so I'm like, okay, where is she going with this? And she's like, I just want you to make sure you have your own. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm working on something. That was fine. And then she starts talking about faith, and she starts talking about my obsession with the occult. All of a sudden, I saw this almost glimmer, the sparkle in her eyes, because her eyes reflect more light than your regular person. And I only have that with personally. I inherited only that with only my right eye for some reason. My left eye is perfectly normal, but she gets this glimmer in her eyes, and then she's talking about her faith and how God has a plan for you. And I'm like, no, do not doom preach me. Don't doom preach me. So that really set me off. And so that set me off to actually make a spell so that this thing with the La Palma Island does happen. Okay. In fact, I would like to see it rip apart not only the eastern coast of North America, but the Europe as well.
Oh God!
It's almost like there's something in her that knows how to bring the devil out of me, and she has to do it, and she's not consciously aware she's doing it.
Well, preaching will do that. Yes.
And it works.
Yeah. There we have that. In terms of
That said, you guys are catching me.
The one thing that kind
You
of
guys
I'm
are.
kind of missing here in the narrative is when she said, "I know you're overcompensating for the relationship you didn't have with your father." Then she said something that you kind of left rather muddled. Is she saying that you need to? I mean, obviously you're taking care of your father. You're
Yes,
basically.
yes, I'm taking care of my father.
So,
I speak with. I mean, I've had. Or she was trying to address the fact that I'm so defiant, I'm so against authority and whatnot, and she's like, every time I was like that, God put me back in my place, and I'm like, oh my God, why are you telling me this? I'm not a Christian. Your God is not my God. She's like, well,
doesn't she
maybe
realize
that's.
that by now? Doesn't she realize that by now, or is it just somehow she thinks something else? Does she think that?
This is cyclical. She enters these points where she will not push, and then she enters these points where she pushes for some reason, and it always causes this tension and this rage within me, and it just causes it to bubble up and just overflow. And so this has been the dynamics of it for since I've been existent.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, and I'm like, why? Well, my response to her was, well, don't you think God's part of the problem? I didn't ask to exist. And if anything, if whatever plan he has for me, I'm gonna take it up with his fucking face when I meet him.
At any rate, she obviously triggered you with the in terms of, but the other muddled thing is, okay, so you're obviously taking care of your father, and she said you're following this Dietrich guy, and you've got this kind of like thing going where you've got these relationships where you're compensating for what you didn't have with your dad. But then there was something that was kind of muddled there. It's like, okay, so you're obviously taking care of your dad. Was she suggesting that you need to spend more time emotionally bonding with him? Was that part of that, or?
I don't know what her intention was. I think she was looking at the fact that, the last handler I had, who I thought was a friend, wound up taking more from me than I wound up getting in return as far as a friendship is concerned. And so I understand she doesn't want to see me get hurt and doesn't want to see me in this kind of in these sort of relationships where I'm connecting to these almost academic figures who are much older than me for their wisdom and knowledge and all that shit. And she, she thinks it's some kind of complex. I tell her it's not that. It's just, I believe in what the guy's doing and I'm helping out. That's it. But she's like, you're doing a lot for everyone else, but what are you going to do for yourself? That's her thing. And it's a valid question. And I'm trying to figure that out. This is why I am running out of time, so I need to really get this whole thing. I need to get that volcano active. And yeah.
On that aside, of course, and just the thrill of mass destruction aside for a moment, I'll turn it towards these two gentlemen who have plenty of wisdom to share, Pak1 and Salman, both of you. I'll start with Pak1 simply because Pak1 has had a lot of street experience, and obviously Pak1 has come from a background where there was enough occult play at work, and potentially enough people. I've never heard of anyone in Pak1's background being on a God trip, though. I don't think any of your relations were never particularly religious, were they? If he's still with us. But let's see if he's still with us first. Then we'll go straight to Salman. If
you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah. No. As far as a God trip,
yeah.
No, never really. I mean, the most God trip I've ever had to deal with was like my mom on Sundays when she would wake us up and be like, wake up for church, and be like talking shit to get us to church, and then we'd get to church and it was like, it was so fucking boring. I don't know.
Yes.
Like I'm sorry, like it was like I never understood. Like, I mean, I get there's messages and Bible verses, and like in the books, like I've read the Bible, and I understand. I just always, I guess, what always got me was it would always be like a letter from Paul to the Divinians, or whatever the fuck it is they want to say, and then like they would take this message, and then all of a sudden it would turn into, so now we need fucking polish for the pews, or we're sending fucking our church elders to Brazil for the weekend and pass the plate. You know what I'm saying? and which in the beginning I was like, like growing up, it was always like, well, that's what you're supposed to do, right? Like that, yeah, that's that's what. And then I got to the age where I was kind of questioning it, like, but how come every week every message is about money?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
And so then also we'd get out of church, right? And it'd be like, my mom would be like in the greatest mood walking out of this church, and then we'd get in the car, and then either someone would slam the door hard, or someone would fight with the other one, and it'd be like, shut the fuck up, I just want to have a good fucking day, I just got out of church, I want to feel holy. Like, well, bitch, you ain't gonna feel like that fucking screaming like that.
Oh, that's so
I'm sorry.
sad.
Like, it was like, yeah, it was like the most, like, it was like I don't get it. Like, okay, so like if you're going to church to feel good, wouldn't you just feel good from going to church and hearing the word and what I'm saying, the message, or so for me, that's kind of like when I kind of pulled away from the church. I stopped, like, anybody who really like I respect everybody's like beliefs, and if church is your thing and that's what makes you feel good, that's cool. Like, I don't hate or tell you don't do it. But my mom got into like the evangelical shit, and like the speaking in tongues shit, and
even better. Yeah, go on.
oh god. So then they'd be like, everybody, like, there'd be music playing, and then they'd like there'd be music playing, and then they'd like, I have a message for somebody. Then they'd be like speaking these tongues, and they're just making these weird ass faces. I'm like, oh, this is not a this is not a church.
Thank you. Yeah, that's
not a church. I'm sorry. There's nothing going on here that I need to be a part of. And like, and then so like, and they don't call them priests. They call them the evangelists, right? Those are like the people who like really, they're called evangelists. And it's actually a very prominent fucking church here in Genesee County where I live. And like for Hispanics, and just not just Hispanics, but predominantly Hispanics, and the evangelists. It's funny because his wife, and this is no lie, man, his wife died like 3 times, dude. And like,
holy shit,
he would whisper in her ear like, don't leave me, and she would like fucking come back, like, legit, like, yeah, right. And poor lady, she was sicker than ever each time, like all 3 times. And when she finally passed away, it had only been, it was only like fucking 2-3 weeks, and this dude was married again. That's serious. And then he would come to our restaurant and be like, brother, I need you to come on this mission with me. We're going down to wherever in Central America, and he'd be like, and you don't have to pay nothing. Church does it all for us, and we're gonna go down there. We're gonna spread the word. We're gonna teach the word. He was like, and I mean, don't be confused. We work hard, but we play harder. And remember, you never have to pay for anything. It's the church takes care of everything for us, with a little wink and a like shit grin, like,
holy shit.
That dude, it was the most, like, I was like, fuck that guy. And it, like, he was just like the same guy that would come in and be like, order his food, and then while you're making it, be like, hey, we throw on some extra sour cream or pico for me. God bless. He just like, God bless you. It's the equivalent of that guy being like, I'm a vet, I have a Purple Heart.
Yes. Yes.
I hate coming on here and talking shit about people. That's not cool.
But it's needed.
It's not cool, but it's necessary, because assholes need to be put in their place, honestly. And I think honestly, there are times where I think my mother's possessed by something, and I'm thinking like, okay, she's not aware of what she's doing, and I get that feeling because the look in her eyes changes, and it's like, based on what I'm reading now on the Voodoo Quantum Leap, there are certain aspects of possession that mimic a sort of hysteria and a sort of even a religious hysteria.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, absolutely. You know what's funny, man? Well, it's not funny, but the thing is like those kind of like, it takes a really a person to be that affected by something, or like something to be completely. It's not something that just happens overnight, or it's like something that's prolonged, but it's also like. I mean, you like to dabble. You swing left, and you do your shit.
I don't dabble. I live it.
Well, okay, so
I told my mother that, and she wasn't happy that I told her that. She was like,
she doesn't know that by now. She's obviously not paying attention. But let Pac One finish his thought first.
Yeah. So that's not something. Well, whatever. Like, if she's like completely out of pocket, like, okay, man, it doesn't matter. So for instance, like Salman Sheikh, like one of his recent videos, they were talking about the tree, the Kabbalah, and it's all part of the, it's the same tree. No matter where you go, it goes the same way. You traverse up, down, everything has its place. Everything had, but it really takes something that, I mean, how well do you know? I mean, it's your mom, so I mean, your mom well, but like, how well do you know like what she reads, what she dives herself into? Like what? I mean, who does she talk to, or what is she watching, or what? There's so many things out there that the rabbit hole,
It's true, but the thing is, it always seems to come at the most apropos time with her. And it's never something. It's always something where that's always the straw that breaks the camel's back, and the timing is always set off in such a way that it brings out almost like the most demonic aspects of myself that I restrain, the almost wild, inhuman rage.
And so obviously she sets you off. Moms are good at that. So in terms of in
her case, it's about trying to control me, and I don't like being controlled.
So
this is what I was telling her. I was telling her, I don't like to be controlled. I will not be controlled by anyone. I will not have my fate controlled by anyone. I don't care if if my soul is obliterated. I will not be controlled.
I almost feel like it's more or less like in the direction of it. It's like she's not looking at you like more as an adult. She's looking at you as like almost as someone that needs to be controlled, though.
Yes,
she,
and that's exactly what bothers me.
That becomes an issue with people. I mean, look, even to the point where okay, so my mother, right? Like when she came and moved in with us, like she got out of her house because her ex-husband, came back in because the kids let him come stay back there, and then he started trying to make his way into her room, and fuck with her and shit. And she was like, I'm straight, and she had nowhere to go. She came and stayed with me. All humble, right? All humble. Very grateful that she could be here and help out with the dishes. She'd cook dinner, help chop shit up when I was doing my taco truck shit, lasted a whole 2 weeks, right? And then after that, she was no longer a guest. It was her fucking house, She would catch herself catching attitudes with me or my wife, or, like just trying to make rules, or, trying to regulate what I bought, what is mine, but and keep it as her own, like own it, why? Because I'm her son, and she felt she had that control, not just over me, but over anything that was mine had to be hers because she's my mom, right? And that's a similar thing that I see with the control issue. What does it cost what does it cost to let somebody be their own individual? What does it cost you? Not a fucking thing, right?
Yeah.
Nothing. Nothing. Someone wants to be, if you wanted a fucking, I mean, okay, yeah, granted, you're not gonna drag a fucking body into your house and perform an open body ritual in your room, right? Okay.
No.
I get it. Okay. So I get that. So okay, that'd be crossing the line, right? But if you want to fucking cut yourself, you want to make your artwork, you want to fucking do your fucking, you know what I'm saying, make your fucking sigils, you want, that's completely on, you know, what you should be able to do, right? I mean, I get that, but she's looking at it more in the sense that, okay, this is my house, this is, you know, like, you're with me type shit, you know, like, I get the boundaries that I see the boundaries that aren't being, you know, at the end of the day, you know, same thing like with my mom. It's still my mom. Do I want to see any harm come to her or anything? No. But I just, you know, I kind of keep her out of everything. Like, I don't even, there's like no communication. In your case, I get it, you know, and like also you're also, yeah, you're also like a care provider for your father as well too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
I'll take
you know,
care of I'll take care of them both till the day they die. I mean, even if I don't have to like them.
No, exactly. But that is your, but you see, that's your loyalty. That's your loyalty to them. And that's almost something that is being taken. It's something that's taken for granted from some people, you know.
Well,
Like,
I don't think it's, you know, I appreciate what you're saying. I don't think his mother takes it for granted, but I think that she just basically he's dependent, and because Jameson is dependent, then she will always see him as a child, and so that's the point, and so that's simply the situation. That's the way the situation is.
No, yep.
Yeah,
I get that. I get that 100%. That's a difficult situation to be in.
Yes, it's
very, yeah.
Yes, and so Jameson's solution is to kill as many people as possible with exploding the supervolcano. Yes, that's the. It makes so much sense. It's
It does. It would at least be a minor apotheosis. A major apotheosis being the last human being on this planet.
Anyway, I've told you about going in that direction. It's like, honestly,
it feels good.
I'm sorry, let finish that.
Yeah, but the thing is,
finish that. Let Pac One finish the thought on that, because we know where your thought goes.
In a moment of rage and everything, that does it does seem like a liable out, right? Like, it's like, okay, but I mean, honestly, man, like, yeah, no, I don't know, man. Like, I just, like, dude, it's just so much fucked up shit out there. I mean, as far as you've come in your work and everything, man, you have to understand. At some point, there is a release. There is a release, man. But it's definitely not. It's definitely not taking someone's life. Maybe you know. I guess like in your case, it'd be like probably like binge watching like Rotten.com or something, you know. but like, man, it's just, don't let it get you. Don't let it get you to that zone, bro. You know, like, just don't like. I mean, I'm no one to speak. I mean, look at me in my situation today, right? Like, I mean, I get it. I fucking get it. Like, light switch on or off, right? Like, hello, lights are on. Goodbye. You know, like, roaches scatter in the light. You know, like, I just, like, I don't know. I get it. But, you know, sometimes you have to assess your feelings at the end. You know, you have to do some kind of assessing of what's going on internally, man, and just like, you are completely in control of how you feel, bro. Every single moment.
I hear what you're saying, but what I'm trying to tell you is that this is who I am. This is what I am. I've never once lied about my desires here.
No.
Much to Douglas's chagrin, you know, I've never told you that. I've never said I'm here to produce light and works of love. I am here to destroy. It's what I am.
Delightful.
I feel you.
So at any rate, just shall we say, keep that to yourself. We don't want to hear it. It's, for one thing, I find it boring as hell, and it's really just it's how do I say it? It's really so childish and repugnant. It's a product of a deranged mind, and it's simply, it's like, it's like pulling down your pants and taking a shit in public. It's basically where you're at is a situation where you're powerless, and the powerlessness expresses itself with apocalyptic fantasies. And this is something that I've explained to people before who have been just taking you seriously when they shouldn't in that regard. And that was something that, it's just the way things are. In terms of your mental illness, which is what this is, it's something that I tolerate because you're here for me. And because of that, we work together in that regard. My challenge is simply keeping that from exposing itself, how would I say it, redundantly and just tediously. It's something that is unlike anyone else. You have the availability and you do show up. So in that sense, bizarrely enough, you have the potential for employability. But in terms of the environment where you would work with other people, basically there's almost no other environment I can think of other than what you do voluntarily here. So because you do what you do voluntarily here, understand this: you've developed, in a sense, a kind of a support base. But understand that everybody in your support base supports you in spite of yourself, not because of yourself. And when you insist on bringing out the worst of yourself, then it just makes it harder for everyone else. So understand that much. It's just put a lid on it. In the end, it's just, how would I say it? It's like somebody who just has a total inability with Tourette's syndrome or something. They just keep spouting off words at certain times. They start swearing. And usually with Tourette's syndrome, it's in the most inappropriate moment where they do that. And so if somebody who suffers from Tourette's syndrome, they're walking through an all-black neighborhood and they're white, and they're a white person with Tourette's syndrome, they will literally start shouting, "Nigger! Nigger!" because that's what comes through their minds and they can't stop themselves. So it's a kind of Tourette's syndrome that you suffer from. So you can learn to conquer that. As for your situation, of course, you are a super adolescent man-child. You are literally living in your mother's basement. And this is something that, for that reason, your mother thinks of you as a eternal child. It's something that is just what it is. It's something that you may overcome at some point in your life, but I think care providing for your parents is what you give them in return, and in return they give you shelter. And of course there's expectations. There's expectations that you maintain a kind of sobriety, and so the sobriety that you maintain or try to maintain, at least you make your attempts. So the attempts that you're going through right now, they're not easy. They produce all kinds of withdrawal symptoms. And right now with the withdrawal, with the frustration, you express yourself with these fantasies of the mass destruction. That is actually, how would I say it? It's the best direction it could really go, because I mean, for you to express that, because it's the worst direction. A far more offensive or dangerous direction would be if you weren't expressing that and were instead to try and just release your tensions by going out at night and killing people, which would be the other option that comes to mind. Which, by the way, there's all kinds of super adolescent man children that do just that, and they come home and their parents are just like your mom, and their parents both enable them and at the same time trigger them. This is like so you haven't done that. So all I can say is that comparatively speaking, as hard as this may be for the average person to understand, you're doing quite well. So let's stick with fantasies of mass destruction and take it from there. In terms of what you're reading right now, there is validity to what you're reading in terms of either the bicameral mind or voodoo and the quantum leap. It's not that magic is not real or that it cannot work, but there's certain things that, shall we say, you're just not taking into account, and I don't need to go into them with you. I remember being approached by any number of people who have asked me to teach them magic. And one of them was that, oh God, who was the lunatic? Which, of course, you're not on his level of dysfunction. But oh my God, what was his name again? Matthew
Your
Schwab.
son?
Matthew Schwab, the guy who thought, yeah, oh God, yes, say that to trigger me. Oh yeah, yes, the man he was convinced by Michael Aquino that I was his biological father. And this guy is, of course, that's Aquino's joke, is because this guy is painfully Jewish. I mean, Jewish to the point of looking like a caricature. And and that's not, by the way, that's rather unfair. He's Jewish in the, how would I say it, just this ugly sense, which not all Jewish people are like that, of course. It's just that this guy had the worst type of caricature appearance, and so he was just, that was part of Aquino's joke. But in terms of that kind of morbid level of obsession, you don't have that. You functionally you're doing all right. I mean, so don't even worry about it. Just go easy on the expression. When you get into that insistent mode of expression, it just becomes tedious. The other than that, however, believe me, you're doing fine. And with the support base that you have from all of these people who do respond to you, and they respond in a positive sense, like in the chat room, that wonderful lady whose name I won't give away. She was so glad when you got back, when you got back from the blackout, when there was a blackout, and then you came back, and she says, "Oh, so glad that Jameson is back." It was like, "Yay, Jameson's back!" And it was like, so honestly, people really do appreciate you. Again, it's the aspects of your personality that you tend to underemphasize that they appreciate, and eventually someday, when your parents die, you're going to inherit that apartment and have a space of your own, if you're able to support that somehow by perhaps. Stranger things have happened. I'm not saying
I'm interested. I am interested in going back to work.
Yeah, that's not. I don't see that necessarily in your future, but you may have a relationship with some young lady who will ultimately move in with you and help pay the balance of the rent. That's not impossible. Honestly, there are plenty of young ladies who would be quite tolerant of your eccentricities. Dead goth chicks come to mind. Or some young Satanist or something, and there's plenty out there. And believe me, for all of those who are listening who think I'm arranging for some match made in hell that'll produce the Antichrist or something, honestly, you haven't met the majority of these young Satanists. Honestly, it's more like this. It's like when I've been in the company of these young satanic chicks, most of the time it's like, oh yeah, you know, when we were young, we used to like take the Halloween decorations and we'd put them on the Christmas tree, and oh, that was so cool. And I was like, oh, it's just cute, okay? It's not what you think it is with most of these people. I mean, you know, ironically enough, all this is coming out now. It has to be the pentagram I put on my left hand for tonight's photograph. That's got to be it. But aside from all of that,
it could also be the pentagram that I have on my grimoire that was shown to me in that dream that had you and Michael Aquino in it.
There we are, and hopefully we weren't doing anything too obscene. What exactly were we doing again in the dream? Or do I dare to ask? I shudder to find out.
All right. I enter a room and I see Michael Aquino, and he's behind a desk, you know, in his military uniform, and he's telling me the secrets you seek are underneath Washington, D.C. And I'm like, okay. And then I leave the room. I'm walking around, and I return to that same room, and you're sitting behind a desk, and you're telling me, be very, very careful be very careful with what you're seeking. And that was just the dream. What that did was it inspired me to sort of start to play around with the geometry of Washington, D.C., and I've started to incorporate that into a sigil. And I've used that sigil behind every spell that I cast, and they seem to happen almost in real time. It's kind of scary, honestly.
Thank you for sharing that. I really, really appreciate that, and that's a valid vision. Now, Sarah Thomas and My Fetish Story, both of these wonderful ladies, and Veronica Barrera is also with us, so as well as Sarah Shields. So I want all these ladies, first of all, to know I love you all so much. Mwah! And shout out to Underfell Girl Sands, who is Sarah Shields, and buenos noches todas to Veronica Barrera, Senora Veronica. Mwah! And Douglas Marks also says hello, everyone, and hello to Douglas Marks. And Sarah Thomas was giving the wave to me and saying, let JMO have his rage. And My Fetish Story says 100%. Yes, so honestly, both of these delightful young ladies are backing you up in terms of expressing the fantasy, and which is what I'll call it. And, but bear in mind, of course, this is also how I express myself with Penny. I'm sorry, I have to giggle because it was, I forget who it was. Somebody called her Pennywise the other day, like the Stephen King clown, Penny Bradley. But anyhow, yes, when it comes to her, she is, of course, she goes into these, how would I say it, cascade memories. And as I said, these are not her memories, but she, and I let her know that up front. And she just kind of has to work with that this is how I handle her. And so people understand this is how we handle JMO. But to put this into some perspective, we have someone like, as I said before, a great example was Derek Talley, who, of course, we have to take in context. Everything he says was in context of an asset. There are so many things that I haven't gone into that really, you have no idea how much I tolerated from him, knowing that, and yet being in a position where I needed somebody to hold bandwidth while I was, when I had to take breaks, etc. And he would just obsess not only on what Jameson was saying, but present it to others, far more so than I was ever made aware of until recently, thanks to Maria Gregorich, bless her soul, and other people who don't want to be named. But he was approaching many other people about you, and trying to basically say all the damage you were doing and why we had to get rid of you. And of course, whenever he presented that to me, and I said, yes, when you were first working with me, and it took a while for people to get used to you, the ratings went down, and maybe even considerably. And I said that was the price to pay for having someone to burn bandwidth, because otherwise the ratings would go down even further, because when there's dead air, I mean, people just walk away. It's kind of like what happened with Pac-1 when he's not able to turn out the food. People just walk away. That's what happens. And so you've got to have something there and something going on at all times. And of course, what I confronted Derek with was, what are you going to replace Jameson with? And there's nothing, he was going to do. So everything he had to say was ultimately destructive, far more destructive than you, as far as I'm concerned, for my purposes. Now, the difference that I don't think your mother understands is that what we have going is actually a far more benevolent and mutually beneficial relationship, in the sense that the people who are listening to us have ultimately come to appreciate you, and they do see the positive in you. So that's something that what rather irks me is that you come off sort of saying that, oh, Douglas, you try to bring out this positivity in me or something like that. It's not so much even that. It's just that it's not so much even necessarily that I want to discourage you expressing what you do. It's simply, I personally find it cumbersome, tedious. It's something that just try and imagine, someone in my position. It's
like someone taking a spatula and rubbing it against a pan. It's grating to the nerves.
It's just chalk. Yeah, it's just fingernails against the chalkboard, and it's one of those things that I myself you can do better than that. It's in other words, it's there's other notes to play. But aside from that, so I will have I think Pack One has had his response to that, and it was wonderful and deeply appreciated. Salman, if you could respond to this and take it from here while I bring Peter Moon on.
Oh, of course, Brother Douglas. I agree with you completely, and with the aspect of the love and support we all have for JMO, it's definitely there with the support system that we have on Team D. And I'm somebody on the team that has met Jameson in person when I went to visit New York City, so I can attest with the type of soul that he is, and with the energy that I felt in his presence, that I know he's going to be all right. He will, down the road, find a mate that will be compatible with him, find some sort of a vocation which will help him make a living. Until then, he's taking care of his parents, which in Islam, that's the greatest service that you could do, is serving your parents. Is if you serve your parents, and you will have all of God's blessings, and basically everything will be given to you. So I would just tell JMO that even with the aspect of all the things that happen in terms of the spiritual warfare, if you are not a valuable individual or a valuable soul, those things wouldn't happen to you. So you are somebody that's worth it. And there are people who realize your worth, like these great women that we have on Team D support system that they always offer their support to JMO, and the women have the intuition to recognize a man's nature. So they recognize you, JMO, and we as, the aspect of the males and your brothers and friends, we recognize you. And I met you in person, so I can attest to that your energy and what you have. It's like, what it says in the Holy Quran, that both good and evil come from Allah. And then it's up to you what to make of your life. So what you're doing, it's not meant to be understood by everybody. And it's like what Brother Pat Cohn said with the Sufi Sheikh when we were talking about the Kabbalah. It all ties back to the same thing. And I was inspired to do that after H.P. Lovecraft interview that I did with Brother Douglas on the Judeo-Islamic perspective.
Thank you.
So everything kind of like ties back to the same thing. And just have faith, my brother. Have faith, and just know that there are people out there that are in worse conditions than you. I watch the news from Pakistan like every day, and I'm thinking that even this place here, America, is not perfect. It has its challenges. We're dealing with our own issues. I mean, you can't even find elements of the cult in Pakistan. There's nowhere that you'll go and you will not find it. Just like with Sean Stone when he went to Turkey with that guy running the sex harem. And a lot of these guys...
Tell people about that. Explain that a little bit to people, that background, please.
Yes. So when Sean Stone converted to Islam, all of a sudden he was invited on this guy's platform, who supposedly was an international Islamic scholar or something. And mind you, most people don't realize that majority of the cult's membership, don't be surprised that a lot of these guys are hiding behind religious and spiritual identities. You will find them in a lot of religious and spiritual groups.
Yes, spiritual
so Sean
vampires.
Stone was, definitely. And Sean Stone was invited onto this program in Turkey, where this guy was supposedly this highly qualified Islamic scholar, and he went in there to talk about converting to Islam and how it brought him peace. And then I ended up finding out that same guy, he was actually running a sex harem. And I'm like, this makes complete sense, because only the cultists will deal with other cultists. So it would make sense why Sean Stone, who even interviewed Aquino, would link up with the cultist in Turkey and go on his interview to show himself in good light to the Muslim world. So it's just like this, Brother JMO. It's the aspect of what I see. I know people who pray 5 times a day, and some of them are wicked people.
Yes.
And I know some people who go to church every Sunday, and some of them are wicked people with some of the things that I know about them. So Allah says that it's your heart. When your heart gets weighed on the scale, it has to be lighter than a feather. And both good and evil come from that one true source. So you are created with a purpose, JMO. And I met you in person to verify this myself, that you're a good-hearted individual. You're created with a purpose. And know that as long as your heart's in the right place, you didn't hurt anybody, You didn't hurt the defenseless. You didn't hurt women. You didn't hurt children. You always tried to do right by your parents, by yourself. Trust me, there's nobody here that can condemn you to anything. It's between you and the Most High himself. And you will serve your purpose. And I know that everything will work out for you. And that I can attest to you, my brother, with all the faith that I have, that you just got to keep the faith and know that there's a right time and right place for everything. And you just got to keep your faith, because that's what the cult wants. They want you in despair. They want you in agony. It's like what happened with Brother Pat Cohn. They wanted him to get angry and lash out and cause trouble and get himself in trouble. Yes. And they, in certain scenarios, they try to do that to me. So always stay cool. Always keep your cool. Don't give them a reaction. You keep your cool, you realize who you are, what you stand for, what you need to do. Trust me, these people got nothing on you. And you're going to be all right, my brother. My love and prayers are always with you, Douglas, Pat Cohn, all of our team. And we're going to be all right. We're going to outlast all of these guys.
Yes, bless you. That was beautiful. We have Peter Moon with us right now, but before I turn to Peter, I do want to express something that gives food for thought to all of us who are listening, and James and Reese as well, because we're happy to support you and basically provide you this level of positive feedback. And the one thing that you can realize about that I learned from my days in criminal psychology when I was studying with the same instructors who taught the mages Anton Szandor LaVey their last year in teaching before they retired. And these were the people who taught Anton LaVey criminology, the man who founded the First Church of Satan. And when it came to majoring in both psychology and criminology at San Francisco City College, one of the things that I ran across was a study where they were trying to ascertain who has the highest range of mental illness, who has the highest display of mental illness, who manifests it the most in terms of the social classes. Then they found out that it was in the middle class as opposed to the upper classes of extreme wealth or the lower classes of extreme poverty. And the reason for this, they found out, was the obsession with manifesting the appearance of normality. That was the main cause of mental illness. That when it came to people who were extremely rich, they would not, they were basically so rich they didn't care, because not only because they could pay for psychiatrists and psychologists and all the counseling they needed when they bothered to pursue counseling, but even if they didn't, they were wealthy enough where they could buy off cops when they got arrested, etc. So it's just, for this reason, their mental illnesses never manifested publicly. And with the poor, they just didn't give a shit. They were just so poor that it didn't matter that they had all the cars on, the automobiles on tinder blocks in the front yard, and just were not maintaining their lawn and letting it overgrow with weeds and everything else. They had no fronts or airs to put on or present to the world. But the middle class, because they were required by their sense of normality to constantly interact with everyone in a certain manner, meaning that they had to go to church every Sunday, and that within church, once they were there, they had to present themselves in a certain manner that would show that they were quote unquote all right, that they were functioning. They had to dress in a certain manner to show that they weren't falling behind in their payments. Their cars had to be maintained. Their homes had to be maintained. So everyone had to maintain the lawn, the facade for the home, the car in working order, etc. Or other people would assume they were breaking down. These are the people who constantly manifested mental illnesses in the worst possible way. That there was no worse position to be in than the middle class. And of course, the middle class is what's disintegrating in America now. And there's less and less of any facade of normality. So nothing's normal anymore. I don't know if that makes you just chew on that for a while. But
it makes perfect sense. And I think both you, Pat Kwon, and especially Brother Solomon Sheikh for what you've said. It helps a lot.
Thank you. There
Much
we are.
love, brother.
And now Peter Moon is with us. And so, Peter, you've got quite the story, if you want to share that about the Skype and what was going on before I was able to bring you on and all that. As a matter of fact, I've experienced what you've experienced with the Facebook as well, and you might share that adventure. I shared your post about, lack of comments on all three of my pages. And definitely I'm glad so many people responded to your post asking. It turned out none of them were seeing your post, of course, because Facebook does this. They'll go in and they'll put it on private so that, no one can see your posts when you publish them. And Peter did not do that himself. Facebook did that. But maybe someone did something with the Skype as well. So
no one would do it. But I did make maybe one post to somebody or to a select group of friends.
Yeah.
And apparently, all my posts were now only going to that select group of friends who are not really likely to comment. Right. So either I did it myself or they did it. Yeah. I don't know. But the one thing is, in fact, I'll check this now. I did a couple of posts today based upon something sent to me from Romania about what the vaccine is doing to blood cells. This was a report from multiple UK doctors, and it certainly does not feed the current narrative that Facebook would be approving of. And I posted two. Now, this is separate from the other issue. And I'm going to see if they posted on my timeline. I haven't looked at it, but no, they did not post. It says, if you go off this page, it's not going to post. And it just didn't post them. Now, the person who's from Romania who sent me this narrative, it starts off in Romanian, and then it goes to I think somebody in America, and then it's quoting all these UK doctors. But I couldn't do anything with the video other than watch it on Facebook. But I looked up the reports, and they were strong. I sent one to my doctor, and he freaked out. He says, "Man, this stuff is out there." But he just was shocked at it. He actually called me to tell me he wasn't going to be able to see me on Friday because he's, going away for the weekend. Mm-hmm. And he commented on that. I was on another call. And so that's something that Facebook it just wouldn't post. It just sort of went into a null zone, which what I thought was a much more timely post. Or it wasn't self-promotional like the stuff I posted on your book, our book. Right. So, that was interesting. So I have never had any problem really with Facebook other than they'll say to get correct information either on, the voting or the vax, go to this website, you'll have correct information. That's about the only thing kickback I've got from Facebook, which I despise for their disingenuousness with regards to their advertising. Their advertising is such crap.
Yes.
Such crap. It's really bad, and I experimented with it, and even when they offer me free advertising, I won't take it. Yes. Because I don't want to waste my fingers.
Yes. Yes.
Facebook is good for certain things. It's easy to communicate with you, with my family. It's just with people in general. It's quick and it's easier. It's more live than emails. I was reading yesterday that emails are now outmoded.
Wow.
They're not the way to communicate anymore. Although, unless it's professional.
What are they saying is taking its place? Twitter or some shit?
Text is really what you're supposed to do if you're cool. Texting. And texting, one of my friends at football, who's got quite a big mouth, he's a constant nonstop chatterbox out there. And he hates texting, he said, because it makes him very angry. He gets angry with texts because you can't, he says, I just pick up the phone and talk, so he's not into the texting. But and I was texting when I was out in California. It was working, because it worked. I was actually indulging in live texting, cool. Which is something I don't normally do because I just don't even have my cell phone with me most of the time.
Right.
Unless I go out. And then sometimes I won't look. I check on it because I have all the football guys on text. So I will look at it. I'll send out a text for the weekend and then it'll just be that. But other than that, no. So anyway, but to the story behind Skype, see, I didn't get your call because Skype was turned off. And the reason it was turned off is I was listening to part 2 of your interview with Salman Sheikh, right, which is quite an interview. I don't know whether to recommend it to people or not because I don't know if they want to hear it. It's like it requires more than one listen.
Yes.
I've only heard it once to really absorb the information, where Douglas has laid out a very articulate, detailed, yet complex historical association connecting H.P. Lovecraft with Michael Aquino, and you can't discount the Spanish Civil War. It's a lot of information to process, to first of all take in, recognize, comprehend, and then even after you comprehend it, and this is what I will do ultimately as an author, connect the dots. And it will require other diatribes he's given in the past or will in the future, and then with personal discussion to connect the dots, because you won't get a completely comprehensive picture even after you listen to this until I write about it.
Right.
Because I will put it into an understand. But as I say, that's why I don't know whether to recommend it, because it's you're going to become you're going to have to become a mini scholar at the very least to really get it. And it's a challenge. And then even then I begin to wonder how much of this stuff do people want to know? Do I want to know this stuff? Because but as I say, if we can understand things and we can comprehend and understand, because it does tie to world events. And it ties into the history of so much of what's gone wrong in our world, and how many people have been corralled, if not, devoured, yes, by the occult,
yes,
in a negative manner. Just because you study the occult doesn't mean you have to get corralled or devoured, but it is certainly in the realm of possibility, because people who study the occult, if they have their demons inside of them, it will feed their demons. And if they don't have demons, or significant ones, then they will be informed. But then again, what are they going to do with the information? It's not like it's going to necessarily help you raise your family, raise your middle class family. If one has watched the classic television program Leave It to Beaver, what room does the occult have in Leave It to Beaver? It has no realm. It's going to scare the hell out of everybody. The only thing it might do is reveal that the mother, Barbara Billingsley, was a, closet lesbian in a time when you were best kept in the closet. They didn't have gay pride, and that's the truth. She was the ever, quote unquote appropriate mother for the time period.
Incredible.
And yeah, so what I'm saying is the occult. Now, when you're talking about the middle class, I have a couple things to say about the middle class. First off, I went to the park. I like to go to the park in the morning to do Qigong. And when I go to the park, it's great. Because if I'm doing it in the house, I'm listening to Douglas Dietrich, and that's great. But if I'm out in the park, I'm getting fresh air, super fresh air. There's trees around. And I find myself extroverting. If there's any downside to going to the park, I work out harder and I'm kind of like exhausted. I have to sleep. I have to get extra sleep. My body works hard. It's good to have exercise, but it can kind of consume the day, even though I'm back by 9 or 10 o'clock. So, but when I'm out there at the park, I see all these like 60-year-old plus guys playing softball. They start at, they're out there at 9 in the morning. Their game's at 10 in the morning. I say, I don't want to be out here with these 60-year-old guys playing softball. They look like they're 70. Or they say it's 60 and over. And they are what you call, they say, yeah, well, I said, you guys play in the morning? Because, he says, yeah, well, it's cool in the morning. But, they can take up the field in the morning. I mean, the young guys who work in the day will play at night. It might be nicer to play in the night, but when it's a little cooler, but the morning is okay. So these guys are like retired. They're playing. They're having fun in their old age. They play 2 doubleheaders a week, one home and one away, and they're just out there enjoying themselves, just having fun. And I can sympathize with it. I don't want to be playing softball with them. I detest the game of softball. I detest it. I don't detest the game of hardball. But to me, it's not. And although at a competitive level, it takes quite a skill to hit a softball coming at you at high speed. But I just don't like it. So anyway, it's a sport. To me, it was always a sport for old men, although I'm not really fair. It's a very competitive game. It can be. But in any case, you see the essence of the middle class at the park. Very seldom will I see a homeless person there. I used to see one out there occasionally. But what I'm telling you is the middle class is thriving on Long Island. It is thriving. It is normalcy, lawnmowers, landscapers, new houses being built. They even have a program on Long Island which they call, zombie homes, that they will, the politicians will brag about destroying a zombie house. This is a house that's been derelict with, too many cars in the front yard or whatever, and they will, condemn it and destroy it. And I don't know what happens. The home in LA next to my daughter is technically a zombie house. Not maybe technically, but for all practical purposes. because it caught fire. They're going to, but the owners will probably get insurance and rebuild it. I think she said people had, the homeless people are still trying to get in. They got a smaller area in the house. They still try to get in there because of the fire. But but the middle class is thriving on Long Island, and it may not be, certainly in certain areas where it's not, but there is so much money on Long Island, and people Home Depot was packed during COVID because people were spending their money and fixing up their houses and doing whatever. And now the other thing I want to say about the middle class is Hubbard targeted the middle class with Scientology. He said he had a term, and I will explain it. He said people in Scientology or deviate from Scientology because they are, this is a term, a Scientology term, PTS to the middle class. Now, PTS in Scientology is an acronym for potential trouble source. And he had about 10 classifications of potential trouble sources. So when he means trouble source, he means trouble source to Scientology. In other words, they become source of trouble. And this basically means legally, or just they make trouble. And the first person that's a trouble source is somebody who's connected to somebody who's antagonistic to Scientology. So they need to be disconnected from that person, or they need to deal with that person so that the person is no longer a thorn in their side and verbally or otherwise attacking the person who's trying to progress. It also originally meant anybody who was anti-spiritual. And then other classifications. So Hubbard sort of said PTS to the middle class, meaning they're potential trouble source because they're under the influence of the mores of the middle class, and they're going in lockstep to the middle class. And Douglas was alluding to the values of the middle class. You've got to keep your house nice. You've got to have insurance, not just insurance for your house. You have to have medical insurance. You have to have a job. You have to have 2 kids and preferably 2 cars. You have to have, you do what the doctor tells you, and all of these protocols that makes you, quote unquote, a regular guy. And the epitome of middle class was the book Sinclair Lewis wrote, Babbitt, who epitomized the middle class. And the end of the book ends with George Babbitt, the main character, sort of doing, I forget what he does, but it says, I think it was the first time he ever did anything that he wanted to do. In other words, he wasn't living his own mind. Another classification of potential trouble source in Scientology is you're not there on your own determinism. In other words, you're in Scientology because your parents put you there, because so-and-so said to do it, or because you want to please the auditor, L. Ron Hubbard, you're trying to please people. This was a source of trouble. You shouldn't be there unless you wanted to be there. Now, of course, this stuff gets compromised by the Scientologists. You say, well, I don't want to be here. And the person says, well, you do too. Just do this and do that, and it'll be okay. And the person might go on for months or years before he finally has enough gumption to tell everybody to F off and go. So some people are just very weak in terms of their ability to stand up to peer pressure. So the middle class is a peer pressure, and it is a continuity. So, when somebody like myself lives in a middle class neighborhood, which I do, I'm sort of there in disguise, as a Trojan horse, and I try to be nice to everybody. I have some new neighbors who are East Indian, but they're from Queens. They grew up in Queens. One is a hedge fund trader. The other is a mega real estate guy. And I, talked to them. I approached them and said hello and asked them if they were now living there. And they were shocked. They said, oh, somebody finally talks to us. Somebody from the neighborhood talks to us. Wow. And they were very nice. They really appreciated that I talked to them. And it was, it's, they will be much better neighbors than the people who previously owned the house, who were also East Indian, but they had all these yellow taxi cabs parked in their driving way. They were taxi drivers.
Oh my God.
And it wasn't very pleasant to see all those yellow cabs.
No.
And they burned the house down, not purposely, but they had the house in disrepair for like over a decade.
Oh my God.
And so anyway, but the middle class is as I say, it's very much alive on Long Island. And that's Long Island. Long Island is a pocket unto itself. I can't say, and when I say middle class, it's intimidating how much money people have.
Right.
There's a lot of money that people will buy houses in Queens, which is middle class, but it's a different type of middle class because it's, in my opinion, it's really no place you'd really want to live. There are nice areas of Queens, but still, it's Queens, and there's just much less space. And if there's more space physically, there's not as much space mentally because it's crowded. So you can I've had people, to my prior house, it comes out and the guy's sitting there in the living room and there's a, big windows to the backyard and he's looking out here. He goes, it sure is nice out here in the country. It's not, we're not in the country. We're in a suburban neighborhood. He calls it the country. And then you'll have people in Manhattan who go out to Queens and call that the country. Very, very, so anyway, but what happened with Skype and why my Skype was not on is I was listening to your talk with Salmon, and you were talking about it was something about Lovecraft and something about the Arabic stuff he was digging. I forget what it doesn't really matter what it was. And I've never had this happen before. The computer just shut off.
Yes.
It shut off instantaneously, and it was disturbing the way it shut off. Because first I thought that the VCR, or not the VCR, the YouTube transmission had stopped abruptly. One time you did that on a previous one where it just ended, You've been talking too long. And he went past the limit. I thought, well, maybe it's this, but no, it just went dead. And I couldn't turn the computer back on. So I unplugged the computer, let it rest for a minute, turned on the other computer. I still have my old computer as a backup. That turned on. And then there was something that enabled me to turn the computer on. It was acting funny. It wanted to turn on, but it wouldn't turn on. I think I finally plugged it into the wall, and then it turned on. The new Macintosh, it won't turn on via uninterruptible power supply unless it's the only thing that's plugged into it. So you got to unplug everything, and then, but anyway, I got it working. Did utilities on it, and then of course I didn't turn back on Skype. Right. But this sudden deadness of the nature of what you were talking about. When you get into certain depths of occult phenomena, this stuff can happen.
Yes.
And the first thing it teaches you, if you're intelligent, is to treat it with regard and respect.
Yes.
And this means don't, first off, not that I was anyway, don't make a joke out of it. Don't be dismissive of it. And I, of course, this endeavor, and I really appreciate Salman Sheikh for doing this interview, and I appreciate you for indulging in this narrative, because I know you're doing it with the book in mind.
Yes.
And I also know you're also doing it with his Sufi background in mind, which it all is relevant. And this is, I have a question to ask both of you. Salman is with us, right?
Yes.
I have a question, and I will, because, well, but yes, so, but I was going to say, with regard and respect, and I'm just sort of thinking out loud here. The reason I want to do this book is because I've always said that San Francisco itself was an extension of the Montauk Project, and it was a Montauk Project in and of itself, and no place could be more evocative of that than the Presidio itself, where you worked. You're the only one that has a tale to tell about the place.
Yes.
It's of great meaning, and it's, this is. Now, so much of Montauk was laced in the occult. And, of course, more in the U.S. Air Force, but also the Navy and the Army could not be excluded. It was technically an Air Force station, but all of the military. And then the satanic element in the military. One of my friends, she was older, I don't know if she's still with us, but she told me, she was working at the Brookhaven School District, and she told me how all the kids, not all the kids, but a contingent of the kids at the Brookhaven, I don't know if it was the junior high school or the high school, would gather in their satanic garb before school in the morning and do a ritual on the playground, sort of get in a circle.
Yeah.
And, of course, this horrified people, but they had every right under their religious freedom to do it. And there's so many anecdotes like this, but if you were to go asking the general public on Long Island, you get pretty much zilch. It's going to be in pocketed areas. So for this book on the Presidio is a what is the word? It's a roundup and a corralling of certain occult factors that influenced humanity, that would also have facilitated projects like Montauk.
Yes.
And it's rolling it back, and it's absolutely in continuity with the work that I've done in the past. So it's revelatory. I'm getting revelation on an occult level that Douglas has a mastery of understanding, if not a greater mastery. This I can't qualify or classify, except that he has a tremendous understanding of certain occult phenomena and how it fits in. So this is great. But this is the question. Somewhere along the line, Jesus was mentioned, and in context of the Quran. Now, I heard today from a very good friend who threw something by me and he read something about Jesus having a twin, was sort of like an evil twin, like Data in Star Trek The Next Generation has an evil twin.
Right. The Sons of Soong. Yes, go on.
Yeah. But anyway, I said to him, I said, wait a second. This is the thing that was presented. It was stupid. I thought it was stupid because it said that, well, it was the evil version of Jesus that was crucified and the good one lived on. And I said, this is just too much. It sounds like somebody being creative and grasping at straws. And then he said, well, he says, I know what you mean. He says, I only gave it a short amount of time myself. However, he says, it comes from the Koran. In other words, maybe it didn't say exactly that. And I said, well, if it does come from the Koran, this puts a different light on it, because of course Jesus is mentioned in the Koran. But I would like to ask either or both of you, and of course I said that the idea of Jesus having a twin is old. This is an old idea. I never heard of it coming from the Koran before. I know Jesus is mentioned in the Koran, but I said there's sometimes he's associated with Thomas as his brother, or that there's really a twin that he had, a secret twin, blah, blah, blah. But that's an old occult doctrine or an apocryphal doctrine, which I don't pay too much attention to. But so let me ask you, in the context of the Koran, are either one of you aware of anything about Jesus having a twin?
Hi, Peter. Good evening. And thank you so much for your support and encouragement for this latest interview that I had with Douglas. I had a Sufi sheikh who's also one of my good friends. He listened to the interview and he loved it so much how Douglas kind of made that Judeo-Islamic connection, which also encouraged him to make that explanation with me in terms of how the Kabbalah and the aspects of mystics of Islam, how they're like kind of all tied in together. So Douglas is playing a pivotal role that even those in the Sufi community, the higher ups, are appreciating for what he's doing. And, we're grateful for everything that you're collectively doing in terms of the books and all the stuff that is yet to come. In terms of the Jesus question, in Islam, Islam is basically seen as a continuation of Judaism and Christianity. So you cannot be considered a believer unless you believe in the people of the book. So for us, everything is Islam that has existed since ancient Egypt, ancient Sumeria, all the way up until Islam was revealed in the 6th century, because the Sufis said that Islam was revealed in stages. So you cannot be considered a Muslim unless you believe in the Son of Mary, Jesus, peace be upon him. And we also believe in his second coming, that when the world gets too corrupted beyond repair, the Son of Mary, peace be upon him, will ascend back down from heaven. And with the Imam, they will destroy all the evil, and there will be 1,000 years of peace. So as the aspect of the crucifixion goes, they believe that the real Jesus, or we call him Prophet Isa, peace be upon him, that during the crucifixion, when they were trying to crucify him, that he was ascended into heaven by God, and then he's going to be kept in that state internally, in that same state, until it's time for him to come back. And who was on the cross was somebody that was an imposter. So it was not like an evil twin, but it was somebody that kind of resembled him, which had basically replaced him on the cross, while the real himself, he was ascended up into the heaven until it was time for him to come back. And it's interesting because in the Holy Quran, Jesus is mentioned more than the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon them both. So it's a pivotal testimony of the Islamic faith, that how it even says what we addressed in the podcast as well, that God is everywhere. And how it even says in the Quran that it doesn't matter if you're a Jew, Christian, Muslim, as long as you follow the path the right way, the path that works for you, then you shall be fine and you will never have any grief. So that's the only difference we have with our Christian brothers in terms of the Jesus equation. But in terms of that, his miracles, his second coming, his divinity, like majority of that stuff we share in common.
But does it mention? It mentions an imposter. It doesn't mention and that what you just said is from the Quran, or is that Islamic tradition?
That's from the Quran.
Okay, and it doesn't mention a twin per se, but rather
it's like an imposter that kind of resembles him in a way, but not like like an evil twin, which was like his opposite half. It was just somebody that was basically a phantom that was covering him, while the real Jesus was ascended up unto the heaven until it was time for God to send him back in the very condition that he was ascended as.
What I would thank you for that. It's a very good answer.
Yes.
I want to hear if Douglas has anything to add to that.
Oh, not at this time, not consciously that I can recover from my conscious memory. But of course, like I was saying earlier, this is one of those nights where I'm just here physically right now, and all of you are buying me time. I'll dredge through my subconscious memory later on, and you and I can probably find something that I'll recall at some point. But most of that would, of course, be something that is not scriptural or in anything that's part of the conventional book of the Quran or the Bible. It would have to be apocryphal or of the occult nature that would.
I appreciate that, and if it comes, it comes. But you both basically answered my question. But I wanted to add something, and I wanted to address Salman equally. But the first thing I'd say about all religions, particularly the Abrahamic religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, there are sort of three scales or three pieces of garment that there is a religion that is for the common people, and this applies to. I remember a Jewish friend of mine telling me, well, this is all, the rabbi says this is all that a typical Jewish housewife would need to know. In other words, there is one for the common people, a religion for the common people, Judaism, Christianity, Islam for the commoner. And then there is one for the scholar. In the Jewish tradition, that would be the Talmud. In the Christian tradition, it would be the stuff that you find in the Catholic Encyclopedia, the writings of Thomas Aquinas, and people like to call him Aquinas, but in Spanish you'd say Thomas Aquinas. And so you have, scholarly tradition. And then the third one would be the inner or mystical tradition. And that's where you would have the Kabbalah. And it would be more of a verbal, hidden, and the same with Christianity, where you would find that things on the inner level are not what they appear to be on the outer. In other words, you're sort of taken into the fold. And here is where your Masonic orders and other orders of secret societies would interface. They might not, depending on what you were able to access. And the Sufi tradition is very mystical and very much fits in with this sort of hidden tradition. And it's very embracive. So for Sufism to be introduced to your world, Douglas, a great gift.
Yes.
And that it comes through Salman Sheikh is great. It could have come from somebody else, but it's coming through him, and it shows up at the right time and the right place. It's really good.
Yes.
Salman, I want to just really acknowledge your presence and the tradition you bring here, because it's kind of like, and it's interesting that it shows up when Aquino departs.
Yes.
Thank you, Peter. I really appreciate that, and I'm grateful for you yourself, Brother Douglas, and all the great work that you are all doing as well. And the beauty of this journey is it's how, like you said, that every tradition has an inner teaching, and it reflects that in Mark 4:11, when Christ says that there will be those of you that will be taught the inner teachings, while the exteriors will be taught in parables. And that can be true for all of the traditions and even the brotherhood and all of these different aspects that my life's journey has taken me across in my current age of 29, that I'm privileged that I have seen the things that I did, and like in terms of witnessing these experiences and coming across yourself and Douglas and sharing your knowledge and stories with the world. It's very pivotal that we're in this short life together, Peter, and we're basically walking each other home, and we owe this love and light to one another. And for that regard, we do our best for humanity. So my eternal love and gratitude is with you and Douglas as well, in terms of what we're doing against the darkness per se, to help humanity with this knowledge, and how these synchronicities, like when I was reading The White Bat, it's very important that those synchronicities do show up. Like that one time, the Romanian woman, she recognized you, she recognized your soul. And this is how we are on this journey. We're recognizing each other's soul and helping each other on this endeavor. And it's such a beautiful feeling. I agree with you completely, and I'm grateful.
Well, I have a little piece of surprise information for you here. Is that when you say you're 29, this...
Oh, he sounds like he dropped off. Let's hope he is able to come back. Can anyone else hear me?
I can hear you.
There you are. Okay, you dropped off just for a second. You said you had some other information.
No, I didn't drop off. I stopped because it sounded still with us.
Oh, okay.
I think he dropped off.
Okay.
No, I'm still here.
Okay. All right. So 29 is a very important age, and I will explain in astrology, because it takes approximately 29, in between 29 and 30 years, more or less, for Saturn to make a full orbit around the sun. So when you are, when were you born, Salman?
I was born in 1992, Peter, May 20th, 92. I was born in a house in Rawalpindi, Pakistan at exactly 9 a.m.
May 20th. Okay. So if you were to look in an ephemeris and see exactly what, position Saturn was in when you were born, you go back and you see around this time, when will Saturn be in that position again? Now, that is a one-year cycle. Now, because Saturn retrogrades, in my case, when I had my Saturn return, I had my Saturn return 3 times within a period of about 6 or 9 months. And an astrologer told me, he says, well, when it hits the first time, it brings up certain issues. And then when it hits the second time, it's going to bring those issues to a head. And the third time is the resolution of whatever it is. Now, when you reach the first Saturn return, that is your full maturity. In other words, yes, you're an adult when you're 18 or 21. And you're 21, now you can drink, you can be an adult for all practical purposes. But most people in this society are still young and doing stupid things. They're still being kids. When you reach 30, you're 29 and a half, 30. And as I say, when I got married just before I was 30, and my wife and I left Scientology, and we started out on a new life. And it took about, and we basically did our professional career. So that's you're now moving into your time, and this is your maturity. You're going to now make your impact in the world in the next 29 and a half years or thereabouts. until your second Saturn return, which is about age 59 and a half, more or less. And that is your third Saturn return is when you begin to collect your rewards. You reap what you sow. Now, if you did a lot of crummy things, you're not going to have a good old age, so to speak. And movie stars, at least the ones of the past, would fade out. They'd reach 59, they'd lose their looks, they were no longer good for leading parts. Unless you were somebody like Peter Lorre, you were really washed up. I only knew Peter Lorre as an old fat guy when I was a kid, because he was playing in shows and movies, and I didn't know. I was shocked in my adult years to find out he was a young, thin guy in the Maltese Falcon and Mr. Moto and these other things he starred in. I had no idea Peter Lorre was a thin guy. But
by the way, I can't resist pointing out the fact that Mr. Moto was, of course, a Japanese detective in popular literature whom Peter Lorre portrayed because he's Yugoslavian, and because he was Yugoslav, he had, quote unquote, an Oriental look. So in other words, they couldn't have an Asian play the role. So it's like they get some white guy in yellow face, in disambiguation from blackface, to portray the role of an Asian person. Anyhow, so go on with that, and then I'll bring up something later.
Play any ethnic though. He could have played a Mexican. They never, just like Anthony Quinn could play.
Yes.
Anthony Quinn was really gifted in far as being able to play an ethnic Mexican.
Yeah, but Anthony Quinn couldn't pull off Filipino. When they had him do Filipino in the World War II, John Wayne film, it was just too much. It was just, come on. I didn't
see it. They could throw him. They could make him an Eskimo. They could make him a Greek. They could make him an Italian. They could make him a Latin American. He was Mexican in real life, I think. But they could make him anything.
Well, Anthony Quinn, I think he was actually I don't know what he was. I'd have to look it up. I thought he was actually Greek, like truly Greek is what I thought.
I don't think he just played Greek. I don't know, but we could look it up. But
he's he definitely couldn't pull Filipino. He was just that at that point. It was ridiculous.
He's too big to be a Filipino.
Thank you.
They had him play Indians all the time too, especially in his early career. But and Peter Lorre was thrown into any ethnic role, and he came off, as I recall, pretty convincingly for a Asian. I don't know what you thought of him.
Yeah.
At least in the context of the time. But I didn't really watch the Moto movies too carefully because I just knew him for his more occult roles in his later life. But movie stars will often pack it in. Nowadays, we have people like Cher who've maintained themselves, and you have movie stars being able to last much longer. But as they say, the third Saturn return is where you collect your rewards and whatnot. I would like to think that some of my rewards I have been collecting rewards since I turned 59 and a half, 60. One of those included Qigong, which was a great gift that I started at age 57, and maybe a little earlier, maybe it was 2007, would have been 54. So I started early. And what I would like to think, and of course I got this beautiful wife after I was 60. So that was like a reward. And I'm still very happy with that. And there will be, what I'd like to see is things come more of a full circle with Dr. David Anderson, with the alchemist Eleanor in the writings, who has a whole tradition I'd like to be privy to of alchemy and transformation, and then even advanced progress with my Qigong. So, and I'm also getting the reward of being able to play football at a level I shouldn't be able to play at age 68. So these are rewards that I've, and there's supposed to be this, TV series, which is still in the works. And I have mixed feelings about it, because when I put, what do I really want to do in this world? It wasn't that. I kind of have to accept it and go along with it if it flows my way. I don't want to be disrespectful to my career, but it's, I don't have my heart set on being a media person of any type. I just rather, I'm more interested in my spiritual or esoteric pursuits than I am, aspiring to somebody. And I don't mean to be comical here, but somebody who has the media attraction or power of a Rush Limbaugh, a Sean Hannity, a Tucker Carlson, or anybody like that, because they make tremendous amounts of money. But what do they do with that money?
Nothing constructive.
You really don't know, but buy a second house. Sean Hannity bought this tremendous house in the Center Island, which is a very exclusive neighborhood. And then I found out that he's got another house in Huntington, which is, a nice area, but it's not as exclusive as Center Island. It depends. Yeah. So in other words, and he's got other houses, and he's worth a ton of money.
It's disgusting. Yes. It's reprehensible, but go on.
Well, yes. And so, but I'm saying is, when you have that much money, it's like, it's weird. It's like you have an obligation, if you're smart, to do something with that money, because a lot of people who've had a lot of money just save it away, and they what's the word, hoard it.
Mm-hmm.
And you have more money, and that's almost like a karmic imbalance.
Yeah.
That you don't want to have. So I know Paula and her mother really believe in giving away money, and then it will come back to you. In my experience, you have to be careful and shrewd. And you have to be very selective in who you give money to, because you can think you're giving money in a way, and it's just, it might not be good for the person, and it might not be good for you, because it has to be given in the right way. I have found, even though it's very small, giving money in Romania has been very positive and therapeutic, because it's given for me, it's given in the right spirit.
Right.
And that might be, if I were to acquire significant wealth, that might be a target for giving back to that country, which has given me so much. So so back to Salmon Sheikh, now you're moving into your time where you're going to make your impact in the next 29 and a half years. Wow. This is where you will, like, say, if we put it in a normal context, and I don't mean to fit you in a normal context, this is when a person's going to do their career, they're going to make their money, they're going to contribute to their IRA or self-employment plan, and then so by the time they hit 59 and a half, they can retire. Or, some of these, like UPS men, they'll work 30 years and then they'll get retirement. And then they'll go get another job. They'll work in the post office and then they get retirement, or whatever, they do a different job, and they're getting multiple retirements. which is, that's a typical life. And you're not going to live a typical life, but so anyway.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate that very much, and
I'm
grateful that I'm starting this.
We'll look at your chart at some point if you can send me that information and see, look into it a little more deeply. So it's really great. I mean, I feel that we all have a permanent bond here, which is so much better than anything Douglas could have said in yesteryear with all of the accoutrements that he had inherited from his previous associations.
Yes, and that took forever to weed that out and to just kind of deal with it, because I needed whatever help I could get, and of course all of it was as negative as possible in terms of its sabotage. So it was I'm very lucky to have lasted to this point where we got the book out. Everything was to sabotage that book coming out, and we made it despite that. By the way, Jameson Reese says he might have something to contribute concerning the evil Jesus. Did you have something to say about that?
No, he would.
Yeah. I'm just looking at this from a sort of as an analog, but in the esoterics, in the occult, we have Lucifer, but there's also a figure called Lucifuge Rofocale, which is like a shadow, which is that which flees the light. So it makes sense that there would be that the Christ would come with a sort of double who does the opposite of what he does.
Well, that would be the Antichrist, the Diablo.
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because the Antichrist is the person who kills the Christ. The Antichrist is the person who kills the Christ before they can do what they're supposed to do. Which I think Crowley was very well in getting that title, as well as what's his name? That guy, that other president. Was it Hoover? I think. Who had them go on that expedition to kill the Christ child?
That was Roosevelt, but you're thinking of another president simply because he sent the man who he was determined would become the president after his death, which was Henry Wallace. So you're thinking of that's why you got confused with the names. It's
I think I got confused because I think one of them sent the people to kill that serpent, the Nyagas.
Yeah, and that was, of course, the same Henry Wallace's team again. That was they were all over Central Asia, and that was in regards to these occult objectives. You notice they never show that shit in the Indiana Jones films, of course, because they're too hot on showing this anti-Nazi trip because the director was Jewish and that's his trip, right? But they're not going to show anything that's going to put the government in a bad light, which Henry Wallace going all over the place trying to kill the Christ child and abduct the Nyagas and being obstructed by the Japanese. No, that would be, the Americans couldn't take that. They couldn't relate to that. So anyhow,
honestly, I think the Americans can, because to some degree, looking at America today, a majority of the people are twisted.
Well, I think a better way to put it would be, now that this book has come out, and but beyond, even without this book, Americans were getting more and more cynical. And what's going to happen is that with this book, then there'll be a greater understanding of what happened with the Japanese and why there's more of a need to understand other cultures. Certainly, one of the things that I noticed was let me take a look at it here. If I go to my Sora Aoi timeline, oh my God, there's several funny things here that this brings to mind, by the way, and this will help wake me up a little bit, is just the sheer, shall we say, bemusement that can come from some of these things. In terms of one that is more immediate to our point, with the one of my more recent posts, it was, I think, not the one I shared with Peter Moon's basically letting the public know that he hasn't been seeing any comments. I shared that, but there was the promotional banner from the latest transmission before tonight's. And so the promotional banner where of course, my son does this kind of fashion design, and this is what he does so that he can make use of his time. And he tests a lot of his products on myself, and I'm happy to be the guinea pig for them, walking the catwalk, so to speak, with his photography. And so we thought that the outfit that I was wearing throughout the Spanish Civil War commemorative week was the most matador looking. So it was the most matador looking outfit that he had produced. And it was on that promotional banner for the show preceding tonight's that a man named Rod Huff said, regarding myself, he put a link up as a comment entry. And he said, regarding myself, his manner has softened considerably since 2011. And basically, he had a link to this Roswell and the Rising Sun video that was put up by somebody who put subtitles underneath it in the Romanian language. So that was nice. And I thought that was, I don't know if Peter Moon knew anything about this, but basically it's Douglas Dietrich, 2011, Roswell and the Rising Sun in Limba Romana, the Romanian language. And it was put up by a man named Dan Vohe, Vohe, who has about 2,000 subscribers. And so it has about 57 upvotes, 17 downvotes, and of course some jackass named Jonathan Harker who's just responding reflexively like these Americans do. And
you know who Jonathan Harker is?
It's the vampire novel, right? Wasn't he? He's the loser.
Yeah, that's a borrowed name from the novel Dracula.
Yes, there we are. It's the man whose wife was the survivor, but he was the first man killed by Dracula. And how do I always get them conflated because the literary
him and Renfield, you get them conflated.
Yes.
Renfield was the real estate agent.
Okay.
I believe.
Right.
In the movie, I'd spent a long time. I don't know. Renfield was I think the real estate agent to purchase Carfax Abbey. Mm-hmm. And Jonathan Harker was involved with all that stuff. God, I don't remember all the details, but yeah, it's just a phony name.
Yes, thank you. And there you have that. And he's responding with the typical, usual bullshit kind of responses. Just anything that can grab onto to try and argue with what I'm saying. And I'm trying to remember the czarist Russian who wrote Air Power in Russian propagandist or proponent of air power, Russian proponent. How do I get this up here on the search engine? I can remember that guy's name because it's important, because he actually designed some American planes that wound up being sold to the Japanese. And let me see now. Russian proponent of air power in America. Let me see. In America, World War II. And so hopefully I found the author's name with this, because there we are. No, that's not it. At any rate, if I don't find him, it doesn't matter. I shared one of his books with Peter Moon, etc., and he's easy enough to find eventually if I look long enough. But this idiot was saying the same thing, the Soviets drove all over China in tanks, which is absolute bullshit. The Soviets were in Manchuria. They went nowhere near China in World War II. And he goes over the same crap like the Zimmermann Voigt XF-5U was built by the Navy. There is absolutely no evidence of the Japanese using a fighter like the Flying Flapjack. That's because it was a covert air power program, you dumb fuck. And then he says, just read up on it more. None of the test pilots complained about comfort, when they're flying the Flapjack. The Americans are all sitting up, you dumb son of a bitch. That's why they're not complaining about comfort. They complained about comfort when they were flying prone in some of the experimental prototypes. And then he goes into just other crap. He says Zimmerman would never have worked for the Japanese. It's not a question of whether he would have or not. It's the same with this Russian guy who was in that very lecture, I talk about this Russian guy who was a Tsarist officer who was a proponent of American air power. He was a Tsarist Air Force officer in World War I. And of course, a lot of people don't know the Tsar had an Air Force, but he did. But then he defected to the United States after the fall of the Tsar and the communists took over. And he would never have worked for the Japanese either. But he wound up developing a plane that was codenamed Dick by the time that it was in Japanese hands, because the Americans, being a capitalist country, when his airplanes were produced, they sold them to the Japanese. So it doesn't matter whether the designer wants to work for a nation or not. His product usually winds up getting sold when it's out of his hands. And with Voigt, it wasn't a question of he himself working with the Japanese. As I explained, his design was ultimately sold because he couldn't get the United States to buy it. Every time the United States kept working with it, then they just kept saying, well, we're in prototype stage. And they finally, too little too late, because it had worked so well for the Japanese, began to produce it and tested it in the battlefield in Antarctica with Operation High Jump, where, of course, it was wiped out of the skies by the German Hanabu. Just so people know some of this stuff. I mean, this is the kind of ridiculous stuff that I saw just looking through the comments underneath that Romanian video. But the link, I'll provide the link to that video here to Peter Moon in his private message box. But that was one thing. The other funny thing, just for the sake of, grins and giggles, was when Peter Moon put up the message that he couldn't see anybody's comment entries. There's this one clown who said something that was really funny, and I recommend that Peter Moon respond with something to just, shit all over the guy before you block him. But here, let me go over to the Facebook page there, because this is something that was entertaining, and I don't know if you saw it amidst all of the responses to your comment where you said, hey, I can't see any comments, but you had quite a few people responding. I'm happy to say, basically, he had at least 100 people who were entering their comments saying, this is the first time I've seen you in forever. And this was very helpful in basically 147 people responded, and they gave a total of what amounts to at least 60 comments or something like that. And so when you're looking through the comments of the people responding saying, yeah, I haven't seen you in a long while, one of them is, of course, this idiot named Kevin Nielsen. And Peter did respond to him, I think very understatedly, but he was saying earlier, and I put a ha-ha on it, he says, is Sora Aoi some alternate persona of Douglas Dietrich? Is Doug's book in the same writing style as the Sora postings? It seems like you're writing too. He's speaking to Peter here. Maybe Sora and Doug are alternate personalities of yourself? He's saying this to Peter, mind you. He says, it is all very odd and in need of some clarification, as if he can't hear the two of us talking together if he ever tuned in. Anyhow, Sora's writing has a flavor to it that smacks of the use of crystal meth. Of course, if you look at this son of a bitch in his timeline, this guy looks like his mother raised him on crystal meth brownies. I mean, he looks like there was vodka put in his cereal bowl every morning so that he could just, cut the chase with or use it as a chaser for all the crystal meth she used in place of baking soda for his cookies. But this guy's really burned out looking. But then he said, I got my start on your books 20 years ago from a woman in Burlington, Wisconsin, who has a hamburger bar connected to an occult bookstore. She carries your books and claims to be your friend. I mean, this is really funny that someone, what, is there any reason for anyone to lie about being Peter Moon's friend? At any rate, then James Paris named her and said, Mary Sutherland. And Peter Moon says she is indeed my friend. But anyhow, so this Kevin Nielsen guy, the funniest thing is, if you even look at the photographs of Peter Moon and you look at the photographs on Sora Aoi, the idea that would be an alter of Peter Moon it's just beyond bizarre. It's like, what kind of universe does this guy live in? It's like, honestly, nothing against Peter Moon personally, but, he looks fine, but I wouldn't want to look like that. I'm sure Peter wouldn't want to look like me. It's because that would be a lot to deal with in and of itself. This,
Well, people are sometimes lazy.
I think that's a bit beyond lazy. I mean, that's like psychedelic. This is.
Well, yeah. In other words, it was just like what was that that guy who's he has an Asian name, I forget, but he.
Oh, right. That idiot you're talking about. You're not talking about that Japanese guy who is the basically a gang stalker, are you? You might be speaking of someone else.
Well, he says, it's like, he was equating your association with Aquino to mine with L. Ron Hubbard, and, saying it's, basically similar, if not the same. Like it's comparing, nectarines and peaches to oranges and apples. It's just, I mean, I can kind of see, where these bigger than life characters like Aquino and Hubbard that, were like, spawns of these bigger than life characters. It's not quite that way. And as time fades, Hubbard is, he was a great influence in my life, but there's so much more to my life than him. It's great. It's great that there's so much more to my life than him. That's not a knock on him. And there's so much more to your life than Aquino. Aquino, you were a much bigger, and to use Scientology words, a much bigger Thetan than Aquino. Thetan is a spirit, a much bigger, more, a larger being, a much bigger character on the world stage than Aquino, even though you don't have all of his nefarious connections. We've got connections of your own, some of them nefarious, but not in the context of him. In other words, he's a small player compared to you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'm a potentially, I don't claim to be, if I can crack some of this other stuff, I hope to, I'll be a bigger player on the stage than Hubbard. I wouldn't claim that right now, but I have the potential to be if I'm able to make certain breakthroughs. Yes. Not that I want to be thought of that way, but and one thing is, and I think it comes from the New Testament, where Christ says, you can do things greater than me, and according to Christianity, he's the greatest thing in the world. So he's telling you can do greater things, and you want to be able to surpass your teachers or your influencers. That's what you want to be able to do. We're not always so lucky to be able to do that. If I could surpass my Qigong teacher and what he could do, man, that, I got the impression he'd been working at several lifetimes, right, to be able to accomplish what he had. And that would be, but it kind of indicated it just takes a little, you just got to grasp one little thing. And then if you can do that, you can run to the bank with it, sort of like once you make your first million, all the other millions are easy. That's sort of an attitude. If you can, but not in terms of dollars, but in terms of abundance of energy and whatnot. So yeah, you're a much bigger, potentially much more influencer than Aquino, because he was, he's like some like, he's like Igor. Yes. He's like Igor, but he's much sharper than Igor. He's much more influential. He knows all the people in the town instead of hiding from them. Whereas Igor, he knew Frankenstein, Dr. Frankenstein. He knew all the secrets of Dr. Frankenstein. He knew where all the back caverns were in the castle, and he knew a lot of stuff. But he didn't know the army. He didn't have good relations with the intelligence networks of wherever he was, in Germany or wherever. but Aquino did. So Aquino, was a much more on the ball version of Igor. But that's all he would ever be.
Yes. Though he fancied himself so much more, of course. I definitely appreciate what you're saying, and certainly, I think the two of us, of course, we're getting the word out, and it's something that needed to happen for a long time, and obviously there were a lot of reasons why it didn't, but those reasons have been overcome, and this is the beginning of it. Certainly, one of the things that I'm glad that, of course, we mentioned Fort Dietrich in the book. We could have, of course, gone a bit more into how Fort Dietrich's security was actually far higher than that of the atomic bomb project at the Manhattan site. But the Manhattan project, of course, where it was located, had its own security, but it was nowhere near the level of security they had at Fort Dietrich. That's, of course, because they were considering the eradication of the Asian races by the biologicals to be their primary objective. Too early right now to talk about a revision and expansion at some point in time, but definitely I have my fantasies about that I'm nurturing, taking, the book, and it's so beautiful as it is because with all the information it does have, it's easily accessible. So it's a necessary addition. It's definitely the addition that the public needs. But at some point, a kind of, appendix to it. Oh, like I said, we'll talk later privately about the potential for electronic.
It also do a whole diatribe on Unit 731, the Japanese, and that's a
well, like you said, though. However, people, of course, I would be up for that, but it's like you said, that's something. The people, they can access that, if they want to go around looking for that. Now, at this point in history, Unit 731's all over the place. Everybody's written, not everybody, but you get my point. I mean, a lot of people have.
What becomes especially relevant about both of those topics is to be, and not that I'm even interested in doing it right now or even in the future, but to tie it to current activities. Yes. I don't know how they do, but it has to, just like
we pointed that out about the North Korean atom bombs, but go on. Yes.
Well, that's the atomic bombs. I'm talking about just the biological stuff.
Understood.
And how it Wallace we can tie to Monsanto, Henry Wallace. Yeah. That's a different subject. Mm-hmm. But this guy at Montauk was telling me how he could trace so much of cell phone technology and mind control through all of that stuff, or mind influence, all back to Montauk. He could give a whole, detailed talk on it, and so much of which traces back to Montauk. So yeah, and then where does all this biological stuff, and there's probably connections that tie all this stuff to Wuhan as well. When you get Fauci and the characters in there, what is Fauci's relationship to Fort Dietrich, or the satellites or antecedents thereof, or just descendants of, there's probably all sorts of connections.
Yes.
But as they say, these will come out, and they might come out by other people, because, you have people working overtime on, for all of the evil you see generated by characters like Fauci or Governor Cuomo, you have people working overtime trying to counter them. They just don't get the attention that Cuomo himself gets, or the publicity.
Well, that's an interesting point. I think that's a good point. And certainly, Salman Sheikh, you can tell us a bit about some of these hidden players that are actually positive, not just because everyone is hidden and playing the game. That doesn't mean they're all evil manipulators. Salman can say something about that, of course.
Oh, of course, Brother Douglas. There's always a struggle and a balance between the light and the dark. It's what I've seen, not just in Pakistan, but here in America, in different parts of the world, in England, that you're always going to have this equation of the good and bad, because that's just the nature of the game. One cannot exist without the other. There's always going to be checks and balances. One's going to be there to cause chaos. The other's going to be there to cause order. And it's just the way that things have been set up in this systematic way of life that we're in, whether it's through our upbringing, through the education system, through religion, whatever circumstance or scenario that we get put through in this lifetime of human existence. It's just, you will inevitably find those phases. Even in American history, you'll have periods of balance, then you'll have periods of chaos. So it's just the way that things are, that in positions of power, you will sometimes have those that are there for the order, and then you'll have the other characters that are there for the chaos. So they're there. The checks and balances are always there to keep each other in check because of the inevitable fact. Even what the Sufi Sheikh discussed on our talk, which was inspired by Douglas, that one cannot exist without the other, because that's just the way the system has been created by the divinity in whichever way you perceive it. So that's one comfort that we have, that it's not going to be total chaos or total order. It's just going to be a fine line in the middle. And then we can have that comfort knowing that there are good people out there in positions of power doing the right thing for humanity. And it's ultimately the faith that we're keeping and the work that you're all doing for humanity's future, and just to get the truth out, that eventually the truth does come to light. And that's what I assure Brother Douglas, that he's still here. Aquino's not here. A lot of his gang stalkers are not here. And he's still here, going strong, doing his thing, surrounded by beautiful people, beautiful energy, and that good is always destined to win. And we have this aspect of the balance of the good and bad characters being in all positions of life. It's like what I described to JMO earlier, that the aspects of the cult, it's not limited to America. I've seen the cult in Pakistan. I've seen them in different places. That human struggle is everywhere. And it's just important that we just stay focused on our task at hand and keep doing what we're doing as everything kind of falls into place. And that's what gives me comfort, knowing that everything that's meant to be, all the pieces are eventually going to fall into their own place. And you just continue honoring your purpose. Everything else happens automatically.
Well, I want to add too here that you can just really feel the acolytes of Aquino. They just, even Lavinda, they just don't have the pizzazz or the impact. It's like it's a losing game. You know, it's like it's like they got to find something else to do. Seriously, and it's like it's just like, okay, you know, and now. And it's sort of like this kind of puts them on the run, this book, because, you know, the next thing lined up is Aquino. Aquino's mentioned in that book just enough to say, you know, we're next. So it's almost like they're running for cover on a magical level because they don't want to be exposed. They don't want to be connected. Aquino on the run. Maybe that'd be the title of the book.
Yeah. That was what Laura Lee Solomon said should have been the title for, oh my God, what was his name? You know, the fat guy who's kind of like our favorite punt boy. He went into prison for a while. You know, the guy who was stealing everybody's money. God, I almost had his name there. Sean David Morton. Oh my God. Yes, she was saying that because he was like... when he was on the run, literally on the lam, and he was still like transmitting for Revolution Radio out of hotel rooms and shit. And she was saying he should call his show, you know, on the lam or on the road, on the run. Yeah, on the lam with Sean David Morton, and it was almost morbidly funny. I knew it wasn't long before the authorities would catch up with him, and of course.
Listen to this. I looked him up. Okay. This is projectcamelotportal.com. It says, this is May 17th. Sean David Morton was taken back to prison today.
Oh, God.
We don't know why. Please donate here. He needs a lawyer. PayPal Sean Morton 108@gmail.com, or Venmo is Sean Morton 108. Dear friends and family, due to Sean's recent recall by the BOP, I assume that means parole.
Oh, Bureau of Parole. Okay.
We have now launched a Give, Send, Go campaign titled Ted Humphrey Phone Home. Sands of Time, book number 4. In keeping with the neo-fascist big tech agenda, GoFundMe has now shut down 3 of Sean's fundraisers. Well, good for them. We are staying with the idea of let's get Sean out so he can write book 4 for this campaign. What a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
As you may know, all of the recall happened rather suddenly and without warning. Sean has been transferred to Metro Detention Center in San Diego. He now has an attorney on retainer and is currently looking into things. I wonder how much of his money he kept. As stated previously, the sudden turn of events has totally disrupted Sean's medical treatment, which has prompted this urgent request to help raise funds for legal expenses. I thought this guy was filthy rich. I don't. And which GFM does not allow. In order to get an attorney going to file a compassionate release, first step, or similar legal motions based on his assessment. We apologize for any inconvenience caused by the previous campaign being shut down, and hopefully we can now move forward as things are in a bit of a crunch to meet legal expenses on such short notice. Thank you for your prayers, donations, and support. Sincerely, Team Sean. And then it says Ted Humphrey Phone Home, Sands of Time Book 4, organized by Ken McCoy. Ted Humphrey, the amazing protagonist of the Sands of Time quadrilogy, and a Ken McCoy needs your support for Ted Humphrey Phone Home. Dear friends and family, and then it starts repeating this stuff. It's like I was listening to your tape, and you were talking about it says he was taken to the Santa Ana jail. No idea why. I could give him a whole list of reasons. It's like, and this isn't a time when they're being nice to criminals.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And as a matter of fact, they're taking criminals out of prison because of the COVID-19, because they don't want to expose them to the COVID-19 because it's basically a health hazard, obviously. So they're letting a lot of prisoners go that would otherwise be in jail. This is why Jameson Reese, when he goes for a walk, sees so many more weirdos than he used to fucking see all over New York.
This could attribute to the shootings, letting all these criminals go.
Yes.
They don't have anywhere to go. What else are they going to do but commit crime? I mean,
it's got to be a factor. Yes.
It's like it's there's so much stupidity going on in the government. But this Sean David thing, we want to read this book. Hear the full story on the Sands of Time.
It's another anti-Nazi book. The Nazis have taken over the world. In reality, he's saying that they really run the world. The surface world, as if they wanted anything to do with that. And all of the stupidity begins to show itself immediately. I mean, honest to God, without even going into some Judeo-phobic rant that the Jews are running the world. I mean, it's simply, let's just put it this way. Obviously, there are Jewish power centers in finance and media, and they're in New York and Los Angeles, and obviously there's obviously a lot of Jewish influence going on in the world, or Israel would not be extant as a state after all these years of war with the Arab peoples, etc., and basically getting away with what they do in Palestine, which of course no other nation on earth could get away with in plain sight, just doing what they do. So obviously, is that part of the Nazi program? I mean, because they love the Jews so much. This is like the shit you got from Jim Mars, I think it was. Like, he always confused him with Tex Mars, who basically, I believe, one of them who did the big architecture porn book, who was looking at all the secret symbols. He's got to be the source of the of that whole Tartarian Empire bullshit, which I don't even know if you're aware of, Peter Moon.
That's Tex Mars.
Yeah, that's Tex Mars. Yes, Tex Mars is the source of the Tartarian Empire bullshit. Everybody was looking at his architectural porn, and then they got these crazy ideas into their head. But in terms of Jim Mars, yes, the guy who wound up doing propaganda for Scientology. We can't really call it Scientology, as Peter knew it, so
Well, you call it Scientology because it is what it is. Christianity is Christianity. It has a stigma. Scientology has a stigma. Aleister Crowley's magic has a stigma, which actually, smells a lot less than the other two. In its own way, it smells less. It's true. True. And I don't mean to say that it smells good. It's almost, I think what it is magic is, the people in Christianity and Scientology do not understand magic. I think the people in magic don't really take to Christianity. They don't like it, so I don't think they really study it. And the same could be said, they might study Gnosticism, and certainly Scientology, no, but it's just, these are such, I've been exposed to so many different subjects that it seems to me that people aren't exposed to. And certainly, you've been exposed to aspects of the occult that I'm not that familiar with. And it's I have some familiarity and enough familiarity to navigate it. But yeah, so it's always interesting to learn new things. But Carrie, it says here on the website, wrote a book called Rebel Gene: Secret Space and the Future of Humanity. Maybe she should get on board with, Rebel Gene with the American Renegades.
Yes, Moose and Rocco, a.k.a. What's his name again? Oh, God, the boss.
Bruce,
yes,
the boss.
Thank
Bruce
you.
Springsteen and Barack.
Yes, and Bruce and Barack, yes.
Yeah, I mean...
oh, my God.
This is like...
That's just awful. Well, I feel bad for Sean in a way, but he just doesn't weigh enough to really sway me. It's the poor son of.
Well, I mean, it's like this is like, this is like somebody who's been shitting on people.
Yes, it's true. It is true.
And he's a horrible human being.
He is, and it is. He is. I have to say it. He was never anything negative to me, but then again, several people said that's because he feared me. And whether that's the case or not, he actually helped me out in the sense that you saw him on that that stupid so-called speakers panel, which was an ambush set up by the guy with the trademark name, Brian William Hall, at the Conspiracy Con, where Sean David Morton was the master of ceremonies. He was actually very much someone who helped me out there. And honestly, I tried to help him out as much as I could, but I told him I had to break off everything with him when it came to, and I knew he was a criminal, but I've worked with criminals all my life. Now, granted, he was a kind of criminal that I have far less approval of or sympathy with, because he was ripping off elderly people of their life savings by saying he was a mystical financial advisor and shit. And but there's kind of a Darwinian selection in people who buy into that. But not that I'm saying they deserved what happened to them, and ultimately he did deserve to go to jail, but it was one of those things where he never did anything personal to me until he brought on Michael Aquino. He was so desperate, and he became convinced that Michael Aquino could help him out. Now, what's interesting to me is that I never understood, why did he come to that conclusion? He knew.
I think Aquino did help him out for a little while.
He did. But I told him, Michael Aquino, look, what you get from him, it's not going to last. I said there's only so far you can go with that. And once he, just does what he does for his own reasons, almost amusement, like a cat toying with a mouse, then he'll just let you go because he doesn't care.
But it's like, say, if you can buy, if you're waiting for the executioner and you can buy 2 weeks, you'll buy 2 weeks. Doesn't matter who it's from. So it's like he got more than 2 weeks.
Yeah, he did. He did.
He got a good amount of time. He got the SEC stalling on his case, and they've been after him for years.
Yeah, yes, he was basically given a free run for a decade, at least. So Michael Aquino brought him a lot of time. And it was like, but one of those things, the time, like all good things, it comes to an end.
Well, yes, and it's important to put in the context. This is somebody who would go on the coast-to-coast radio.
Yeah.
And, of course, why do you have this guy on there, coast-to-coast radio, when he would give out investment advice, which is against the law?
Yes.
Not a registered investment advisor. He's not a registered representative. He's not allowed to do this from a legal standpoint. And, of course, he would say, well, that's not fair. It's like, I'm sovereign.
Right.
Well, he's operating in the context of violating the law, and Art Bell is allowing him to do it, which actually makes him party to it.
Yes.
And people are investing huge amount of money.
Yes.
And Carrie included. She lost a huge amount of money with him, yet still endorses him, which is.
I didn't know she had lost money with him. I do know that she had a very strange relationship with him. I think she endorses him in the sense that he brings ratings. But she personally hated him. I knew that from her. And I knew, seeing the two of them together interact, how much she hated him. There's just really funny stories about this too.
When I talked to her about him, because he was, she put him on. It was supposed to be me and David Anderson and Preston,
and she put him on instead.
Wilcock and Hoagland, I gave her Preston, because I said, David can't come to this thing. You got, and I shouldn't either, because you've got criminals there. Yes. You've got Hoagland, who is a convicted felon.
Yes.
And you've got Sean David Morton, who was convicted by the SEC. Wilcock was not convicted, but, he fit in with these guys.
Yes.
And I said, this isn't right. And of course there was other problems with security. It was a whole fiasco. But I mentioned with Sean, I said, he's wanted. I told her what was wrong. She said, no, you don't understand. You don't have the whole story right. Well, wow, bull. What other story is there? I don't need an excuse, a justification. She was an enabler of him.
Yes. And
she believed in him. And maybe, and I'm sure she did hate him, but she was still representing him. And I just don't understand what her mindset is here. But there is something severely wrong. And so
that doesn't make it any less entertaining. However, when they went to Ireland together, I know this much is what happened. And by the way, there was this one woman I used to know. Oh my God, what was her name? I don't even remember her name at this point. I'd have to look up some of the old interviews, but she was interviewing me on their Irish radio program, and she was of Jewish descent, and she was of Irish royalty. And her father was acknowledged by the British. Towards the end of his life, he was knighted, I believe, just before he died, or was given some recognition just before he died. But definitely he had been a knight at some point, knighted at some point. And so she had this castle she had to work in because they wouldn't let you live in the castle unless you worked there for a period of time, because all the castles are kind of like public property and open to tourism and stuff like that in Ireland. And so she had to work in the kitchen, and it almost killed her because she was near the microwave, and she was really sensitive to the microwaves, and her hair began to fall out. It was just awful. I mean, it's just, but while she was going through periods like that and feeling bad, there was one time she truly was probably going to die. And then Sean David Morton, who was so rich, he sent...
Carrie, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You're talking about Carrie?
Oh, no, not Kerry. No, I'm talking about Kerry ultimately went to Ireland with Sean David Morton, where he probably hung out with this Irish woman again for a while because she...
the Irish woman who was the Jewish royalty.
The Jewish Irish princess. I forget
Yeah.
I don't remember her name. Like I said, she interviewed me.
I got them conflated. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, not at all. But she was the only person I ever met. The only person I ever met who had positive things to say about Sean David Morton, in the sense that she actually owed him a debt because he was so wealthy when he stole all that money. He sent her like this box of extraordinarily rare herbal tinctures or concoctions. If we had Brendan Zogit with us, he could probably, almost identify them if I gave him enough clues. But he sent her this box that cured her when she probably was going to die. And so she recovered thanks to Sean David Morton. So she's the only person who really feels she owes Sean David Morton her life. But with Kerry Lynn Cassidy, when they went to Ireland together, her and Sean David Morton, I mean, it was he's just funny as hell, because she they were supposed to, the Irish set them up in a castle that's meant for tourists, and they have these rooms. And of course they said, oh, we're giving you the room with the view, and this is going to be, for both of you. They assumed them to be like an intimate couple. And so they gave them this room with this incredible view where there was space enough for both of them. And it was, basically the top floor of the castle. At which point she took the keys and locked Sean David Morton out, who was after that forced to sleep in a broom closet because they had no other room for him because all the other rooms were taken up. I mean, that was the funniest thing I ever fucking heard. So he was sleeping in a broom closet with no windows and no air conditioning or heat or anything, throughout their time in Ireland. And it was like, everywhere they went, she would do something to fuck him up like that. It was really funny.
Well, let me say something. When somebody gets screwed over, like she was screwed over, you can expect.
Thank you. Yeah.
Expect this.
Thank you.
And she might not even be doing it fully consciously. Putting the screws to him, because she must have tremendous hatred. I mean, you once mentioned about Jackie Kennedy hating JFK.
Yes.
For what he did to her.
Yes.
And so there's this sort of hatred, and it's a mixed bag. It's like it's a very mixed bag. Now, but with regard to Sean helping this woman, and it sounds like he did indeed do a good act for her because he could afford to.
Yeah.
The world is studded with people, but I would point out there's a movie and a Broadway show called A Bronx Tale. There is also this is written by Chaz Palminteri, who was a Bronx native who hung out with the mob. He also did the one-man show. This is what brought him to notoriety. He was an actor, and he tells a tale. Robert De Niro saw the one-man show. He gets up and he just does a narrative of his life. Of course, it's enhanced and what's the word? Theaterized? What's the word?
Yeah.
Robert,
embellished.
Embellished, yeah. And he says it's embellished, but it's basically true. And he tells the story of this gangster that he protected when he was a kid, because he witnessed a murder. That this gangster murdered because somebody had attacked his friend. It was an incident. And the police are asking all the people on the scene, and the young kid says, "No, I didn't see it. I didn't know." He's in a lineup and he won't identify. And the gangster named Sonny sees him, and he knows the kid's protecting him. So he loves this kid, and he takes this kid under his wing. And he does not involve the kid in any of the crime. He's a messenger boy, for him. But he protects the kid. He tells the kid how to live. He disconnects him. He gets him out of some trouble. He basically saves his life. And it's an almost Christ-like story of the way this gangster saves his life, and the way he theatrically renders it. It's a very moving. The one-man show is much more moving than the movie. The movie is good. Robert De Niro liked it so much he produced a Broadway play out of it, and he starred in the movie. He discovered Chazz Palminteri, who's as Italian Bronx as you can get, and he's also a very proficient actor. So, but basically, the point I'm saying is this: it's a story of this mobster who performs a Christ-like act towards this kid because the kid saved him. And there was a bond between the two. It's kind of sweet in a way. But in the case of Sean David Morton, I'd much rather hang out with this gangster.
Yes, I agree.
I would.
Yes.
And you know what Chazz Palminteri said about these gangsters in the Bronx? He said he was just from the neighborhood. And they, so they were proud of him when he made it. And he said that he never, he said they said, well, didn't they ever try to get you to just no? He says, you say no, and they treat you with respect. If you say yes, then you can't get out of it. If you say yes to being one of them, in other words, you could be part of the neighborhood, but you don't have to be part of the gang. So he held his own, and he was still part of the neighborhood, and that's the way things work, and a certain amount of trust and So, but Sean, man, as I say, he's very, I guess what you'd say, what do you call it, social.
Yes.
And he's said to be, I've never heard him speak. He said he's very funny. He's a natural comedian, and he's very entertaining, but he's utterly full of shit.
Yeah.
And what's more disturbing than Sean is the people who listen to him.
Yes.
And believe in him and are taking advantage of him.
By him.
Yeah. So it's funny that you brought him up, because I hadn't even thought about him, and they put him back in jail. It's not nice to see anybody suffer, but I don't think that whatever he's going through compares in any significant way to the suffering he's put people through for robbing them of their money.
Yes. Their lives, their very lives. And the other thing that comes to mind with that is when you were talking about Sean David Morton, is I saw him do something horrible that, of course, really put this into perspective. Just so people understand the evil of Sean David Morton, there's this young lady who is Laura Eisenhower, and she, yeah, and just so our listeners understand, if they don't know her, she insists, and look, just to put this into some perspective, there's a man who insists that he is the son of Charles Augustus Lindbergh, who, of course, as people know from listening to me, had every intention of being the president of the United States during his lifetime. And but what some people may not know is that Charles Alexander Lindbergh very much wanted to extend his life, knowing that with time, after the Second World War, Americans would forget or ultimately come to resolution about his being a National Socialist, which is what he was. And so he wanted to run for president again sometime after World War II. So he sought experts in life extension, medical doctors, and they began with some genetic experiments in his attempts to extend his life. He moved to Argentina, of course, ultimately with many of the Nazi elite who escaped. So when it came to Charles Augustus Lindbergh, you have there this individual who had a very American interpretation of Nazism, which means that he was very much ascribing to the eugenics movement, and it was just couldn't tolerate the fact that he gave birth to one of his sons who happened to be imperfect. And so what they did in this case was they said the child has disappeared, and they basically adopted him out, or either I can't remember exactly what happened. I'd have to look into it. Either my notes or maybe what some people have put out there publicly at this point. But either that was the cover-up with the Lindbergh baby, or that was a genuine tragedy that the Lindbergh baby was abducted. If so, the one thing that I do know for certain was that the German man who was accused of abducting the baby was innocent and was entirely framed. But in terms of...
excuse me, and I think it was Norman Schwarzkopf.
Yeah, that's right. Sheriff. That's right. That's correct. That's correct. That's true. And either he was bribed by Charles Augustus Lindbergh, or Charles Augustus Lindbergh promised that man, or both promised that man, that he would support his family to a degree if he took the fall for this, because they wanted an excuse to get rid of this baby. And so this guy, I think, was the missing baby, or they got rid of him totally secretly, and the baby was a real tragedy. But in terms of this guy, he claims that he's the son of Charles Augustus Lindbergh, and he lives in San Francisco. So I've met him personally more than once. And his biggest challenge is he's not the sharpest knife in the drawer. And he was born with some defects like polydactylism. And, so in other words, he had 6 fingers and 6 toes and shit. And so he was born with that, and he had maybe a few other defects, but one of them is probably a kind of mild developmental disablement. And in other words, he's borderline retarded. And I have every confidence that this guy is telling the truth. I simply believe that, it's so easy to see that he was born, that, he keeps appealing publicly to the Lindbergh family, but they just keep telling him, go fuck yourself. But he keeps saying, oh, I'm the Lindbergh, I'm the son of Lindbergh, I deserve some kind of fiscal support. And they just fob him off. Of course, I told him personally, I said, you're lucky you're not dead. I mean, with all the noise he was making, if the family really was perturbed enough by him or felt him enough of a threat, they could have had him just taken out so easily. So he's just fucking lucky that they tolerate him, because, of course, he doesn't have any natural charisma, and therefore is not able to really, do much for himself, and therefore he's not a threat. But so whether it's a case like that or not, just to qualify, I am not going to, and I want people to understand this is my stance. I do not deny that Laura Eisenhower is the daughter of Eisenhower, the one who was president. Apparently his more recognized family has a problem with her, and they deny that she's the daughter of Eisenhower. And but of course, bear the son of Lindbergh in mind when you hear that.
Or she's the granddaughter. I think she
granddaughter. Thank you. You're right. Granddaughter. So when I met her at that conspiracy conference where the master of ceremonies was Sean David Morton, for whatever reason, okay, they were supposed to, basically the idea, the joke, quote unquote, was that they were going to hold a roast of all of the speakers. And so when it came to roasting people, Sean David Morton had his standard jokes for everyone. And when it came to that idiot, what's the Jewish guy's name again, who was trying to ambush me over there, Richard Dolan. When it came to Dick Dolan, yes, the joke was, it's just standard stuff. It was just harmless bullshit. Where he said, oh yeah, he said, oh, they pulled Richard Dolan when he was a baby. He was pulled out of his mother's womb by his necktie, that kind of bullshit, because he always wore a suit. Which he stopped wearing after I exposed him as basically a government shill, and said that there's nobody who appears at these conferences who can even afford a fucking suit. Most of these people are living in their cars who are speakers, and the idea that this guy shows up in a suit all the time, the only people who do that are paid by the government. And so when I pointed this out with the that was on the Henrik Palmgren show. And then Henrik Palmgren, of course, tried to make a deal of that when I wasn't there. saying in later episodes, oh, obviously Douglas Dietrich is a hack because he says something that ridiculous, and he put himself in a suit just to show that he wasn't a show. Of course, he later on was paid by Michael Aquino to be the master of ceremonies for the Secret Space Program conference, which, of course, had Richard Dolan. And then Richard Dolan, of course, most people took what I said seriously, as well they should have. And after that, Richard Dolan started appearing without suits. And that was the funniest thing. So it was one thing that impacted his reputation, as it should have, to the point where he tried to quote unquote adapt. And his life was falling apart anyway, and his wife divorced him because, of course, he was sleeping with this girl who I met at the convention and taking all kinds of photographs of himself with this girl and putting it on his Facebook page. This is at the same convention where I was eating dinner with him and his wife, mind you, so that you people get some picture of this. I mean, I'm eating at the table with Richard Dolan and his wife. And at that same conference, the one in which Richard Dolan attacked me in, he's got this young, hot, Russian tennis player who was hanging out with him. And he was going to the hotel room with her and fucking her and taking photographs of himself all over the place. He was posting on Facebook while he's married. And at a conference with his wife, he's doing this. This is how crazy this man was. Just how he was obviously seeking a divorce and getting away from his two daughters. And obviously his wife divorced him for that reason. So there you got that going on. And bear in mind, this guy lives in Rochester, New York, where my father was born. The man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich. And so it was at that conference, you had Laura Eisenhower, and then Laura Eisenhower, of course, was, of all the people, when Sean David Morton was making all his jokes and roasting the speakers, he didn't say anything about me. I mean, anything. Again, this is why people said, what have you got over him? People kept asking me. I said, I did nothing. I said, maybe we're co-workers at Revolution Radio. Maybe that's, but I think I realized what it was. And now that I think about it, because I never really gave it any conscious thought, it had to be because he understood of my past with Michael Aquino. And he was deathly afraid of offending me in any way, shape, or form, and was always fully supportive of me because he probably thought that I was still somehow connected with Michael Aquino, whom he desperately was dependent on and seeking help from. That's the only thing that makes sense. And so other people he would attack, but unless, of course, Richard Dolan, he probably didn't say much about him because Richard Dolan as well was obviously known to be recommended highly by Michael Aquino, because when Michael Aquino had his old sites up, his old websites, etc., before he was forced to shut them down just because I was, bringing too much heat on him. He was always recommending Richard Dolan. And so Richard Dolan was obviously, so I think Sean David Morton knew that and was basically easy on Richard Dolan. With me, he wouldn't dare say anything. But with someone like Laura Eisenhower, who, by the way, I don't know if Peter Moon's ever met her, but she's the most harmless person in the world. There is absolutely no reason on earth to attack Laura Eisenhower. Her only thing she's saying is that Eisenhower was her grandfather, and she believes that he had, extraterrestrial contact or was, in some kind of communication with extraterrestrials, and and goes into some things from there concerning Werner von Braun. There's other people who go into this as well. There's a woman who claims to be Werner von Braun's secretary, etc. They're all kind of in this kind of new age kind of, it's just this peace and love kind of, the aliens just want peace thing. It's like there's nothing to attack there. It's just harmless. But Sean David Morton, he tore into her for what felt like half an hour. Might have been about 10-15 minutes, but it had to be at least 10-15 minutes. Had to be about 15-20 minutes, really. It felt like
is that because she's an easy target?
It was, I don't know what it was, but what he said, and bear in mind, we were all at tables where we had just finished dining and we were eating dessert and drinking wine, and this individual, he literally said things like, and I'm not exaggerating here, he literally said things like, she talks like she's got a cock up her ass, and the condom around the cock is filled with cocaine, and then when the guy's sperm explodes through it, the cocaine goes through her anal mucous membrane, and that's what powers her to go on these, channeling trips. It was like that, and imagine that going.
It was disgusting.
Yes, indescribable. It's just indescribable.
And it wasn't even a proper roast. It was just a disgusting rant that was degrading.
Yes. And imagine that ramped up to 100 miles an hour, where he's saying all this extraordinarily fast at like machine gun speed, just bullet after bullet. You just have machine gun bursts. And going on through this sexual jokes about personal hygiene. It was just horrific. And I was there watching her, sitting next to her while this was going on. Her boyfriend was there, who did his best to comfort her. And of course they complained to that idiot the next day, Brian William Hall, who had arranged for all of this. But Brian William Hall, once these things cut loose, he was just either behind it all, or he was so totally impotent, he just allowed everything to run. I assume he was behind it all, to tell you the truth. In fact, I know that had to be the case. So he portrayed himself as impotent, but he was basically behind these kinds of ambushes and the like. So he was always portraying himself as impotent and complaining to people only after the fact, after they did their damage. Another example of that would be that Leonard Horowitz guy, who, he had said, don't do anything, to attack other people. And that was the only time I ever heard of the true ought. And when I heard of the true ought, it just came across as so whacked out. I didn't even think this was a real person. I thought this was a figment of Leonard Horowitz's imagination. But
he was going off on true ought?
Yeah, on stage. Yes, this was part of his presentation. Was a character assassination of true ought, and what's his name? Anthony J. Hilder, who prided himself on having the same initials as Adolphus Jacob Hitler. And but Anthony J. Hilder was then they had this big debate between Anthony J. Hilder and Leonard Horowitz. This was that different conspiracy con, and they were like ripping into each other. But this was arranged by a train wreck arranged by the idiot Brian William Hall, who originally let Leonard Horowitz attack A.J. Hilder and the true ought on stage in a character assassination fashion, after which he said, you were never supposed to do that, and barred him from the hotel, after which somehow Leonard Horowitz made it back in anyway to confront him. It was just all very bizarre. And then when he had his conspiracy cruise, who did he have as one of the primary speakers? Leonard Horowitz. I mean, this was like where, they did this big write-up on him.
Wrestling. It's like wrestling. The good guy's now the bad guy.
Yeah. And but the other person, who was the other person that reminded me of? It was aside from that horror story of all of these interacting dysfunctionals, it was Leonard Horowitz and the so-called true ought, who was the victim, and then there was the other one. The other thing I saw was serious breach of contract was he hired that idiot of Ground Zero, Clyde Lewis. He hired Clyde Lewis and his gay lover, Olaf Phillips, to come to the convention, and Clyde Lewis was supposed to deliver a comedy act, because he's famous for being a comedian. I don't know how many people know that, but Clyde Lewis, part of his reputation was being a comedian. By the way, that was also the reputation of Sean David Morton, who did like these comedy acts in Los Angeles at a comedy club for years, and that was during the time that he said he was with the Ascended Masters in Tibet, where he had learned how to be a breatharian. He said that they gave him no food for months, and he learned how to be a breatharian. That's why I was making jokes about how bloated he was. I said, that's all that breatharian. He made a pig of himself, and he blew up like a blimp. That's where it all comes from. That's how he can float. But when it came to this other guy, Clyde Lewis, he got on stage and he was supposed to deliver jokes. It was after everybody had said their presentations on subjects of supposed gravitas, and everybody was exhausted, and they're eating dinner. They're waiting for a comedy routine. And then what Clyde Lewis did in Serious Breach of Contract was he got up on stage and he felt this was his opportunity to deliver his presentation. So he delivered a 2-hour presentation taking advantage of what's supposed to be a comedy routine, basically telling people that Prince William is the Antichrist. That was his. He did that while people are trying to eat. It was like, this is just how crazy all these people were, and of course, at that point, it seemed genuine that Brian William Hall was furious, and he kept telling Olaf Phillips, "Where's the funny? Where's the funny? Where's the jokes?" And and Olaf said, well, "This is the joke. The joke's on you." And well, that's not so funny if you're Brian William Hall. And but he let him get away with that, and then had Olaf Phillips back at his conference later on. So I mean, this is like the whole that whole dysfunctional everybody in there. It's like honestly, I would say that out of all of them, Laura Eisenhower was the only decent person, in the sense that she's not going to hurt anybody or attack anybody or take advantage of them in some way like that. So I considered her.
Well, she's soft and yin and polite. She has her own ideas, which are out there.
Yeah.
What did you say?
I said out there. I thought you said that at the same time, like we both got it out.
Yeah, they're out there. Yeah, they're out there.
Yeah.
And she believes that Eisenhower was a great man, and compared to MacArthur, and he certainly was.
Comparatively speaking, yeah. I mean, there's
comparatively speaking,
yeah.
He was known for his heart attacks when he was in office. He was a very unhealthy president.
Oh, Eisenhower? Yeah, that's interesting. You said that. I did not know that. But the one thing.
Oh yeah, he was having he had more than one, and somehow he didn't. He must have been under constant medical attention, and it was a big problem. He lived for about 8 years or 9 years after he left office. He was not a healthy person. And Nixon was, right there on the pulse of the White House. He was his vice president. And of course, Eisenhower played football against Jim Thorpe. He had this kind of all-American image. But
he was also responsible for a mass murder of Germans in terms of the camps and not providing them supplies or food. So the German prisoners of war that were in the camps under his administration suffered greatly in terms of fatalities due to his conspiracy to kill as many as possible. And this is, again, of course, and as well, of course, his abandonment of his own troops behind Soviet lines, because all the Americans on the front lines who advanced into Austria, where they became surrounded by the Soviets, and the Soviets just took them back into Siberia, and you lost entire divisions like that, and Eisenhower just wrote them off. So, I mean, he is up there with MacArthur. We have to remind ourselves of that. He simply played it better. MacArthur was so arrogant, he couldn't hide how arrogant he was. He just felt he was above everybody, and he truly felt that. And because of that, you'd say, this guy's an asshole. But with Eisenhower, he was able to play it off. Let's just put it that way. He was able to present himself better. And Laura Eisen, yeah, I'm sorry.
Read the history of George Patton. You get the idea that Eisenhower, and it's not said this way, but that Eisenhower was just like a pussyfooter who was basically a coward.
Yes.
Compared to Patton.
Oh, of course.
And and was just a bootlicker on, of course, he licked boots to the top.
Yes.
And, Yeah, and you know, but
Well, you remember what MacArthur said about him. He said, "Oh God, when they made him the commander of the European theater, I lost the best cabinet, the best cabinet keeper, or what did he call it? File clerk." That MacArthur said, "I lost the best file clerk I ever had when they made that idiot the commander of the European theater." So there you have that.
Yeah, and I mean, Patton was such a warrior that there's not really room in civilized society for a warrior like that. It's he, you know, he was kind of messed up in his own right.
Yes.
But when it came to war, that's what he was good for.
Yes.
What is that song? War. What is it good for? It's good for Patton.
Yes. Yes.
And yeah, and he could lead troops, and he was a son of a bitch, and that's what you need. But if you're fighting a war, and it was so messed up. If Patton hadn't beaten the Germans in North Africa, and if he hadn't made his way, I mean, they would have invaded Sicily without Patton. As far as I know, you might know different. I mean, from what I've seen, I don't know that they would have won in North Africa the way they did, at least on the western side, but they would have taken Sicily anyway, probably. Rommel was on the run anyway, and because he didn't have enough supplies. So, in other words, Patton had a fierce reputation because of what he did in Africa, and of course to some degree in Sicily. But then they put him out to pasture, and they used him as a decoy in England, because the Germans respected him, and that helped them do D-Day. You know, it's possible he could have saved World War II for him. It's possible. There's so many other things going on.
Yes.
You know, for the Americans, I really don't. I mean, it's possible. One could make that argument based upon the sparse data that I've seen or read, but.
Well, the problem is there's a plethora of data, but it's all basically misdirected. In other words, they'll give you a enormous amount of detail concerning like battles in North Africa or on those coral atolls of the Pacific. You'll get nothing about Manchuria, for instance, or something like that. They obsess about the Eastern Front and tank battles, etc., but talk nothing about the Nordic Front and what was going on in Scandinavia. It's you get a very, very selective perspective on World War II in almost infinite detail. But when it comes to the North African and Italy, the Mediterranean front, the Mare Nostrum, the Central Ocean, as the Roman Empire called it, the Allies were committed to Sicily because they felt that was, and ultimately Italy, because they felt that was the soft underbelly of the Axis. They said, well, you know, the Italians are the most vulnerable military and population, so we'll go to the Axis underneath through Italy, and that turned out to be a monumental failure. Ultimately, they were defeated by Kesselring and stopped. They never made it into those parts of Italy that we call Lombardy, the same area that wants independence from the rest of Italy now because it's Nordic Alpine as opposed to darkened Mediterranean. And of course, Maria Grigorich, God bless her, her sister's a part of that Padania independence movement. And but we'll see what happens. I wish them the best of luck. But right now, the way, while we're talking about World War II, the best way to describe it was the Allies were committed to a failed strategy. They never wanted D-Day. Nobody thought D-Day was going to succeed because they originally tried to invade at Dieppe with the Canadians, and they were wiped out completely. The Canadian forces that tried a preliminary landing at Dieppe, D-I-E-P-P-E for the listeners if they want to look that up. And the disaster at Dieppe gave them the idea that D-Day was going to be a monumental, that it was going to be something they couldn't even try. Oh, by the way, Maria Grigorich clarifies that. That's her cousin. That is part of the Padania separatist movement, not her sister. Thank you, honey. But she does have a sister. And so in terms of the Dieppe and the debacle, Then they figured, well, we'll go through the soft underbelly, first North Africa, and then into Italy. And then when that failed, then they said, okay, let's strike in through D-Day. And by the way, the reason that it failed was Italy was the whole point was they were going to take all of Italy, which they didn't. And then the idea was, well, with the Italy that they did take, they said, well, we've got total control of the air here. Let's launch the bombs that will end the war. And that's when they prepared to launch the chemical bombs, which, by the way, were illegal by all of the League of Nations mandate, which, of course, the United States was signatory to, as well as the British. And what happened was they brought all of these chemical weapons in that they were going to dump in a super massive chemical bombardment on Dusseldorf and Cologne. That was supposed to be the 1-2 punch that would knock the Reich out of the war and force them to sue for peace. That was supposed to be what they fantasized and propagandized Hiroshima and Nagasaki were for Europe. Only they were going to use chemical weapons because they didn't have any of the Axis bombs at that time, and they hadn't produced their own. So they brought all the chemical bombardment weapons in, and this was, of course, mustard gas, as well as a number of other toxic chemicals that were equally potent, but mostly the mustard gas in particular, large amounts of that, and they brought it in merchant ships, and they ported them all at Bari, and Bari is spelled B-A-R-I. It is this ideal port, and it is the Pearl Harbor of the Mediterranean. That's where the Italians had many of their ships that, of course, were stolen by the Allies. And then they brought in all their merchant ships loaded with all these chemicals, and that's when the naval intelligence, the Admiral Canaris and Abwehr, which was naval intelligence, reported this to the Reich. And this is very interesting because Admiral Canaris was an anti-Nazi, an ardent anti-Nazi, and was actually ultimately shot for his treason, which was quite real. It wasn't a figment of Adolf Hitler's quote-unquote paranoia. Admiral Canaris was working with resistance movements to overthrow the National Socialist regime. But the reason he gave all this intelligence to Adolf Hitler about Bari was because this was going to be genocide. The Americans and the British were planning to basically mass murder millions of Germans with illegal weapons. So because of this information being passed on to Hitler, the order was given to send the Luftwaffe in, and they bombed it, and Bari was wiped off the map. Now, understand this. This is like Hiroshima or Nagasaki combined, but also like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, those cities recovered. I mean, both those cities are thriving cities today. If you went to Bari in Italy today, you would never know it had suffered the chemical equivalent of Hiroshima and Nagasaki put together. But anyone who looks up what I'm saying, you'll find out everything I'm saying is true. Is that basically the Luftwaffe came in and blew the chemicals, weapons-bearing merchant ships of the Allies, the British and the Americans, out of the water, and all that shit just exploded and went over Bari and just annihilated the population. And so the U.S. truly lost in Italy. I mean, they lost at what these days we would call the nuclear level. But that's only because if we say at the chemical level, most people wouldn't have the appreciation for the destruction that I'm talking about. But the Allied forces in area were all wiped out. They called Eisenhower in a panic, and they said, "Tell Eisenhower they're all dying." And he said, "What do you mean they're all dying? Who is all dying? The civilians, the troops?" They just said, "They're all dying." Everybody's dying. So it was, there you have that, a taste of their own poisonous medicine. And instead they had to rely on this kind of supermassive firebombing to try and accomplish what they had intended to do. So there you have that. And that being said, I guess it's around 11:30 where our man Peter's at, but he still seems to be going strong. How you doing, Peter? Are you holding up? Or?
It's fine. I mean, we kind of digressed from Laura Eisenhower into World War II.
Oh, that's inescapable, of course. Well, Maria Grigorich says she does have
I think The only other thing I would say is with regard to the stuff you were talking about. You've given a very comprehensive history of what went on. I mean, I'll have questions. This stuff needs to be listened to again, and I think you're going to do a third part with Simon, you said.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to extend that topic.
He wants to go into tell us, Salman, which was going into the trauma training, I believe. The trauma training. Yes.
So the first part I wanted to do with Douglas was mainly his background and how he became to be Douglas Dietrich. So the first one was on that mainly. Second one was on the aspect of H.P. Lovecraft. Now the third part that I want to do with Douglas is basically the trauma, all the stuff with SRA and the trauma and the altars, and how somebody who goes through that is able to, I guess, find some kind of a closure or healing for those that are able to do so. But I would like Douglas to, in his beautiful articulation like he always does, in part 3, I would like for him to cover that. But and of course, it's going to be something that's gradual with part 4, part 5, so on and so on. But with Douglas, it's important that all of these subjects, he covers it in the in-depth detail that he does for future generations who can benefit from this knowledge. So part 3, we're going to do, God willing, it's going to be end of August on the SRA trauma and the aspects of healing from it and those kind of things.
That's good. You answered my question. And of course, one of the virtues that Douglas has is that he's had connections and experience that this is a healing on a humanitarian level. Some of the people who have been similarly involved with the phenomena of cascading memories, mind control, satanic ritual abuse, I can't say that so many of them have the ability or the potential to integrate the way Douglas does. So this kind of creates a short circuit in some people. What they do have as a commonality, I have found, is that they can tap into sort of the collective in a way, and they can understand the collective. So maybe they do have the potential to integrate things into a healing modality, not just for them, but for humanity. Unfortunately, many of these people become attention whores.
Yeah.
And this, and it's understandable that anybody in a situation like that needs attention because they were getting all the wrong attention. The problem is it doesn't go anywhere, and they don't, all they end up is getting attention, and they don't heal. So fortunately, Douglas has stuff to offer the world. He has great insight. He's gotten therapy that seemed to work for. He has a senior intellect, which is really his saving grace, I think. You know, the high intellect, because that is a redeemable feature. Because if you have a real good intellect, you can figure out what you need to know and what you don't need to know, and you don't need to, you can't avoid your trauma, but you don't have to champion it.
I agree.
And so this, I think, is a very good thing you're going to do, and you did answer my question. So,
thank you, Peter.
Yeah, and I'll look forward to listening to that, and I'm probably going to have to, well, I know I'm going to have to go through the H.P. Lovecraft. There's also some other good things, Douglas's other tapes. He's gone on different aspects of H.P. Lovecraft, and this is a great gift. There's other aspects he's talked about of the Arabic connection as well. So anyway, but I thank you both. It was a good night tonight, and I'll retire into the woodwork here.
Before you do, of course, it's always an honor to have you, and certainly we appreciate your insights from years of experience. The one thing I do want to emphasize while both Salman and yourself are here, and of course hopefully Salman will be with us for a few more minutes after you leave, is that I do have a bit to finish about the what we were saying about the cosmology of H.P. Lovecraft and the Holy Land. So I will probably prefer to go into that while I remember it, consciously remember it. And then, because we have 3 hours with Salman's interviews, we may be able to transition into the satanic ritual abuse. But I view this as more of like a transitional episode, and maybe the episode after that will be more primarily dedicated to that. Does that make sense? Just to prepare Peter for what
well, why don't you go into the Holy Land tonight, an arc and narrative, unless you have something else scheduled?
Oh, that's a thought, but really, I think that's best done with Salman because it stands true to the thematic of what he represents, and
it's fine. It's fine. It was just a suggestion, because you said you had it fresh on your mind,
yeah.
And not going to be doing him till the end of August. So.
Oh, understood. Well, that's what I meant was that by that time you want to get it out then, because if I don't get it out then, I might not remember.
What we could do, Brother Douglas, is on the end of August, instead of 3 hours, what I could do is I could up the time to 4 hours. So
3 hours will be fine. Honestly, we don't want to do too long like we do these, dusk till dawn shows. Honestly, 3 hours, because normally that's my sleeping time is during the daytime. But I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah, it's better. The 3 hours fine, and but we'll make it work. I'm sure that your audience will be just as satisfied with continuing the cosmology of H.P. Lovecraft. I don't foresee it necessarily taking the majority of the program, but it would transition organically from there to satanic ritual abuse easily, and with that we could continue with that subject into the next transitional subject, with the episode following that, and
yes,
yeah. And so blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams, Peter. We love you dearly. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. And I look forward to, like I said, speaking with you personally sometime soon. I should be able to do that now that we've got, it looks by all evidence that things are stabilized. And, the first week of the month is always busy. But, soon enough we'll be doing it. Probably the first week of this month coming up, because we're ending July now and we're entering August. And so that, of course, brings up a bunch of other World War II anniversaries like Hiroshima and all that stuff. Towards August, September, we enter into those phases of anniversarial status again. But you and I will talk personally about some of the things that we've been discussing with the book and everything else. But again, these are exciting times. And if you have anything, by the way, that comes to mind to report about the book and its progress, let us know, Peter. And Salman, of course, as he said, he had such wonderful responses to the book. I'm sure you might have heard from some other people as well as how things are doing in general with distribution and everything.
Well, we had an order for another case from another one of the distributors last week, and I would expect I'll know on Friday. The book's getting circulation. It's good. It's at repeated orders from the distributors. But as I say, come September will be the ad that will give some of the outlets a greater opportunity to see it. And of course, it's being talked about. It's a real tough piece of information to chew for people, because it is such a contradiction to what they're used to.
Of course,
and it's almost like it flies right in the face of everything they've been believing and thinking for most of their lives, and that is a challenge. That in itself is a challenge, and that's not to belittle people, because this is what they've been indoctrinated in their entire life. I was indoctrinated in it when I was young. Japan got beat. They lost. And we're building up their economy to help them, because we're such
because we're such good people. That's
yeah, and it's like it puts faith in America, and and America certainly did have a very blossoming economic culture when I grew up in the 50s and 60s. It felt like good times.
It did. It was. And this was because, honestly, it's just people don't know how lucky they were back then.
You grow up in good times. This is what you know. You grow up in good vibrations, and of course, not everything's good, but overall, it's like, wow, there's food, there's this, there's that, there's fun. I spent the majority of my youth having fun, and it was to be expected. And poverty and misery was something you saw on TV. Most of it politicized, except for what they called the Watts riots. That was pretty bad, but that was on TV.
Yeah.
My neighborhood. So, and then they had to change the name of Watts to South Central because Watts had such a stigma.
Yes.
So, South Central Los Angeles, but which it was, but yeah. So those were good times. So yeah, you kind of believe this, and a lot of Americans, from the greatest generation or people who buy into the greatest generation, and I hear sentiment all the time.
Oh God.
Of how our fathers protected us and how, these great people. And it's like, they're believing in, cardboard characters.
Yes. Cardboard cutout reality. It is.
That's reality. That's what reality is, all that way anyway. So it's like this book is flying into the face of that. And it really, many people say, oh God, this is what really happened, because there's so many people that are ready and willing to believe the sinister aspects of the government. What I would also say is this book is very much in the tradition of what I grew up in and around in Northern California in my high school years, where the government was perceived as the great evil, and the army was perceived as the great evil.
Yes.
And there was nobody who was more in tune with that meme than Charles Manson, who was not only exploiting it, I think he really knew it and believed it. Of course, he crossed lines and had other issues.
But he was very much, as you've said, a victim. I mean, certainly he may, and we have to use the word may, have directed people to do what they did. And of course, it's easy enough to assume that based on his normal pattern of speech. But technically, he was never really proven to have given direct orders for the murderers to have done what they did. And so he was very much a scapegoat, and and he went to jail the rest of his life for that. It was
he escaped the death penalty. He was sentenced to death, but they changed the law of capital punishment
in California.
On death row, yeah. And so he escaped death because of that. He was later, when he was in I think it was called the California Medical Facility at Vacaville in California, the prisoners, burned him.
Yeah, that's right. The prisoners, because it was a status thing. Let's set Charles Manson on fire.
I think it was more than status. I think they thought he had it coming.
There was that.
They will deliver justice in their own way, and certainly he didn't have friends in that area of the prison, but with him, he was involved in drug deals, and he supposedly killed somebody. I think that's pretty much been established. But Bugliosi did a whole snow job on that thing. He was framing Manson. What was really going on, from what I understand, is that this was a U.S. Army op. The U.S. Army had surveillance equipment all over the Spahn Ranch. So they were like fostering and fomenting this whole Charles Manson stuff.
Well, that's something that, you know, I only got hints of it from Michael Aquino, because believe it or not, Michael Aquino said that was a particular operation he wasn't directly involved with, because he said
he was too new.
Yeah, he was too new. But what little he told me was that there was, he said he wasn't heavily involved in it as well, because he said this was some other department that was using heavy technological interference. And he kept using that term, technological interference, as if they were experimenting with voice-to-skull technology, like beaming the voices you think you're hearing in your head. It's a terror, which makes perfect sense in light of what you're saying.
Well, yeah, and I also one time asked, you know, when I did the Music of Time book with Preston, and I once asked him about Charles Manson, because Preston was involved with the Beach Boys.
Right.
The Beach Boys were very involved with Charles Manson. Yes. And Preston basically said, I don't want to talk about that.
Interesting.
And that told me that he probably had some involvement.
Yes.
And it wasn't going to do anybody any good to talk about it. And we can only speculate on what that might have been. He says, I remember the swastika on his forehead. I said, Preston, he didn't have the swastika until later, when he was in prison.
Right.
But that was the way Preston's mind worked. He would say that, you know. Yeah. Manson put a swastika on his forehead later.
But of course, all of our minds tend to conflate after a while. It's hard to remember dates, and we begin to converge our memories.
Timothy Leary also, when I heard him speak, he said that he was put in the prison cell. I think he was put in.
That's right. Timothy Leary talked about when he was put right across from Charles Manson,
right next to him. And the first thing Charles Manson did was, I think, gave him a gift. I think he gave him some dope, a joint or something like that, and it was just an offering, as a gift. And he said that Charles was disappointed, in him, because he thought that Leary had such a great platform that he could have done so much more. And in other words, Manson looked at Leary as a much bigger player on the stage than he was. And of course, Leary got a lot of press, and so did Manson. And they kind of belonged together. They kind of fit in together. I certainly don't think he belonged in the same cell row as Manson, but they were punishing him.
Yeah, that's odd, isn't it? How the hell did that happen?
They do that. They're punitive with certain people. And Leary was not a favorite of anybody's. And what Leary also said, that the song "Come Together" was written by John Lennon for Leary to be the presidential candidate. I think that was 1968 or 1972. And it was written by John Lennon, but Leary said that he was really kind of too self-indulged with whatever he was in. People looked up to Leary and considered him far more than he was. Ken Kesey came all the way out to New York to see Leary, and Leary wouldn't come down out of his place and see him. He was too busy popping acid. And so Leary was very much in his own world. He didn't recognize, he wasn't, he was a big part of the 60s, but he wasn't, he says, tune in, turn on, and drop out. And he dropped out. He was not in communication with the world. And so, you know, yeah, but I think that so much of what Charles Manson did was was involved with some sort of op that certainly, you know, it lines up. I'd always heard this. There's scant information on it. I mean, somebody might be able to dig something up on the net. I haven't looked, but
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of disinformation as well. Two more things. One thing that I remember is, now that you brought that up, was when we were talking about. Oh God. Well, one thing I remember before you go tonight is we were talking before about how predatory that GoDaddy was, and the interesting thing, and the other thing I remember is about patents. So remind me to go there just for a second to bring that up before you retreat into the gentle night. But about the GoDaddy. The interesting thing was that, so they warned me they were going to take something out of my PayPal account, and I didn't have any time to deal with it. By the time that I got to deal with it, they had taken money out of somebody's account, but it wasn't mine. And so there's some card they're taking money out of, they're identifying with myself at this point, that it doesn't belong to me. So I was able to, thankfully, transfer, as far as I can ascertain, according to my online checking into my checking account, the money I tried to transfer into there from PayPal did make it. This took an enormous amount of effort. You have no idea how difficult this was. I had to call PayPal twice and deal with people. And the first one was this wonderful girl. And if I had just had the right routing number when I was dealing with her, and the impression that I had gotten was that there was a single routing number for every state in the union, but every state in the union, no matter how large it was, had only one routing number. Then the subsequent searches for California's routing number turned up wrong numbers. And so I had to go back and change that with PayPal, which they had to delete the entire account and rebuild it. It was crazy. But that's because I got the correct routing number from Chase Bank itself. But then during all that time I was dealing with that, and we finally got, the amount of money I wanted transferred in there while leaving some in the PayPal. Then, of course, I got the notification that GoDaddy had taken money out of some card of mine. And then when I looked over at that, that's now no card that I'm currently holding. So
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
This is for your website, your current website?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So GoDaddy is hosting your current website?
No. I have nothing to do with GoDaddy now. The host for the website is Bluehost and HostGator.
So GoDaddy was for an old website.
That's right. It was something that Lorian Ann Fenton had organized. So she probably has a credit card under my name that she's using or something.
You don't want a credit card under your name being used.
Yeah, of course not.
You should look up under your social security number what credit cards you have that are listed under your social security number. You should do this just to see what cards you have.
Right.
I don't quite know how to do that. I would look at my own cards that I have in possession, but there should be. I would call one of your credit card companies and ask them if they could help you. And just to find, it's better to be one step ahead on something like this, because you might find out that somebody's doing something wrong in your name.
Probably. I mean, Selena. Yeah, Selena Khan. I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah.
I don't think it's Selena Khan.
Oh, no. I was going to say Selena Khan identified for me that Lorian Ann Fenton had all kinds of accounts in my name with Amazon, that she was, had a bunch of Douglas Dietrich accounts at Amazon. In other words, Selena Khan was able to find that there's all kinds of accounts open under my name, most of them operated by Lorian Ann Fenton. So that's...
Yes, and that can be aggravating or dangerous too. And what also can do, if what you can do criminally, if you're operating with somebody's card, you can build up a big line of credit and keep paying it, and then you keep getting more credit, and all of a sudden it's so big you just walk away from it. I don't know that that's being done in this case. I suspect not, but it's one thing to be wary of.
Yes.
The card's being paid. It's everything's looking good, and all of a sudden, okay, now we're going to take advantage of this. But anyway, go ahead and say what you were going to say, or ask what you were going to ask about
It's just the other thing that I remembered so that people can dwell on this. The General Patton, of course, while he was alive, said that he would have sold his soul to the devil for the Congressional Medal of Honor. It was something he had always wanted. And yet someone like of Patton's esteem and his obvious repute was never awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor, not even posthumously. And then you get
should have been given it because he was a leader.
Right, that's correct.
Heroism was conducted by other people. I would like to know how many of his troops, if any, won the Congressional Medal of Honor.
That would be interesting too. But then, like I was going to say, compare that to Smedley Butler, who also was a general, it cannot be forgotten, and quote unquote, a person in leadership position, and he gets it twice. There's obviously something to do with politics and connection there, but you know that, of course, you know that, and you even stated such in the book, essentially. But it's one of those things, just to throw that out there for people to dwell on.
I will also remind people that the Congressional Medal of Honor was designed by a man named Wilson, and he designed it as an upside-down pentagram.
That's right.
The symbol for Satan.
Yes. Baphomet, the sigil of Baphomet. Go on. Yes.
Well, yeah. And of course, an upside-down pentagram isn't necessarily evil, but it means, matter over spirit. That top star represents the spirit. The spirit over fire, earth, air, water. When it's upside down, it's the elements over spirit. Spirit, takes the ass end, and that's just what it means. So that's what the Congressional Medal of Honor is synchronized with.
Yes, it's ultimately synchronized with very Luciferan, in the most negative sense, this satanic, base satanic kind of, just, shall we say, onus. It has that.
Almost always, it doesn't have to, but it almost always involves killing people. It doesn't have to.
Yes, that's correct.
But it almost always does. So you honor the killing of other people, and it's kind of speaks for itself. It's really not something you want to, what karma have you accrued in the complexity of life in order to have won that Congressional Medal of Honor? If Audie, was that his name, Audie Murphy?
Yes.
He won the Congressional Medal of Honor, right?
Yes.
And then he wanted to commit suicide.
Yes. And he ultimately did. Yes, he got pig-faced drunk and got into a plane and basically crashed himself. So you have that.
He was miserable.
Yeah.
He didn't feel good about what he did.
Yes.
So anyway, but thank you for the Patton comment. I guess that's it.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Blessed night. We love you dearly, and we'll speak to you again on Sunday.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Peter.
Good night. And of course, it's probably time for our man Solomon to go to bed as well as to get up in the morning and do those pull-ups and feed those birds.
Yes, Brother Douglas. So I depart you all with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you, my brother. My love and light with you, JMO, all of Team Dietrich. And I bid you all farewell, and I look forward to catching up on the monologue tomorrow morning.
Yes, bless you. We love you dearly.
Bless you.
Yes.
Much love. Good night.
Yes, our best to your family as well. Take care. And okay, now it's Jameson and myself for the rest of the evening. I presume that Pacman has moved on. Are you all right there? Or
I was just wondering if I could. I was wondering if I should bring on Amanda Yu, see if she's available.
Yeah, could you try, please? Thank you. I appreciate that. What suddenly brought her to mind? I mean, I did say I was going to call her earlier, but she didn't respond, so I'm glad you're bearing her in mind. And going to give that a try. And while you do that, I will have
Daniel Arola has joined us.
Oh, good man. Good man. Daniel, so glad to have you here. Can you two champions hold the stage for me? I am going to refresh myself. I do want to thank Daniel so much for coming on. I'll be back soon, and then I'll join you two in conversation. But before I go, let's have Daniel introduce himself. How's your day been going?
All right, just chilling. It's been a wonderful day so far. In spite of getting bit by quite a few mosquitoes out in the yard, I still finish my work either way.
Oh my God! You've been sharing a meal of yourself with nature out there, and they feasted upon you. What about the Dome of Doom that was supposed to be baking Texas? How was the temperatures?
Actually, it's not so hot right now, so I'm suspecting that it's gonna cool for a little bit before it starts to get really hot. Mm-hmm. But either way, I'll be preparing for it.
Right. Do you ever use sunscreen?
Nah, I never have.
Okay, just curious. He counts on his natural melanin and his Filipino genetic heritage to protect him from everything. Oh my God, yes. And so, what about the?
You want to know the irony of all this?
Yes.
I'm a black guy, and I still get sunburn.
Oh yes. Black people can get sunburn. Everybody, yeah, and skin cancer. Yes, wear hats, even if you're black, wear hats and sunscreen if you feel that you burn easy. Of course, someone like Daniel, he doesn't care. He's like, he's so one with nature. It's like, Fred Flintstone or something. But
it's those Islander genes.
Yes, that's right. Yes, they all walked around naked without sunscreen forever. That's true. That's a good point. And So I'll leave you two gentlemen to speak to each other for a little bit, and I'll be back as soon as I can, maybe about 10 minutes at the longest. So glad you could come on and join us, Daniel, and tell us about, what else is going on in current events that caught your eye. And let me see, what was it that you had told me? There was something that you had brought to my attention in the private messages. Let me take a look at what Daniel Arola wrote me, and
oh yeah, it's a funny one.
Oh, that's right. It was about the yes. He gave me the link to this video that about the massive white supremacist gang caught and indicted, and like he said, this is in Georgia, and some irony for you here. The black sheriff behind their arrest was named Richard Roundtree. Which, of course, everybody with that shaft. See, he got it. Daniel Arola got it. The shaft.
Yep.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, I was thinking the pun was the fact that Roundtree, the white supremacist, saying blacks own trees.
No. That's too subtle. That's too nuanced.
Why is it my mind does that? Holy crap! It's just so automatic, It's just like I there's never any light in my humor.
Yes. Well, there you have that. Well, the one thing I can say is obviously the bar is set pretty low in Georgia for supremacy. And, what our man Daniel Arola said that was excruciatingly funny. Here's what he said. He said, if you were to notice closely the photos of the members of this white trash gang as they're seen in this video, beginning at 2:55 minutes, he's time-stamped it for me. It's what you get when you cross Old Testament style incest, King of the Hill, Toxic Avenger, and Beavis and Butthead. Yes, with rated R B movie to DVD quality. So bad it can't be listed on Netflix. Yes, very, very funny. Yes, Daniel needs to write professionally. This is something that this is his calling. This is his true calling. That and Jameson Reese needs to write greeting cards. Yes, and once we get to that point, we'll know that the world is over. But okay, all right. My love to both of you. I'm going to leave you both on stage. I'm going to you take away your adult supervision for about 10 minutes. Hopefully, the world will survive. And I'll be back. Tell me if La Palma explodes while this is ongoing, and I'll find out the hard way, of course, just by we know Jameson will go offline.
Well, I got something. Wait a minute. I'm looking for an article about that. But I seemed. Oh, all right. 56 arrested in Georgia's largest gang investigation.
Something like that.
No,
Yeah, that's got to be it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, white supremacist gang.
Yeah, there we are. All right. I love you both dearly. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Both of you take it from here. Thank you.
All right.
So
are you looking at the article?
Yeah. Wow.
Okay,
yeah, I'm looking at the article. All right. All right. 56 arrested in Georgia's largest gang investigation. This is Augusta, Georgia. Since 2018, the Richmond County Sheriff's Office has been investigating the Ghostface Gangsters. What? That's what they call themselves? The fastest growing white gang in the country, with approximately 5,000 members, according to investigators. The Ghostface Gangsters. Are they freaking shitting me? They are a white supremacist gang that has roots in white supremacy, Jared Williams, Augusta's district attorney, explains. They have no respect for human life. They have no respect for human dignity. They have no respect for our community. This is not a white supremacist group having meetings. This is a criminal operation operating both from within prison and outside on our streets. Oh man, that sucks. That super sucks. Yeah. When people in prison are calling shots on what happens out in the civilian world, things have really disintegrated. Yep. Investigators say the gang formed in quickly spreading to South Carolina and Tennessee. They allegedly committed crimes as they grew, ranging from attempted murder to sex trafficking and narcotics dealing. Wow. Why am I not surprised? The indictment encompasses 77 defendants with over 300 criminal acts, Williams adds. The Richmond County Sheriff's Office worked closely with local state and federal agencies, making this the largest gang investigation in Georgia history. Now, 56 of those suspected gang members are behind bars. 10 additional people were arrested during the investigation. 21 suspects remain at large. Sheriff Richard Roundtree says he is confident they will be located and arrested soon. I don't think they're going to be able to cut down the entire gang since it's quickly spreading. I mean, they'll be able to. They might be able to get them in Georgia, but more of them are going to keep popping up. They're like whiteheads or pimples on your face. You just keep popping up. You can always keep popping them, and they just white things just keep popping up. Yeah, it's just irritating. You have two choices. You can join these gangs and be a part of this, Governor Brian Kemp adds, but we will come after you. We will be relentless. We won't sleep. We'll work 7 days a week and chase you wherever you go.
Shit, I wonder what kind of operation they're running on the cool though. Whether they're pushing heroin or some shit.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you asked. Okay, so they have the following charges: criminal attempt to commit murder, trafficking, distribution, possession of methamphetamine, of course, trafficking, distribution, possession of heroin.
Oh, there you go.
Distribution of marijuana, distribution of cocaine, possession of MDMA, aggravated assault on law enforcement officer. Holy crap, the pills are kicking in. I am really just wow. Okay, my brain is like wow. It's kind of like when you're on a boat and it starts to rock back and forth.
Yeah,
that's what's happening right now.
Like salvia?
Sort of, yeah. Well, that's one of the reasons that makes this substance so hard to knock is the similarities it has to salvia. And it's interesting because when I used to have salvia, I didn't do DXM. I didn't want to do DXM. I honestly didn't want to do anything. In salvia, I would only do it like maybe once a month. It's interesting how something like that can fight addiction, and they make it illegal in New York. And now it's like, okay. And it's the extracts, and the thing is the extracts are more potent than the actual leaf itself. Because I used to get like the 60X to 75X, and then they had the pure Salvinorin A. That was the stuff. That was like the extract of like the pure. It was like as extracted as you can possibly get. Oh man, I feel like I've lost a lover. Man, how does one get over this? I mean, have you ever had any breakups with girls in the past, and how do you get over them?
Well, you're talking to a preacher's kid who's been married and divorced twice. So, and yeah, I've got quite a few girlfriends, ex-girlfriends. But now, as far as getting over them goes, you can feel assured as a male that you will likely get over someone faster than a female will, and it's a lot easier to be able to detach emotionally. The more the person becomes a memory, where you can place that person somewhere on another piece of furniture in your mind where you barely notice it.
I like that analogy. Oh man, next time.
It's all part of that letting go concept.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that's what this thing we call life is really just about, letting go of everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of strange, we come here, we let go of everything, and then we die with nothing.
Yep.
Wow.
And remember, many empires in the past, they like Shaka Zulu and all those other African kings, they died with all their most valuable possessions, including their slaves.
Yeah.
Expecting that they would have that in the afterlife.
Well, I think that that's because that's how their minds processed things.
Yeah.
And a lot of that has to do with that bicameral thinking. And that's something I'm also reading aside from the voodoo one. I mean, the voodoo one now has my attention because I'm thinking, I could work with instead of trying to hex the person or curse a person, why not do whatever you're going to do on their shadow double and then see what happens, So I'm starting to think about things differently since I'm reading this book.
Cool.
And this is one of the reasons why I help out on this show, because I couldn't get this information with those people who are online who are, they just give you a grimoire of spirits and say, you do this, and this. But they're not explaining to us how it works on a quantum level, how things unfold. It's not sophisticated out there.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Everything is like a sort of quick fix.
Yeah. That's usually the immediate desire. I mean, especially for in a level of material living.
The unfortunate part of that, though, is that when one is focused on the quick fix, one starts to people lose appreciation for the sophistication of the way things really are.
Yeah, it becomes a reflexive form of existence where it becomes commonplace that they just start complaining about anything, without even thinking about it.
Yeah, and it's almost like they're living completely unconsciously at that point, because they're no longer consciously directing. They're no longer consciously directing where they want to go.
Yeah, and that also leads to even other dangerous avenues, like taking for granted whatever it is that you got that's already good, that maybe you ought to pay a bit more attention to.
Exactly. And that's something I've been working on with myself, because I've got I've learned I have a lot going for me. I just need to figure out I need to stop doing the gloom and doom spiel. Because, I don't know. I'm sure the goth chicks love that kind of thing, though. Although I haven't seen much of a goth scene out there. What about in Texas? You see a lot of them?
Oh yeah. Here in Houston, there's quite a bit of a scene of that out here. Nice.
Anything really catch your eye?
Oh yeah, I have friends that haunt that scene. I've been actually, in fact, some of the clubs that I used to go to actually still exist there. So yeah, I'm pretty connected.
Nice.
Not as connected as I used to, but I still know some people that are still in that industry.
Oh, yeah. I just want to take a moment to wish Maria Gregorich a good night. She says good night to everyone in the chat.
Good night, Maria.
Good night, Maria. And let's see what else is going on in our actually I rather keep things organic, but because Douglas says that's probably better. But it does seem like the world is falling apart in a wastebasket. Let's see if I could find anything that's happened recently. There's the infrastructure bill. There's the there's a Texas fight against a ransomware hack.
Yeah, the infrastructure bill. I believe it did get passed.
Were they able to pass it?
Yep. Yeah, they passed it. It was actually a bipartisan passing.
Wow. So they weren't blocked on it.
No.
That's actually quite surprising, because I really thought the Trump cultism of the Republicans was going to bring everything down.
Actually, even Mitch McConnell caved in on it too. He said that he agreed with it.
All right. Well, The thing is, I hope that what the Democrats did, I hope they didn't try to short the bill of things just to make it appealable for both bipartisanship. Because the bipartisanship spiel, at this point, I don't know if, I don't think the right works anymore.
Yeah. Well, I believe they're kind of using that word now as kind of like baiting people out there, that will go along with how nature takes its course. Yeah.
I mean the GOP stuff is honestly on this borough where I live, it's all over the place. People have their American flags, and there's like one home outside of oh my gosh, it's like right down the block from like a 7-Eleven, and they've got like these American streamers draped over the fence, and they have like the American flag, and it's like, well, geez, how much more American can you get?
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I'm back now, and hopefully you two guys can keep this up while I get some food in my system, get some calories so I can last through the monologue tonight. But what you said reminds me of something. Where do I put this? Let's see here. Let me open up the text box for these two gentlemen and see if I can get the Dixie Fire photographs up. This was something that you'll see what. There's such an irony here that's called the Dixie Fire. Now, of course, these blazes are taking place in California, and for those of you who don't know, which I can't imagine how you would not know, but California is burning as always, and so we have a horrific set of fires, and the Dixie Fire is the largest in California by my understanding. So give me a second here, and if I can dig these up from the files. And it's out in the middle of bumfuck California, where poor Penny Bradley lives, in that area where, but where she lives, it's kind of like, it's so outback that I just, think of it all as I said, you go outside of San Francisco, and then you go into the wilderness areas of California, not too far from San Francisco. But once you're outside of the immediate Bay Area, you're still in the Bay Area, towards wine country, for instance. And you go between wine country and the place where the estates are, where you can't enter many of these places because it's all private fucking land and it's all gated away from your accessibility. But when you're in between these nowhere zones, you basically are in what I call children of the corn territory. Everybody is just morbidly inbred white people that speak like they're out of the Appalachian Mountains. And it turns out this is, of course, because a lot of them are. They just basically, seriously, they came here to avoid prosecution due to the moonshine murders they committed in the Appalachian Mountains, basically. And so the only way that they could really escape prosecution was to go to a place where nobody would pursue them, which was California back in the day. So give me a second here while I try to find out where I stuck these. And, but they really add weight to what a lot of what you people are talking about. I take it, so tell me what topic you were on. You were basically telling me, I presume this was an immigrant family that's kind of like got this store going with all the American banners and everything, just so people don't
No. This is a white, I guess the homeowners of this place are white. It's like a few... It's like a block away from a 7-Eleven that's on Staten Island, and these folks have every Republican banner you can possibly name of damn near every state I can imagine at this point. They have the freaking they have these streamers going around around this iron fence, and the iron, it's like this black iron fence that has these it has those impaling it terminates in those points that can impale you if you were to fall on the fence, basically. And they have a massive American flag. I mean good God, the thing has to be bigger than my bed.
I wonder if they're from Texas.
Yeah, okay.
Wherever they're from, I just don't want to know them.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, that's usually not a good sign. When somebody has all that going for it, you'll see by the photographs I'm going to show you. This is now, my son and I were taking some photographs the time that we were getting close to the big fires. And the horror is that whenever you want to get ash in a photograph and that kind of fire ambience, it really is so easy to find in California. There's always a fire burning where you can go get that ash and ambience kind of lighting. But going through some of these places is just fucking terrifying. So here's some of the people that we saw and did not speak to, and just got out of there as soon as possible, really. But my son just had to get some photographs. And so here, I got the right file for them finally, and let me see if I can open that. And of course, because he puts them in from his camera, and that's different from the file I usually use. So, and that would be here. This is them under Dixie. And so, just to give you some idea of how red it's like, this is a large part of California is like this. Oh shit! Stuck that in Amanda's file. I take it Amanda didn't respond when you called her, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
And let me go back to that right file then. Go back into, once I open it up from one file, then it goes back there again. In the meantime, I'm so sorry about that, and I hope she's doing well. I also want people to know that I got a little trap food here. I'm not going to spend too long on it, but I do want to get some calories into my system. These men will do talking for a little while, or as long as Daniel's willing to spare. And by the way, so when you're talking about this kind of rank Americanism, I would think that, like Daniel said, his first thought was, are these people from Texas? And sounds like what they would do. And there's almost like what is that shit where they just are, so insecure about themselves that they have to express that they're American as if anyone needed to know that. This is what's bizarre. But anyhow, I don't know if both of you can see that. Can both of you access that inside of the chat?
Holy crap.
This is what it's like in large parts of California.
Yeah.
That is not filtered. That is not filtered. That is what our world looks like right now. Now, how do I get out of this stupid emoji
God
shit?
damn, you guys are literally living in Silent Hill.
Yes, that's what it's like in large parts of California. Okay, now I pressed the emoji button by mistake, so I might have to put up an emoji just to get out of here. So let me enter an emoji just to get the hell out of the emoji section. And fuck, it went back to the stupid PC instead of the file that I put it in. Let me go back to that other file, and hopefully this will lock it on. Okay, and so this is the group of people that we ran into, and this is Silent Hill and Children of the Corn combined. This is what we ran into when we're asking directions. Where's the heat of the fire?
Holy crap!
These people are. You describe these people to our listeners.
Okay, so we have a white dude in a shirt that has stripes in it. He's like this one is kind of thin, and he has a cap on. The cap, I can't tell what color the cap is because everything's in that sort of orange hue, and he's in some jeans, and the guy he's looking at is this fat white dude who has he's wearing jeans, and his stomach
tucked into.
Yeah, his shirt
with
is tucked into
suspenders.
his. He has one suspender that's visible on his right side, holding his fucking pants up, and his belly is so rotund it looks like he has 3 or 4 babies in there.
It's what they call Dunlop's disease. In other words, his belly is Dunlopped over his belt, is what they say. And this is what they did. It was hot outside. It's burning. There's embers falling from the sky. This is what they did. They got together in folding chairs and sat out in the middle of the road.
Holy shit!
Dude, this looks like these look like scenes in King of the Hill.
Yeah, except it's worse. It's like it's all for real.
Now the fat guy has he has a cap on. I don't know if that's a fishing cap or something. And the cap has he has sunglasses over his cap. And they have 2 or 3 American flags on this small 1-story home in the background.
Yeah, one is not enough. One's not enough. They've got by the way, Pac One I think is with us. Pac One, are you there? Can you hear us? Are you able to?
Actually, one of them's a Blue Lives Matter flag too.
Yes,
yeah,
Blue Lives Matter. Yes.
And then they have Trump 2024.
Trump 2024. Yes.
A fucking banner. I mean, are they?
That was on top of that fucker's home. That's literally on top of his. What would you call that? The door frame. It's there's a technical name for that architecture.
The front porch.
The front porch. Thank you. This is what overhangs his front porch, as if it were almost like he's turned it into an official center for something. And it's
yeah, that's exactly like that house I was describing. They have one of those banners up there too.
Okay. Trump 2024.
It's like all these militant. It's like all these militant whites. You know, they all just do the same thing.
Yes.
They're like clones.
Yes.
Just like Attack of the Clones. Holy shit! They're sitting. Okay.
And I bet their daughters. And I bet their daughters are listening to hip hop with secret black boyfriends on the side.
Oh, hopefully so. Hopefully
Oh,
so.
yeah.
Anything to get away from dad fucking him. Because
that happens.
Yes.
It's common.
Yes, it is common. It's all too common. Oh my fucking God. Honestly, it's not even a moral judgment call at this point. It's just, it's just, how would I say it? It's just tedious.
Tired of the same.
Yeah.
I'm looking at 4 dudes.
Yeah,
here.
they dream of Manchego.
They're perched on the street.
Yeah.
Why are they in the middle of the street, just looking at the fire, talking shit to each other?
Because the traffic was so little. This is how we came upon them, was because we had to stop the car. Otherwise, we never would have gotten out of the car. And when we stopped the car, that's when they were kind enough to move the chairs for us. And of course, I asked, why? And said, well, because it's so hot and because the fire is all around us, we're just enjoying the ambience. I mean, and I said, I noticed there's no woman around. And it's like, they never answered me. So either the women are all buried in the basement or in the front or backyard, or they all basically wised up and said, I'm getting the fuck out of here, and they just abandoned the men. Which
I think it's the latter.
Thank you. I would hope so. But you didn't mention the best part of the Trump banner 2024. It says, no more bullshit. No more bullshit. That's what it says on the Trump banner. No more bullshit. And of course, you're looking at bullshit. They piled it up. It's 6 feet high and it's ambulatory, and it's wearing suspenders, and it's got the. And of course, the ironic thing is, one of those flags, aside from one of them being a Blue Lives Matters flag, it's like one of them says "We the People" and the other one says "United We Stand." Of course, these people do not represent we the people. They don't represent unity. This is
I don't know what the hell they represent, but whatever they represent, I'd say they represent the anti-gods at this point.
Yes, well, this is what H.P. Lovecraft was always talking about, the downbreeding. He always portrayed these people as the villains. These are the people he would talk about. For those who don't know, there is an H.P. Lovecraft story about a motorist who gets stranded. This is the original Stephen King Wrong Turn kind of short story. Some motorist or somebody was in the Appalachians, and he winds up getting stranded in some home of some hillbilly Yahoo in Appalachia who turns out to be a cannibal. And, as with H.P. Lovecraft stories, this isn't based on shock value via gore. It's based on, then he finds out the guy's a cannibal because the guy basically says, I eat meat, and I thought the meat would be more nutritious if it was more like my own. Basically some line like that, and at the end the punchline is, the guy's a cannibal. And, it's typical...
Well, that was the reason why I loved his work, is because I would laugh at it. I would find humor at it. I couldn't take it seriously.
Thank you.
With how over the top the characters and
over the top. You're looking at photographs of it now, dude. I mean, this is
yeah. Well, shit. I mean, it's not over the top anymore.
Yeah,
obviously,
thank you.
In this day and age.
What H.P. Lovecraft was describing, if he saw this, he'd say it's all come true. Yes, it's all real.
I would go as far as say that H.P. Lovecraft was secretly a time traveler.
Yes, there we are. And by the way,
there's one thing that I've noticed with this whole Trump cultism thing. At every video that I've seen where there were Trump rallies, of amateur films filmed by Trump rally goers, the one consistent phrase that I always hear them say is, "We are not alone." So it just kept reaking of this. It just kept reeking of this new age bullshit.
Well, alien. It's like the aliens are here. That's exactly what they said was Close Encounters of the Third Kind and Steven Spielberg. Wow. Go on. Yeah.
Actually, I think a lot of that comes from being programmed from watching too much X-Files. Because remember the intro screen, it always ended with "We are not alone."
Thank you. It was two things.
Yeah.
It was I want to believe or something like that, and then we are not alone. It was some other stupid things they always kept saying.
And the truth is out there.
The truth is out there, right? But the in terms of the we are not alone, that was the original poster logo for Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So basically, these people have been programmed since the 70s, since they were children. But with Steven Spielberg, that whole thing, we are not alone. And the funny thing is, they view these aliens as all like, sexless grays, basically Asian caricatures. It's the Europeans who view them as blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordics. The Americans never see that shit. So, at any rate, yeah, go on.
Well, I will say it's us of sound mind who view the aliens as them.
Yes, thank you.
They have almost like an insectoid hive mind.
It's true.
And Trump is like the queen of the hive.
Yes, thank you. Only without any of the constructive nature. They're like the most destructive aspects of insects, like the worst you can think of termites, coming to rip down the infrastructure. But just so people get some hint at the pictures these men are looking at, and the irony here is that every time I hit the pictures, I kept hitting the emoji file by mistake. I couldn't get out of the emoji file without punching an emoji, so I would just punch an emoji to get the hell out of there. So there's this bizarre intersection, this juxtaposition of smiling faces along with the burning earth and shit. Here we are in the hellscape of you know what makes it so bizarre? It's all as orange as Trump's skin. It's all as orange as Trump's skin. Everything is filtered by the ash and the fire as blood orange. It's all blood orange, but this is noon. It was like high noon, and this is how it looked, and it was without filter. The gas station has got all of its lights on as if it were midnight. Very scary. So it is like being in the video game Silent Hill, and when you run into these characters, it gives the feeling of Silent Hill, and
because Silent Hill has characters like that. They're off kilter. They're just so off kilter. It's like, what the hell?
Yes.
And then I look at these pictures and I'm like, holy shit, they do exist.
Yes.
Yeah, they draw the mana from all that orange shit in the sky.
Thank you. And by the way, the fat guy's name, I remember it now, is Jerry Whipple. Jerry Whipple was the fucker's name. Yeah. And by the way, the place you're looking at, that's Greenville, California. Greenville. And
the irony of green is that it's the inverse of red.
Yes, thank you. That again, the stupidity of the United States Marine Corps is their logo is green and red. So if you ever take a look at their patches, their Marine Corps rank patches and stuff, you can never discern them in black and white photographs because red and green, even though they're very different colors, they blend together in black and white photographs, so they're indiscernible. So you can't discern whose rank is which. It's just part of the.
So it's like everyone's the same rank. Everyone's in this sort of hive rank.
Yeah, very bizarre. It's like, and there's something ironically apropos about that, but I'm not quite sure what just yet. But you can see the one thing that
was one of the reasons why I chose the Air Force, because the blue uniforms with the dark blue with the what do you call it, with the stripes. I like that. It's just.
I get it. Oh, by the way, I remember now what had happened. There was a mandatory evacuation order as the Dixie Fire was approaching Greenville, and all the women took the children and left. And all the men in Greenville refused to leave. These weren't the only men there, but it was all men there. They all refused to leave. And believe it or not, just to add to the ambience of what you're looking at, there was country music is what they were listening to. They were blaring all this country music in the fucking background, this yodeling about my dog died last night. I'm not kidding you. I am not shitting. I was like, and it just like because of that video game ambience, honestly,
Just like Texas.
oh God, it's horrible. It's horrible. It's like you were the space-time continuum. It was like this otherworldly feel that honestly I felt like, because of the video game feel, I felt like taking out a firearm and just shooting people, because that's what you do in video games, right? And that was just had to prevent myself from doing that. But there you go. It's and people who can't see those photographs, it's all trash in the yards. Trash in the yards. And I swear to God, in front of that gas station, there's a guy riding a bicycle. I swear to God, he randomly grabbed a bike out of someone's yard like it was communal property, and nobody said anything, and he just took off with it. It was like they all stole from each other regularly, and since they all stole from each other, they all had each other's bikes or something like that. So you can imagine what they do with their daughters, and they probably swap them. Is the first thing I would think. You know, honestly, it's just the feeling you get.
There's a reason why the women ran away.
Thank you. Thank you. This was probably their opportunity. I hope for their sake they never come back.
It's their opportunity to escape.
Thank you. Thank you. And I hope for their sake and the sake of their children they never return. As you know, these guys are worse than the fire. The fire would be a purge. The fire would be a purge. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at all the junk they have out there in front of their houses. There's like bicycles. There's all types of crap.
Thank you. Yeah.
Just an assemblage of crap.
Thank you. Yeah. And half of it is, what was it once? It was once something, and then the wood. Do you see the wood? It was like, I asked them about the wood. I said, that's too big for a fireplace. I said, what is that for? And I couldn't get any answer out of them. And I said, is that just for when the fire arrives, it's got something to burn? And it's like something else to burn besides your home? What the fuck? It didn't even make any sense.
They must have looked like you. They must have looked at you like you were from another planet.
Of course they did. And they thought my son was a girl, of course. So that's the safe thing there. Otherwise, if they had identified us as both male, they probably assumed they would have assumed we were a gay couple and probably have lynched us. Or,
maybe it's actually a clan meeting before they put their robes on at night.
Oh God, you know, it's so sad. It's so sad, and
you know, these guys actually make me feel good about myself. These guys are losers.
Thank you, and they think that they have worked for a living. They think that they've earned all this, and it's like when you talk to them, they're totally unemployable. It's only white privilege that they inherited these homes and shit. So it's like. It's disgusting, and
they got the fuel to burn some crosses.
Yes, that's it. Well, they could never get those logs. They're too big and round into the shape of a cross. It's like, I still don't know what do you think? What do you think they had that for? I mean, Daniel, you're the closest we have to someone who's like a homeowner and who maintains enough of a property where, you know, I'm sure you have a fireplace, but what would you think those logs would be for? They're obviously not fireplace material. What the fuck is that? They're not long either.
Well, usually firewood's commonplace among those people. I mean, you know, if it's not for barbecue, then it's maybe for some bonfire or something.
Yeah, like you said, when they're...
Yeah, it would have to be that.
Yeah, like when they're burning human sacrifices to the corn god. I mean, that was... Did you know that Stephen King's Children of the Corn had like 9 sequels? Did you know that?
Damn.
Unfucking believable. Anyhow, our man Jameson has taken a bathroom break, and I do want to get started on these plums, and I don't want people to... By the way, the smoke from the Dixie Fire has flooded Sacramento, which is the capital of our Golden State. Just so people know this, if we had Brendan Zogit with us, yeah.
I think you're in the right place for it to be called Dixie Fire.
Thank you.
I mean, that is a Southern term after all.
Thank you. That's what I thought of that myself. It's like, just so people understand this is straddling Butte and Plumas counties. Okay, it's like pumping out massive smoke plume. And Dennis Burns, who's the fire behavior analyst with CAL FIRE, our state fire agency, you know, he pointed out that we heard it on the radio. Greenville came up while they're playing all their country music, and this guy was like saying, well, the community of Greenville is directly under the Sooty Air Mass. And I was like, yeah, no shit. But it's about 250 miles northeast of San Francisco, just so people know, and it exploded over the weekend. And as a matter of fact, in Oregon, that fire that's going on in Oregon, I forget what that name they have for that, that's burned an area the size of New York City, at least. And these things happen. They burn up massive areas of the states of Oregon and California. I do hope Our Lady Amanda is safe, and I'm concerned that this might be one of the reasons we are not hearing too much from her. But it's definitely something. Keep her in your thoughts and prayers as always. But let me look up, why is it Dixie Fire? Why is it called Dixie Fire? And I'm sure there's some stupid reason. Our man Jameson is back. Good. I'll ask both Daniel Arola and yourself to hold the stage. We were looking up why it's called Dixie Fire, but I was explaining how the area in Oregon that's burning under their largest fire up there, it has burned an area the size of New York City. And Dixie Fire down here, it's let me see, it says George area was warm like the Deep South, so they started calling it Utah's Dixie. Okay, this is stupid. This is about Utah. Let me see. Dixie Fire Wikipedia. Welcome to Cal Fire. Dixie Fire, 190,000 acres burned. For all I know, those guys might all be toast by now. We can hope.
We can hope.
Oh, and by the way, this is not only one of the 15 largest wildfires in California history, it was almost certainly started by PG&E, our own utilities monopoly, because of the equipment just basically breaking down and doing what it does, sparking and all that stuff. And so, like I said, we'd be getting these dry thunderstorms that are sparking lightning to burn up the dry ground. And like our man Daniel Arola says, at least he doesn't have to worry about fires to the degree that we do, because it's usually moist, or more moist out in Texas than it is out here in California, where it gets so bone dry. But it's 30,000 fucking acres at least, and I don't know how far containment has gone, but I still can't find out why they call it the Dixie Fire. But go on, yeah.
I'm gonna remember to bring this out to my to my conservative friends that talk shit about California for whatever their weird ass reasons. Say, hey, be lucky if you're not catching on fire.
Yeah. Well, beyond that, tell them if they came up here to California in places like Greenville, they'd find themselves right at fucking home.
Yep.
Honestly, it would be like they never left. I'll search around some more. Let's check the live chat before I chew a little bit of these plums in such a manner that people don't hear me. I'll go mute for that. Don't want them to hear me sucking on this. And
actually, they remind me of those residents that live in those states in Hurricane Alley. Where their homes get blown away and they still stay and rebuild.
Yeah, that's true. That are people on a floodplain. People on a floodplain are like that too. I mean, Texas has floodplains, right?
Yes, there's some there.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So, by the way, shout out to Nancy Volker, who has joined us, lovely lady. And Daniel Arola says he used to perform with the skit comedy troupe in the 1990s. Some members of it were stand-up comics. They say they never got groupies as stand-up comics.
Yeah.
And Mary YæHuwsHua, that's the correct pronunciation of her name in Polish. Mary YæHuwsHua. So there we are. She said her sister, I don't know who she's referring to, but she said her sister fell out of the family tree. I think we're
talking about Laura. That was at the time we were talking about Laura Eisenhower.
Okay, interesting. And of course, Daniel Arola brings up our favorite nickname for Richard Dolan, Rochester Dick Dolan, because of course Rochester Dick, for those of you who don't know, is a condition many men are born with in Rochester because of all the chemical waste poured into the local environs all around Rochester that's gotten into the water level. what do they call it? The water tap or something. Anyhow, it's gotten into the water, okay? And so these guys are born with their penises right next to their anuses, like positioned as if it were female vagina. So all these men fuck like dogs.
Yeah.
So there we are. Sarah Shields says, yes, Maria, his mom was a traveling cook during the Revolutionary War. He was present with her. He was in 75 films too. Holy shit, who the hell was that? She says Anthony Quinn. There we are. So he was born in Mexico. True, forgot that, but he was Irish and Mexican. There we are. So Anthony Quinn was some child of Irish Mexican origin, and I guess he was, he's just, I don't think. See, to Peter Mooney, he was saying, oh, I think these guys appeared okay. As Peter Lorre played an Asian all right. I mean, what am I supposed to say to that? It's kind of like saying, when Douglas Dietrich puts on blackface, he sounds just like the astronomer guy, who goes around raping chicks. I forget the guy's name even.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, there we are, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, when Douglas puts on the fro wig. Yeah, he looks and acts like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah.
Oh man. It's pretty offensive how they had white people playing Asian people, white people playing American,
Indians.
Native American people.
Yes. Oh my.
Actually, though, for a while in pro wrestling, it was even like that too. There were white guys playing as Asian guys that knew karate.
Oh God.
Really.
And they had the Ming mustache and shit.
Oh, that's so fucking offensive. That's just awful. That's like somebody putting on blackface and putting on a big natch. And
much.
Yes, and then what was it? Oh, Peggy Wood is here, so shout out to Peggy Wood. Mwah. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go mute for a few minutes, but I'll be right here. But if you gentlemen can take over for a little bit again, and our man Daniel, I'll expect him to give a few one-liners, deliver a few punchlines, because he says he was in comedy. But of course, Daniel doesn't tell you his comedy was mostly slapstick, Three Stooges style, where he went around punching people, sticking ice picks in their eyes and shit. Okay, I'll go silent now.
All right.
Well, I will say that a lot of that horrid smoke and a lot of that stuff burnt from the California and Oregon wildfires is winding up in the New York air. And so we've had air quality alerts throughout the day. And so for this reason, I've started wearing my what do you call it? N95 mask out there, just to block the small particulates from all that freaking, especially when it's really hot. It's gotten bad. Unfortunately, Staten Island we receive all the bad air from New York because of its location. So it's like all the shit air that comes from it just sort of coalesces over Staten Island, hangs there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I've started to see a lot more people in New York though wearing masks outdoors. I've started to see a lot more people cautious, at least in Manhattan, except for the privileged. You can always tell the privileged class from the people who are more intelligent, because the privileged folks, they go jogging with no mask on. They've been jogging with no mask on since forever, and they just don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it's kind of almost 60-40 mask and no mask now out here in public in Houston, but they do still consider social distancing zones. I mean, they distance from each other.
Yeah, no one social distances in New York anymore. No one, and it's reached a point where it's gotten offensive. Because I'm like on the ferry boat trying to enjoy a drink of Voodoo Ranger, and I'm just like, so I lift up my mask so I can drink, but after I have a drink or two, I put my mask back down. because I don't want their fucking Delta shit flying up in my face. And I'm in the back outside area, and people are like walking all up close with their fucking noses and shit and just hanging around. I'm like, could you fucking people get out of here? I just got pissed. I was like, I hate people, man. And these were like these white folks who just look oblivious. They're just like walking around, one woman and two guys, and they're like, their noses are all sticking out like vacuum,
like tourists in a foreign country.
Yeah. And their noses are all popping out like vacuum cleaners and shit. And I'm like, oh my fucking god! It's like, dude, I've grown tired of I don't know. I mean, I'm starting to see this again. I look at the COVID-19 virus as an opportunity. This is like natural selection on steroids. So
pretty much.
Yeah. So the people who are like really dumb, they're just gonna go, and the people who probably shouldn't reproduce but do reproduce anyway, they'll be gone. And hopefully we can have some more intelligence in the gene pool.
Yeah, this past handful of years, more or less, has been a consistency of people people that aren't following any sensible guidelines, or that are actually destroying each other over something that they strongly believe in.
And yeah, it all seems dumb to me because that all that time would be better spent surviving and employing the mechanisms that aid one's survival through these tremulous times, such as
Actually, man, I'd hate to be in the medical profession right now, because these people be pulling out some shit from Google to argue with you over.
Oh yeah, and not only that, like there's a lot of people out here, at least in Northwell Health, Staten Island University Hospital. You can sort of see people's political leanings in the hospital as well, because you'll see the nurses, like some of them will have their nose outside the mask. And I'm like, what the hell? I mean, granted, I'm like, haven't they been watching the news? Are they aware that Delta is also affecting people who have vaccines, who have been vaccinated? And I'm thinking that some of these people are people who don't believe in the vaccine.
Well, that also goes back to the presence of Donald Trump in power. See, because his presence gave these people an excuse to be their worst selves and to be okay about it.
That's a very keen observation. That's why they flock to him.
Because there's that like attracts like factor there.
Yeah,
which builds up the cultism.
He enables them to be the worst that they can be, and be proud of it.
Yep, and he makes them love him, but he doesn't even know how to do that.
And so in turn they love him, but they decide that they don't want to know how to love anyone else. They blindly
and openly love him, but at the same time, Trump hates them. Trump hates his followers. Especially the poorer class that support him. I mean, that's kind of like that's hardly even an open secret. It's plainly shown.
Yeah. I mean, I could imagine. I would guess he has nothing good to say about them. I'm betting he would literally call them poor white trash.
Well, I mean, because any time that he talks to them, he just only really means to embed some kind of command for them to do something to fuck shit up with.
Yeah, and the thing about Trump though is I think part of me thinks that the only reason why he's still holding on to this political thing is because I get the feeling that he has like a sort of sword of Damocles dangling over his head.
Well, according to his niece, Mary Trump, the one who wrote the book about him, about his behavior, she said that the one thing that's worse than death to Donald Trump is his fear of becoming irrelevant in the future. So that's what he's fighting hard for, is to remain relevant.
So in a real sense, he does have that is his sword of Damocles to some degree. But I was also wondering though if there weren't some sort of external pressure for him to stay in the political scene as well.
Well, he owes a lot of money to some people.
Yes, that's what it comes down to. A lot of money that he owes. It's it is what it is. It's horrible, and he threatens the world just by his very life.
Existence.
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you.
Now he's someone who should be exiled to La Palma Island.
No, that's too pleasant. That's too pleasant. I mean, even though that might be the source of the end of the world as we know it, I mean, it's quite a pleasant place to live otherwise.
No. Well, the thing is, he would have to be chained to the volcano.
There we are. Yes. And that would be a, how would I say it? That would, that would be too good for him. So, okay, so what do I need to do? I need to get some more liquids around me, and I shoved what I could in my mouth, but that's not very appetizing, what I did to myself with the with some of those Meals on Wheels trays, but those were some of the more, how would I say it? Those were some of the more expendable ones. And a new delivery comes tomorrow, but it was, what can I say? It was an odd couple of days. It was just the whole month has been odd, but I'm glad that it worked out in the end as far as I could, make ends meet to a degree. But of course, I do want to emphasize to everyone that help is always still needed. I will be doing my dedication soon when I start the monologue, and I, of course, will mention the ad. I have to look that up. So give me a few seconds, gentlemen, or minutes, and I'll be back in about another 5 or 10 minutes. I'm going to grab some refreshments, and I'm going to also just kind of pull up something on the screen where I can read from the ad for Benestenius. After all these years, I still haven't memorized it. And aside from that, both of you gentlemen are doing quite well. When it comes to La Palma, did you ever bring up at least your how would I say it, your comment published this time when you were talking about one of the dollar bills when you folded?
Oh yes.
Let's talk about that.
I'm not sure if it's the $5 bill or $10 bill, but people were claiming that's what they're gonna do to New York, because they were claiming like something, all those conspiracies. Let me see if I can find it. The dollar bill conspiracies.
Well, yeah, that origami shit to the dollar bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
But there's something to it, though. I don't doubt that there's something to it. I just can't find which bill it was. I don't know if it's the $5 bill or the $20 bill or the $10 bill. Let me see something. Okay, they have like the bills. I think it's I don't know. People are talking about 9/11 with the bills, but
yeah. When you fold a certain way, it shows what resembles the Twin Towers, and smoke behind it.
All right, yeah, and they say that in sequence. That's 9/11 and whatnot. I mean that there's some. Again, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say that the human eye likes to find patterns in things. Our minds like to give things meaning, things that would be merely coincidence. But there was a dollar bill that shows like, I can't remember what dollar bill it was. I gotta find it. The dollar bill conspiracy with the water. Dollar bill conspiracy with the tsunamis. Yeah, that's it. The tsunami.
I'm reminded of that scene. I'm reminded of that one scene in Half Baked where I believe it was Jon Stewart as the customer saying, "You ever seen the back of a $20 bill on Wade?"
Oh, I have not seen that.
Yeah, it's one of those classic stoner movies from the 90s with Dave Chappelle.
Man. Now it
Yeah,
sounds familiar.
Yeah, with Dave Chappelle, where his profession is as a janitor, or as he calls himself, the master of custodial arts.
Damn, I'm not finding that dollar, man. I'm starting to feel like, I think it was a $10 bill. Yeah, it's got to be the $10 bill. Let me see something. I don't have a $10 bill on me because I'm so irresponsible with money that I just blow it on just everything I can possibly blow it on. Even when I have a job, I just run through money like ridiculously. $10 bill folded.
Well, gone are those nights when I used to have to unfold a whole bunch of bills that I got as tips.
Ha 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 ha! Yes. Now
I had to wash my hands a lot from that shit.
Oh God, I can imagine. By the way, just so people understand what he's alluding to, in case you're so naive and so innocent and so virtuous that you have no idea, what he's talking about. Do understand, of course, that I found out what else I need. Tea. I'm going to make a cup of tea. Well, not cup. I make an entire fucking crock, which I drink. So I'll be gone for about 7 minutes doing that. But I did want our man Daniel to talk a bit about when he was with that comedy thing. I mean, were you telling jokes or were you there just as like visual stimulation?
I actually did spend time with a skit comedy troupe. Okay. We just like did small skit comedy scenes, kind of like a neighborhood Saturday Night Live, for like a cosmopolitan type of group, upper middle class type people, mostly white folks and Jewish people, and we performed according to their sense of humor, which is a lot of silly white dad jokes with some adult humor in it, since children weren't allowed in the show. So yeah, it was just little shows like that. We just like silly scenes, like where I was part of this duo where my partner in the duo was this guy who spoke like Apu in The Simpsons. He has a
that's funny in and of itself. On. Just listening to that guy makes people laugh. Go on.
Yeah. And I played some kind of Oriental chop-socky guy, with the accent. And we walk into some kind of sex addicts anonymous meeting where we ended up taking over the meeting and calling for an orgy back at the apartment.
That is funny.
Shit like that.
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyhow, by all means, go on with this, and I'll go tend to my tea. I'll be back soon enough, and you gentlemen can both continue. Oh, yes, I forgot to mention. So when he talks about cleaning the money, and now this is going to be, I'm just going to speculate here. Obviously, when you're dealing with a lot of women in the adult entertainment, a lot of times money is shoved in their panties and or just even in their vaginal orifice, or the crack of their butt. A lot of times, I take it this is where people were shoving their money with you.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
Along with the blend of sweat and all that shit,
yes.
Germs, and it's nasty. So I had lots of sanitizer on hand.
Oh my God. Okay, and what was it that you said you got, Mr. Jameson Reese?
It's the new $100 bill A Flight 370 and East Coast Tsunami Bomb, another doomsday fantasy. Basically, the new $100 bill looks like it's showing a tsunami wiping out a city, if it's folded correctly, according to what they're saying. And so they might have known about La Palma and the possibility and, encoded that in the...
Well, they've known about that since World War II. You know that. I mean, that was the ultimatum. So, yeah. Interesting. And that there's, like you said, there's nothing they can do about it. So they've just encoded it almost as predictive programming, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's just pretty much giving everyone a heads up. Now, before today, I was wondering if maybe there were some way to utilize spell work to try to prevent it from happening.
There, now that's positive. Yes, I'll leave you two gentlemen to talk about that and other subjects for a little bit. Before I go, let me check the message box. See if there's... Oh, that's from our man Cookie Monster. Okay, he gave me the message there. And, okay then, I'll go mute, and I'll be back soon enough.
All right, so let's see, what should I cover?
We were covering the cultism of the thought culture of the Trump supporters and all that shit.
Oh yeah. What I did notice about them on when they make these Facebook comments, because usually I get these ads from like ACLU or something. It's one of those things that are supposed to be dealing with like civil rights and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And they were talking about like racism and policing, and people were talking about like people are like, are you saying you don't want cops? Are you saying you don't want this and that? And I'm like saying, well, what a lot of their comments of the people who are against the entire, who are like pro-policing and part of that white supremacist bullshit, it's like their comments have nothing to do with what the actual subject is.
Yeah, it's just like when they talk about critical race theory and they don't know what the hell it is, or when they talk about socialism and they don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even bother to research what these things are. They don't know how to frame these. They don't know how to frame what they're saying to the subject that's being spoken about. So it's like they just look like idiots.
Yeah, because for a while, after using the socialist word got old, that's when they switched to calling the Biden administration as communist.
Oh yeah. They'll go through. It's interesting because the Red Party is far closer to they're far closer to communism than the Democrats are.
Well, they're also a projection party, because a lot of the shit that they blame the left for is everything that they're most familiar with, that hits home with them.
Yeah, it's everything that they are.
And they do that reflexively, and they do that with a lot of energy.
Well, that goes to show you that they're not cognitively here. They're literally out somewhere else.
And that energy goes to feed something.
Yeah, they're feeding like a Trump egregore, and it's kind of odd. I'm thinking there's definitely a connection with Trump and the occult, like the satanic occult movements, because there are more than a few occultists I've run across who have, sort of made inferences on the idea that Trump is something special. And I'm like, what the fuck would you see in Trump if you're a practicing occultist?
Or perhaps he's probably nothing more than just an accessory to an even bigger ritual.
Yeah, I think that he is.
Yep.
He is. Mm-hmm. He's like a sacrificial pawn.
Yep. And while he still owes everybody money, you gotta do it.
He's a sacrificial pawn, and when I get the feeling that it's gonna be his own people who are gonna take him out.
Yep. Hell, their kids are already just about getting ready to turn on him. I mean, hell, Jared and Ivanka are not even calling him back.
Yeah, I get the feeling that once that happens, then the ritual will be complete, whatever the ritual was meant to be.
And don't be surprised. And don't be surprised. Don Jr. is probably still trying to appeal for some kind of approval from his dad in his hardest time, but he's probably not going to get it.
Well, he's going to wind up falling with his father, which is pretty.
That's inevitable.
Well, considering the dumbass he is, he probably deserves it.
Oh man, he's going to go into so much cocaine relapse unless he has to give up the ass for it.
Oh, he probably does that too.
Yeah, shit.
Those guys.
Well, I mean, hell, if anything, his girlfriend's probably part of his supply.
Oh, he's getting he's high on something. He's high on something.
Oh yeah, that's without question.
I mean, the question is he's probably high off of shit. Because I do know that there is an actual practice where people will like take shit and piss and ferment it in like a beer bottle and try to huff it to get high off of it.
Yeah.
That
according to this one guy, Noel Castor, he's also a stand-up comic. He worked on the set of The Apprentice, with Trump, and according to him, he said Trump was addicted to a lot of powder drugs, from coke to meth, just snorting that shit, and that led to him having it's like far worse than the worst case of irritable bowel syndrome, where he couldn't control his excretion. That's why he wears a diaper. I mean, his pants.
He does. Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Yep. Wow. So those baby Trump balloons are literally true.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Do they show him like with the baby diaper?
Yep, those are diapers.
Holy shit.
Yep. And it's said that sometimes he doesn't even realize what he's doing. Probably doesn't even smell it. And it had to take someone like Ivanka to tell him, hey, you got to go in the back and get changed, and somebody else has to change him. That's the thing too. It's like, damn, that person's probably not even getting paid.
He can't change himself.
No, he can't. He doesn't get changed himself.
Wow, that's and the thing is, it seems like his limbs, his arms and legs are ambulatory, so I don't grasp why he can't change himself.
I don't know. Well, actually, Noel did say something about that too, but I forgot. I was just too distracted into those other details that he was talking about. Like, damn, had to kind of recover from that shit. But yeah, it was an interesting video I listened to.
Right, I gotta check this out. What's the guy's name again?
Noel Casler, Casler. He's like a stand-up comic. I follow him on Twitter, so I catch up with his posts now and then, and he does talk a lot of stuff. A lot of stories that he's sharing from his times, working on the set of The Apprentice with the Trump family. And he explains a lot of the Russian stuff, because he has seen a lot of rich Russian people at a lot of the Trump family parties. Yeah. So this goes way back.
So in a real sense, Trump does have a sword hanging over his head, and it's from the Russians.
Oh yeah.
Basically, he's slave circuited to Putin.
Pretty much. I mean, hell, the Trump sons for a while were even bragging about it, about getting money from Russia.
Wow. So basically, if he doesn't put on this political show in song and dance, they're probably going to whack him.
Well, either way, if anything, whatever whatever his presence accomplished, as president, it did make some step because they did take advantage of the popular demoralization of the people in America, where they were actually all sorting each other out, and it just becomes plain as day whose side on is who.
Yeah. I mean, now that you bring that up, that's an excellent point. As a result of his presidency, we've literally turned on ourselves. That is definitely something the Russians would use to their advantage.
Well, this also goes back to the way that a lot of the white colonizers, how they conquered a lot of native lands, is that they pit all those native tribes against each other. While being some kind of source of luxury, for these tribes, and bribing them all, and then in the end, just taking over them all.
You bribe them into destroying each other, and then take everything they have when they're fighting each other. Perfect strategy.
Just basically groom them all into becoming dependent on you because you're the source of something from that they need.
That's just as bad.
Yep.
I mean that's probably worse.
Well, yeah, that's how the white man was doing it. To the natives here in America, to the Filipinos, shit. Pretty much everywhere where there was indigenous people living.
Well, it's only karma then that this is happening to the United States in a very real sense, and it goes back to what I sort of believed for a long time, that what people think of as karma on an individual level doesn't really exist. Rather, what exists, but there is karma on a national level, where an entire nation will have to pay for its misdeeds and sins against, crimes against humanity at some point of whoever, colonized or occupied it.
Mm-hmm.
And and we're seeing that firsthand.
Yeah. And not only that, there's also a rise in a number of respectable female leaders, including Native Americans.
That's good. This is exactly what I anticipated. I anticipated that the new Aeon would be one that would be led by females, and I also anticipated that the conquering child of Crowley is actually really supposed to be a female. This is something I've been alluding to a lot in my this is something I've found a lot in my personal gnosis, or at least something that I've suspected a lot, and while there hasn't been any authors who've said it like overtly, it's just something that seems like the time is right. It's something on an intuitive level that I just grasped, that this whole macho man thing, this whole closet homo thing, it's ruling everything. It just can't go on.
What they're really mad at, that they're afraid to admit, and they're trying really hard not to talk about her, is Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Remember, they tried so hard to sell the idea that she's really not black, that she's like Asian black or whatever that bullshit is, because they don't want to get called out as racist.
Yes. Oh my God. So predictable. And thank you for sharing that. That's so important. By the way, I tried to raid the fridge and the mold monster almost ate me. Just a horrible experience. That's why it took so long. But I escaped. So I'm back now. But
so what was moldy? And please describe the mold in detail.
No, I will not. And let's get back on to the topic both of you were on. And what I'll do, instead of those horrible those two Meals on Wheels trays that I tried to heat up earlier, I just did it the wrong way, and they just, that not every one of them is a success. So I'll stick with this candy bar for a moment, and while I'm gnawing on this, since we still have the privilege of Daniel Arola's company with us, yes, do go on about Kamala Harris, because yes, she's been they've been attacking her, of course, exactly the way he's been saying, and so let's take it from there. Back to where you were. Thank you.
They're like, no, she's not black, and I just laugh every time they go there, because they hate being called out as racist, and around these times, especially since they're supporting Trump, they feel like it's okay to do that now. And that's the thing.
What they're really afraid of is the idea that a black woman is in a position of power over them.
Yep, exactly.
They see it, for them, they see it as some kind of insult to their masculinity. And for that means that they're not only racist, they're sexist as well.
Oh, well, yeah, that's exactly what it is. I mean, and this is kind of that part where I guess this is the part where the world's going into this natural order when after the Republicans mess everything up, the Democrats will always have to fix everything, and when it gets really bad, that's when the women rule. They have to fix everything back in order for the mess that men started. Because
they're the only ones who can.
Yep.
Men are most of the times too stupid to clean up their own shit.
Yeah.
And in Trump's case, that's quite literal. He's probably too stupid to know how to take his diaper off.
Oh, I guess that's why he has to have help.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that whatever statue they had of Trump, well, I'm sure someone saw what he had, and I'm pretty sure that's accurate. So I mean, that's basically the gene pool that they're working with. That's not very good. So I mean, this is like a victory for all people who just want to interbreed with their family members and just want to be like lazy white trash, like these almost weird people in these photographs. I mean, gosh. I mean,
yeah, no kidding.
Who sits around with a bunch of guys, just sitting down? What do they talk about? What do they do? I mean,
they're probably fantasizing about how they wish they were like the Spartans in the movie 300 or something.
I could see that. That's actually a good one. But it's well, what I could say is the females are going to be. I'm thinking at a certain point they're going to realize that men are not needed, and I think at some point they'll develop the technology where they can just fertilize each other and just say and find a way so that no men are ever born ever again, and then it will just be a planet ruled by women humans, and I think that's when humankind will really evolve and just go forward, because what are men really needed for?
Well, there you have that. By the way, there was a wonderful science fiction film that I can't even remember what my connection with it was. I wasn't the consultant on that film, but I do remember that there was some reason that I felt a kind of affinity for it. It was one of the last let me see, in terms of the films I was consulted for, I don't consciously recollect that was one of them, but I think the title was The Last Man on Earth, and it was a 1990s film, and it was about that very topic. And of course, there's been science fiction novels about that beforehand. but I did produce an illustration for it, and that's probably what I'm remembering. It was probably, I turned in an illustration for it, and that was probably not the one they ultimately used for the TV guide. It was probably one of the ones that they were asking for, that different commercial input into the illustrations for. Of course, you guys probably don't even remember. Well, Daniel might remember the TV guide. Well, maybe Jameson does.
I actually do remember the TV guides because my father used to get the TV guides, and I used to, look. It used to be like bathroom reading material when you were taking the dump.
Oh, but it was so much more than that. It was like my eyes brim with nostalgia thinking about it. It was like something that actually was a comfort. It was a comfort to. That's why you said it. You feel so comfortable with it. You're reading it while taking a dump. It's like that. It was. Had this kind of, it was there for you, and there were, so that means you were alive when there were only a few channels on the television, both of you, right?
Yeah. I think there was channel 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, and 13. And there was 11.
Yeah, then you guys are as fucking old as I am. Jesus Christ, you're all ancient. Jesus. Yes.
I still remember the Saturday afternoon kung fu flicks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it?
I do too. The Saturday afternoon kung fu movies.
Oh yes. Oh my God. And there was in the Bay Area it was different. We had the 3:30 movie. There was also a kung fu theater. I remember that. Hey Daniel, did you ever run across a guy who I knew personally in San Francisco peripherally, but I knew him well enough? Dr. Z. He made his own martial arts films here in San Francisco. Have you ever run across him or heard of him?
Not sure. I may have heard it in passing, but no, not enough to catch my attention.
Okay.
So far.
Yeah, it was cute. Just sad. He was just this short little Chinese guy, he almost deformed in a sense. His face was kind of deformed, I guess. If you look up Dr. Z Kung Fu, let's see what we find. Let me take a look at that. Dr. Z Kung Fu, and see what they come up with. And he may have been on that Kung Fu theater that was a few times as a guest, but he was making his own films. And let's see what we find. Jeet Kune Do Instructions, Dr. Z lesson. There we are. So he is out there, Dr. Z, Jun Fan Jeet Kune Do, and it looks like he dyed his hair blonde. Oh my fucking God! Don't do that.
Oh boy,
I'm
an instructor in Jun Fan Jeet Kune Do.
Oh, cool! Wow, there you go. And so this guy, he was born and raised in China, and but no surprise there. I mean, he had this very kind of Chinese. How would I say it? It's flavored to his films in the sense that he was not portraying communist China in any negative light, just kind of like, almost normalized. Not that he had any, agenda behind that. It was just, for a while there, everybody was treating China as just a normalized nation for the longest period of time. There we are. Book Dr. Z, GKD, Jeet Kune Do instructor. But there we have that. And the problem that Beaver described about him was that he was just too late. It was just once Bruce Lee did what he did and the martial arts films had their heyday, it was like, it's like he was trying to revive something that you could no longer have the surprise wow factor anymore. So you had to approach it differently than the way he was doing it. There we have that, and let me take a look and see if there's any images. The funny thing is that I'm on Mozilla Firefox and I have to switch to Google to get images because half the time they don't come up on Mozilla Firefox. You have to go through the Google, but I'm just going to hit that just to see what he looks like these days. And probably this is going to be something that's just going to freak me all out, just like when I ran across Sinead O'Connor, and after that I just felt that he was just awful. But yeah, Z demo from 2005. Oh my God. So this is from when my mother was still alive, and I see this. So I'll take this and I'll put this into the what do we call it? The text box here. Then you gentlemen can see this.
I just looked him up,
Uh-huh.
and he seems legit so far. I mean, other names that have been mentioned here seem real related to the Innocento Academy.
Okay.
So far, he actually is studying under former students of the late Bruce Lee.
Okay.
Like Master Ted Wong was also a student under Bruce Lee as well.
Okay.
So yeah, I see that.
Yeah. It's just that. Oh, go on, by all means.
Yeah. So yeah, he's legit.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh yeah, well he's legit, definitely, but he's like I said, it was just kind of sad because he was working so hard and making his own films, and he never really got anywhere. Like like when I brought him up now, and you never heard of him. It's just awful. It's just so sad. And like I said, what Beaver was saying about it was, he's too late for this shit. It's this stuff is it's not like it's come and gone. People are open to watching action films. But it's like the martial arts has to be integrated with something else other than a martial arts theme. It's very hard to sell a film. Yeah.
Kung Lee barely just made it, to becoming famous.
Who was that?
Kung Lee.
Kung Lee. Who
yeah,
was he?
yeah. It's spelled Cungle. He's fought in the UFC. He's I believe he's retired now, but he's been in mixed martial arts. But before that, he's been in a lot of Chinese Sanshu tournaments. Those are like kickboxing with throws, with judo throws in it.
Yeah, but you're talking about the fighting circuit. You're not talking about film.
This individual named Kung Lee. Yeah. He also appears in films and some TV shows as well. Now, featured as a martial artist.
Okay. Yeah. But
I believe he came up around the same time as Kung Lee, and Kung Lee probably might have overshadowed Dr. Z.
Okay.
So that's what I was getting at.
I see. So sad.
Maybe because Kung Lee's pretty or something.
Yes, poor Dr. Z. He's not physically attractive. But
Kung Lee is aesthetically. I mean, he's built, buff. He's young looking.
Right. Whereas Dr. Z just looks old and
his age.
Yeah.
His age.
Yeah, his age. Yeah. He doesn't look old, but he looks. Yeah. It will. But not only that, his face looks kind of, for lack of a better word, kind of deformed. And but then again, so did that white guy. What's his name? The guy with the ballet legs, but the weightlifter's torso.
Oh, Jean-Claude
Van Damme.
Thank you. He has that kind of deformed head, but it didn't seem to do anything to hold him back. But Dr. Z's face is a little more shrunken and kind of, it's just. It's odd, and he just doesn't have that level of charisma, sadly. And though he seems like a nice guy and projects himself well, it was just sad. I mean, not that I want to harp on that. It's hopefully his life's been okay and everything's gone well with him, and he's other than that a very nice person. It's just I felt bad that he didn't get the fame that he was obviously seeking. And aside from all of that, what else does that bring to mind aside from Dr. Z and what we were talking about? What else was there? Anyhow, both of you continue for just a second. I'm still gnawing on this candy bar.
When it comes to chasing dreams, things are pretty much hit or miss, which is why I've given up dreaming altogether.
And
I just dream that I don't have any dreams, or I just want to survive.
That's
and somehow have money to be able to not be homeless.
Yes. Yeah, go on. You were going to say something about that to Daniel in reply to Jameson?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was going to say, as far as dreams go, I learned at an early age when I learned from my uncle. When I first learned martial arts, I was not supposed to tell anybody. I was supposed to keep it a secret. So he says that in order for me to keep my dream, there's one thing: don't tell anybody. Because anybody gets in there, they're going to get in your business, and they're going to probably throw some kind of monkey wrench in your system for whatever reason. They just get in the way. pretty much.
Good point. Good observation, honestly. Because, yeah, dreams are best kept a secret. So whatever megalomaniacal and dastardly scheme I have in my mind cannot be vocalized.
Yep.
That makes
It's too
perfect
late
sense.
for that.
and that way you have all that time and space to work on it.
There we
Exactly.
are. Yeah.
Because there are no actors popping up from the other realms to just say, "Oh, I don't think so, JMO."
Just keep them guessing on the internet.
Oh, on the internet, I share nothing. I don't share. I only share my feelings on the internet on Facebook, but I don't share what I'm doing or how I'm doing it. I don't even share my. I used to share sigils and things like that, but I don't do that anymore. I haven't done that in over a year, and I find that it's helped things. There's a sort of power to secrecy when one's dealing with the finer workings of the arcane. There's a tremendous power to secrecy.
Right. By the way, Nancy Volker said it was her bedtime, so she says, "Love you all." So, mwah, we'll miss you, Nancy.
Hi,
In case you're
Nancy.
listening later.
Good night, Nancy.
Sarah Thomas says, "I'm a fan of the Show Warrior and Andrew Koji." Thank you, Sarah. Mwah. And Elvira Locklear, by the way, just to give JMO a heads up, I think she's fine. I think she was talking about something the two of you were talking about earlier while I was being captured by the mold monster and trying to struggle my way free. But in terms of what she was saying about characters, I guess you guys were bringing up Magoo, Sylvester Tweety, Bugs Bunny, Roadrunner. Of course, she's quoting Foghorn Leghorn when she says, "I'm looking for chicken hawks." That was the bird that was actually bothering Foghorn Leghorn was supposed to be quote-unquote a chicken hawk, but he was really a chick who said, "I'm a chicken hawk," meaning that he's a hawk who hunts for chickens. So he thought of Foghorn Leghorn as a big chicken, which of course Foghorn Leghorn was deeply offended because he's a rooster, and basically saying, "Yeah, I'm a cock, boy. I'm a cock. I'm not a chicken, boy." Yeah, that's
Foghorn Leghorn's name.
Yeah.
The Leghorn part of his name actually represents the breed of fowl that he is, which is the white Leghorn breed. Now that's the breed of chicken that's often marketed in the stores because of the size of their meat and the size of the eggs. So those big white eggs, those all come from white Leghorn chickens.
That's incredible. Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah.
that. And in terms of Foghorn Leghorn, I used to joke about him that he was the Klansman rooster, that he was white.
Yeah.
He talked like he was deep south. It was very funny.
Well, I say.
Yeah. Yeah, I say, boy, I say. And
Yeah.
just the word boy, I mean, it was just so politically incorrect, but everything about those cartoons, all those cartoons was...
Yeah, they didn't care back then. They didn't even bother to consider anything that...
Oh yeah, he was cynical, all right.
Yeah, and then, of course, there was Daffy Duck, who was black, and then, like... I've said in the past on Revolution Radio how just the shit he would say. One time he pretended he was Elmer Fudd was hunting him, and then he was like saying, "Oh, the white man's going to whip me! Don't whip me, old man! Don't whip this poor old body!" And then he came out of the bush dressed like Abraham Lincoln. "What's this I hear about you whipping slaves?" And it was just, and then Elmer Fudd's going, "Oh no, Mr. Lincoln, I wasn't trying to whip no slaves." It was. No wonder all these kids grew up so warped. I mean, they were all just horrible exposure to these.
Yeah,
these
I remember those old cartoons because they used to even have feature a lot of pygmies with bones through their nose and shit.
Yes, yeah, those are the really old ones. That would be like Max Fleischer and shit. That's Max Fleischer did Popeye, and then Hanna-Barbera was just as bad, and then there was Mickey Mouse was. Disney was just as bad, and then finally, who was it? Some black guy bought Song of the South and has kept it locked away ever since. And some other black guy bought The Little Rascals and has kept that locked away under lock and clear ever since. He bought the rights to The Little Rascals. So you had the one remake of the film in the modern age, but no one can see The Little Rascals anymore. Like, we used to be exposed to that shit all day long on television. For those of you, yeah, for those of you too young to remember, it was, that's right. Who was it? It was Buckwheat. It was Buckwheat. That's, yes. Oh my fucking God. That was just
Eddie Murphy impersonated him on Saturday Night Live.
Yes. Yes,
Yep.
Buckwheat would just be this black kid who just had these horrible mannerisms that were caricaturists of what people thought were black adults, and they all thought that was funny in those days. It was just bizarre.
Yeah, and they also had him acting with sort of a speech impediment. So it's like they'll say some weird words like how did that, kind of like Tweety Bird when you say I thought I pooty cat. I have this one Buckwheat meme where one lady asked, "Hey Buckwheat, can you put the word dictate into a sentence?" And it says, "Nala said my dictate good."
Awful. That's awful. Okay, so on to something before we go too far with this. The lovely lady in the chat room, the wonderful Sarah Thomas, was saying she's a fan of the show Warrior and Andrew Koji. So Andrew Koji plays in a show called Warrior. There we are. So now I'm getting it. Okay. I thought that was the name of the series. It was something called The Show Warrior, like, the Road Warrior. That's what I thought she meant. And I thought that was the actual title, was The Show Warrior and Andrew Koji, like that was his sidekick, whoever the Show Warrior was. But, okay, it says here he's British. British nationality. He's obviously ethnically Asian. But this means he has a British accent, which makes everybody who watches it say, "Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, the hot Asian with a sexy British accent." That's like, there you go. That's why he gets the jobs. In terms of what that show is about, if any of you have any idea, I mean, do either of you gentlemen know about this or what it's about?
Nope.
No, I'm not familiar with it. I believe it's probably one of those martial arts docu shows or something. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
I spend all my time watching anime.
Okay, there we are.
So if it's not animated, I don't know too much about it.
Okay. Well, he was obviously in Snake Eyes, G.I. Joe Origins. He had to play, who is the Cobra Ninja? He couldn't be the white guy because the white guy is Snake Eyes. So Snake Eyes is supposed to be the deformed white guy, and then the Storm Shadow. How come neither one of you two could remember that? Come on, Storm Shadow is the Cobra Ninja, right? Is the one that's dressed in white, and so he played Storm Shadow at one point. So I wonder if he did that in the other G.I. Joe films, but. The first G.I. Joe film was horrible, the one where they did that, and then the second one was well done, and then. So here we are. TV series Warrior, inspired by Bruce Lee, gives its star Andrew Koji, who says he doesn't want to be the next big action star, but I guess he'll take the money anyway. And just don't call him a martial arts actor. Okay, there we are. So he flexes his muscles and his fighting skills, but he doesn't want to be called a martial arts actor. That's like. These idiots. This is South China Morning Post, and I subscribed to them, which was a big waste of money, and I will never do that again. And of course they keep coming up with this shit as if I didn't subscribe, a pay window. So I knocked that out of the way, and I guess I read their articles, or I can't. What the fuck? It's like I'll probably have to give them a call too. Okay, this is bullshit. So this is just horrible. I spent almost $100 on this to subscribe to them, and I never even asked this. They're fucking shit. It was a moment of madness because I was trying to find out. They were the only place that was writing about some demographics of China's population, because they were bitching about nobody else writes about that in the English-speaking world, because in the English-speaking world everybody's fucking out to lunch or something. But in China, they started, like a 3-child policy where they're trying to get families to have 3 children. So I was trying to read up more about this and its implications through South China Morning Post, and wound up subscribing to them. But when I access their shit, it's like I didn't subscribe. So it's like, fuck this shit. And you can bet your sweet ass, however, 1 year from now, when it comes time for them to collect more money, they'll be there, right? I mean, they'll show up, if I don't call to cancel, it's just, all these people make me sick. So...
Yeah, well, everything's sick nowadays. I mean, there used to be. I remember when the internet was still like this is a little after the 2000s. Actually, this is probably around 2010, 2011, 12, where a lot of these really interesting applications that you could use to like make your PC operate better. A lot of those things used to be free back then. Now you have to pay for everything. It's just, fuck this, man.
Yeah.
This is just falling to crap. It's like...
And, yeah, so, but by the way, it must be very late. Are you going to take off soon, Daniel? I mean, not that I'm encouraging you to do so, but,
I could stick around for a few more.
Sure. Great. Yeah, stick around a few more minutes, and then we'll, kind of get started on my monologue, and I'll take it from there. Honestly, let me take a look at the hours we have left remaining and in live stream. We've been on for approximately 6 hours, and I have 6 hours left. So, what we can do is I can start in the monologue soon enough after Daniel takes off. But in the meantime, so Daniel, like when it comes to are there some nights in Texas when it's so hot you can't sleep?
I don't think I've really had that problem so far. No, I mean, I could handle opening the window with the fan on. It's just that my white domestic partner cannot.
Mm-hmm.
They gotta have that AC.
That's amazing, and that's pretty sad that people get used to that, because that's really unnatural. It's really air refrigeration, so it's not necessarily even healthy. Have you ever? Well, there's no point in telling her that, but so were there other anecdotes either one of you gentlemen can share? I mean, I'm just trying to burn bandwidth while I chew this candy bar, okay?
Well, I still drive with the window down and use the AC sparingly when I'm driving. So yeah, I kind of dig that wind,
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sharing that. Okay.
Oh, we don't have central air conditioning anymore, so I have a fan on in my room, which I've been trying to turn, which I have to cross the room and turn down at some point, because it's blowing right in my face, and it's causing me to get congested. So other than that, it definitely does get too hot to really sleep here.
It does? Okay.
Yeah, but that was only that week when it was like 100 degrees outside.
Mm-hmm. And what about most of the time it's cold, right? Aren't you usually freezing in there? Or good parts of the year you are?
Oh no, I keep it cold because if I have fans all over the place, so that's how I keep it cold. But in the wintertime it's freezing down here, and that's fine. I can deal with the cold. It doesn't take it's easier for me to warm up and just shroud myself in blankets than it is for me to try to sleep while I'm freaking sweating. It's just gross.
Mm-hmm.
I've reached a point where I take cold showers nowadays. I rather be in the cold.
Wow, that's incredible. Well, of course, I've unusually for my kind, I have a very high sensitivity to cold, and I would rather be hot than cold myself. But of course, we're all different. We all adapt differently.
Well, I'd rather be hot than cold if I'm awake.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I would not like to be hot and in front of a computer if I'm awake,
Right.
because then I'm going to go from angry to I want to destroy everything in
That's cute.
no time.
What we noticed was when you were falling asleep, I was thinking personally that I get very tense when I have an appointment, and then when I get an appointment, then I feel like I need more sleep than ever, or I get sleepier than ever.
Yeah,
yeah.
I know. I got that too.
Okay.
I don't know what that is.
So that's what that was. I think it was that more than anything else, really. And I take it you. But by the way, what did you make of the article I left with you about that black man and black woman both being executed? Did you get anything out of that gave you any impression that it might be a cult or something of that nature? Did you know what I'm referencing, right?
Yes. Yeah, I did.
If you could describe that to our listeners so that they understand.
Okay, folks. This is. Let me go on to the Cookie Monster timeline. Yeah, it seems like the person. It seems like the person who executed these two killed himself as well.
Holy shit!
But
were they black or white?
It was a white person who did it.
Whoa! He killed a black man and a black woman, execution style, and then killed himself.
Yeah, the victims were identified by Suffolk County attorney as Ramona Cooper, 60, a former Air Force Staff Sergeant, and a retired Massachusetts State Trooper, David L. Green, 58. Both victims were black. The suspect was identified by law enforcement as Nathan Allen, 28. Rollins said he stole a large truck and crashed into another vehicle and a building in Winthrop before shooting Green and Cooper. Allen was shot by police and taken to the hospital where he died from his injuries. He was armed with at least 2 weapons, the police said. He had white supremacy propaganda and shit on him, and he had rhetoric and statements that were written.
Now, what did any of this expose?
His writings have been linked to anti-Semitic and racist statements against black individuals, Rollins said. The shooter was married and employed. He had a PhD and no criminal history, the district attorney said. To all external sources, he likely appeared unassuming, and then yesterday afternoon he stole a box truck, crashed it into another vehicle and a property, walked away from the wreckage, interacting with multiple individuals and choosing only to shoot and kill 2 black people he encountered.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
Oh, that's very bizarre. That there's something definitely cultic tied to it.
Thank you.
In fact, it just seems weird. Why would someone with a PhD? I mean, granted, you could be a PhD and still be a racist piece of shit. I mean, in fact, there's a lot of people with PhDs who shouldn't even have PhDs, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Yes.
But so, I'm not even going to say.
It's still unusual. It's still unusual.
It's still unusual because I figure at the point where you have a PhD, you're making a decent amount of money for yourself, and you have.
Well, it is beyond that. It's the fact that when you have a PhD, by the time that you get one, you've been exposed to a lot of education, and education does tend to blunt. Let's just say ignorance. It tends to blunt, ignorance at that level, where it's just visceral, where you hate something just because, this is what most hatred is based on ignorance and fear. And so when so you take that away, when someone is usually educated and has to work at applying their mind to at least, if nothing else, regurgitating what's in academia, most of it tends to be liberal progressive. So you're usually just shaped by that environment. You learn how to play the game and at least regurgitate that, unless at some point it all suddenly seems empty to you and entirely meaningless, and you just suddenly feel, who knows, maybe that's what happened with this guy. And
taking what you say into account, it seems like maybe he might have been a asset that was activated.
And Daniel, did you hear what happened to Pac 1 earlier? What did you make of that?
No, I'm out of the loop there.
Oh, okay. No worries. Well, Jameson, you didn't get a real chance to say what did you make of that? What happened to Pac-1 Morales?
It's alarming. It's definitely a heads up for me because I seem to be seeing a lot of these white guys walking around nowadays that look like they have this sort of militaristic look about them.
Yes.
And I'm more on the edge around them. I don't even feel fearful around my own. I don't even care if these guys are like, you know, and granted, I've had people who were triggered or people who were used against me who were of my own ethnicity. But I'm more convinced that the ones my own ethnicity are trying to test me, whereas the ones I think of the white ethnos, I'm convinced they're going to try to kill me.
Yes. And so when it comes to the what we're discussing with that, I forgot to mention something. When we were up there in that little fucking Greenville, and when I asked the men why they had all stayed behind, whereas the woman had taken the children with them and all left, they said they didn't believe that the Dixie Fire was going to come into Greenville. Essentially what they said was because the government was telling them to evacuate, that they felt it was a conspiracy on the part of the government to get them to vacate their homes so the government could come in and declare sovereign, what do they call this again? Help me out here. You hear probably...
Sovereign citizen?
No.
Sovereign?
It's...
Sovereign individual?
No, I forgot what it is.
Was it something with the quartering?
No, it was something like what do they call it? Domestic. I forgot what it is when the government claims, seizes your property. It was eminent domain. Eminent domain. That was it. Eminent domain. Oh. They thought the government was going to come in and declare eminent domain and seize their homes, and they didn't believe that the fire. Essentially, what they told me was they didn't believe the fire was real, and it was like. The world's gone red. They're all sitting out there. You could feel the heat. It's palpable.
And they don't believe the fire is real?
Essentially, that's what they were telling me to a degree. That seemed to be what they were saying, that it was like somehow the fire itself was not real, that this might be all like generated somehow as some kind of like, optical illusion or like smoke generating machines, or that the government was just doing this so you could take the shitty little homes with all of, the crap piled in the yard and everything, because, everybody would want that.
well, then I have to ask, what the hell are they trying to protect and hide in their homes?
Well,
they got some shit in their homes that they don't
Thank you.
people to see clearly.
Thank you.
They probably have who's in a cage, tied up in their basements or something.
Thank you. There we are.
That even their wives and kids don't know about.
Yes, yes. Thank you. These thoughts, of course, always cross my mind when you deal with people like this, and but just the fact that these people were at that level of delusion, that level of insanity, speaks volumes. We are in a we're in a different world now, where you've got half the population cannot accept reality at all. That reality is not real to them. Our man, what's Daniel? He lives in the heart of that shit. Well, he's in the best area of Texas to be. But while I chew this candy bar, Daniel, there must be times you've run into people like this in Texas. It's kind of infamous for that, right?
Oh yeah, I see them in all shapes and sizes, and somehow I'm one of those few that actually manages to get along with them, even a lot of the poor classes. Mm-hmm. I just somehow find myself around them, and I'm just listening to them musing over whatever it is, whatever it is that they're arguing about within their limitations. While at the same time knowing that there's other people just like them that are of a different skin color and different heritage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And but the way you get along with them is to, what do you do? Talk about sports? What? How do you?
Well, for the most part, a lot of these people don't, when I can tell that they like to talk about themselves, I just prove to them that I can listen to them. Sometimes I might give feedback and maybe ask some questions just to let them know that I'm still on track, whatever it is. And, and this all goes without, without trying to offer to fix anything or whatever, or try to offer any advice, and when they share whatever it is of themselves with me, regardless of what they say, I catch them. I also listen to their tone. I also watch their gestures, their body language. See, a communication is a multi-dimensional, is a multi-level experience. So a lot of the transitions of communication that you see a lot more beyond their words is the way they position themselves, and at the same time backed by the tone of their voice, according to whatever word that they're leaning on. Then the words just kind of become like they're like the leaves on the branch that I just observe, but I don't focus on them. That's where I can actually see a person for, whatever it is that they're talking about. I really don't focus on that, but they show me who they are that way.
Thank you.
And of course that's also how to get girls. I just sit there, I listen to them, and I actively listen to them, and they love that shit.
Yes, it's true. Women never have men listen to them, and that's part of the biggest problem. Certainly, it's incredible just how fucking selfish men are. Hey, do you gentlemen remember? Now, both of you must have been around at that time and listening. Certainly, Daniel Arola was. Do you remember that time? Well, fuck, you were there. Daniel, you were there one time when I brought both Pavel Edward and Justin White were on. And remember, Justin White had this woman who was potentially a girlfriend. This lady friend asked for us to discuss women's issues. That was supposed to be the point of the episode, was that we were going to cover women's issues. And do you remember I had those two idiots were on the round table, and all they did for 2 hours in the opening hours where I said, I got to prepare myself, get my head together to do this, to talk about women's issues. And these idiots talked about, what men talk about, fucking mixed martial arts, sports, all this stupid shit. Yeah, and nothing about women's issues. That was they couldn't even begin to conceive. Do you have any memory of this, Daniel?
Yes, I do.
And what did you think that whole time about these fucking? Were you able to hear that, Jameson? Were you listening?
Yes.
So, do you remember? What was going through your mind? I mean, and then Justin wondered why this woman thought he was such a piece of shit. He was like, she thinks I'm a piece of shit. And he was like, she kicked my ass, and why does this happen to me? And I'm like, dude, you dumb son.
I thought I saw an interesting way to warm up to trying to talk about women by not talking about them.
Oh, you mean those guys? You think that's what those guys were trying? Is that what you're saying?
To work to psych themselves up on a talking about women, because there is one fundamental truth about women that men know: we don't understand them. And I think the best lesson is that we're better off not even trying to, because the makings of a woman goes beyond all reason. But it's also what we love them for.
Well, it should be, yes.
In all honesty, I would say that the makings of men actually go beyond reason.
Yes,
I would actually look at women as being the more reasonable of us.
Thank you.
Which is why they do what they do. And the reason why we can't interpret it is because there's a sort of disconnect that we men have that's just not to the advantage of our species.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, the subject of woman is an emotional experience. That's also the thing too. And
that's something I can relate to, because I'm in touch with that aspect of my mind.
And men talking about their feelings is, usually people are thinking, okay, they must be in a gay bar, but they have to work. They just kind of have to work themselves up to it, just like Paul and Justin.
Oh God!
Talking about other
They weren't getting anywhere. They were just on a hamster wheel. That wasn't. They weren't working their way up towards anything. They weren't going anywhere. It was just bullshit. It was just.
It was awkward. It was a very awkward. That's for sure.
Well, did you notice how I dismissed them all? I just started into women's issues like they were all a bunch of idiots, and how they just
Yeah.
after that were all like, if you had a video camera on them, they all would have been blushing and shit, and they're all like, oh yeah, like, oh God, is that what we're here for? Oh, I forgot. Oh, I mean, the only way they would understand a woman is if she were tap dancing on the table in the center, and literally, unless you were dancing on the table in the center, they wouldn't get what she was there for. They have no idea. They are so fucked up. This is pathetic. And what's more is how they just don't understand how afterwards women are so angry with them. So it's
Women are angry because they're oblivious. That's why.
Yeah, because
oblivious.
these men are fucking oblivious. They have no concept of what the fuck is going on. And all right, so there we have that. It's just you don't know what to do.
And the thing about us males is that we oftentimes aren't thinking about how we're affecting other people around us immediately, and not immediately, and whereas women can see that. And so oftentimes the woman is angry at the man because the man is not aware of, he's not being conscious of or mindful of how he's making her feel.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's right. And so
how the hell do I know this shit?
Yes, how do you?
That doesn't, it's like something else is channeling through me.
That's it. Yes.
That's all I can say. There's something. It's like I can reach up into something and grab information from it, but I wish whatever it was were to take over, because it would probably do a better job at life than I am. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Well, it doesn't have to. So long as it works, really. Nothing makes any sense in the game of human relationships. So, Daniel, when you were stripping in front of all these women, they were shoving all of this money into the crack of your ass. Exactly. What kind of facial expressions did you see? This must have been borderline frightening at times. Or what's it like for a man to be exposed to that level of lust?
Well, in that profession,
and objectification. Go.
In that profession, I made a lot of practice on kind of consciously blurting out the people's faces that I'm entertaining. Maybe just focus on the birthday girl or bachelorette at hand, and just notice the presence of a whole bunch of other women. So that way I don't get lost in my own shit, because I'm getting a whole bunch of attention from women, but at the same time, I'm also having to perform for this girl here in the middle of the party. But it does get crazy. You can't. There's really no rules when you're in a party where there's all women, especially when they say shit like nothing leaves this house. Oh shit, these girls are ready to party. They're ready to go hard. So I always have to tread carefully.
Yes.
Of course, I always have to sense the feeling about the room, because sometimes there's always some of those girls in the corner where I can tell they don't want me to come near them, and I'll respect that space. That doesn't happen as often. Usually they're the shyest, and they eventually do warm up to wanting to get some attention from the guy too. It just takes some time with those. But I do unconsciously survey the whole area. Just as if I'm in a bar, knowing exactly what I'm going to do to this guy and that guy in this corner, in case if I have to fight them or whatever. But I have to maintain my focus more than anything, because hey, when you're surrounded by a bunch of women partying, that's a different kind of energy. It's like as if you're walking through a storm and you're inside of a volcano at the same time. Not sure whether the ship that you're on is about to sink, but you're partying hard.
Yeah. No, that's an interesting analogy, and I think it holds quite well. Okay, well, it was beautiful having you. Definitely appreciate it, and of course, hopefully, you'll be able to join us on Sunday as well. And we are definitely going to try and maintain as much, shall we say, rhythm with this as possible, as we always do. And, blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Share our love with that wonderful life partner of yours. And so glad that you have her. You certainly, deserve someone in your life who's able to provide you such comforts as you have. And aside from that, do feel free to say goodnight to our audience, please.
All right, guys, it's been fun. It's been real. Until next time, talk to you guys later.
Daniel.
All right, see ya.
Bless you. Thank you. Love you dearly. That was Daniel Arola. And so what we will do now is attempt our best to go into this gentle night with my monologue. And aside from that, I'm going to ask our man Jameson to cover my ass a little bit more while I quaff some of this tea. Get some of the caffeine in me and breathe deeply, oxygenate myself before I go into first the ad and then the shout outs. And so Jameson, if you will give us a little bit of what's on your mind as well concerning current events. Or what about the Olympics? Have you been following them, or is there anything that comes to mind?
I am glad that the Olympics are happening because it seems to have brought my family together. They're watching the Olympics upstairs most of the times, and
but that you mean your sister is visiting or your brother?
No. What I mean is my sister is like sitting there with my mother and father watching the Olympics, and it's good to see them bonding.
Yeah. I mean, but your sister and your brother, or is he not there? Because
no, he's not. He lives with his. I think he lives with his girlfriend.
Okay. Yeah. But your sister did come to visit. So that's interesting. Yeah. So that's interesting.
No, she lives here. But the thing is, usually we're in separate rooms. My mother and father are like watching TV. I'm down here in the dungeon just doing my thing, and my sister's in her room, or sometimes she'll be watching TV with my parents or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Right. So essentially, believe me, this is nothing strange. Everybody knows this. Essentially, you may as well all be on different planets to a great degree.
Yeah. So it's good to see them, reconnect to that sort of plane with their bonding. And it's good for me to know that there's a sort of bond there. Mm-hmm. For me personally, I don't like to be a part of. I've always didn't like to be a part of. This is something part of my pathology or whatever it is, whatever mental illness it is. It's just something where I just cannot be a part of, and so for whatever reason, I just keep to myself and play Magic the Gathering, because that and writing spells is more interesting to me than the Olympics.
Mm-hmm. Understood. But it seems to have brought your family together otherwise, so that's touching, right?
Yes. In the most touching way I can come across with it, yes, it's touching.
There we are. Yeah. So that's okay. Go on.
See, this is the aspect of me that finds it difficult to express emotion. This is so strange. It goes in waves. There's waves where I can express emotion easily, and then there's waves where I just can't. It doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so, aside from that, go on a little bit, cover me some more. Talk about, are you by osmosis just hearing anything about the Olympics? Anything about it that you're hearing that you're retaining? Like what's going on with it?
There was something I did hear about a young woman who was supposed to be in the Olympics, and then she had to sit it out because I think she was one of the people who was sexually abused by that guy who abused like so many of those women who were who were like gymnasts and whatnot.
Right. Right.
And so that really, I retain that because these issues involving women and sexual abuse does bother me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
These predatory men who just fuck people's lives and careers up.
Yeah, it's horrible.
And apparently some of her performance problems were the result of having that in the back of her head. I mean, and I couldn't imagine what that would be like to have that pressure while knowing that you were violated in some way, right in the back of your head at the same time. It's just, how could anyone perform like that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it's just horrendous. And I'm sure that for what's coming out now, we don't know what's going on in other countries.
Right. Right.
And
yes.
I'm sure it's way more rampant than we know.
Yes. Yes. Of course, and it's one of those things that Nadia Comaneci, she was of course abused terribly in Romania, a horrible communist dictatorship, and we could ask Peter Moon what he knows about that at some point. Or what he remembers of it. I'm sure plenty has come out in Romania, just as it, was coming out while she was here in the United States. And I don't know whether she ever goes back to Romania or not. That would be interesting. Certainly she came to the United States and was kind of like, it was sad, kind of like living like some Eastern European immigrant in the sense that she was hanging out with just a bunch of Eurotrash is from what I remember. But that aside. So there's that about the Olympics. Anything else going on that in the world around you that comes to mind? Like you said, you were falling asleep everywhere. So did you wake up in any interesting spaces where you wondered how you got there? Or what?
No. I just found myself extremely, like, I'd have these bouts where all of a sudden I just feel extremely sleepy. I could be walking, I could be on the train, I could be doing something to occupy my time, and then it's just like, man, I just gotta lay down and sleep. Like it's ridiculous. I'm finding out, my mom has this problem too. Mm-hmm. So there is probably a hereditary component. I'm aware of how it works. I'm aware that it works because the brain stops producing a hormone called hypocretin, which is responsible for getting you into regulating certain stages of sleep. In my case, it's not bad to the point where I will chronically, like, it's not like I'm gonna fall asleep while walking across the street or something. So it's not to that point, but it's to the point where if my body's like too cold or too hot, I won't be able to function. And for a long time, the caffeine I was able to use the caffeine as a sort of booster in between to prevent sleep, because I'm someone who's extremely caffeine sensitive. The problem is I didn't realize that with that caffeine sensitivity, I was actually killing muscle tissue every time I was doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So tell us about that. What you found out about that?
I found out that, the doctor pretty much told me that I should not, he said stay away from caffeine. I found that interesting because, he did, because of all the substances, he knew that I ingested, it's caffeine that he said to stay away from. Apparently, my body doesn't break it down effectively. Mm-hmm. And even something like a cup of soda, because I experimented, I had to just see for myself, I had to test the waters because that's just what Jameson does. It's a bad habit that dies hard. But, we had pizza like a night ago, and I decided to have like a cup of soda just to see what, you know, caffeine tasted like. All of a sudden, I started to have my muscles started to twitch and everything, and I was like, "Oh fuck, here we go again." So I drank a lot of water and pissed it all out, and everything was okay. But I didn't realize I was that sensitive to caffeine. I did not realize I was that sensitive, and so the amount of caffeine that I was putting in my body was toxic. Was they wouldn't be toxic levels for, I guess, your ordinary healthy adult who doesn't have a caffeine sensitivity. But for me, it was probably borderline toxic levels. It was pretty bad. So I realize now that going forward, the reason why I probably took the stimulants is because they probably prevent me from going to sleep, but I'm going to have to find something else.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, caffeine's not going to cut it.
Yes. Go on.
Other than that, you know, the only other thing that's been going on has been really just getting immersed into that Voodoo Quantum Leap book. You know, and right now,
how about the bicameral mind book? Is that kind of like put aside for the moment?
Yeah. I've put everything else. I put that aside for the moment because I'm like really just now fixated. Because I realize that there's something that I need to connect to here. There's something that might really help me. There's something that might help me do a lot better in my practice if I connect to it.
Forgive me, I'm not yawning because of you. It's my brain oxygenating so I can prep myself for this.
No offense taken. You know, I have that effect on people. I don't know what it is. I might be a good sleep therapist.
Well, you know, believe it or not, it's you know, Peter kind of, you know, does this too. It's just the way it is. But the important thing is that bandwidth is burned, and you know, that's what keeps people here. And at least what he says oftentimes falls into the realm of what we're dealing with. So that's important. And you know, honestly, it's one of those things that it's just I think the hardest task is. How do I say this? Just kind of like prepping myself to go the whole haul. Once I'm in the zone, that's different. It's getting into the zone that can be a problem, especially since the last few weeks were so odd. They were just so different for me with everything that was going on, the whole tooth thing. And then I saw my physical doctor for all those blood tests on Friday, just to make certain everything is fine. And so, you know, we'll see what happens when I get those results. I'm not expecting anything negative or anything like that, but one thing that was interesting, for the first time they used a butterfly, they call it a butterfly, what is it? Butterfly syringe, so to speak, but it was like just a plastic tube rather than the needle, far less invasive, and made it infinitely easier for them to take their goddamn blood. I don't see why they don't use that all the time, but they use that for when they take more test tubes full of blood than they normally do, which is what happened the other day. And so, you know, just testing everything in my body and its functions. But this fingernail, of course, I have these issues with. As far as I'm concerned, it's too slow for it to derive any satisfaction. But the doctor was feeling it's on its way towards more normalization. But fuck, he's not the one living with it. Okay.
Is it like split?
No, yeah, that's the problem. Is it's thinner, weaker splits. You know, when it gets past the meat, and then the split kind of goes into the meat, sort of, but not invasively so. At least not yet. But
I imagine that'd be quite painful.
Well, it's just irritating because, you know, you try to comb your hair and it snags in your hair. This little indentation that's you know, maddening. It's awful. He says, "Oh, you thought about, you know, just like what V was recommending kind of like buffering it down, which is just, to me, that sounds insane. I don't want to make it any weaker than it is. Other than that, saturate it with Vaseline, put a Band-Aid over it. And
could that be a type of porphyria or something?
No, it's the lack of enough blood. By that I mean drinking enough blood. This is the problem, is that once I got the hang of drinking blood, then the body processes that easier. Then I'm not really processing nutrients from solid foods as much anymore. So people hear me eat a lot, and the one thing that they notice is how thin I am. A lot of it's just going right through me. My body's not really retaining as much nutrition from it as it would had I not started drinking blood and getting my body more used to the hematophagic sustenance. And but it was one of those things where if I didn't do that, then I probably would have had issues as well. So with someone like me who's hybridized, it's hard to tell where the balance can be struck. I think that our man Brendan Zoget may have found the equivalent of the vitamins that I used to take are being produced by the same company, but they've made them a lot more streamlined, and I guess that's why they took the old one off the market, but I'd still like to call them and talk to them about it. So I've got to remind myself to do that. And so there we have that, and with that I'd best get started. So what I'm going to do, and I guess you can take this opportunity if you need to take a bathroom break, but if you don't need to, stay here. You know,
I will take that bathroom break.
Okay, take a bio break. Let me know when you're back. And yes, with that, let me breathe and then dive into it. And I will do a kind of dedication tonight. This is preliminary. We'll see if I stay on topic or whether I'm able to, maintain kind of a how do I say this? A focus where where my dedication would make sense. May not be speaking too much about Australia, but certainly will be capable of speaking to a great degree to China. And honestly, it's so touching when I look at this chat room and I see these wonderful ladies saying, "Let J-Mo have his rage," and the like. It's they're such wonderful people. And okay, since I have responded to some of these people and we look like we've got a good number of audience. Okay, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baren-YOSEPFH, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com to access excerpts from the Baron Ben's yet-to-be-published book entitled The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejerine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com, as spelled Tucson as Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. So, I want to give, first off, a special mention to some wonderful men, and the third person whom I'm going to dedicate tonight's episode to may also be a wonderful man, if they are of the male gender. I actually do not know. Their name is ambiguous and could belong to either a male or a female. And The men I'd like to thank are, of course, Eric Lastic, who has sent $250 United States dollars again recently to help towards my living situation. And of course, another person who will be sending another check soon will be Solomon Sheikh, who helps generally at the beginning of every month. And that, of course, is deeply appreciated for what he does. I always neglect to forget to mention more often than I do, and I should mention it much more often, my wonderful Blasian or Black Asian Chigro, or Chinese Negro. Well, that's an outmoded term, so Blasian's much better. Stick with that. But he is my brother from another mother, Stephen Myers, in the heart of New York City, all in the middle of the concrete island of Manhattan. And that wonderful individual sent $50 United States dollars recently. And considering the expense of living on Manhattan Island, living in the heart of New York City, for him, that's got to be a lot of money. And it would be the equivalent of about $100 functionally, perhaps, and deeply appreciated. And Stephen Myers can never be given enough credit for how wonderful he is and how long he's stuck as a fan, listening to myself for so many years, and just altogether a great guy and a wonderful human being. And then there's Louis Rogers, who in Australia sends at least 137 maybe Australian dollars, which equals 100 United States dollars rounded out. And Louis Rogers of New South Wales has made it possible not only to make rent this month, but potentially to get myself an extra steak dinner or something on the side. Actually, not the case yet, because once I balanced out everything I had to shop for in terms of just plain supplies, necessities such as, of course, the hydrating elements, such as water, the various refreshments that I have to keep around, because I really can't use the so-called tap water, because the tap water in this home, it's so old, it's just not really that, it's not potable. And so aside from that, of course, there was the rent, and that leaves me with about $80. And of course, we'll probably spend that on, I do have to get the Coca-Cola, and so I buy that in large trays, and these are 16-ounce cans, the tall cans. Because when I need my hit of sugar and caffeine, I need my hit, and I take that every morning. That's what I wake up with. When I was young, I never would have dreamt of that. I never would have. To me, that would be like somebody drinking a beer in the morning. I couldn't even think of that when I was younger. Well, times really change, and I get older, and I really needed that caffeine and sugar fix whenever I wake up. And without that, I feel like, well, it just feels awful without that. So I get that by the tray, and that's about, I think about 24 in a tray, something like that. 24 of those 16-ounce cans, yeah. So gotta get that soon. That's probably gonna be about $100, I think. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe it's a little less, but at any rate, that and pay the rent, I'll be able to make that. So far as I can see, everything is there, and so I've reached that safe point. I could always use some more help. And that's because my MD is recommending that I eat a lot more red meat. And I guess he's trying to prevent me from, drinking too much human blood. He thinks, of course, I'll get deathly sick like that. That's what Judith Thagard said. God bless her. And, oh, my God, somebody tell her that she can't treat me the way she does. Oh, she and I spoke briefly in text during her rebirth day, her sobriety day. And she accepted my e-card and then went back into her, like, I'm never going to see you again. Your spells don't work. She's just awful to me. Terrible how she treats me. So there we have that. And with that, let's talk about what day it was today. Today, of course, well, now it's another day. It's 2:40 a.m. in the Eastern Coast here in San Francisco. Let's check the temperature. It was actually raining today a little bit. It was a strange day in San Francisco. And the temperature, it is now 11:40 p.m., so it is still in San Francisco, July 28th. So it is still the day of the Bonus Army Massacre in San Francisco. And it is about 57 degrees outside. theoretically, approximately, and like I said, it was raining a little bit today, and therefore, how do I say this? Just a little odd in that regard because it hasn't rained in a long time. As a matter of fact, this was supposed to be a very unusual July rain. And, I could go on forever about the weather because, of course, the weather is all encompassing, as you might have ascertained from the photographs that I had the young men describe when I was talking about the photographs we had taken up there in Greenville, the place where they didn't believe the fire was real, and all the men stayed, whereas all the women took their children with them because they felt that the men felt they had bought into the government lie that would leave their homes open for claim by eminent domain. So they were all staying there to hang out and defend their homes to the last man, with, all the weapons at their disposal, which should be quite a bit because they were all, arsenal hoarding lunatics who just are this side of, as Jameson was speculating, chainsaw murderers. By the way, if you hear my voice mumbling, it's because I'm taking off this sweatshirt now and switching to the long underwear, which is a little less confining and somewhat gets a little suffocating after a while. The more heavy-duty overshirts that I have. So how do I kind of air this out? Get this out of the way. And nothing like listening to somebody going through this homely, folksy puttering, right? Before I get into talking geopolitics, which will be the course of most of this show tonight. So, all right, let's see if we can get into it. Maybe one thing I'll do when our man returns, Jameson Reese, as soon as he indicates he's back, is I might go and grab a painkiller. And that's because, I get the mild headache every once in a while going through the night and getting ready for the evening, psyching myself up. And not surprisingly, there's a kind of a headache that comes with that. So one of the things I'll go into is the historical significance of what today was before it hits midnight, and the day before that, which was the ceasefire of the Korean War. By the way, if you're there, Jameson, indicate that you're there so I can run and get the painkillers. Otherwise, of course, what the hell is he doing, taking a dump? And in that sense, I have to keep the bandwidth burning until he returns, and that's irritating as hell. That pisses me off. At any rate, I can always delay by checking into the chat room. Somebody say something. Let me know you're all there. Interact with myself. Always appreciate it. Come on, people. Talk. Say something. I can respond to that. Say anything. And Sarah Thomas said that she finds it easier to get warm than keep cool. Yeah. He says the story of warrior is not just martial arts, but the story of early immigrants and the battle to survive. There we are. Thank you, honey. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Let me thank her for that. Thank you for clarification on the warrior. There we are. Is she up all night? What is she like? How does she manage that? I mean, that is puzzling to me, but I won't say too much publicly about that. But you would I do wonder how she manages that. She's with us throughout the night half the time, or certainly feels like it. All right, so when it came to the horrible massacre that took place, the reason that I won't go too deeply into that tonight is because I wrote the definitive column on it. All anyone has to do is link, if you have any Facebook access at all, link through the description in tonight's show summary, and that will take you to the column that I wrote on the Bonus March Massacre. And it will just, even what's written there, and it could be elucidated upon even on top of what I've already written. But essentially what I've written is, for lack of a better word, as far as I'm concerned, definitive. And I'm very flattered that Sarah Thomas read that column, and she was impressed by the evil that men do, and I do mean men, and what they do to each other, what they do unto others, what they do to women and children, as they did at the Bonus March massacre. When it comes to the 1932 March of the Veterans Bonus Army, the Bonus Army was the name applied to a group of over 17,000 United States World War I veterans who marched on Washington, D.C. during the summer of 1932, demanding immediate cash payment of the service bonuses promised them by Congress 8 years earlier. And Congress never paid them for sacrificing their careers to fight for the United States in World War I. And these were the men who came back alive. The majority of the expeditionary forces to Europe, of course, died of, I'm so tempted to say COVID-19. They died of the so-called Spanish influenza. In reality, the American Army and Navy flu, which, as I said, tried to explain to Penny Bradley, and I think she understood the majority of what I was saying, as did her listeners, but I don't feel she personally understood exactly where I was coming from and thought that I sounded almost as if something like that would inevitably come out of Asia. Well, she didn't think that about the Spanish flu. She was thinking that about Wuhan virus. But all that being said, back to where we are. So these veterans decided to march on Washington in protest, and they were dubbed the Bonus Army, or Bonus Marchers, by the press, and the group officially called itself the BEF, or the Bonus Expeditionary Force, to mimic the name of World War I's American Expeditionary Forces, only now they were asking for the money to support their families that they had been promised and never paid. So in terms about a very short description, you've got 17,000 World War I veterans who take it upon themselves to occupy Washington, D.C. They occupy the Capitol. They march on the U.S. Capitol to demand payment of promised military service bonuses. The key participants in the massacre that followed were the President of the United States, Herbert Hoover, who gave the order, the United States Army General, and I mean like the fucking general, the man in charge, basically the supreme commander underneath the executive commander-in-chief himself, United States Army General Douglas MacArthur. And it also, we have the person of the United States Army, Major George S. Patton, who leads the charge of the United States Cavalry under cover of gas attack against these veterans who camp outside of the White House. And you have, of course, involved the U.S. Secretary of War, Patrick J. Hurley, as if this were an actual insurrection. You have the District of Columbia Police Department and at least 17,000 United States World War I veterans and their families, altogether constituting 45,000 supporting protesters. And so here we have it in and around Washington, District of Columbia, and the United States Capitol grounds. And you have, in May of 1932, was when this protest starts, to the point where they're building shanty towns and basically bivouacking, camping. Neither word does it justice. They build a fucking shanty town, a goddamn ghetto, outside of the White House, because they will not leave until they get their bonuses. And it all ended in blood and fire on the 29th of July, 1932, which is still today, indeed, yesterday was 28th for you East Coasters, and it's still the 28th here today in the Pacific Coast, left on your map, in case you didn't notice. And this is where we've got it still on the 28th, and we're still rocking the original start of the bonus massacre. However, that's going to end in about 20 minutes, and in 20 minutes we'll be on the date of the 29th, which will be the day that the Bonus Massacre was brought to its final conclusion of ignominy, when people were dying and being slaughtered and, just basically mass evicted by cruel force and deadly force. And so other significant dates evolved in that micro arc of narrative, the arc within the arc, was June 17th of that same year, 1932. The U.S. Senate defeated a bill that would have advanced the date of payment of bonuses to the veterans. That's when 2 veterans and 2 District of Columbia police officers died in the ensuing protest. These men were viewed the way we view the people who are the scum who attacked the Capitol building on January 6th. And these were World War I veterans who were considered just scum of the earth when they returned home. They didn't have that big propaganda machine behind them, because it wasn't every man mobilized in a mass draft like happened in World War II. Now, by the time of tomorrow's date, here on the Pacific Coast, today's date, where you're at on the Atlantic, many of you, July 29th of 1932, it was then that on the order of President Hoover, through the Secretary of War, Patrick Hurley, that the United States Army troops, commanded by Major George S. Patton, attacked the veterans, forcing them from their encampments and effectively ending the crisis, quote unquote. A total of 55 veterans were critically injured to point of near death, meaning I'm talking like injury, like lost an arm or a leg, and bleeding profusely kind, 55 that the government was willing to acknowledge. That's how many veterans were that badly hurt. Another 135 were arrested. And ultimately, of course, there were deaths that were completely covered up by the U.S. Government. That includes children. So you can read about those deaths, those horrible deaths, in my column, which is available on Facebook. So if you don't have a Facebook account because you're afraid Facebook is going to use your info, set up a false account and just use that so you can peruse my promotional banners and my columns, which sometimes accompany them or are attached via linkage. And that's important because they usually set the tone for the transmissions that follow and provide so much necessary context. Okay, wonderful. Our man Jameson's back. Love you dearly, Jameson. I'll go grab some painkillers in a second, so just prepare yourself to do a little speaking for about 3 minutes while I grab some painkillers. But before I go, find something to prepare yourself to talk about for about 3-4 minutes. Understand this much. The fallout of this horrific massacre was that President Hoover was defeated by Franklin Delano Roosevelt in the 1932 presidential election, hands down. And this is because people found the U.S. America was not America. The U.S. flag had no more meaning. These are statements said by the American public at that time because we were massacring our World War I veterans. And so Roosevelt immediately reserved jobs for 25,000 World War I veterans in his New Deal program. This was actually a mass murder program. He sent them out to MEMqədAI-Cum-KOREAN in the swamplands of Florida, along the coast of the beach, where they were put in these shoddy housing, where the first hurricane that came through. What goes on in Florida? Douglas Marks could tell us because he lives in Miami, but I don't think he's with us. Jameson, do they have typhoons or hurricanes? Hurricanes, right? It's hurricanes, yeah. So the first hurricane that came through, it tore these guys to pieces. It killed them all. So that solved his veteran problem. These were the veterans who were too old to go into World War II. He didn't need them anymore, so he had them all killed with what even the author Ernest Hemingway titled in his column that he wrote about that atrocity. He titled it "Murder at MEMǳDAY-Cum-KOREAN." Now, in January of 1936, these World War I veterans, those that lived through all of that, were finally paid over 2 billion United States dollars in promised combat bonuses. By that time, the overwhelming majority of them were dead. So had they not killed them all through first the attack on the veterans' shantytown and then mass murdering them by setting them up as hurricane fodder at Metacumbe, then they would have had to have paid much, much more. And it would have broke the Bank of the United States. So in order to prevent this from ever happening again, of course, they set up the GI Bill. So this resulted in, prosperity with a pen stroke, as the public broadcasting service has adequately phrased it, really. That's one of the reasons all these educated men, all these men granted free education after World War II, could not help but improve the quality of life for everyone, because nobody ever had that level of education before en masse, and that improved the quality of the public itself and its ability to consume and process information, etc. That ended quickly. After a while, all that resulted in was education degenerated, and then what we've got now is mass stupidity. Okay, so Jameson will take it from there, because he can tell you how stupid people are. Okay, Jameson, you with us? Yes, you're there. Okay, I'm going to go mute. I'll grab my painkillers. I'll be back. Thank you.
All right, so here's an interesting one to show just how grave the new mutation of COVID-19, the Delta, is hitting the United States. New CDC guidelines set off rush to reimpose mask mandates. And of course, here I'm looking at an image of these stupid American flag waving white folks saying, "No mask for our kids, no mask," holding up signs. Yeah, all right, well, good. Do us a favor. Die off. Anyway, new guidance from the federal government set off a cascade of mask rules across the nation Wednesday as cities, schools, states, and businesses raced to restore mandates, and others pushed back against the guidelines at a time when Americans are exhausted and confused over constantly shifting pandemic measures. Well, I would say that they're not confused. They're just not disciplined enough to go the long haul. They don't realize what a true epidemic is. Nevada and Kansas City, Missouri, were among the locations that moved swiftly to reimpose indoor mask requirements following Tuesday's announcement from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. But governors in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and South Carolina said they would resist reversing course, which is fine, because that's less of a Republican base to haunt us and drive us into the red insurgency that is the Soviet Union 2.0, which is what the Republicans want to realize. The federal recommendations quickly plunged Americans into another emotional charged debate over face coverings meant to curb easy transmission of the deadly coronavirus. In Florida, the Broward County School Board meeting devolved into a screaming match between irate parents and board members on Tuesday. Some protesters even took to burning face masks outside the building. Now, let me describe to you the idiocy of burning a face mask. Face masks do have plastic materials that are used to create them. You burning plastic, you get a slew of nasty compounds that go into your lungs. So they're doing us a favor by ensuring that they have lung cancer, which is good. Stupid people need to go. Well, I mean, we do need some stupid people to hold down, jobs and services that smart people just don't want to do. But still, there's just way too many stupid people in the world today. Anyway, in suburban Atlanta, Jamie Reynolds said she would pull her kids from school if the district stuck to the CDC's guidance, which the 52-year-old believe takes the takes the country backwards and damages confidence in vaccines. If you believe in the mask, go ahead, but don't try to tell me what to do for my child's health. And, I'm sorry, folks, my computer ran out of memory. That's not good. I gotta erase some of those cookies and shit. All right. Tell me what to do for my child's health and safety and immune system, she said. It's my child. It's my choice. Okay, well, apparently if you're too bad of a parent to the point where you're abusing your child or neglecting them, it's the state's responsibility to take over and relocate that child. So obviously they don't realize what line they're crossing here. And in New Orleans, Lisa Budine said she was not convinced mask mandates would inspire the unvaccinated, who account for most infections, to take the virus seriously and get inoculated. Now you see, the mask mandates are meant to protect those of us who are vaccinated from getting it from the people who aren't going to wear the mask anyways. But hey, I mean, the more die, the merrier. What can I say? I mean, this country was built on death, and it will continue, it seems. I'm very frustrated, said the St. Louis woman as she strolled the French Quarter without a mask. For the last 18 months, I've done everything I'm supposed to do, and there are no repercussions for those who haven't done what they're supposed to do. And this is true. The people who aren't not wearing masks, and well, actually, there are repercussions. The people who aren't doing what they're supposed to do are catching COVID-19 and are dying off. Granted, some of them are getting over the cases, and not all of them are dying off. But who's to say what they're going to suffer 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, 5 years down the line, or even 10 years down the line? Maybe it would be better if they did die now. Elsewhere, Ford Motor Company said it would reinstate mask protocols for all employees and visitors at its Missouri and Florida facilities. The two states are among the hardest hit by the summer surge, in which the U.S. is now averaging over 60,000 new cases a day, driven by the highly contagious Delta variant. Google also postponed a planned September 1st return to the office for most of its more than 130,000 employees until mid-October, following a similar move by Apple. Google said Wednesday that it will eventually require everyone on staff to be vaccinated, a mandate that President Joe Biden said he is also weighing for federal employees. Other government leaders, meanwhile, said they will hold off reinstating mask rules for now. Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf said he's not considering imposing a mask mandate in schools or statewide, arguing that such orders were necessary before there was a vaccine. How is that even an argument? If the orders were necessary before a vaccine, shouldn't they still be necessary now that people are still getting sick? Or is he so confident in the vaccine that he's saying that the people with the vaccine can't catch Delta? Which is just wrong, because people who have been vaccinated are getting Delta.
Yes. Yes, and it's very important to know that if you are vaccinated, then more than likely you won't die of Delta, but you can still catch it. It's
that's why I've been masking up with. I'm going back to the Darth Vader mask, man.
Yes, I don't blame you.
That shit, man.
Yeah, you don't want to catch this, no matter whether it's fatal or not. It'll feel like it's fatal when you have it. My understanding is that there will be a vaccine mandate to be introduced to the civilian government employees. Of course, this is about time. we've got to stop pleading with the anti-vaxxers and just mandate it. No one has any time for this shit. This is like we are all going to be impacted by these mutations forever if something is not done about this. So yes, we've got to get started, and no more no more of this, how would I say it, diplomatic approach. It's just preposterous.
It's just half-assing.
Well, it's worse than that. It is accommodating the enemy. Basically, you've got an enemy in your country. These people, of course, if they don't want to get vaccines because they are out to kill you. They want to become basically carriers that will be the death of you. And so it's certainly something that we need to take care of now. So go on. You can finish with what you're saying, and I'll get back into it soon enough. If you've got anything more to say about it, but that is.
Oh no! Basically, that sums everything up. It's not over, folks. It's going to keep going.
Yes. It's we of course the White House is finally launching its vaccine push for millions of federal workers. We've got like as of last year, last time I checked, we've got more than 4.2 million fucking federal workers. So they're calling it a vaccine push. It's still not a mandate. But it's this is what we need to go towards, is ultimately a mandate, or we're all going to pay the price. This is something that you can't just go on like this. This is or else we'll go on like this forever. So by the way, was there anything else besides the COVID-19 that was sticking with you? Or stuck out to you? Yeah.
I was going to talk about a weird ass dream I had, but
well, I like the dream that you had described about a keynote behind the desk and then myself. Is this something like that or something bizarre?
Oh no. Well, one, there was that strange dream where I was like fading out last transmission, where I saw this white guy. He was wearing like a what do you call it? A tank top, t-shirt, old white guy, except all of a sudden, like, his lower jaw was missing, and like his top teeth were just like, I don't know, it was like his neck was too long, and then all of a sudden his arms like just split up into like 6 like tentacle like arm like protrusions, and then the thing's just staring at me, and all of a sudden there's like this sense of foreboding or warning that says, like, wake up. And then I just got up and I was like, whoa. And that was when I typed that message to you that I dreamed something weird.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. And that was it. That's incredible. It does stand out. And
well, there was another dream. There was another interesting dream where I was in a mall, and I'm going up through multiple departments, and multiple escalators in the mall, and there's some kind of weird creature that keeps eating people. and so this creature is like some kind of worm-like protrusion or whatnot. It's really fast, and what it does is once it gets into somebody, it then like it finds a way to devour them, and then those people start to eat other people. Like, they start to become cannibalistic, and they start like slaughtering and they start eating each other. And it's like whatever they eat, it's just absorbed into them, and it was just really weird. So I had to find my way out of that scenario, and I was more or less like a passive. At first, I was like a passive observer, like just looking down at this weird scenery from like a God lens kind of point of view. And then I was like actually there on the escalator, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I don't want to be there where those people are getting eaten by this thing. And everyone's trying to escape from this mall because like they know something's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Very weird.
That's,
And then the dream before that, it was like some like weird matrixy like situation in the mall where some guy's fighting some other dude, and these bad dudes are fighting, and it's like some kung fu martial arts bullshit. And and there's a point where we're trying to get like these invisible camos where like, you know, you put on this certain type of clothes and you'll be like completely invisible and whatnot. It's just really weird.
It is. Yes. Well, it was. It's interesting. It's all very dreamlike. Yes, and
And then from there it faded into that mall thing and the worms and the parasites getting into people, and you know, it's just what dreams are. It's pretty cool though.
yeah, I was about to say it sounds fun in its own way. Yes, and
It's actually far more fun than real life. I prefer to be there than here in the physical world sometimes.
I can imagine. Yes, that's it's something that that's, you know, it's like being in a video game with the other dreams, as you say. So honestly, but for those of us who are vaccinated, we deserve better than what we're getting from. I mean, the warning signs are flashing. The alarms are fucking going off, and it's just time to get serious about this. This is we cannot go on like this at all, and if we do, we will pay the price for it. And there's no reason for us who have taken the time, the effort to get vaccinated, we should not be paying the price. This is something that we are suffering because of a bunch of crazies who are politically motivated. And so the recent surge of COVID-19 cases is mostly due to the rise of the more contagious Delta strain. It would be enough to encourage almost any sane citizens to get vaccinated, but so far no moral, civic, communal, or scientific argument, no incentive or local pop-up has gotten us over the line towards herd immunity. And those of us acting responsibly shouldn't have to be put at risk by living our lives. The vaccinated majority shouldn't have to bear the burden any longer. It's time for the unvaccinated to face repercussions for their completely lunatic and irrational choices. So it's time to take more drastic steps. And of course, we've got Joe Biden, who's at least considering mandating vaccines for federal employees. He hasn't gotten to that point yet. It's just he's going to be, again, this bullshit about strongly encouraging them. You got Mayor Bill de Blasio is going to at least require shots or weekly testing for New York City workers come September. And some restaurants and bars are becoming vaccine-only zones, and as are a few entertainment venues, like Radio City Music Hall in New York. This is the way it should be. I mean, if you don't have the goddamn vaccine card passport to show, then no entry. Honest to God, this is just common sense. And but there is no common sense in America. You have a bunch of people who are putting their so-called rights over everyone else's lives. And fuck them. It's and yes, thank you.
There was one other thing actually I wanted to ask about. Yes, Peter Moon. When Peter Moon came on, he was talking about something about what the vaccine does to the blood.
Yes, this is what's going to happen. Yeah, go on.
And he trailed off and he didn't touch the subject and he just went somewhere else with it. I think he was in the middle of a thought, but he didn't finish it, and I wanted to know what that was. So
yeah, I know, and then he infects me with that kind of wondering. Yes. Anyhow, this is what's going to happen. The worst of the critics will again spout the worst lies and nonsense, which is basically what Peter Moon was getting at, which is Biden's trying to change your DNA. Okay. So this is all on social media. Anywhere else, the gullible are to be found. Enough is enough. Every business and institution follow in Biden's footsteps, but go farther. Resistance to getting the vaccine has descended into stubborn lunacy driven by pure politics. The Republicans, they've been less likely to get the vaccine, any vaccination, and they have selfish, unacceptable disregard for public health. So we're far from herd immunity. Only 49% of American adults are fully vaccinated. Large swaths of the country they just have empty vaccination rates. The vaccination rates are even lower. Honestly, where can we go from here other than down? We either all go down or we just finally get together and make this work. But by not getting together, we just force the other people to make it work. So in terms of one thing that can do this, government may not be able to get us there, but private businesses can. And that's important that the private businesses start really acting up on this and just take it. You see, because a business has the right to do business with whomever they want.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they have the right to hire whoever they want.
Yes.
And if you don't meet certain certifications, such as a vaccine certification, they could reject you.
Yes. Yes, that's right. And this is where we're going to have to take it with vaccine mandates. And when it comes to this sort of situation, again, if people scream about the legality of it, it is legal because all of this has been reviewed and passed, everything has been upheld by courts. I mean, when you talk about government overreach, forced vaccination, ignoring the fact that, mandatory vaccination has been in schools and in the workplace forever. And the courts have upheld that forever, decades by now. It's the COVID vaccine mandates for private sector workers. That's what will probably end this. The Biden and the U.S. government, they're limited by politics. So it's not illegal for businesses to require proof of vaccination. So employers can require vaccines for workers. Your employer can require you to be vaccinated. So fucking get it. And honestly, sure, there will be some people who will die or go sterile. I'm sure some horrible things will happen to a few people along the way, but this is what's got to be done. Okay, aside from that, anything else comes to mind? It's obviously the one thing you and I both conclude is private companies have got to require vaccines for workers. It's the only way to get past COVID.
Yeah. And once this happens on a corporate level, that then we'll be able to create a herd immunity. But there's no such thing as herd immunity, with these variants, because apparently it's, the variants are mutating so fast that we're going to need booster shots, and it's baffling how they're still dragging their asses on this when a country like Germany already has people getting like more than one shot.
Yes, and they're actually telling you to double up on the different brands of vaccines so you can be super immune in Germany.
Yeah.
And,
so what the hell is the CDC doing?
Yes.
They're not doing anything.
No. And no, they aren't. I mean, it's why do we even have them around anymore? It's bizarre to me. It's these people, of course. This is something where, when it comes to this, how would you say it? This fear of government that Peter Moon was kind of echoing. This is what I saw taken to a pathological extreme up there in Greenville, where we see those guys. And of course, the photographs were right there. Daniel Arola and Jameson Reese both saw them. Guys sitting out on the road, partying. Well, they're not partying because they're all fat and lazy, but they're sitting in their lawn chairs and just kind of, listening to country music and, thinking that they can ride this out because everything the government says is a lie, right? This is what they believe.
The problem is we don't have a government. That's the problem. We don't have a government.
Yeah.
Whatever government we have is so weak
It's
that
so
it might as
true.
well not exist.
Yes.
We're literally borderline anarchy with the way things are.
It is true. We are at the level of borderline anarchy. This is got
So
to.
for people to say that government overreach is a bad thing, what government? What government? We haven't seen government overreach.
Yeah.
We've seen government just say, "Oh, la-di-da, just keep paying your taxes, folks. Nothing to see here."
Yeah, what happens when
La-di-da.
half the taxpayers die off? So if the government's unwilling to force you, then your boss should. And you've got these vaccine skeptics. There's some legitimate concern. These are developed too fast. There's a few side effects. Of course, then you get to the realm of they don't trust politicians or government, and now, of course, they don't trust scientists. And at that point, there's no hope. If you're not going to trust the scientists, you're not going to trust anybody. That's because you're just saying, I don't believe anything based on empirical evidence at that point. And so...
well, at that point, they shouldn't even be on Facebook or social media anymore because they shouldn't be able to trust that.
Yes, it's incredible to me, but they believe everything they see on social media. And they have these messaging studies on how to overcome these reasons and all these surveys about saying that things are going in the right direction. And yet these surveys are finding results like the most recent one I checked said 24% are still saying no way ever. Well, that's just the open resistance, but there's quiet resistance. There's folks who don't want to get vaccinated and don't want to talk about it. They don't want to be preached at, and they don't even admit it to pollsters. So the government's response is they're this combination of preaching and free giveaways. And so the president had to add more. I mean, the vaccinations are already fucking free. But now he's saying employers who let their employees get vaccinated also get tax credits to pay for the lost wages. That's on top of public service announcements, endorsements from celebrities, an infinite number of appearances from Dr. Fuckhead Fauci. I mean, how many times can you look at his face before you can't help but hate him? These are all admirable efforts by comparisons with other nations. Maybe America is doing fairly well, compared to, Mozambique or Biafra. But by the way, I'm being facetious there because Biafra doesn't exist right now, but it may exist in the future. It's still a viable potential nation state that fought for its independence once. But people get my point. It's nowhere near enough. You can't reach herd immunity over even imaginable threat if more than 20% of adults and their children can still carry the virus. So there's the obvious approach, the one we apply in our schools: require vaccination, with the usual exceptions for health and religious objections. But of course, then you're going to get a lot of freaks claiming religious objection, which is, at some point we may have to overrule even that. That's health, and just stick with health. Because today's America is so polarized that almost no one is even seriously discussing this issue. There's many who argue that vaccination is a personal decision. I mean, really? Really? That's like saying war is a personal decision. No, it's not. That's, a person could say, I don't want to go to war, and they're called conscientious objectors, but you get too many people doing that. What if they gave a war and nobody came? Then the enemy rides in, right? That's the whole point. This is why you start a draft. And this is why people get shot for desertion. The idea that no one should be required to be vaccinated ignores the fact that the consequences of each personal decision affects thousands of other people. We don't let people personally decide to drive cars without licenses, or without seatbelts, or after 3 beers. nor to build what they want on their own land without zoning approval. However, even discussing a vaccination requirement is taboo. This is madness. It's beyond madness. You got people out there trying to be nice about this, proposing cash payments. Governor Jim Justice of West Virginia took up that idea, offering $100 in savings bonds to young people who get vaccinated. I mean, the young person doesn't even think that far ahead. Oh my fucking God. A savings bond. I mean, what would that do to your average young person? That's not going to get them laid. Nobody cares. A national program of vaccine bribery. That's not going to be sufficient, even if it were to get through Congress. So the government, if it's not going to mandate the vaccination, employers have to. They can do so. It's settled in law. In most states, employers can require vaccination because they have the right, indeed the obligation, to set health and safety requirements for their workers. That's why they pay health insurance. So they are obligated. So it was Alan Smith, J.D., who was writing for the Society of Human Resource Management. And he said as COVID-19 vaccines become more available, employers have a strong case for requiring employee vaccinations. And so long as their vaccination policies have certain exceptions, are job-related, consistent with business necessity, they all are. So healthcare companies, they've already required their staff to vaccinate. So, to preserve the health of your employees and their families and make it easier to attract new hires, mandate the vaccines. And then you'll be able to tell your customers that everyone inside is vaccinated. That might bring them back more quickly. And of course, that would be the fastest way to have everyone stop wearing the goddamn masks. And so it's the employer immunization requirements are the only thing that will get us to herd immunity. And of course, a lot may still not choose to, but an action by even a third of U.S. businesses would, by my estimate, lead to a vaccination of an additional 12 million adults and get vaccine acceptance over 80%. And that would help prevent infection of the many children that cannot be vaccinated and still remain vulnerable to COVID-19. So what will that take? It would take maybe the U.S. Department of Labor spelling out clearly how employers can require vaccination to protect their workers while complying with federal law. And the Department of Labor's emergency COVID rules are already overdue. But that agency has produced many regulatory safe harbors in the past. They could add this much without delay. And even though the right of employers to require vaccination is clear, there's some exceptions. The ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, it requires employers with allergies or other disabilities that the employees with allergies or other disabilities that prevent vaccination be offered accommodations such as remote work, if doing so would not impose any undue hardship on the employer, who otherwise has the right to fire them because they're unemployable, right? And then they can go on unemployment. There you have that. I mean, there's all kinds of options with this. Why aren't we taking them? Because we've got a bunch of fucking idiots who just are. We live in a madhouse, and the lunatics run the asylum. By the way, I really have to talk to Salman Sheikh about this. He'll probably listen to this on the review, but he was trying to get into the satanic ritual abuse. I still haven't even finished talking about Islam yet when it came to that interview. By the way, what did you get out of that interview? If you could share that with us, please.
I got quite a lot out of that interview. I've learned a lot more about Lovecraft and his connection to Islam. And I've learned that it was very enlightening to hear that the real idea of Islam isn't to convert everyone, but that it seems like it's important for people to have faith in something.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you.
And somehow the act of having faith in something is something that connects us to something divine. Whereas like believing in nothing or not having faith in anything is literally, well, what have you got at that point?
Thank you. You have nothing. That's what one is left with. By the way, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, it discourages requiring vaccinating those who object due to sincerely held religious belief, practice, or observance, but this applies only if honoring objections doesn't impose more than a de minimis cost or burden. Meaning that if your objections are unreasonable, then you can go practice your religion at another job. Just so people know, you can be fired if you're using your religion as a fucking excuse. So it's also worth noting that where employees are protected by a union, a vaccine requirement would likely have to be negotiated, because this is why we've busted so many unions in the United States, is this shit. So how many people are covered by these exemptions? Very few. A survey of vaccine skeptical healthcare workers that was conducted in December of yesteryear, it found that less than 3% mentioned either allergies or religious objections. The common objections to vaccination are not legal exemptions, and they won't overcome an employer vaccination requirement. So you can go at it and make these fucking suckers suck it up. Make these fuckers suck it up and take it in the goddamn arm. Or up the fucking butt cheek if that's where they get shot. Honestly, COVID public health measures have been politicized, but letting businesses themselves decide whether or not to require vaccination should be bipartisan. Republicans and those skeptical of government regulation should appreciate that individual businesses will make their own decisions based on their own needs, and Democrats can look forward to millions of additional vaccinations thereby. And since the federal government simply will not regulate, it should at least clarify what it doesn't regulate, and in this case, let the markets work. I mean, private decisions by millions of employers based on their own business needs might convert the unwilling because of the rule of economics in the minds of the libertarians and the result of these invisible hands. You know, the ones that sign your fucking paycheck. They could be both safer workplaces and a quicker path to a post-COVID America. Honestly, let me take care of one more thing, and I'll be back in a second. And you can go on with speaking along these lines or something else for a few minutes. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're literally at a point where if you don't have a healthy society, it's going to fall apart. And with the side effects that you get from long haul COVID-19, especially with how it affects the brain, you know, at least in a good 35% of the cases, we're not going to have much of a nation to live in, let alone be proud of. But because you know, everyone's going to be so unhealthy, it's just going to be a cesspool of death, and people who are dependent on just people who are going to be dependent on the pharmaceutical industry. This honestly brings to mind why the idea of corporate intervention in government would be, this is where corporate intervention in governance would be a good thing. In all honesty, you know, and they like on the right to really demonize corporations and demonize, you know, they really like to demonize corporations just as much as they like to demonize the government having any power at all. But then again, you know, where do you think that sources from? All this shit sources from the message boards and hackers from the freaking motherless Russia, because they've been just trying to destabilize, well, the remnants of Russia, what was Russia, more or less wants to destabilize what remains of the United States. Hence, I say what remains of the United States. Now, let's see, what else can I find? Of course, there's officials in Tokyo who are alarmed as cases hit record highs. So I'm always following what happens in Japan, because that's very important. And because more or less I would rather be there than here. Of course, I have to get off my ass and try to learn the language, which is something that I'm going to start doing. Japanese officials sounded the alarm Thursday after Tokyo reported record-breaking coronavirus cases for 2 straight days, with the Olympics well underway. Of course, whatever their caseload is probably nothing compared to what's going on in the United States. Tokyo reported 3,177 new cases on Wednesday, up from 2,848. That's it? And we're literally hitting 60,000 a day. Think about the comparison of numbers there. They're raising an alarm on an increase of about maybe 1,000 or so people, whereas we're still trying to walk around maskless, where 60,000 people are getting hit a day. So what does this tell you about the nation's priorities? A simple comparison would tell me that Japan is probably the responsible adults in the room on the world stage. At least compared to the United States, there are no adults running the stage in the United States.
Yes.
No responsible adults.
Yes.
Just man children.
Yes. By the way, what did I miss? You were discussing the.
Oh yeah, I was discussing the fact that officials in Tokyo were alarmed as cases hit record highs, and so their record highs are 3,177 new cases on Wednesday, compared to us where we're getting hit with 60,000 cases a day.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. This is what I'm always. It's amazing to me when I see these headlines in America about Japan that they've got this alarming rise in cases when they're, statistically speaking, it's like nothing's going on over there. So it's. I also want to tell people some of the memories of the old Olympics, and the important thing about these new Olympics is that this is being done for the athletes. As I said, it's not being done for any of the sports fans. They're not being held at this point. Japan is simply holding them because these athletes, some of these, you only get one chance to do this. You're at the peak of your conditioning, and unless you're a very specific individual. What is that lady's name? And she's like from Kazakhstan or something, and she's been a gymnast for fucking ever. That woman is. She's like a genetic anomaly for humanity. I forget. I'll see if I can look her up. But she's. I don't expect you to know who I'm speaking of course. But,
I have no idea.
But it's. I'll try and bring her up maybe later. I mean, obviously she's inspiring. In a certain sense, that guy is inspiring who climbs buildings. But in his case, he's that French guy he's like my age, maybe even older. And that fucker climbs up the side of skyscrapers. They call him the French Spider-Man. But, I couldn't understand because his English, he decided he was going to speak in English for the cameras. And I think what he said was, the last time he was climbing up some building in Spain or something like that, he says, "Oh, I'm doing this to prove that you shouldn't live by fear, like being afraid of COVID," or so. I think that's what he was trying to say, and I was thinking, "Oh, you fucking idiot." Just, it all comes down to, this stupid bullshit. Everybody's got some kind of thing they want to say about this, and it doesn't really help anyone. But
I think you're talking about Oksana Chusovitina.
Oh shit, that must be it.
46-year-old gymnast defies all odds.
Yes! Oh my fucking god, yes. How did you find that?
I just typed in Kazakhstan gymnast female.
Holy shit, that's incredible. The modern internet, yes. I mean, oh my god, this you're talking about this woman has been around forever in terms of active gymnastics. This is the true Black Widow. Of course, that was something that Peter Moon reminded me of when he was talking about North Africa, and he went on that kind of spin. You should have reminded. I mean, it will remind me next time to bring up my dad's brother, the guy who raised and guided me, George Dietrich. His brother fought in North Africa, and then he was the first victim of his wife. What does that make her? Well, she was my dad's sister-in-law, but then she very obviously killed my father's brother, and not that my father felt anything much about his brother, but he was, he did want to try and normalize relations before their life ended, but didn't really get that opportunity. But she killed his brother, and after that went on a marriage rampage where she married something crazy, like maybe half a dozen guys in a row, or it was certainly headed towards that. And every one of them got killed. And it's like nobody gave a shit because these were all just old men. And so she was just like, I don't know, getting her rocks off doing this or something. It was just bizarre. But during that very brief period of time when I was truly desperate and destitute, after my mother died, the last thing I wanted to do was become a care provider for someone else, but I did offer that to her and she refused, which is all for the best, thank God. I mean, but, it was just, interesting how things work out. So glad that didn't happen. Other than that, of course, I guess I better get back into tonight's supposed arc of narrative, and I'll try and get into the Asia Pacific region and speak mostly about that. So thank you for looking that up. And by the way, save that article because that is just fascinating. That woman's career. I mean, just what they mention in context of the world she grew up in. 8-track tapes, video cassettes. I mean, this was the world when she started off her gymnastics. This was the world. By the way, chat, I'm happy to say, successfully connected. And I noticed that a lot lately is that chat's disconnecting and reconnecting. And fortunately, supposedly, I'm going to be getting faster internet next month. Oh, there we are. Uzbek legend Oksana Chusovitina, and there we are, set for one final attempt at Olympic glory, and definitely she shows her age. she's not the most photogenic woman in the world. Her features are kind of extreme. That's they'll say that much.
Yeah, they're very Slavic.
Well, she's Turkic, really, from that part of Central Asia. Kazakhstan is Central Asia. That's what that Jewish guy is always pretending he is when he portrays Borat. He's trying to portray himself as a Central Asian, and so it's they have a distinct look. Yeah, very distinct. So when it comes to the people in the chat room, Dat Dude 873210 says hi, Doug. So hello to him, and K MEMºDAY? I'm presuming the J is silent like a Y. MEMºDAY says, the Maasai tribe of Tanzania drink cow's blood for breakfast each day. I'd have to agree that a glass of warm cow blood is better for you than some processed frozen pizza. It's a terrorless chemicals. Yes. Thank you, MEMråDAY. I appreciate that profoundly. And yes, of course, I'm not going to argue with that. Oh my God. Very, very important.
That's an interesting factoid. I did not know that.
Oh, you didn't know that? No, that's they're pretty. You can look that up. Yeah, and that's not urban legend. They they do what they do. It's pretty incredible, and
it works. It seems to work for them.
Yeah, and I never. The difference is, of course, the animal blood, which I don't mind. I adore animal blood. In Chinese restaurants, there's cow's bloods and other kinds of blood that they offer, and I've eaten that in the past. And forever, it's been forever since I've eaten brains because of the fear of prions. It's once the mad cow disease became a fact, I no longer eat the brains. There's a place in San Francisco that still served them in tacos for a long time, the cow's brains. But I adored brains when I was younger, the cow's brains and the other animals, but haven't indulged in them in a long time, and I would be scared to do so perhaps, but who knows? I might, but yeah, prions, that would be awful. That would be awful to get prions.
That's a horrific way to go.
Yeah.
That's almost as bad as radiation poisoning.
Yeah, I think it'd be worse in some way.
Well, it depends on how many gray or sieverts someone's exposed to. I mean, because if you're exposed to because there is that guy. Oh my gosh, I keep remembering that guy. That guy in Japan. Oh,
yeah,
man.
Why did they keep him alive? Was that just pure gratuitous sadism? What? Why did the Japanese?
Apparently, someone else. I was watching someone else make a video on the subject, and they were like, he wanted to stay alive because he wanted as honor for his he wanted to honor his family. I'm thinking to myself, okay,
that doesn't make sense.
This is a white guy's take on it. I don't think that's the case. I think the guy was in searing pain, and and I think this white guy is trying to, overgloss a culture he doesn't understand.
Yes.
And put that reference onto a specific situation in which it's probably not applicable.
Yeah, I think they were keeping that guy alive against his will because the doctors were just experimenting how long they could keep the poor son of a bitch alive. That's what.
That's what they were doing. I mean, at the point where your chromosomes are all destroyed and you've got like no genetic material.
Here we are. He was kept alive against his will. Okay, there we are. They kept this husk of a man alive for 83 days against his will. This was the Tokemura nuclear plant accident. Hisashi Ouichi, or Ouichi, he was one of the 3 employees to be heavily impacted. The 30th of September in 1999. And so they were, doing the industrial shit. And basically what happened was that, there was a mistake that occurred in this solvent process, but the fallout is what happened to him. He arrived at Tokyo Hospital, and of course, I'm looking at a photograph of this. This is just unbearable. The photograph is, incredible. This man is obviously tormented. This man was saying, "I can't take it anymore. I'm not a guinea pig." These people were conducting a hideous experiment on this man. and just seeing how long they could, keep him alive for the sake of medical science. They kept resuscitating him after each and every heart failure to prolong his pain. And so it took 83 days before that he died of multiple organ failure. So basically, these these medical doctors did the opposite of what they are trained to do, which is to limit human suffering. The Hippocratic Oath is to do no harm. So what this is, Oichi's case goes down in history books as a show of cruelty for the reason of research. There's nothing to laugh about here. It's this: if you don't laugh, you're going to cry. So this is what this show's about is culturally. The fact that you got some white guy making a video saying that this guy wants to stay alive for the honor of his family is just it's offensive.
Bullshit.
It's just offensive.
It's beyond offensive. It's like literally saying, "Oh, look at these here Japs. They just like to suffer for honor." I mean, seriously.
Yes, this is an example of Asian pragmatism taken to pathological levels at its absolute worst, where they saw an opportunity to say, well, how long can we keep this man alive? And they just took it and they kept him alive. It's there's no describing what I'm looking at here. Now, you must have seen this photograph where he looked like a stick figure. Did you see this photograph? Or
yeah.
Okay, so I will save this image and then they relay it to you. So Oichi is the guy's name, and I'll just simply file it as that, and then I will stick that here in the text box. And
it's the one where where they have him hung, where he's literally just.
Well, you notice that his fingernails,
bones.
he's hanging by his fingernails, literally, and so yeah, he's bones with some. You think of a concentration camp victim. But you've seen those walking skeletons, and I'm saying this to our audience, not to you, because you've seen this. But if you take a look at these old concentration camp photos where you see walking skeletons, now imagine them all dipped in red, and it's basically, you will have an idea of what this guy is like. Now, why isn't this coming up? There we are. Here we are, and then outline that, and okay, there we go for you. And it's kind of like Dr. Z in his own way. Poor bastard. Yes, no human being should undergo such suffering, and this was beyond inhuman. It's just horrible. So parts of his body have been amputated, but he's held up by the fingernails literally so that he can't scratch himself and do anything to pull out his IVs and thereby kill himself. So they're preventing him from killing himself. And so his bones are clearly visible, and all of his blood is leaking out through his skin. Madness.
Holy shit. Yeah, that's something from Silent Hill as well.
Yes.
There we go. Real life.
Yes. So basically, the doctors wanted to find the impact of radiation on living beings, and experimentation was mainly focused on animals. But basically, scientists jumped at the opportunity to study this man as a victim. Horrific, and there's no laws in Japan against this. Oh my God, thoroughly reprehensible. This is the worst aspect of Japanese culture, is this level of pragmatism. This level of practicality. In the past, Japan, I don't know if you were aware of this, Jameson, but in the past, because cancer was ultimately fatal In Japan, it was simply illegal to treat it. So the doctor's policy was simply they didn't treat cancer patients, and so they would just let them die. It's only been very recently, comparatively speaking, like within the last 10 years at the most, that they finally said, okay, let's start treating cancer patients, because there was a higher degree of survivability that made it worthwhile. But you could see that was pragmatism. Because
well, that's an almost inhuman. yeah, that's pragmatism taken to the extreme.
Yeah, but then again, take a look at somebody like Derek Talley. If we're to believe him, basically what happened was the guy's his successful treatment with cancer, probably all the chemotherapy shit they put him through, combined with all the diuresis they were giving him anyway, because he was unnaturally retaining water for whatever reasons. But the chemotherapy probably threw him over the edge into total renal failure. So saving him through cancer is ultimately what killed his kidneys, probably. So you can see why, the Japanese drew that conclusion. I mean, what's the point? If you can cure somebody of cancer, and then if that's going to be the result, and then the guy's on dialysis, which is what? How much is that out of, the taxpayers' money, because that fucker, Derek Talley, which is why everything he said was bullshit, his dialysis is going to be free. It's going to be VA. He just goes into the VA system, and we're paying for that the rest of his life. And so that's hundreds, with millions. I mean, let's be serious here. That's millions of dollars. And then if he gets on some kind of, transfer where they actually operated on him, gave him a new kidney, we're paying for that too. So it's like you can see
that dude is not worth the money.
Yeah, thank you. Honestly, for people who are unaware why I'm so heartless with that individual, you don't know the full story. It's like there was a lot going on there that I've never shared, and it's just fuck it. It's the whole thing about. And what was so odd was his voice before the quote-unquote dialysis. His voice was so robotic and monotone, and it was like you'd think the guy was dying. It was like Brendan Zogit said it sounded like the guy was just playing fucking nuts. I mean, because I always said he sounded like he was coming out of a deep sleep. Brendan Zogit said the guy just sounded totally incoherent. But, I'd like to say something like, Derek, you there? And then he'd come up. You might remember that. It'd be like, so like he's clawing his way into consciousness. But after he was, quote unquote, after his kidneys blew, he sounded like he was like, I'm going to sue. Like he had all the energy in the world. And it was like, well, where did that come from? I mean, like, that didn't make any sense. Most of the people who are on dialysis, they can't even talk. They're like exhausted. It's just horrific. So, just bizarre. The whole thing was bizarre. And, but very much appreciate what Kay Melaton said about the Maasai tribe of Tanzania. And, yes, fascinating. And it's completely true. And most Americans, of course, would vomit. And their cows are kept alive, by the way. The cows are kept alive, and they take the blood out of them. They bleed them, but they feed them. And so, the cows regain the blood. So it's not like they're slaughtering the cows to get this blood, so that people understand this. In other words, they have a kind of symbiotic. they do feed their cows, right? So it's symbiotic. It's not parasitic. So they have a rather bizarre symbiotic relationship with their cattle. And, Americans have, what would be the equivalent?
Well, Americans would just slaughter it.
Yeah, they would just
drain all the blood, and they'd be like, we need more cows. And then they put them in like a freaking factory, and it'd be like that building that the Russians built. Yes. Where they had the pigs on top of each other. They'd be like, next, lead them out.
Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't done that years and years ago, to tell you the truth. It's bizarre to me that they haven't gotten to that point in America where they haven't done that yet. And you really wonder why.
I think they do that to chickens.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not familiar
KFC.
enough. Yeah, yes. Oh, my God. Don't get me started. Okay, well, I'd better start monologuing. Love you dearly. Thank you so much, Jameson, for helping me through the night. Do stick with us, of course. And
I'll be drifting in and out of as usual.
well, you usually do pretty good. It was literally the stress of having an appointment the next morning. It does that. And
Yeah, I do have an appointment tomorrow.
do you really?
But the good thing is it's not until 2 in the afternoon.
Mhm.
So I'll still have a chance to get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep and wing it.
Okay. Yeah. So that's so good. Glad to hear that, and thank you. And yeah, I left him a sarcastic little comment in his private message box the other day saying, "I hope you wake up in time for your appointment." Of course, he woke up in time to become outraged. And like I said,
Yeah, man, I was really looking forward to going under.
understood. But hey, at least you didn't travel there, okay? I mean, in
Yeah,
most
if I
cases-
traveled there, it would have been a disaster.
Yes, there would have been a mass shooting.
Yeah, they probably would have shot me. They'd be like, "It's an angry black man, open fire!"
Yes. Oh my God. Well, to finish up with what some people, and this will only be a summary. Understand, if you want the full story, I go into this in excruciating detail, or detail that I feel is necessary. Certainly, Sarah Thomas read it, and so it's quite legible. In other words, readable. It's not in Dietrichonic. You can read my column, which is very definitive on this, and that would be the title for my column is it's available at the DDD timeline that was established by Maria Gregorich, or the Renegade Military Historian timeline, or you can find it on the ̔EUS timeline. And so the title for that post is "Today is Bonus Army Capitol Massacre Memorial Day." So that if you read that, then you will get it. I mean, that's more information than you would get from anywhere else. And as our man Eric Lastic said, God bless him, he says, fantastic information. And then Penny Bradley chimed in. So what Penny Bradley said, and I think this is kind of like a need to show that, well, I knew this, kind of like that. So she had to chip in and say, I knew about the attack by Hoover on the World War I veterans who were camping in D.C. I knew about the attacks by Hoover on several Hoover camps in the country in the same general time frame. I knew that those camps were World War I veterans and their families, and they had been promised money and it was never given. People who believed .gov with several periods thereafter. See, this is another example of you can't trust the government. I mean,
yeah, I've kind of had to unfriend her over something. It's something trivial. It's just like I respect her. I'll speak to her if she comes on, no problem. But the problem is like the things she posts and like the responses, the back and forth. It's like, okay, I can see this isn't going to work on Facebook.
Her whole crowd, as well as her producer, Daryl Neely, that the majority of the crowd is, of course, the radicalized right.
Yeah, and that's another reason why I just can't entertain that. I've reached the point where I've got to be very selective of who I look at.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, and you have to be kind.
So if Penny's listening, it's nothing personal. It's just at this point I don't want to entertain these things anymore. I'm not, and I also have to unfriend that PJ Cornell fellow because it's just like
he's very much libertarian. I would gather from what little I've gotten that he's very libertarian, which is very antithetical to my perspective. But you look at where she lives. You saw those photographs I showed you of Greenville. She lives in a place like that. It's got to impact you. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
I couldn't live in a place like that. Well, they would kill you. I mean, they'd string you up like, they would lynch you. Oh my God.
Well, I'd at least have a few of them dead before they do that.
Oh, I get you. I mean, look.
But yeah,
if they had,
they would ultimately have to.
no, I mean, the only reason I allowed my son to get out of the car is obviously I was there and I'm armed. Okay, so it's otherwise I would never allow him out of the car, and that would have been, if I had thought that things, that it seemed copacetic enough. So if I had thought otherwise, I would have just told him, "You go right through them." Deck chairs and all. I just would have told him to just go right through them. You get my point. You understand what
Yeah.
But
It's
yeah. The as it was creepy enough. But anyhow, so Penny goes on to say Hoover only cared about the moneyed classes who kept him in office and not about the war fodder who served. In all fairness, I mean, Herbert Hoover may have been no angel, but he was not. This made him look a lot worse than he was. The guy gave the order to clear them out. He didn't give the order to kill them. This is it was MacArthur charged in and really it did what he did. You had other idiots like that motherfucker the communist Smedley Butler, who was saying, oh, this week's of, MacArthur was worried they were all communists. Smedley Butler was saying they was all fascists. But anyhow, these people were just damned no matter what. And so Penny goes on to say this was the Depression, and Hoover never implemented anything to help the common person survive it. Again, not that I'm a fan of Hoover. I mean, look at the poor son of a bitch. He had a vacuum cleaner named after him. The only thing people remember about Hoovering is it sucks. I mean, geez, poor son of a bitch. But honestly, what could you do when FDR came in and did what he did? Bear in mind, had he not been stopped by the industrialists from going all out, that fucker was going to take us all the way into collectivism, and then you really would have seen the end of your world as you knew it. It just wouldn't have existed. So she says the population was shifting towards the communists and socialists because life was so hard for people who had lost their farms and couldn't find work. This is true. So she says, so those groups were blamed for the protests. Exactly as I said, this is true. And then she says the Great Depression was a time when both communism and fascism were fighting to take over America. And those souls who fought in World War II against fascists had no clue that their government was in the grips of the same. We see this is where she gets, shall we say, into the propaganda trap, where it's a pox on everybody's houses. And
well, I mean, it's telling when she was talking, when she was regurgitating a quote from Robert Anton Wilson. And I made a quote saying, and I told her, you realize that everything he's writing in the Illuminatus trilogy is satire, right?
And, well, beyond that, it's satanic propaganda. It's not only satire. It's this man took his middle name from Anton Szandor LaVey, and considered himself the magical child of Anton Szandor LaVey. So he was a true Satanist. And so, but a lot of people, they'll take quotes willy-nilly, and whatever quotes they think apply, they'll say it. I mean, I've got some, how would I say it, irks or irritations with what I saw in some of the comments concerning my latest interview with her, which were overwhelmingly positive. I mean, everyone feel free to go through those comments and add to them as well. I mean, they're overwhelmingly supportive and positive. It's just wonderful people. But she'll say something odd once in a while, like, yeah, Douglas forgets some things or gets some things wrong. But, most of it's right. I'm not quite sure what she's referencing. But, it's whatever, move on. I mean,
you've given historical, you've given your historical sources for everything. So what could you have gotten wrong?
There's things, if she's referring to like little mistakes I've made in the past, like, every once in a while, like I'll say August instead of April, like that'll stick in my mind and can, maybe it's stuff like that, or maybe she feels that something I'm saying contradicts maybe something in her memory or something like that. I don't know.
Or it might be contradictory to what a majority of her base believes.
Yes, right. Though I'll say
that's what I get.
Yeah.
That's the impression I get.
Yeah. Though she does seem, how would I say it? In all fairness, she does seem to be fairly independent of her base, not too hot on, catering to them. But I get what you're saying. I mean, that's got to be there to a degree. But
it's a point.
Yeah. I would never pursue it with her publicly. One of those things I'll ask her privately what she meant by that. The other thing was, what else was it? Oh yeah. Then some idiot said, "Oh, I know I got to learn more about Asia, but why is he shouting?" I shouldn't call him an idiot, but I mean, really, come on. You'll know when I'm shouting, son. I mean, really, if you hear me shouting, you'd know it. You wouldn't forget it. But she says, "Oh, it's because most people shut him down. I let him go." I was like, "Oh, no, it's not that most people shut me down. It's most of them ambush me. There's a real big difference. They can't shut me down, so they try to ambush me, but that's when I wind up shouting to overcome them." But little things like that are irksome, but it's no big deal. Aside from that, and the one I pointed out where the guy was saying, "Oh, I looked up Zoom and it's owned by a Chinese guy with U.S. citizenship," and I blew that out of the water. Like, what the fuck does that even mean anymore? You got white guys with U.S. citizenship who sell out their country, you dumb shit. And with the Chinese guys, for those of you who don't get, when you get these Chinese guys who, like that Taiwanese guy who went back to Taiwan, what was his name again? The guy working at Livermore Labs, honest to God, I bleach these names from my mind because their experiences are so painful. But just to give people an idea of what that guy went through, let's look this up. Taiwanese Lawrence Livermore. There we are. Taiwanese Livermore scientist suspected of spying, and that was Wen-Ho Lee. And to give an example of why Wen-Ho Lee may well have become a spy, and if he did, I'll give you the reasons why right now. The guy was from Taiwan, which is this adamantly, profoundly anti-communist nation state. The idea of him being communist is absurd. And when he comes to the United States and he's working at Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico, and then later on at Lawrence Livermore in Berkeley, he was the only one they would put daily through the security search, the physical security search, when he left. Now, for people who don't understand this, one of the infamous places for a man to hide something he's smuggling is up his anus. And so every day, leaving work, they said, "Oh, we got to bend over," and they would give him an anal probe just to make sure he wasn't taking anything out of the lab that no other man, all the white guys would walk by and just laugh, and go home, while this guy's forced to bend over and take it up the ass just because he's Chinese. Now, he has every right, ultimately, to become a spy at that point and just say, fuck it, if you're going to do the time, be guilty of the crime. Your average white guy would have gone into mass shooting mode and shot up everybody at work. And if anybody explained what he was going through at work with that level of harassment, they'd say, "Oh, that's understandable." But for the Chinese guy, they expect him to take it. Bullshit on that noise. So honestly, this is like the making of a suspect. They create their own threat. By the way, he went back to Taiwan, of course, where I'm certain he's much happier, and probably has all kinds of horror stories he related that hopefully discourage other Taiwanese from ever coming here. That's honest to God, what do you do with this when you're confronted with this? And Americans wonder why. Like, why wouldn't Tesla cooperate and give us all his secrets? Well, you treated him like shit. It's but you've gone into this, of course. That
Yeah. I mean, they're so stupidly I mean, it's just that people here are just so stupidly naive.
Well, it's beyond that. They're just cruel. They're just cruel.
Yeah.
And it's instead of pragmatism, it's more like it's antithetical to their own interests. They operate against their own better interests on the basis of their desire to simply impugn on others, and so they wind up creating their own enemies. It just goes on and on. They never learn. But honestly, after this meandering 5-year investigation, Dr. Lee was finally incarcerated and interrogated, shackled, polygraphed. He was threatened with execution by a federal agent for not admitting to spying, and yet prosecutors were never able to connect him to espionage. So they discovered that he downloaded a mountain of classified weapons information, and yet he was finally freed after pleading guilty to one felony count of mishandling secrets. Ultimately, the case of Wen-Ho Lee is a spy story in which the most tantalizing mystery is whether the central character was ever a spy or somebody who was just driven to do what he did because of ceaseless, relentless harassment. Of course, I say it's both. The guy was driven to do what he did, like he wanted to become a spy because he was harassed so often, and was probably because they were harassing him so often, he wasn't able to become a spy effectively. So it was almost like, they went all out and then put him into the threat mode where they threatened him all day and night. And, at that point, it was too early. They preemptively attacked him before he could even do what he wanted to do after he'd been driven to it by frustration of being persecuted for so often. So in that sense, their insanity saved him from himself. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
That makes perfect sense. America's the only place where they will create their own problem.
Thank you.
It's like if they don't have a threat, they don't feel like they exist in the world.
Yes.
And so they need to create they need to threaten themselves if it means that they feel like they have meaning.
Yes. Thank you.
It's that level of pathology.
Thank you. Yes, it's awful. You don't know what to do when you're confronted with this. So anyhow, again, thank you, and to go on with just what I feel I have to get into tonight. We'll see how many hours I got left. We got actually 4 hours left. I doubt I can cover too much, but, I'll do what I can. And, I brought myself to this point. So if I'm unable to get to it tonight and do it justice, then I'll dedicate the next episode to Louis Rogers and go into China and the South China Sea, because I do believe that does need to be covered. But what I can do tonight is just cover some history, why people think stupid things like the Soviet Union won the war and all that. But honestly, when it comes to why the bonus army marched in the first place, most of the veterans who marched on the Capitol in 1932, they'd been out of work since the Great Depression began in 1929, and they needed money. And the World War Adjusted Compensation Act of 1924, we're talking about something that was put into effect theoretically, the year after my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, Diana Dietrich, was born. That had promised to give them some. But get this shit. It wasn't supposed to be until 1945, a full 27 years after the end of the war they had fought in. And the idea, how is it that somebody would have even come up with that? What was the logic behind that? And then Congress passes it. It's like a big fuck you. So the World War Adjusted Compensation Act, passed by Congress as a sort of 20-year insurance policy, awarded all qualified veterans a redeemable adjusted service certificate, which was worth an amount equal to 125% of his wartime service credit. So each veteran was to be paid $1.25, $1.25 for each day they had served overseas, and $1 for each day they served in the United States, here at home, in uniform throughout the war. So the catch was that the veterans were not allowed to redeem these certificates until their individual birthdays come 1945. Now, why 1945 when, this is when the Americans claim World War II ended, and this was passed in 1924? Did they suddenly plan we're going to have a big world war, and by that time all these veterans will be dead, and then by 1945 we'll all be dead? It's like, what the fuck? It's something very occult was going on with this. This is and so on May 15th, the Ides of May in 1924, President Calvin Coolidge had actually, in fact, vetoed the bill providing for the bonuses, stating his words, "Patriotism, bought and paid for, is not patriotism." In other words, you should just want to go out and fight and die for your country for free. Free. I mean, that makes total sense, right? I mean, isn't that something you just dream of doing every morning you get up? I mean, oh my God, what can I do for my country? What can I do? I mean, anyhow, Congress overrode his veto a few days later. But of course, when you put a date on it, that's so far into the future, multiple administrations, for all intents and purposes, generations away. I mean, sure, it's like, let's override his veto, but make it something stupid, so stupidly inaccessible, you might as well say, we'll provide you a trip to the moon, a paid vacation, without oxygen. Of course, the veterans might have been happy to wait for their bonuses when the Adjusted Compensation Act was passed in 1924, but then the Great Depression came along 5 years later, and by 1932, like everybody else, they had immediate needs for money, feeding themselves and their families. So the bonus Army veterans occupied the District of Columbia, the most dangerous thing you can fucking do, because posse comitatus does not apply in the District of Columbia, or rather it applies, but it works against you because that is federal territory. It's not a state, and therefore the government has every right to kill you, literally, without not being, how do I say this? I'm not exaggerating here. I'm saying literally the government reserves the right to take your life, as is indicated by, who was that black woman who they shot and said that she was charging at him and shit, said, she was going to drive her car through the barricade or something. And of course, nothing could be further from the truth. And didn't she have a child in the back of the car? Do you remember this lady? Was shot by Capitol District Police.
Yes, but I don't remember her name.
Thank you.
Thank you. All I remember was that the story, something seemed really off about it.
Yeah, something? You mean many things? Yes.
Everything seemed off about it.
Thank you. Yeah.
They shot it. They just shot her for being a black woman.
Yes, but the reason they could get away with it, even more so, I mean, obviously they get away with it in every city and state, but believe it or not, in Washington, D.C., there's not even an investigation, because they have the government and Capitol District Police have the right to do that to a U.S. citizen. You don't have the same rights there as you do in a normal state. This is why the Democrats are saying we've got to make the District of Columbia a state, because I don't know if you're aware of this, any of the listeners out there, but people in the District of Columbia are not allowed to vote. They cannot vote in national elections dealing with choosing their president. People who live there, which of course are millions of blacks, millions of Asians who work on the computers, like Asian Indians and shit, and none of these people who live there, the overwhelming majority of the people who live there are colored. All the whites do is the politics, and everyone else is providing them services, cooks their food, drives them, everything else. These are all coloreds, and for that reason, they don't let them vote. By the way, you knew this, didn't you, Jameson? Or were you aware of that?
No, I am now.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
The people in the District of Columbia, millions of them, they're not allowed to vote. And so they don't get the right to vote. It's as if they lived on Samoa or some other island territory.
So basically, they're still property.
Yes, effectively, as far as I'm concerned, because that's taxation without representation. Yes. So, yeah, the reason for the American Revolution, or so they tell us. So that is the horror of the capital of the United States. And so this is why the Democrats are saying we've got to make it like a state, give them the right to vote. But if they do, that's millions more votes that will be for the Democrats, and most certainly not for Republicans. So the Republicans are desperately trying to prevent it. So this is another, bullshit impasse where we're at. So the bonus march actually began in May of 1932 as some 15,000 veterans assembled in makeshift camps scattered around Washington, D.C., where they planned to demand and wait for the immediate payment of their bonuses. And the first and largest of these veterans camps was dubbed Hooverville, in a backhanded slap, tribute in the most negative sense to President Herbert Hoover, it was located on the Anacostia Flats, which was this swampy bog directly across the Anacostia River from the Capitol building and the White House. And Hooverville alone housed about 10,000 veterans and their families in these ramshackle shelters built from old lumber, packing boxes, scrap tin, all from a nearby junk pile, a landfill. And including the veterans, their families, and other supporters. I've never figured out who these other supporters were when I've looked through various documents, but I get the feeling these might have been gay lovers, prostitutes, and basically the crowd of protesters, they eventually grew to, get this, unbelievable, 45,000 people sitting in front of the White House, and basically a homeless encampment, complete with, people who, like, Pac One Morales would have made a living off this, selling food from a roach coach. And, other people selling their bodies, etc. And so all of these veterans, along with the assistance of the District of Columbia Police Force, they maintained order in the camps. They built these military-style sanitation facilities. They held orderly daily protest parades. Then the D.C. police attacked them. That was on June 15th, the Ides of June, in 1932. The U.S. House of Representatives passed the Wright-Patman bonus bill to move up the payment date of the veterans' bonuses. However, the Senate, the Republican-dominated Senate, defeated the bill on June 17th. And in protest to the Senate's actions, the Bonus Army veterans marched down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol building itself, and the D.C. police thought that this was a direct threat to the U.S. government, January 6th style, and they reacted violently, resulting in the deaths of 2 veterans and 2 police officers. So an equal life-for-a-life exchange. And then the U.S. Army attacked the veterans the next month. On the morning of July 28th of 1932, President Hoover, in his capacity as Executive Commander-in-Chief of the United States military, he ordered his Secretary of War, Patrick J. Hurley, to clear the Bonus Army camps and disperse the protesters. Now, at 4:45 p.m., the U.S. Army Infantry and Cavalry regiments, under the command of General Douglas MacArthur, supported by 6 M1917 light tanks, commanded by Major George S. Patton, assembled on Pennsylvania Avenue to carry out the President Hoover's orders. And with sabers, I'm talking about cavalry swords, sabers, which, by the way, in case you didn't know, a cavalryman's saber is almost blunt because the damage is caused by the weight. So when a cavalryman is waving that sword around, they make sure their swords are dull as possible because the sheer blade and the force of the blade is what carries the damage. The sharpness of the blade, or what sharpness there is secondary in terms of impacting damage. So with these sabers and fixed bayonets and tear gas, that was outlawed for use in war, like the kind that was used at Waco, because it's highly flammable, and a mounted machine gun. The infantry and the cavalry charged the veterans, forcibly evicting them and their families from the smaller camps on the Capitol building side of the Anacostia River. And when the veterans retreated back across the river to the Hooverville camp, President Hoover ordered the troops to stand down until the next day. Now, General Douglas MacArthur, however, claiming the bonus marchers were attempting to overthrow the U.S. government, ignored his executive commander-in-chief's order and immediately launched a second charge. And by the end of the day, 55 veterans had been injured unto point of life support, critically injured, half a hundred and more, and 135 had been arrested. This is not counting the children who died or bodies that were not recognized by the government. These charging horses, of course, literally stampeded into the camp. They did things like, if you can imagine the kick of a horse's hoof into a pregnant woman's belly, these men had their families with them. The families had pregnant wives among them, and women miscarried their babies because of the tear gas as well. So the death of many children was involved. That has never been recorded historically outside of the documents I was ordered to destroy. However, much has leaked in the years since then. The aftermath of the Bonus Army protest was that in the 1932 presidential election, Franklin Delano Roosevelt easily defeated Hoover by a landslide based on these based on these horrible optics. It was the end of Hoover's career. In a sense, Hoover was the victim here. Not that the fucker deserves much sympathy, but he's not the monster everyone thinks he was. But while Hoover's militaristic treatment of the Bonus Army veterans may have contributed to his defeat, Roosevelt had also opposed the veterans' demands during the 1932 campaign. However, when the veterans held a similar protest in May of 1933, basically his wife Eleanor provided them with meals and a secure campsite. And to address the veterans' need for jobs, Roosevelt issued an executive order allowing 25,000 veterans to work in the New Deal program's CCC, their Civilian Conservation Corps, without meeting the CCC's age and marital status requirements, which wanted, young men who were single, because they could very well die with the kind of challenges they were going to face in the CCC, which is like heavy labor work. We're talking like, this was America's version of Siberian labor camps, okay? I'm not shitting you. These people went out into the middle of nowhere. We're talking literally Bigfoot fucking territory. There are CCC or Civilian Conservation Corps camps that have been taken over by the forest that have not been rediscovered, okay? That's like, this is how far out in nowhere they were. Now, on January 22nd of 1936, both houses of Congress finally passed the Adjusted Compensation Payment Act in 1936, which appropriated $2 billion for the immediate payment of all World War I veterans' bonuses. And on January 27th of that year, President Roosevelt vetoed the bill. But Congress immediately voted to override his veto. Now, almost 4 years after they had been driven from Washington by General Douglas MacArthur, the Bonus Army veterans were finally paid, if you can believe that, for their service in war. I mean, that's beyond insane. Ultimately, the event of the Bonus Army Veterans March on Washington contributed to the enactment in 1944 of the GI Bill, because they said we don't want millions of veterans coming home now. It wasn't just some goddamn expeditionary force of a few thousand. We're talking millions now. They said we got to give them something so they don't do what, because for that many men, they would have overrun the Capitol and just created a veterans government. So to prevent that, the GI Bill has since assisted, well, certainly initially assisted thousands of veterans to make that often difficult transition to civilian life, and in some small way pay back the debt owed to those who risk their lives for the country. Of course, most of them don't. They're in logistics or clerical or some shit like that. But they all make it sound like they're all out there on the front lines. But the trip here is that these days, the GI Bill, while initially monumental, I mean, this was huge. It was a sea change, as my dad would say. It changed everything initially. These days, it's meaningless. It's like fucking Jameson Reese can tell you, if he had stayed in the military, he would have gotten $1 back for every dollar he put in. Meaning that since Jameson Reese wasn't paid much and he probably would have put $2 in, he would have gotten $2 matched up against that and he could have gone to community college. It doesn't mean shit. It's like you can go to community college without going to the military. There's no point for you in going into the military. You're not going to get your education through the military. You're going to be trained in something that's totally inapplicable. Honestly, James said it was the best thing you ever did for yourself to, get out of there and get a crazy check. Honestly, that was the smartest thing you could fucking do. You would have been worse off if you'd have stayed in there and gotten their so-called technical training and tried to apply that to the civilian world. I mean, so there we have that. And am I oversimplifying your situation? If you want to add any details to that, go ahead.
Well, I would say that on an intuitive level, you're probably right.
Thank you.
I think that if anything, I wanted to go to the military to get out of this house.
Understood, but still.
At that age, that was the only reason why I decided to follow through with what my father suggested.
Oh, God. He suggested the military?
Yeah.
Had he ever been in there?
No, not to my knowledge.
Oh, there you go. So don't worry about it. I mean, oh my God, it was a silly suggestion on his part. And honestly, he might mean the best or might have meant the best, but that was not, believe
that
me.
It was not the best choice.
No. That's like, I would hear cops tell people that when we were in the Acorn projects and I was working on that armed contract, and we had our own prison cell to hold people in until we could deliver them to the OPD, the Oakland Police Department. And, we got all kinds of kids that had done stupid things, fill their water guns with bleach and shit, and at that point you have a deadly weapon, okay? So when we would bust them and bring them in and then call the cops to do what they were supposed to do, I'd hear them suggest to these kids, and these kids would be crying in the cage. And, I hate to say it, but, one of the security enforcement agents who was partnered with me at the time, I don't mean like an alternative lifestyles partner, it was strictly professional, I assure you, we were assigned. But he said something really funny along the lines of this one black kid who was screaming in the cage. He said, he's screaming like a pig. He ought to be stuck. But these kids would be screaming out the names of somebody that they felt, they didn't want to be left alone or something. Don't leave me here. Oh, whoever they trusted. Jack, one of the security enforcement agents that they felt might be sympathetic or something. Anyhow, just awful. But when it came to the police that come in, they said, I think you should join the army or the military or something. This is what they would tell them. This is how, the military becomes a jail dodge for so many people who then are given a gun and, are put into uniform and not given a gun. They're put into clerical or, logistics. It's just, awful. It's full of people like this. They're just getting them out of the ghettos. And, no, this is not a good thing. And it doesn't.
Well, the cops are basically telling them how they became cops.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's true. It's true. And so many of these guys are ex-military, and that's the last thing you want. You don't want this. These are people who should be socially skilled, not people trained in the most antisocial profession imaginable. Anyhow, and then again, the day before, yesterday by now, was the date of the ceasefire declared for the so-called Korean conflict, because it was not a declared war. So on June 25th of 1950, which was along the line separating North Korea from South Korea, which had been created by the Japanese, who blew a bunch of atomic bombs. And you have no idea how stupid the shit is that Americans will tell you how that line came into being. But they'll tell you, I've seen the stupidest things where the Americans will say they created that line, and it's so stupid that it doesn't even bear reiterating. But just in case people ever run across this stupidity, let me see if I can find here just an example of what these Americans say, what they'll claim, how that demilitarized zone came into being. And if you just listen to it, you will intuitively know it's bullshit, because you're going to say, no, that doesn't even sound right. But let me see if I can look this up. American claims for how the demilitarized zone came into being, and see if I can find that here. And if I look that up, then the things that I run across, here we are. Let me see now. North Korean, South Korean, how it ended. I think I should be able to find something, because what I've seen is just, of course, it's funny. It's basically funny. But they'll say that they just decided, oh yeah, it was the end of the war, and the Japanese surrendered, and we decided to divide the peninsula, and we took a National Geographic map, and they'll literally say these two guys with a map stopped the Russians, waved them down, said, oh yeah, let's stop here, and the Russians just said, sure, that's cool. I mean, they literally say this. It's
holy shit. That's hilarious.
Oh, it's awful. I mean, it's so offensive, because it's the.
I mean, how stupid does one have to be to take them at their word?
Well, most people, of course, most people aren't interested, so nobody really looks for this. So nobody really has let's look for how did North and South Korea divide? I mean, nobody ever really asks the question. And so because of that, it's like something that is like just one of these non-issues. But when people do seek it, they had this little story that was established just for that this National Geographic map helped divide Korea. I mean, basically, here I found it now. It says, yeah, here we are. There you go. Basically, there was an armistice agreement, and it was basically a military demarcation line, a buffer, and basically they said that it was the 38th parallel, and they'll say that basically this was in the final hours of World War II, when officials from the U.S. War and State Departments were preparing to negotiate with the Soviet Union about how Japanese-occupied Korea would be administered following Japan's surrender. And the future U.S. Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, who was then a colonel on General George Marshall's staff, and his fellow Army staffer, Colonel Charles Tick Bonesteel. I mean, just listen to this name. Tick Bonesteel. Yes, Tick Bonesteel. Really. That's not even a normal comic book. That's like the kind of comic strip that you find in a porno mag. Then they'll have a character named Tick Bonesteel. And so they were assigned with identifying a line of control that both the U.S. and the Soviets could agree to. And the Soviets are here's the Soviets rumbling down with their tanks and all this shit, which of course everybody says they're this unstoppable juggernaut. And so the nearest troops were still 966 kilometers. That'd be about 600 miles, people. They were away on Okinawa, and they couldn't establish their presence on the mainland. So what happened was Rusk basically he said that basically they decided to divide Korea. Now, basically, okay, understand the insanity of this statement in the first place. The Americans would have no say in this because the Korean people had enjoyed not only they're not only one of the most ethnically homogenous groups on Earth. I mean, if you think the Japanese are racially pure, quote unquote, the Koreans make them look like the Koreans are, compared to the Japanese, morbidly inbred, okay? And so they, like, have enjoyed not only unity, but geographic continuity for the better part of 1,000 years. The idea that a couple of Americans come in and say, I've got a map and we're going to divide this, and the Koreans would just say, oh, okay, you white man, you are God, and bow to, I mean, this just, it's beyond offensive. It's simply impossible. It's kind of like when Derek Talley was saying, the guy pulled all the jelly donuts out of his ass and shit. It's like, he may as well have said he sprouted wings and flew us, over, Mount Mother that we were supposed to hike. I mean, it's that impossible. It's something that just can't happen. But he wrote this in his memoir. This is supposed to be our historical reference, is this idiot's memoir, where Dean Rusk, his memoir, by the way, is entitled, very intellectual. It's titled As I Saw It. That's a memoir. That's got to be nothing but fact. Yeah, As I Saw It. I think the title tells you all. He says, during a meeting on August 14th, 1945, same day as the Japanese surrender, Tick Bonesteel and I mean, just Tick Bonesteel and I. Yeah, we retired to an adjacent room late at night and studied intently a map of the Korean peninsula. Working in haste and under great pressure, we had a formidable task to pick a zone for the American occupation. By the way, these guys don't speak Korean. They don't, basically, he says, well, it seemed to us that Seoul, the capital, should be in the American sector. But, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Seoul is right on that fucking line. So, that's brilliant. Let's draw a line right across the capital so it's the most vulnerable place. It would be like something that nobody in their right mind would do this. Obviously, this was wartime expediency, if anything, on the part of the Japanese, who had headquarters in that capital and were therefore using that as the place from which to remotely blow all of their atomic landmines. Anyhow, so you've got these idiots saying that they did this, and so when they presented this to the Soviets, the Soviets just said, "Oh, sure, yeah, that's cool," just like that. Oh yeah, two guys with a map, Tick Bonesteel and Mr. Rusk. Yeah, they stopped the Soviet advance by waving them down with a National Geographic map, and that was it. And of course, that makes so much sense, and it's so believable. I mean, you just have to accept it. No American, I doubt any American listening to that would believe that. That's but they have that as like a backup for like in case anybody looked for how this happened, this is what they would find. And of course, this is something beyond insane. But just so people know it, in case you don't know, read the book, The Roswell Deception. Make certain to get the book that's subtitled and the Demystification of World War II, because that's otherwise you might find that chicken shit Roswell Deception, which is a novel written by some crazy white trash piece of shit, and I have no idea what that's even about. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, because you can't find a synopsis for it because it's probably so crazed that they couldn't, do a synopsis. I mean, what was it? That one black guy who was on my show who started saying, what was it? The weird, I don't need to kiss your ass. That friend of our friend Brendan Zogit. He wrote a series of books, he said to me, a trilogy of books. And, not to make fun of him. I mean, he wrote a series of books, but they were fiction, and they just, I would never throw them away. They were a gift, but they're just, I can't really tell by scanning them where they're going. It's one of these things where there doesn't seem to be a coherent narrative. It's like, that's probably what the Roswell Deception is like. Some books, if they don't have a coherent narrative, it's impossible to summarize them. Yeah, by then.
Were those fiction books or like?
Oh, they're fiction. Yeah, they're fiction. And
okay.
They were just his idea of, war with aliens, and but they're like the aliens are infiltrating. So it's one of these books. Like it's just one of those high level paranoia books. It looks like real high level paranoia kind of stuff. So
it's basically every other movie that comes out in Hollywood.
Yeah, where they don't have the budget to do an alien invasion, certainly not before we had all the CGI. So the way they handled that was to make all the aliens look human, right? Oh, the aliens, they look just like us and they're infiltrating us because there's no budget. And so this is like it's like his book is like that. It's like the old, there was a UFO series that was kind of like that, the American one, not the British one. The American one was even worse. You can tell the aliens because they can't bend their pinkies, and that was how you could identify them. So it's just awful. It's really sad. And that was, well, there you go. At any rate, so when it comes to the Korean conflict, because it wasn't a legally declared state of war, basically what happened was on June 25th of 1950, that demilitarized zone, which is enormous, by the way, this is something that's miles wide. This is nothing that, okay, it's not guys drawing a line across the map doesn't create a trench in the earth that stretches from one side of a peninsula to the other that is so deep that it's become a nature preserve for species that would otherwise be extinct. Okay, this doesn't happen because of Tick Bonesteel or anybody else, but across that line, across that huge trench, under the cover of small arms fire and an artillery barrage, thousands of North Korean troops pushed forward, touching off a 3-year conflict that was to take the lives of some 3 million men, women, and children that we know of. And roughly the same number of American soldiers died in Korea that died in Vietnam. And like Vietnam, the Korean War's place in history has been the subject of argument and, well, controversy at the very least for decades. And despite its horrors, the Korean War served as a substitute for the Third World War that never came because Joseph Stalin died, essentially. And what Joseph Stalin was doing was he really thought of this as a kind of diversion attack for what he planned to launch as a dual attack on both Europe and the Middle East. So he had planned to take on the world with a Third World War. And his diversionary attack was Korea. I'm trying to look for some works here which will help me with this. And usually I'm able to find them, and maybe it's for the best that I don't find them right now. But, in the end, what happened was that this was an enormous loss for the Soviets. Of course, they propagandize it as if this were some enormous victory. And the way that they'll say it's a victory is they'll say, well, fuck, let's look up how they say it's a victory. The Soviet perspective, I can look that up in the Russian. All of you listening will be unable to pull this stunt, but I can do it. So when it comes to, let me see, let me look up Korea, and let me look this up in the Russian and see what we get here. So when it comes to what the Russians will tell you, they'll say basically that that Stalin was this strategic genius. And they'll say that with the revolutionary success of the communist Chinese, Stalin wanted to use them to secure a Soviet buffer zone. And in approving Kim Il-sung's request for military operations to unify Korea, that he basically forced Mao Zedong to abandon his desire to capture my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, and instead divert military efforts towards the Korean peninsula. And that thusly, Stalin was able to successfully use the Korean War as a means for his more important objective, the continued isolation of communist China from the United States. So this is how they would propagandize the war, and it's downright pathetic and just as devoid of reality as so much else that you hear. The reality, of course, is that basically from captured communist sources I was able to access as a Department of Defense Research librarian, basically what happened was that Stalin was intending this as a major diversionary conflict, and the preliminary phase of the Third World War that he intended to extend worldwide, or certainly through the Middle East and Europe, and that he failed in that regard. He ultimately lost. So when it comes to the situation as it happened on the ground, trying to put that into perspective for you, basically take away from it first. Understand this much. The Korean War was the dress rehearsal for the Third World War. And since with Stalin's death, we all avoided that third global war, the veterans of Korea should have a sense that they were involved in a very important event that was absolutely critical to shaping the world of today. And the Korean War was in the news about 21 years ago because of an American massacre near the village of Nogonri, which people can look up. It's spelled the way it sounds, N-O-G-U-N-R-I, all separate words, Nogonri. And you'll find out, different perspectives on that massacre. But the Korean conflict is, of course, infamous for being called the Forgotten War, even though I feel that's changing. Now, one reason that Korea has received less attention from Americans than other wars was that, well, the way you would hear it from your average conventional historical propagandist, they call themselves historians, but they're really basically histopropagandists. And that's an adequate name. It's an apropos name because histo also implies illness. So they're like propagandists of illness rather than history. They would tell you that, well, it came between a heroic victorious war and a tragic unpopular war, and that it ended with an armistice rather than any clear winner. Okay, bullshit on all counts. It was basically part of World War II. It was an extension of World War II on the Korean Peninsula, which was legally part of Japan at that time. And so while the battlefield of the Korean War was regional, it was seen as a threat to American credibility and to the viability of the United Nations. And so the conflict eventually included 20 governments from 6 continents. I'm talking about every continent in the world except Antarctica. And some 1.3 million South Koreans died, as well as at least 1 million Chinese, about 500,000 North Koreans that we know of, and certainly some 54,000 American troops, all dead. So in terms of the findings from my years as a Department of Defense librarian, the main points, the takeaways, the key to understanding Korea would be that it played a pivotal role in rearming the West and expanding American global military commitments, because the Americans had been ordered to demobilize by the Japanese, but this gave the Americans legitimate purpose in the eyes of the Japanese to rearm and fight the war on the peninsula against communism, buying from Japan's manufacturing industries all of the ammunition they needed. So this was a good war as far as the Japanese were concerned. There were several times when the Korean War could have flashed into a wider conflict, but top secret political pressures from numerous quarters kept it from expanding. The Korean War contributed significantly to the prestige of the new Red China after the country was taken over by communists in 1949, and the conflict enhanced the long-term prospects for the Sino-Soviet split, which became ultimately the Sino-Soviet War. The Soviet Union was the prime loser in the war. And though the attack on June 25th of 1950 came as a surprise to American and South Korean troops, it should not have. There were numerous warnings that an attack might be imminent, but South Korea was simply unprepared. The attack was approved and even urged by Joseph Stalin, though Soviet troops played only a limited part in the war, and that much later in conflict. Many of South Korea's military leaders, on the other hand, they were abroad, either in Japan or in the United States. And numerous officers assigned to units along this very tense boundary were away from their posts on weekend passes, as were many of the United States advisors attached to those forces. So this gross lack of preparation allowed North Korean troops to sweep southward at an alarming rate, pushing the U.S. and South Korean troops all the way to the Pusan on the peninsula's southeastern tip, and only with the landing of a large contingent of American troops at Incheon under command of Douglas MacArthur, which was a city on the coast about 30 miles south of the North Korean border, did the United Nations troops regain the upper hand. The North Korean army's supply lines were cut, and more than 125,000 prisoners were captured by the Allies, all by General Douglas MacArthur in the name of the Emperor of Japan. And this was his finest military moment. Nothing in World War II compares. MacArthur's military career, you could deconstruct and lambast and criticize. His entire reputation as a military man is redeemed by Incheon landing. Communist China warned the U.S. forces, well, the United Nations forces, not to come into North Korea, but the Allies, under the legendary U.S. General Douglas MacArthur, who had planned this Incheon landing, ignored those warnings and advanced northward with the intention of unifying the country. China then deployed immediately some 180,000 troops into the fray, ultimately followed by millions more, driving the Allies back to the 38th parallel, the border between North and South Korea as established by Japanese nuclear bombardment. And the battle lines, obviously, for reasons that should be self-evident, you don't need any military expert to explain how, stabilized along that border because it was a supermassive national trench, a trench line from one ocean to the other. But fighting continued for more than 2 more bloody years until an armistice was concluded on July 27th of 1953. And though MacArthur actually suggested the deployment of tactical nuclear weapons in Korea, that option was never seriously considered by American officials. And, of course, because he was considered basically a traitor to the American empire and a servant of the Japanese emperor, President Truman conducted a very public dismissal of MacArthur. He fired him in April of 1951. Now, of course, it's how would I take it from here? Basically, the terrible consequences of this war, they went a long way toward convincing the global powers that though Cold War was in place, beyond inevitable, it was now in effect, World War III as a direct conflict with the death of Stalin might be unwinnable for anyone. Now, in World War II and in Vietnam, the outcome was decisive, but in Korea, the outcome is usually regarded as ambiguous. But in truth, however, the Americans won the Korean War for Japan because they achieved their initial objective, which was to push the North Koreans back to the 38th parallel. Unfortunately, they changed their objectives. Still, the Korean War prevented other more horrifying wars from beginning during the ensuing 40 years. In fact, It was the necessary war. If any war was necessary, it was Korea. In that sense, that conflict should bring meaning to the hundreds of thousands of American veterans who served there. I mean, the Korean War happened. Over 3 million people died, but World War III didn't happen, and untold millions lived. There's very few wars where you can make a claim like that. So that's something that needs to be brought to the fore, as well as the fact that it drove Stalin to such frustration that he died of frustration and was unable to conduct his attacks in Europe and the Middle East, saving millions of more from suffering. Now, today, arbitrarily divided by ideologically opposed interloping regimes, the tensions between North and South, they escalated then into that 3-year Korean War that ravaged the population. And so that DMZ, which was reestablished as part of ceasefire negotiated between the United Nations and communist forces, the one thing that renders this so significant today is that a peace treaty was never signed. So that division, of course, is more than a physical boundary, more than a supermassive nature preserve as well. It limits imagination and empathy and connection. And it's why the Korean War never ended. Now, at this point in history, from 1953, if we take 2021 and try and subtract that, where exactly does that bring us? And 21 minus 1953. I used to be able to do this shit in my head. Basically, 68 years ago, we might as well say 70. Of course, it was around 68, 69, 70. It'd be about 71 years ago that it started. But 68 years ago that it ended. But it was, of course, 71 years ago or so, that conflict erupted over who would control the Korean Peninsula. And it stoked all the tensions that still roil today. And it changed how wars are waged. So, again, you've got North Korea's surprise attack on South Korea sparking a war on the 25th of June in 1950 that pitted communists against capitalists for control of the Korean Peninsula. And within those 3 years, fought between 1950 and 1953, leaving millions dead, and North and South Korea still permanently divided. And even though it's called the Forgotten War in the United States due to the lack of attention it received both during and after the conflict, the Korean War's legacy is profound. Not only does it still shape geopolitical affairs, it has never ended, and it also set all precedent for American presidents to wage wars without consent of Congress. Because that war had its roots in Japan. Korea was considered an integral part of Japan between 1910 and 1945. And so when the Americans thought they were going to divide Japan with the Soviets, but never made it to the home islands, this is where that division took place. This was where they lived out the fantasy of Japanese division, taking it out on the victimized Korean population, a kind of frustrated attack on Japan. That peninsular fate became the bargaining chip between Japan and the rest of the world as they watched the United States and the USSR fight over that peninsula while they armed one side to contain the other. So there you have that. And so what the hope that the two nations would balance power in Asia by Japan initially, when they created that demilitarized zone that resulted in North Korea as a socialist state led by Kim Il-sung and backed by the USSR, and South Korea as a capitalist state led by Syngman Rhee and backed by Japan and the United States, it quickly became clear that neither state saw the other as legitimate. And after a series of border skirmishes, North Korea invaded its southern neighbor in June of 1950, and that set off the war between the two nuclear powers, the first conflagration of the Cold War. And the United States pressed the newly created United Nations Security Council to authorize the use of force to aid South Korea, and President Harry Truman committed troops to the cause without seeking the approval of Congress, which alone has the power to declare war. So this was the first time the United States entered a large-scale foreign conflict without an official declaration of war. This is, of course, because the Japanese said you can never declare war ever again. And that's why Truman told the press on the 29th of June in 1950, "We are not at war." So what he said instead was that South Korea was unlawfully attacked by a bunch of bandits, which are neighbors of North Korea. And despite the questions about whether Truman had overstepped his presidential authority, U.S. involvement in that conflict was officially chalked up as a police action, as in a United Nations peacekeeping force. Now, the U.S. had assumed the war would be quickly won, but that notion was soon proved wrong. In the early days of conflict, UN forces pushed into North Korea and toward the border of Communist China, which responded by deploying more than 3 million troops to North Korea. And meanwhile, the USSR supplied and trained North Korean and Chinese troops and sent their pilots to fly missions against United Nations forces. And by summer of 1951, those troops had settled into a World War I-style stalemate around the Super Trench, the trench that divided the peninsula, and casualties mounted. And in July, negotiations began, but both sides faltered at the negotiating table over the fate of prisoners of war. And because the Americans had never returned any of the prisoners of war of Japan from World War II, then many of the prisoners of war captured by American forces were actually saying they didn't want to go back to their home countries. Both North Korea and China insisted on their repatriation as a condition of peace. And during a tense series of prisoner exchanges ahead of the armistice in 1953, more than 75,000 communist prisoners were returned, albeit over 22,000 defected or sought asylum. On July 27th of 1953, the date before yesterday's date, North Korea, China, and the United States signed an armistice agreement. But South Korea objected to the continued division of Korea and did not agree to this armistice or sign any formal peace treaty. So while the fighting ended, the war never did, and fighting would continue in skirmishes, firefights, and brief encounters on the high seas forever thereafter. It's still really unclear how many people died in the Korean War. Nearly 40,000 American troops. Well over that much, and an estimated 46,000 South Korean troops were immediately acknowledged as killed. Casualties were even higher in the north, where an estimated 215,000 North Korean troops and 500,000 Chinese troops died. But the vast majority of the dead, at least 70%, were civilians. As many as 4 million civilians are known to have been killed. And North Korea in particular was decimated by both bombing and chemical weapons. And many troops were unaccounted for at war's end. About 80,000 South Korean troops were caught in North Korea when the war ended. And though the North has denied taking them prisoner, defectors and South Korean officials report that those trapped soldiers were put to work as forced slave laborers. The whereabouts of the remains of most of those prisoners of war will never be known. In June of yesteryear, in 2020, the United States identified and returned about 147 South Korean prisoners of war whose remains had been handed over by North Korea in 2018. And that would be the year before yesteryear. Meanwhile, more than 7,500 U.S. troops are still missing. So 71 years after that war began, the two Koreas are still divided. Hopes for reunification briefly flickered in the year 2000 at the dawn of the third Christian millennium, when both nations issued a joint declaration that they would make concerted efforts to reunify. And again in 2018, after a summit in which the countries' leaders shook hands and hugged. But those hopes have slowly faded, and in June, North Korea blew up a joint office that served as an embassy between the embattled nations. They literally demolished via explosives the office in which such talks were being held. The heavily armed border between North and South Korea is still, despite all this, before COVID, normally packed with tourists. So even though these are still known as two distinct, intensely polarized nations, for more than 1,000 years, Korea was a unified country. Under Japan, it was a territory. But you have an army of ossifying bodies that rests unseen beneath the soil that divides these two Koreas, all throughout that supermassive demilitarized zone, the only man-made artifact you can see from the moon with the naked eye, other than the Great Wall of China. And unwittingly entombed by the tides of war, flesh and bone have faded into the earth and mingled with the roots, their nationalities rendered unrecognizable by the passage of time. They're all Koreans now. And stretching 150 miles along that 38th parallel, that 2.5 mile wide demilitarized zone, created by the nuclear landmines of the Japanese, was reestablished as a legal buffer zone circa 1953 between the warring communist North and the capitalist South. Today, that DMZ proliferates in popular culture as one of the most heavily fortified borders in the world and a living vestige of the Cold War era. It's also a tourist attraction. Each Korea wants to see the other. Tourists have long been fascinated by borders. Korea is no exception. And according to the International Journal of Tourism Research, they recognize borderlands as symbolic cultural landscapes loaded with iconic sites and attractions that reflect the public memory. This memory is often focused on the past or ongoing wars or territorial conflicts that have formed the border. So, tourism can act as a force of peace, a mechanism that promotes empathy and supports reconciliation processes between nations. In addition to fostering cultural exchange, research suggests that countries with open and sustainable tourism industries enjoy higher levels of peace, economic prosperity, and resilience. But the highly regulated movement of Korean nationals on both sides of the DMZ may limit the peace-building opportunities that are traditionally associated with tourism. You've got this accidental oasis that I've barely begun to describe and can never really do justice to. You've got 6 decades of wind and rain that have cleansed all the gore from that landscape, and sheets of wildflowers. They bloom where fallen soldiers once lay, the remnants of a tragic past now made beautiful by nature. Hundreds of thousands of heavily armed soldiers are still deployed in area surrounding that zone, but the interior has remained virtually untouched since the armistice was signed, Forests and mountains decimated by war, slowly regenerated in the absence of human hands, forging one of the most unique wildlife preserves on Earth. Some 3,500 plants, mammals, birds, and fish have been identified in the demilitarized zone and its adjacent CCZs, civilian control zones, including no less than over 80 endangered and protected species that would otherwise be extinct. And as North and South Korea continue to vacillate between periods of hostility and hope, some believe the common goal of conservation could foster trans-border movement through ecotourism. In 1998, the Gyeonggang Mountain Tourism Project took nearly 2 million South Korean tourists to North Korea's mountains over the course of a decade during an unprecedented period of cooperation. Per the president of Asia-Pacific Travel, I think the president of Asia-Pacific Travel is a man named Walter Keats. He said, it's important for people to see this border. It's why you should see Hiroshima, the Holocaust Museum, and Auschwitz to witness what people do to each other. Because we have no communication whatsoever, it's very hard for North Korean citizens to have a positive impression of the rest of the world. All they know is what their government tells them. The vast majority still think that Americans started the war and that we're all evil. Well, you know, they may be onto something with that, but still. I said that, he didn't. What he did say was, there were people who have not heard from or seen their relatives in the North for half 100 years. These people took the opportunity to go to North Korea so they were closer to their relatives. But notice what he said, and this is very important. This is a man who knows what he's talking about. He said, it's important for people to see this border. It's why you should see Hiroshima, the Holocaust Museum, and Auschwitz to witness what people do to each other. The reason he's saying that is because you've got a 1.5 mile wide super trench that divides a nation that was created through nuclear warfare. This is why you need to go there and see that. It's something that can only be otherwise seen from the moon with the naked eye. I mean, this is monumental. This is something that, like the Great Wall of China, is something you have to see to believe. But under the careful watch of the military, most people never interacted with North Koreans, and very few were ever reunified with family members. In fact, in 2008, granted that's forever and a day ago, that was the year after my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, died, a guard shot and killed a South Korean tourist who stepped out of bounds, and the border rapidly went from porous to impermeable within hours. Cooperation between the two Koreas has steadily deteriorated ever since. The North Korean nuclear crisis now dominates the international conversation, and tourism initiatives to connect the divided nations have all but ceased to exist. And though interaction between North and South Koreans is negligible and propaganda is rife, some believe tourism can still exert a positive influence, particularly within the hermit kingdom of the two Koreas. Small amounts of exposure to outsiders can produce, they can have a peace-building effect over the long term, but those opportunities are also dwindling. As of September 1st of 2017, the U.S. State Department restricted travel to North Korea for U.S. citizens. Former President Donald Trump skipped that cliche demilitarized zonal visit during his November tour of Asia. But while the Korean War has largely faded in the memories of Americans, overshadowed by World War II and the Vietnam War, the precedent set by Truman's actions in Korea has been exploited by U.S. presidents as justification for military interventions in Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and United Nations missions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Haiti. And the first of its kind decision has been debated ever since, undeclared, unresolved, and largely unremembered because it was active proof of America's loss of World War II, the war's unsettling legacy lives on. The Korean War has never ended, one primary reason being prisoners of war. Now, prisoner exchanges, as I said, were critical to a ceasefire in the Korean War, but a peace treaty was never signed. Shots have been fired erratically in the Korean War for nearly 70 years ever since. It's not over. And officially, both Koreas are in a state of open and unlimited war. And although the Korean Armistice Agreement brought an end to the hostilities that killed 3 million people on the 27th of July back in 1953, that ceasefire never gave way to a peace treaty. And at the time, South Korea's president refused to accept the division of Korea at all. And a peace treaty between North and South Korea today would be anything but symbolic. However, it could usher in real change in both countries, well, that would be indisputable and inescapable. But should serious peace talks ever occur, they might run into the major obstacle that prevented peace in the first: prisoners of war. Now that should sound eerily familiar to anyone familiar with how the Korean War wound down. In 1953, it's those prisoners of war who became that thorny sticking point between both sides, threatening any chance of peace and contributing to an ongoing stalemate as millions died. Yet, the end of that war hinged on successfully negotiating the fate of POWs, or prisoners of war, on both sides. Those negotiations resulted in at least 2 massive prisoner exchanges that marked the end of proactive prosecution of hostilities. Now, those exchanges took place in 2 waves: Operation Little Switch, in which sick and injured prisoners changed hands, and Operation Big Switch, the final push to exchange all remaining prisoners between all sides. Now, fraught with controversy and risk as it was, these prisoner of war exchanges were among the tensest moments of a war marked by catastrophe. And they still affect the chance of peace across that Korean peninsula. United States and South Korean prisoners of war, of course, well, if you ever look back at some of the footage, the North Koreans would make the American officers wear Hitler mustaches and swastikas while dragging the U.S. flag as they would parade them through the streets of Pyongyang, with the South Korean prisoners following them. This is what the North Koreans would do. You had a very messy proxy war. The Korean War was a military and diplomatic disaster from its very beginning. It was technically between North and South Korea, but it played out against a backdrop of worldwide tensions. After the North Korean forces invaded South Korea in June of 1953, the United States led the United Nations forces to defend South Korea as an international campaign. And North Korea was advised, armed, and trained by the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and Red China came to its aid with over 3 million soldiers. The first time the Communist Chinese military had fought on such a large scale outside of China itself. And as a result, the conflict was the Third World War in containment. And that chill marked the war from the start. Troops quickly became entrenched after a failed attempt to conclude the war deep inside North Korea itself. And for 2 years, both sides fought around that 38th parallel, that super trench, achieving complete stalemate that was matched by a stalemate at the negotiating table between all parties, which, well, none of whom could agree on how to cease the war. Meanwhile, the casualties and the fatalities, the deaths piled up. Some 37,000 Americans at least killed during operations, at least 1 million South Korean civilians killed, 7,000 South Korean military members dead. In North Korea, 406,000 soldiers died and 600,000 civilians were killed, well over 500,000. Another 600,000 Chinese military members died in the war as well, that we know of, over 500,000 by 100,000 more. And among the deaths were those of prisoners of war who faced torture and starvation in North Korea. Conditions were especially hard for South Koreans who were captured by North Korea and Communist China because, viewed as race traitors, traitorous defectors, they were treated beyond harshly. And though the POWs detained by the United States died too, they were more likely to die of infectious diseases like dysentery, which is a hell of a way to die. You might rather be tortured to death. Well, it's basically the same thing. You shit your guts out, literally shit out your intestines, and, well, at any rate, enough of that. The POW exchanges, the prisoner of war exchanges, became the sticking point in peace negotiations. During the war, the United States and its allies captured tens of thousands of communist soldiers, and many of those POWs, those prisoners of war, claimed they had been coerced against their will into fighting for communist China and North Korea, and said they did not want to return to their home countries once they were exchanged. This presented a serious stumbling block to peace negotiations between all parties. North Korea and Communist China insisted that their POWs be repatriated. The United States and South Korea refused on humanitarian grounds. And finally, as the military stalemate dragged on, North Korea and Red China relented, conceding to American demands to let prisoners of war either return or be granted asylum with their captors as long as a neutral United Nations Commission handled the prisoners of war who did not want to return. So the newly empowered Neutral Nations Repatriation Commission, led by India, sprang into action. And their first priority was sick and injured prisoners of war. And in April of 1953, Operation Little Switch began. The communists traded 684 United Nations troops for over 5,000 North Koreans, 1,000 communist Chinese, and about 500 civilians. However, United States officials complained that the communists were construing sick and wounded so narrowly that they had not released the proper number of POWs, or prisoners of war, and squabbling over the best way to exchange the prisoners continued. The next phase was the trade of the much larger number of POWs, or prisoners of war, who were not deemed sick or wounded. And by then, the terms of the armistice had mostly been hashed out. On August 5th of 1953, Operation Big Switch began. Over 75,000 communist prisoners were returned to North Korea and Red China, which in turn handed over 12,722 prisoners from the United Nations Command. Over 22,000 communist soldiers, as I said, decided to seek asylum rather than return to their home countries. 88 of them defected to India instead, and a handful of Americans. 21 of them refused to be repatriated either, and became communist Chinese citizens, at least for the next several decades. It was an ambitious exchange and not without major crises. And the main one came in the form of Syngman Rhee, who was then president of South Korea. He did not want the war to end at all without the reunification of Korea, and Rhee threatened to mobilize his own soldiers against their UN allies during prisoner returns. Another problem was the condition of the POWs, these prisoners of war, most of whom had been subjected to torture and indoctrination, actually behavior modification, what today in the popular vernacular you would call brainwashing, while in communist countries, but certainly communist custody. And then there were the POWs who were never returned at all. About 80,000 South Koreans were in North Korea when that ceasefire ended proactive prosecution of hostilities without ever ending the war. Most are known to have been put to work as slave laborers, re-educated, and integrated into North Korean society. In 2010, South Korea, they estimated that at least 560 were still alive. Their ordeals in repressive North Korea were unknown until a small group of defectors told their stories. So we have an armistice today on the Korean Peninsula without a peace treaty. The United States withdrew from the Korean War in 1953 after a ceasefire and armistice agreement brought the fighting to an end. But that didn't mean an end to the war itself. And over 71 years after it started, the Korean War is still in progress. Red China, North Korea, and the United States all signed on to the armistice, but South Korea, intent on reunification, did not. A failed 1954 peace conference in Geneva, Switzerland, yielded no peace treaty. And since the armistice is a military agreement and not a treaty between nations, the war continues. So do questions about what happened to the POWs, the prisoners of war, North Korea, never returned. Both South Korea and NGOs, or non-governmental organizations, have asked for their repatriation, but North Korea refuses to even address this issue. Meanwhile, the status of the few who are presumed living is unknown. About 80 former POWs, or prisoners of war, did escape North Korea, but though the prisoner exchanges of 1953 helped bring an end to the military portion of the Korean War, it did not put an end to questions about the remaining POWs, or prisoners of war's fates. And that's what leaves us all with the legacy of the Americans never returning. Japanese, Korean, Taiwanese, Okinawan, Chinese prisoners of war who were all servants of the Japanese Empire, who were trapped here in these United States and ultimately died here. This was taken as the universal model. Since the Americans weren't returning prisoners to any of those cultures, none of those cultures have returned American prisoners ever since. So there you have that. And certainly there's other questions I'm sure can be asked about the Korean conflict that would force myself to recover from the attic of my mind. Many other factoids. Let me take a look at the live stream, see how we're doing. Time we have left, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got 2.5 hours left approximately. Bizarre HD gives a heart. Oh, thank goodness you're there. Hugs to George Knight. I really do need to talk to him soon. Oh my God, just so, how would I say this? Well, I'll tell him later about, hopefully he can help me out with something, and nothing to do with money, of course. It has to do with, well, we got to talk anyway about so many of the projects he's involved with. And I'll tell him about my communications with someone I'm hoping he can communicate with in turn. We'll see what happens after that. Okay, Selena Khan, of course, has been wonderful about getting this up already, and, oh God, what do I talk about for 2.5 hours? We won't have enough time to cover everything. I could talk about, basically, I can cover Asia later on and do it some justice, but what I can cover tonight, maybe, would be, why are people so stupid as to think the Russians won World War II, or should I get into the kind of nonsense that people get into when they talk about Asia? And why don't we cover what happened with Russia? Get that out of the way, because I did promise that for the war fags a while back. Of course, what would that take? I think it would take about, if I'm to look at the time, it wouldn't take too long. It would take about 1.5 hours, which would leave us with about, at least 1.5 hours, yeah. So that would leave us about an hour with, what else would I speak of? And then I could talk, of course, about Japan and what happened. Okay, let's do that. Go a bit into the Olympics. Then I can talk about Asia next time and dedicate that to Louis Rogers on Sunday. So what I get in terms of real stupidity, just rank stupidity from Americans, is the claim, of course, about Russia winning the Second World War, and to try and describe this to everyone about how ridiculous this is, explaining this in terms that are accessible and without, shall I say, going too deeply off into a tangent. Well, I don't mind if I go into tangents, because, of course, you're all stuck here listening anyway, right? That's what you're here for. You're here to hear me monologue. And that was something that, Derek Talley never understood, because he was talking about, bring in guests for me. He had no idea about the purpose of the show when he said something like that, because, of course, people are here ultimately to listen to my monologue. And if he didn't get that, well, there was all kinds of things he was trying to pull. Now, in terms of where we're at about Russia, the fact is, when anybody comes up to you, and they always come up with this bullshit, don't forget how the Soviet Union saved the world from Hitler. First off, tell them we'd be infinitely better off with Hitler on the surface world, and anybody who says otherwise is completely ignorant of history. But Russia lost World War II anyway. And any honest Russian would be the first to tell you that without the United States, they wouldn't just have lost, they would have been annihilated. There's a monument in Fairbanks, Alaska. If only we could bring on Amanda Ute, she could tell us about that. It's a monument to the American pilots who flew almost 8,000 American planes to Alaska, and to the Soviet pilots who flew them from there onto Siberia as part of Lend-Lease, in which the world was given free to everybody else from America. In other words, under Roosevelt, America gave everything it had for free to the world. On February 24th of 1943, a Douglas C-47 Skytrain transport aircraft with the serial number 4232892 rolled out of a factory in Long Beach, California, and was handed over to the U.S. Air Force. I know, I worked with the documents. On March 12th of 1943, the plane was given to the Soviet Air Force in Fairbanks, Alaska, and given the registration USSR-N238. And from there, it flew 5,650 kilometers to the Siberian city of Krasnoyarsk, one of some 14,000 aircraft sent by the United States to the Soviet Union during World War II under that massive Lend-Lease program. Now, the particular C-47 I'm describing was, well, fuck, what do I remember about it? What can I dredge out of the attic of my mind? It was sent to the far north, and it spent the war conducting reconnaissance and weather monitoring missions over the Kara Sea, bordering Finland. After the war, it was transferred to civilian aviation, carrying passengers over the frozen tundra above the Arctic Circle. Now, on April 23rd, in 1947, and of course it's really still wartime when it went through this transition, it was forced to make an emergency landing with 36 people aboard near the village of Voloshanka on the Taimyr Peninsula. On May 11th of 1947, 27 people were rescued, having spent nearly 3 weeks in the icebound wreck. The captain, 2 crew members, and 6 passengers had left earlier in an ill-fated effort to get help. The body of the captain, Maxim Churikov, was found by local hunters about 120 kilometers from the wreck in 1953 as the Korean peninsula was drawing into ceasefire. The others were never found at all. There were some real black humor jokes that he ate them, but the reality would be more likely they were eaten by the Almaty, or the Russian Sasquatch. That plane itself, the wreck thereof, spent 69 years on the tundra before a Russian Geographical Society expedition rescued it in 2016 and returned the wreckage to Krasnoyarsk. At the time, Vyacheslav Filipov, a colonel in the Russian Air Force Reserve who has written extensively about the Lend-Lease program's Siberian connection, told RFE/RL, or Radio Free Europe/Radio Liberty, that I knew that its place was in a museum. It was not just some piece of scrap metal. It is our living history. This Douglas is the only Lend-Lease aircraft that remains in Russia. Now, an estimated 100 plus, some 120 million Soviet citizens perished in that titanic conflict with my biological father's Third Reich between June of 1941 and May of 1945. And, of course, the propaganda, the oft-told tale around the televisual fireside is that the Russians overcame massive defeats and colossal losses over the first 18 months of the war, and the Red Army was able to reorganize and rebuild to form a juggernaut that marched all the way to Berlin. But the Soviet Union was never alone. Months before the United States formally entered the war, it had already begun providing supermassive military and economic assistance to its Soviet ally through the Lend-Lease program. And from the depths of the Cold War to the present day, many Soviet and Russian politicians have, of course, completely ignored or downplayed the impact of American assistance to the Soviets, as well as the impact of the entire Anglo-American war against the Reich. In 1948, a Soviet report by a Politburo member, Nikolai Voznesensky, asserted that the United States, described as the head of the anti-democratic camp and the warrior of imperialist expansion around the world, contributed material during the war that amounted to just 4.8% of the Soviet Union's own wartime production. Oh my! Now, the short history of the Great Patriotic War, also sourcing from 1948, acknowledged the Lend-Lease shipments, but concluded, overall, this assistance was not significant enough to in any way exert a decisive influence, I'm translating from the Russian here, over the course of the Great Patriotic War. Now, Nikolai Ryzhkov, the last head of the government of the Soviet Union, he wrote in 2015 that it can be confidently stated that the Lend-Lease assistance did not play a decisive role in the great victory. Now, bear in mind, this is some asshole who took over after Gorbachev defected, and at that point, he's just writing, the Soviet version of religious thesis. Just basically trying to play up on the faith. And so when you're really confronted with this kind of, how would I say it, superlative denial of reality, the ability to deny reality itself, the ability to make the claim that you are winning the war all by your lonesome because you're simply losing so many people that it's literally you're feeding people into a meat grinder until the point where the meat grinder begins to choke. What exactly, what kind of fantasy are you in at that time? You're in the point of no recovery. This is why the Soviet Union collapsed. There is absolutely no way that it could have continued to function with the kind of mass insanity that these people were beginning to display. So such assessments, they're all contradicted by the testaments of Soviet war participants themselves. Most famously, the Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin raised a toast to the Lend-Lease program at the November 1943 Tehran conference with British Prime Minister Winston Churchill and U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt, on which he said, "I want to tell you what, from the Russian point of view, the President and the United States have done for victory in this war. The most important things in this war are the machines. The United States is a country of machines. Without the machines we received through Lend-Lease, we would have lost the war." I mean, that's Joseph Stalin himself, people. Nikita Khrushchev offered the same conclusion in his memoirs, in which he wrote, "If the United States had not helped us, we would not have won the war. One-on-one against Hitler's Germany, we would not have withstood its onslaught and would have lost the war. No one talks about this officially, and Stalin never, I think, left any written traces of his opinion. But I can say that he expressed this view several times in conversations with myself." Now, the Lend-Lease Act was enacted on March of 1941 and authorized the United States to provide weapons, provisions, and raw materials to strategically important countries fighting Germany and Japan, primarily the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, and China. In all, the United States shipped 50 billion United States dollars. That would be 608 billion United States dollars in 2020 money worth of material under the program, including 11.3 billion US dollars to the Soviet Union. In addition, much of the 31 billion US dollars worth of aid sent to the United Kingdom was also passed on to the Soviet Union via convoys through the Barents Sea to Murmansk. Most visibly, the United States provided the Soviet Union with more than 400,000 jeeps and trucks, 14,000 aircraft, 8,000 tractors and construction vehicles, and 13,000 battle tanks. So under Lend-Lease, the United States provided more than 1/3 of all the explosives deployed by the Soviet Union during World War II. The United States and the British Commonwealth provided over 0.5%, 55% of all the aluminum the Soviet Union used during the war, and more than 80% of all its copper. Lend-Lease also sent aviation fuel, equivalent to 57% of what the Soviet Union itself produced, more than what they could provide themselves. Much of American fuel was added to lower-grade Soviet fuel to produce the high-octane fuel needed by modern military aircraft. The Lend-Lease program also provided more than 35,000 radio sets and 32,000 motorcycles. When the war ended, almost 33% of all the Red Army's vehicles had been provided through Lend-Lease. More than 20,000 Katyusha mobile multiple rocket launchers were mounted on the chassis of American Studebaker trucks. In addition, the Lend-Lease program popped up the Soviet railway system, which played a fundamental role in moving and supplying troops. The program sent nearly 2,000 locomotives and innumerable boxcars to the Soviet Union. In addition, almost half of all the rails used by the Soviet Union during the war came through Lend-Lease. The Lend-Lease program also sent tons of factory equipment and machine tools to the Soviet Union, including more than 38,000 lathes and other metalworking tools. Such machines were of much higher quality than analogs produced in the Soviet Union itself, which made a significant contribution to boosting Soviet industrial production. And American aid also provided 4.5 million tons of food, 1.5 million blankets, and 15 million pairs of boots. So, the historian, Boris Sokolov, he testifies that the real significance of Lend-Lease for the Soviet war effort was that it covered the sensitive points of Soviet production: gasoline, explosives, aluminum, non-ferrous metals, radio communications, and so on. Now, himself, having writ in an essay for RFE-RL's Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty's Russian service that, and here I quote therefrom, at length and verbatim, in a hypothetical battle one-on-one between the USSR and Germany, without the help of Lend-Lease, and without the diversion of significant forces of the Luftwaffe and the German Navy, and the diversion of more than 1/4 of its land forces in the fight against Britain and the United States, Stalin could never have beaten Hitler. It should be remembered that during World War I, the transportation crisis in Russia in 1916-17 that did a lot to facilitate the February Revolution, which led to the abdication of the Tsar, was caused by a shortage in the production of railway rails, engines, and freight cars, because industrial production had been diverted to munitions. During World War II, only the supplies brought in by Lend-Lease prevented the paralysis of rail transport in the Soviet Union. In order to really assess the significance of Lend-Lease for the Soviet victory, you only have to imagine how the Soviet Union would have had to fight if there had been no Lend-Lease aid. Without Lend-Lease, the Red Army would not have had about 1/3 of its ammunition, only half of its aircraft, or half of its tanks. In addition, there would have been constant shortages of transportation and fuel. The railroads would have periodically come to a halt, and Soviet forces would have been much more poorly coordinated with the constant lack of radio equipment, and they would have been perpetually hungry without American canned meat and fats. So in 1963, the year my late sister was born, KGB monitoring recorded Soviet Marshal Georgy Zhukov, who the Americans believe is the god of war. They recorded him saying, "People say the Allies didn't help us, but it cannot be denied that the Americans sent us material without which we could not have formed our reserves or even continued the war. The Americans provided vital explosives and gunpowder. And how much steel? Could we really have set up the production of our tanks without American steel? And now they are saying that we had plenty of everything on our own." So, how did the USSR recover from losing over 127 million people during World War II? Well, they didn't. The Great Patriotic War, as the Russians always call it, claimed an unprecedented number of Soviet lives, and something had to be done to repair the demographic gap. The Soviet Union didn't recognize the scale of its own losses straight away. The official estimate of human deaths grew in direct proportion to the passage of time. From 7 million under Joseph Stalin to 26.6 million under Vladimir Putin. And the figure is still and forever being revised. It is still very difficult to imagine so many people being killed on the battlefield or perishing behind enemy lines, but it is even more difficult to fill the resulting demographic gap. The Russian people, who lost millions of soldiers in the war, have always united around the celebration of Victory Day. Yet as they marked the 76th anniversary of the end of World War II in Europe on the Sunday dated the 9th of May this year, we were seeing not so much a celebration as a major disagreement between millions of people and even between nations. Moscow, having summoned distinguished foreign guests for the occasion, chose to celebrate victory in genuine military camp style, full of gun-carrying army and police patrols, more fearful of terrorist attacks than ever before. And who exactly is to blame for these painful paradoxes? President Vladimir Putin himself effectively answered that question in his recent declaration that the collapse of the Soviet Union was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century. Today's Kremlin has neatly split the history of the Soviet Union into two, like splitting a block of birchwood with an axe. It has cast aside the country's communist experiment as an unworkable utopia and begun glorifying Soviet Russia's imperial pretensions. In other words, what has happened is pretty much the opposite of what Khrushchev did in the 1950s when he sacrificed, Stalin's dictatorship in the name of Lenin. Now the Kremlin is sacrificing Lenin in the name of Generalissimo Stalin. You know, schism is a terrible word in Russia, where Christians were once divided into the old believers and the followers of the Reformed Orthodox Church. Now a battle over the interpretation of Russian history is provoking schism throughout society. Half of the population, elderly people, the poor, not those well-educated and the resentful of perestroika. In other words, all of the Trump cultists of Russia, elderly, impoverished, poorly educated, and reactionary recidivists. They all see the creeping rehabilitation of Joseph Stalin as a return to true values. They are ready to erect monuments to Stalin the victor around the Russian Empire. And they are not disconcerted by his political crimes, for which they always produce justifications, rationalizations that are beyond all comprehension, because their rationale be irrational, or rather irrational. There is no more logic in all this than there would be in Jews suddenly deciding to erect a monument to Adolf Hitler. Actually, that would make much more sense, for reasons I've articulated before. However, the other half of today's Russia, made richer by the experiment of perestroika, knows more about Stalin's crimes than it did even 20 years ago. Enlightened Russia affirms that they won, but Pyrrhic victory, despite Stalin, not because of him. Enlightened Russia hates him for his terror, his failure to prepare for war, his abuse of soldiers as naught but subhuman cannon fodder, and for much, much more besides. Enlightened Russia sees Stalinist totalitarianism and Mao's mass murderous regime as two sides of the same coin. But the Kremlin itself is pandering rashly, and none too intelligently, to the unenlightened, socially backward half of Russia, as Trump does to those in America. In Russia's case, refusing to understand that dying demographic has no future any more than Trump's dying demographic has in these United States. In short, the schism has led both Russia and America into an ideological civil war. As much damage as they're doing to the rest of the world, they suffer no less themselves. By adapting the ideas of the Soviet Union itself as its heritage, Vladimir Putin's Russia is entering into intellectual conflict with all her Western neighbors, and the Japanese as well. The Kremlin is once again emphasizing its historical justification for the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which gave my father's Reich permission to invade Poland in exchange for Soviet dominion over East Finland and much of the Baltics, denying that Baltic states were ever occupied. It's also, again, trying to gloss over the massacre of Polish troops at the Katyn Forest in 1940, after a period of public confessions from Boris Yeltsin, and the mass rapes of hundreds of thousands of women by soldiers in the territory invaded by the Red Army. The Kremlin seems not to understand that it no longer has any Warsaw Pact satellites that will applaud its every move. Rather, Russia's neighbors have ever resented the way the Soviet Union treated them, and are new members of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization now, who enjoy not feeling afraid of the Kremlin anymore. They are justifiably furious at being offered old versions of history in the Kremlin's new packaging. Political quarrels lead to scandalous rows. Enlightened Russians doubtless regret that some Polish politicians wanted to name a square in Warsaw after the slain Chechen separatist leader, Dzhokhar Dudayev, their position being closer to that of the Poles, who would believe that while the Soviet Union reduced Poland to subjugation, it also saved it from the national extinction that their own government propagandizes Hitler intended. But since Russia stubbornly persists in taking everything that was once politically useful to the Stalinist superpower as its own priorities, be assured that she has lost all ability to distinguish her victories from her defeats. Russia has never been as ideologically isolated in Europe as she was on these last several victory days, year after year, under Putin. A simple answer to the question on how the Soviet Union solved the problem? It never did. Even more than 76 years on, the Russians have never recovered. Because the purges of Stalin didn't stop at the end of World War II. Most of the returning Soviet prisoners of war were ordered executed by Joseph Stalin. There'd be documentary evidence, references that Russian denialists can look up. Stalin and his attitude towards quote-unquote traitor ethnic groups. At the end of 1941, the first special filtration camps were set for returning POWs and troops that were encircled by the German army, civilian collaborators, and civilians of draft age who had resided on the territory occupied by the Germans. According to an article published in Free Thought magazine in 1997 after the collapse of the Soviet Union. This was, of course, a Russian magazine. And there were two, what they called themselves was memorial researchers, A. Kokurin and N. Petrov. This was published, 1997. It was issue number 9, and it was page 96, if I remember correctly. Let me see if I can find the actual magazine somewhere in my stockpile here. You've heard me rustling some papers. Let me take a look at this and see what I can find. Here, we may have it. Okay. Now, the magazine's name is Svobodnaya Mezil. Svobodnaya Mezil is free thought. That's what it meant. This is, of course, post-Soviet, or you wouldn't have had any free thought at all. Well, you'd have a hard time looking for thought, period. But they said that about 223,272 men were sent back to military service. That's 71.4% of all the returning prisoners. 1.8% were sent to work in the defense industry. That's 5,716 men. 1.4% were sent to continue service in the NKVD, or the predecessor to the KGB, as convoy troops. That's about 4,337 men. About 0.5%, or about 1,529 men, were sent to hospitals for treatment, probably psychiatrically institutionalized because they were stark raving mad from combat fatigue. About a little more than 0.5%, 0.6%, or about 1,779 men died while in these filtration camps. Another 2.6%, about 8,255 men, were sent to penal battalions, meaning they treated them as truly expendable human beings to do whatever they were ordered to do. And about 3.6% of them, that's 11,283 men, were simply arrested. The remaining 56,403 prisoners of war, about 18.1% of the haul, they were still in special camps as of March 1st, 1944, by the time the Russians started destroying records regarding this subject, and no further information was found that was directly retraceable. But then, here, ISSA Russian military history magazine. This is the Военно-исторический journal, the military history journal. The Voy means war, for those of you who like the sound of Russian, which of course has its own poetic inflection. Well, within the Military Historical Magazine, I'm consulting now an article from 1997, issue number 5, page 32, by a Mr. Mayenkov, who corroborates all that I've aforesaid. A total of 317,594 prisoners of war went through special camps between October of 1941 and March of 1944 during wartime. And their fate is very similar to what I've already articulated, with minor discrepancies, if any, to the fate of those, as I've said, as I've described, and as was conducted by two memorial researchers. And so, accordingly, as of March 1944, 256,200 servicemen were checked by NKVD, the forerunner to the KGB, into special camps. Of those, 91.7% were cleared, freeing in degree freedom is a relative term in the former Soviet Union, but about 234,863 of them were returned to work. 3.2% of them, or about 8,255 victims, were sent to penal battalions, meaning that they were effectively used for whatever was deemed useful, suicide operations of every sort imaginable. About 4.4% were arrested, meaning 11,283 were to spend the rest of their lives in imprisonment. And of course, about 0.7%, about 1,799 of them simply died under such inhuman treatment. In the November of 1944, the State Defense Committee, the initials for such, if I remember correctly by old Soviet documentation, would have been the GKO. Well, that would be in English. It would be via the Cyrillic alphabet, the HKO. And the HKO, what it basically stated, well, it issued a decree in November of 1944 stating that until the end of the war, prisoners of war freed from captivity were to be sent to reserve military formations bypassing special camps. And in such a way, over 83,000 officers were reincorporated into service. Later on, after NKVD clearance, 56,160 were decommissioned. Over 10,000 sent back into the Krasnaya Army, the Red Army. 15,241 were demoted, but continued to serve at lesser ranks in the Red Army. Now, upon my analyzing several other sources, it can be concluded definitively that over 90% of POWs, or prisoners of war, were cleared, about 4% were arrested, and the other 4% were sent to penal battalions, meaning they were as good as dead. On May 11th of 1945, a directive was issued regarding setting up 100 special camps to check the repatriated Soviet DPs, or displaced persons. By March 1st of 1946, a total of 4,199,802 Soviet DPs, both prisoners of war and civilians, were repatriated. Of those, 80.68% of all repatriated civilians, that'd be about 2,146,126 civilians, and about 18.31% of all repatriated POWs, that would be about 281,780 prisoners of war, were sent home. About 5.34% of these civilians, 141,962 of them, when accompanied by about 42.82% of POWs, prisoners of war, which would number around 659,190, were drafted, meaning that the civilians were drafted, the prisoners of war were sent back to the Red Army in service. As for about 9.91% of civilians, which would equal about 263,647 of them, and about 22.37% of prisoners of war, which would number about 344,448 of them, were sentenced to work battalions, meaning they were worked unto death as slave labor. About 1.76% of all displaced civilians, 46,740 of them, and about 14.69% of all prisoners of war, numbering about 226,127 of them, were transferred into the NKVD, the forerunner to the KGB, as basically errand gophers. And about, 2.31% of all civilians, about 61,538 of them, along with about 1.81% of all prisoners of war, which would number about 27,930 of them, were still in camps or employed by the Red Army and military administration abroad. So when I speak about these work battalions in particular, where people were worked to death, this was for the reconstruction work in the USSR. You can't even compare the population of Russia today to the population of the Soviet Union in 1945. The Soviet Union was much larger and included many more countries than Russia itself, like Ukraine, Estonia, Latvia, etc. The Soviet Union had a population of over 190 million in 1939. The Russian population in 1939 was about 110 million. And today, the last time we really had any discernibly accurate statistic was around the year 2015. So that's not too long ago, about half a decade ago, a little more, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. The population of the Russian Federation was less than 145 million, 144.10 million to be precise. And in many parts of it, they still have a negative population growth rate, meaning not a population growth at all, but a population decline. Though ethnically, this is not the same Russians that lived in 1939. The modern Russian population includes repatriates from the former USSR, from Central Asia, Moldova, Ukraine, Caucasus region, or the Caucasus, and also recent migrants from the same countries. Russians shrank drastically demographically. They no longer comprise much of the population of Russia. Geographically, very little of the former Soviet Union isn't part of the Russian Federation, of course. The population of the USA in 1940 was 132,500,000 people, or 132.5 million in round numbers. The U.S. population in, 2017, the last time that serious census was taken, even with all its faults, was still 3 times as much as World War II, 324.60 million. If the Russian population had grown at the same rate as America's, its population would be 3 times higher than it is now. From 1994 until 2009, from what statistics were released, because none were released before those years, Russia has had, per those released demographics, a completely negative growth rate. And that's inclusive any immigration. So in terms of the Russian population, in 2018, but the year before yesteryear, the Russian population had dropped by 25,045 peoples, and that's with a positive of 160,000 peoples immigrating into Russia. They dropped by what would be 25.045, by about over 1/4%. The 25% population decline. That's all I can say is sorry. But even after 73 years, the Russian population hasn't even gotten close to that it was before World War II. And some 76 years and over 4 generations later, the male to female ratio in Russia is 0.86. Others for the USSR countries are in that same ballpark. The world average is 1.015 in terms of male to female ratio. There are always a few more girls than boys, even in Russia, but so few as to almost not count. If you look at the age distribution, it is still affecting the Russians in ways that are irrecoverable. No one's going anywhere and nothing's going up. By the way, Bugman 4560 says the clasped hands in salutation and prayer, the sparkling heart, and the shout out. God bless you, Bugman. My love to all who support me here. Yes, thank you so much. So in terms of what I'm telling you, this is hopefully putting some of this into perspective for you, consider the continued increase in the difference of lifespan. I would have expected the difference in lifespan to narrow. Russia languishes as an outlier with regards to every developed country on Earth. Just look it up. And in the mid-2000s, the aughts, or the zeros of the 21st century, that first decade, the female to male difference was like 15 years in terms of lifespan differentiation. The US and European countries are only from 4 to 8 years in differentiation. Women living 4 to 8 years longer than men. 4 years in the United States, 8 years in Europe, because, of course, in America, we're all fucked up. But the Russians, the average woman lives 15 years longer than the average man. She outlives them by a decade and a half because the average man kills himself so quickly, wears out so fucking immediately. This disruption, it lasts a generation normally. Not as much in subsequent generations. That's how it's normally supposed to be. If you get a big die-off, a big murder, like Japan lost 20% of its male population in World War II, and that recovered in a single generation. Russia never has. It created instead cultural norms that exist to this day. For one thing, the females tend to be ultra-feminine. That's a relic of the days when they had to compete for scarce males. It's also resulted for a lower, they have much lower expectations for males. I know that females are often satisfied if a Russian man is simply not too drunk all the time and occasionally finds some work. You can see this exaggerating the difference in average lifespan between males and females. Unemployment and alcohol lead to a vicious cycle that, it's like how black women used to feel about black men. You can't do nothing with them. Not just talking about finding them employment. That means also in bed, in the case of the Russian male. He's too drunk to get it up. He's got whiskey dick. With the blacks, he won't go there. The Russian people have always been used to living in poverty since much earlier times, so they never really lost their poverty, albeit World War II was horrible and they lost, at the very least, a full 10% of their population, as well as millions of homes and thousands of factories. The United States lost nothing by comparison. It actually can make the argument it gained power from the war. But then so can Germany and Japan. North Korea today displays how a people living abject poverty as virtual slaves can still produce missiles, submarines, atomic bombs, etc. And that is all the USSR ever fucking produced. Other than very shoddy consumer goods and completely shitty apartments where usually 2, 3, mostly 4 families shared the same small flat. It didn't help, though, that Soviets were in the habit of massive auto-genocide, self-mass murder. Millions upon millions died in the Soviet Holocaust of experimental collectivization for which none of their leaders were ever punished in any way. Instead, they are revered to this day. Truly, without their own regime going after their own people in an orgy of democide, a genocide of their own population, there would be far more people alive today in the Eurasian heartland of motherless Russia. And ecological destruction, their ecocide, certainly doesn't help with population growth either. That negative growth rate is chronically exacerbated by ecocidal, meaning environmental and pollution destruction, ordered by the communist Soviet Union government. And that environmental destruction, that ecocide, those ecocidal orders include the irrigation orders that caused the present conditions of the Aral Sea. The construction of irrigation canals began on a large scale in the 1940s. By 1960, between 20 and 60 cubic kilometers, that'd be about between 4.8 and 14.4 cubic miles of water each and every year was going to the land instead of the sea. And most of the sea's water supply had been diverted, and in the 1960s, that decade into which both I and my late sister entered this vale of tears, the Aral Sea began to shrink. From 1961 to 1970, the Aral's level fell at an average of 20 centimeters. That'd be about 7.9 inches every year. In the 1970s, the average rate nearly tripled to 50 to 60 centimeters, about 20 to 24 inches per year. And by the 1980s, it continued to drop, now with a mean of 80 to 90 centimeters, or 31 to 35 inches every year. The rate of water use for irrigation continued to increase. The amount of water taken from the rivers doubled between 1960 and the year 2000. It didn't take 2 years. The taking of the water from the RLC started in the 1960s. You know, the decade both I and my sister were born, with the canals building starting 20 years earlier. Problems began in the 1960s and 1970s with the diversion of the inflowing MEMqədAREA and CEASEFIRE rivers in order to grow cotton on arid land in what was then Soviet Central Asia. 94 water reservoirs and 24,000 kilometers of channels were constructed on those two rivers to support the irrigation of 7 million hectares of agricultural land. And in 1963, the year Kennedy was shot, John Fitzgerald Kennedy was killed, assassinated, the year my late sister was born. The surface of the RLC measured 66,100 kilometers, or square kilometers rather, with an average depth of 16 meters and a maximum depth of 68 meters. The salt content was 1%. By 1987, 27,000 square kilometers of former lake bottom had become dry land. About 60% of the RLC's volume had been lost. Its depth had declined by 14 meters, and its salt concentration had doubled. By the 1990s, it was receiving less than 1/10 of its previous flow, and sometimes no water at all. What can I say? Today, the RLC is reduced by 3/4, 75% of its 66,100 square kilometer size, and has split into two. At the current rate of decline, the RLC could disappear completely by 2020. Well, since that's already passed, and these judgments were made at the time that I was researching them, the RLC, I'm happy to say, is just so modestly recovering to degree. We can't make a judgment call on anything positive yet. But to clarify, the original RLC was 26,300 square kilometers with a catchment area of 598,100 square miles. England is only 50,301 square miles, just to compare. In other words, the RLC is 10 times the size of fucking England. If England was covered with the water taken from the RLC, any ship of any depth could sail right over England without any worries about hitting anything. They would sail right over any buildings, hills, or mountains in England. That's how much water has evaporated from the fucking RLC. It could cover England to the extent where ships could sail over it without needing to navigate. Maybe that could give you an idea of how much water was pulled out of the RLC and never returned. The eastern basin of the RLC is now called the Aralkum Desert. Rather than gallons, you could measure the water lost in the RLC in cubic mileage. The first measurement from 1989, the second from 2014. The differences between those two time periods is the death of an ocean. There are numerous other environmental issues in Russia. Many of these issues have been attributed to policies during the Soviet Union, a time when officials felt that pollution control was an unnecessary hindrance to economic development and industrialization. As a result, 40% of Russia's territory began demonstrating symptoms of significant ecological stress by the 1990s, largely due to a diverse number of environmental issues, inclusive deforestation, energy irresponsibility, pollution, and nuclear waste. According to Russia's own Ministry of Natural Resources and the Environment, Russia is currently warming 2.5 times faster than the rest of planet Earth. Yeah. And it's an empire of woman. Firstly, the situation was aggravated by the fact that the losses were not equally spread across all age groups. The dead included predominantly people of conscription age, ages 17 through 55 years, which was also considered the fertility age. Secondly, it was men whose numbers mainly declined, and as a result, there was a major gender imbalance in the population. Nikolai Sevchenko, a human losses researcher, has pointed out that, in his own words, which I'll read from the Russian, the imbalance between men and women in Russia turned out to be even bigger than in Ukraine or Belarus, or White Russia, which were entirely occupied during the war, while in the RSFSR, the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, what we consider today core Russia, approximately only a quarter of the population was under occupation, and yet they have the greatest losses. Now, according to the 1959 census, there were 18.43 million more women than men, and with that, childbirth had halved. The men had all these women to fuck, yet the men couldn't get it up. Too much vodka pop. And they were too pooped by vodka to pop. And so they couldn't, fill the bellies of all those available women with any baby Russians. Pathetic. 3 words. Syllables, really. Now, per Mikhail Denisenko, an expert with the Carnegie Moscow Center and deputy director of the Institute of Demography of the Higher School of Economics, not even Germany or Poland, which sustained significant human losses during World War II, had such disparities. And migration didn't come to the rescue either. Not that many people were dreaming of moving to the USSR, and in any case, not many were allowed to do so. So how did they deal with it? Well, later on, in the post-war USSR, the imbalance decreased significantly, and by the end of the 1980s, population growth was already at a decent rate, albeit spasmodic. For instance, contrary to all forecasts, 9.8% more babies were born in the country in the 1980s. These temporary spikes were entirely due to 2 significant circumstances. Moreover, one of those had been put in place even before the beginning of World War II. In 1936, Stalin issued a decree on the prohibition of abortion, which also envisaged a package of measures providing financial support for mothers. It was followed by a secret decree by Narkom Zdrav, the precursor of the health ministry. It's not a person, that's a committee, a bureaucracy on withdrawing all contraceptives from shops. So there were no rubbers or any other type of prophylactic available. And all this, despite the fact that Russia was the first country in the world to legalize the termination of pregnancy when requested by a woman. In European countries, this happened only after World War II, in the 1950s. In 1920, the revolutionary Nadežda Krupskaya, who was Lenin's wife, wrote, "Doctors and midwives speculated on abortion. The backstreet abortions that seamstresses, servants, and other women resorted to were usually carried out by incompetent individuals and involved great risk. The elimination of a fetus which hasn't yet become a living being and is still part of a woman's body cannot be regarded as criminal." This kind of rhetoric was ubiquitous at the time, but owing to economic difficulties and especially the supermassive famine of 1932 through 1933, the birth rate began to decline steadily, and in the 1930s, social policy took a sharp U-turn. The second circumstance was the benefits paid as part of the country's demographic policy. Women born in the late 1950s and 1960s, my decade, were able to take advantage of them, and therefore there was a surge in the birth rate during the 1980s. All this ensured population growth, albeit an unstable one. By 2010, the gap between the number of men and women had gone down by 8 million. Admittedly, this still cannot be compared to the situation had these well over 27 million people lived. Experts still concur that Russia is dying, and there be yet another dip. In 2017, the birth rate in Russia fell to its lowest level for a decade, and the situation hasn't improved much since. In order to rectify the situation, the state has launched a special national program dubbed Demography, set to last until 2024, when they hope Trump is reelected. With a budget of over $40 billion US, the program is a direct continuation of the state support programs of the mid-2000s, and its main driver is payment of a multiple child allowance. But even this is known to be insufficient, and demographers predict yet another dip. Furthermore, some criticize the demography program for its overblown budget, while others, on the contrary, believe that financing should be increased at least fourfold, up to 2% of the gross domestic product. That's how dire and emergent and immediate this situation is. This means, well, according to General Director of the Institute for Scientific and Public Expertise, Sergei Rybalchenko, who said, in European countries, this indicator amounts to 3 to 4%, and in France, specifically, 5 to 6% of the GDP, the gross domestic product. Well, this means Russia must still improve on what it is currently doing in order to reverse the negative tendency. And they're nowhere near that. So, understand this, that when it comes to World War II, in particular, the reality, the only plausible scenario, however remote, in which my biological father, Adolf Hitler's Third Reich, could have survived World War II, on the surface world, that is. And it was one that Erwin Rommel himself identified in his papers. The extensive comments to Rommel by Fritz Bayerlein about how to deal with the Soviets were the most common sense approach, given the circumstances. Common sense, however, was the resource that most of the Allies propagandized was disallowed the Germans while Hitler remained in power. This is why the generals were trying to kill Adolf Hitler, a certain number of them, who had established a cabal with Erwin Rommel, tentatively belonging therein. All of this is what led to what the Allies could easily have supported, but they would not support the generals against Adolf Hitler. If you think this was because the Allies were somehow saying, oh, well, Hitler is the one way we can win the war because he's destined to lose, because he's a madman and has no ability to strategize or think coherently or rationally, you're an idiot. It was simply that the Allies considered all Germans the enemy, and they wanted no government, whether it was the leftists or the rightists or the military, to gain power in Germany. They wanted simply the Germans, all of them, dead. Now, this is the madness of the Allies that ultimately convinced my father, my biological father, there was no place for himself or the Nordic Aryan population of the Germanic peoples to survive on the surface world. And therefore, he put all of his resources into wholesale plunder to finance an exodus to Unterland. So, had Germany, as the Reich, escaped destruction late in the war, that would have been somehow taking advantage of the removal of Hitler, his own removal of himself, but it would have implied the cessation of the Allied bombing campaign and a one-front war. The industrial resources and the military manpower remaining to Germany, even after the disaster of the destruction of Army Group Center, if intelligently deployed under those circumstances, which the German High Command was more than capable of doing, would have stalemated the Soviets in the East, sans real difficulty. The Soviets were approaching the bottom of their manpower barrel, despite being flush with Lend-Lease equipment and their own war production. As I've said before, in the final assault on Berlin in 1945, Stalin cautioned both Zhukov and Konev that there were no more replacements. And, of course, all of the Second World War on the on the surface world was dependent on the mutually supportive roles of the Soviets and the Western Allies. The Soviets can rightly claim to have fought the overwhelming part of the German ground forces, but they went on to assert that they essentially won the war. The truth being that they were successful only because of the Allied bombing campaign, combined with the Allied campaigns in the Mediterranean, and ultimately the Second Front established by the D-Day invasion on the Normandy beachhead, secured by the Normandy beachhead, that so dissipated German resources that they could only fail everywhere. So the Soviets saving you from Hitler, not that you ever needed to be saved. If anything, you needed to be saved from the Soviets and the Americans and the Brits. They, of course, could not have done this without each other. That was the one thing they celebrate, is their ability to coordinate that far. And that, of course, necessitated the evacuation of the Reich, the exodus into Unterland, the only hope that Hitler had, and what he placed all of his intellectual and material resources into, quite rightly so. Now, this brings us to the Cold War and everyone's delusion of victory on the Allied side. Now, let me check the live stream first, ascertain the hour we have left. I believe I can talk about that. Hopefully you get an understanding now on the Allies in World War II, and the Soviets did nothing but fucking lose. Obviously, my biological father won with the collapse of the Soviet system within such a short span of time in the same 20th century as the Second World War he waged against them. Now, the Cold War as a system of states ended on that cold and gray December day in Moscow in 1991 when Mikhail Gorbachev signed the Soviet Union out of existence. Communism itself, in its Marxist-Leninist form, had ceased to exist as a practical ideal for how to organize society well before he put that pen to paper. The very year before Bulgaria's deposed communist leader, Todor Zhivkov, had said, "If I had to do it over again, I would not even be a communist. And if Lenin were alive today, he would say the same thing. I must now admit that we started from the wrong basis, from the wrong premise. The foundation of socialism was wrong. I believe that at its very conception, the idea of socialism was stillborn." Of course, what he's speaking of is collectivist socialism, what would properly be collective socialism or commu-socialism, having nothing to do with national socialism or fascism at all. But the Cold War as an ideological struggle disappeared only in part even then, despite communism's implosion. On the American side, not so much changed on that day. The Cold War was over, and the United States had won it. But most Americans still believed that they could only be safe if the world looked more like their own country, and if the world's governments abided by the will of the American empire. Ideas and assumptions that had built up over generations persisted, despite the disappearance of the Soviet threat. Instead of a more limited and attainable American foreign policy, most policymakers from both parties, red and blue, believed that the American empire could then, at minimal cost or risk, act on its own imperatives. America's post-Cold War triumphalism came in 12 versions. First was the Clintonian version, which promoted a prosperity agenda of market values on a global scale. It's the economy, stupid. Its lack of purpose in international affairs was striking, but its domestic political instincts were probably right. Americans were tired of foreign entanglements and wanted to enjoy the peace dividend. As a result, the 1990s was a lost opportunity for international cooperation, particularly to combat disease, poverty, and inequality. The most glaring examples of these omissions were former Cold War battlefields like Afghanistan, Congo, and Nicaragua, where the United States could not have cared less about what happened once the Cold War was over. The second mutation of post-Cold War Americanist triumphalism, or Amero-victory disease, was the Bush version, or the Bushite doctrine. Whereas President Bill Clinton emphasized prosperity, President George W. Bush emphasized predominance. In between, of course, stood September 11th. It is possible that the Bushite variant mutation, the Bush mutation, would never have come into being had it not been for the conspiracy of terrorist attacks on New York and Washington carried out by Islamo-fundamentalist fanatics, which were naught but a renegade faction, in fact, of an American Cold War alliance. Acting in conspiracy with George W. Bush himself, so he could instigate his literal reign of terror. The Cold War experience clearly conditioned the United States' response to these atrocities. Instead of targeted military strikes and global police cooperation, which would have been the most sensible reaction, the Bush administration chose this moment of unchallenged global hegemony to lash out and occupy Afghanistan and Iraq, who were as victimized, indeed far more so, than America had been. These actions had no meaning in any strategic sense. Creating 21st century colonies under the rule of a ultra-power, the last remaining world power in the sense of ubiquity, with no appetite for colonial rule. But the American empire did not act out of any strategic purpose. It acted because its people were, well, understandably angry and fearful as manipulated by a cynical terrorist regime called the Bush administration, under the advisement of people they laughingly misnomered their Vulcans, their advisors. And it acted because it could. The Bush mutation was directed by foreign policy advisors, the so-called Vulcans, the anti-Vulcans in practice, in truth, who thought of the world predominantly in Cold War terms, except without any sense of transatlantic alliance. They stressed instead of mutual cooperation between Europe and America and Japan in the Pacific. Instead, they stressed power projection, territorial control, forced regime change, a kind of geopolitical version of a corporate hostile takeover. The post-Cold War era was therefore not an aberration, but a continuity and confirmation of an absolute historical purpose for the American empire. Gradually, however, over the course of the generation that has passed since the Cold War, the United States has become less and less able to afford global predominance. As the American empire entered its new century, the Third American Century, its main aim should have been to bring other nations into the fold of international norms and the rule of law, especially as its own power continues to diminishes today. Instead, the American empire did what declining superpowers often do: engage in futile, needless wars far from its borders, in which short-term security is mistaken for long-term strategic objectives. The consequence is an America less prepared than it could have been to deal with the great challenges of the future, the rise of the communist Chinese empire and a business-oriented India, the transfer of economic power from west to east, and systemic challenges like climate change and disease epidemics. If the United States won the Cold War but failed to capitalize upon it, then the former Soviet Union, or rather the Russian Empire, lost it, and lost it largely. Their collapse left Russians feeling déclassés and usurped. One day they had been the elite nation in a superpower union of republics, an empire of nations, wherein the Soviet ideology was but Russian imperialism under the guise of populism. The next, they had neither purpose nor position. Materially, things were beyond bad as well. Old people did not get their pensions. Most starved to death. Malnutrition and alcoholism shortened the average lifespan for a Russian man from nearly 65, the retirement age in the West. Back in 1987, that was how long a Russian man would live. By 1994, his life expectancy was less than 58 years on this earth. If I were Russian in the 1990s, the mid-90s, I would have 4 years left to live. If many Russians felt robbed of a future, they were not wrong. Russia's future was indeed stolen by the privatization of Russian industry and of its natural resources. As the socialist state with its moribund non-economy was dismantled, a new oligarchy emerged from party institutions, planning bureaus and centers of science and technology, and assumed ownership of all Russia's riches. Often the new owners stripped these assets and closed down production. In a state in which unemployment had, officially at least, been non-existent, the rate of joblessness rose throughout the 1990s to peak at least 13%. All this happened while the West applauded Boris Yeltsin's economic reforms. In retrospect, the economic transition to capitalism was a catastrophe for most Russians. It is also clear that the West should have dealt with post-Cold War Russia better than it did. Both the West and Russia would have been considerably more secure today if the chance for Russia to join the European Union, and actually even NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, had at least been kept open in the 1990s. Instead, their exclusion has given Russians the sense of being outcasts and victims, which in turn has given credence to embittered jingoists like President Vladimir Putin, who see all the disasters that have befallen their country over the past generation as an American plot to reduce and isolate their people. Vlad Putin's authoritarianism and bellicosity have been sustained by originally what was genuine popular support until the rising of Russia's last lost generation. The shocks of the 1990s have given way to an uninhibited cynicism among Russians, which not only encompasses a deep distrust of their fellow citizens, but also sees conspiracies against themselves everywhere, just as the American right, the radicalized rightists do, often contrary to all fact and reason. On either side, Russian or American, as Shakespeare said, all judgment fled. Over half of all Russians now believe Leonid Brezhnev was their best leader in the 20th century, followed by Lenin and thirdly by Stalin. Gorbachev is at the bottom of the list. If he were to return to Russia, they would kill him. For others around the world, the end of the Cold War undoubtedly came as a relief. The Communist Chinese Empire is often seen as a major beneficiary of the Cold War. This is not entirely true, of course. For decades, the Red Chinese were under a Marxist-Leninist dictatorship that was out of tune with all its needs. Consequently, during the Maoist era, was some of the most terrible crimes of the Cold War, in which hundreds of millions died. But during the 1970s and 80s, Deng Xiaoping's China benefited enormously from its de facto alliance with these United States, both in security and development, at the cost of sacrificing millions and millions of unborn girls, resulting in their auto-genocide of a 75% male population today. But in this multipolar world now re-establishing itself, an era of the return to great power status and rivalry, the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire have emerged as self-evidently belligerent powers. Their competition for influence in Asia will define the outlook for the world. Red China, like revanchist, revisionist Russia, is well integrated into the capitalist world system, and many of the interests of these two countries' leaders are linked to further integration. The Sino-Slavic synaxis, comprising Russia and China at its core, unlike the old Soviet Union, are not likely to seek isolation or global confrontation. They will attempt to nibble away at American interests and dominate the regions. But neither Red China nor revanchist, revisionist Russia is willing or able to mount a global ideological challenge backed by any military power. Rivalries may lead to conflicts or even local wars, but not of the systemic Cold War kind. The ease with which so many former Marxists have adapted themselves to post-Cold War market economies, or at least the economics of the market, raises the question of whether this had been an avoidable conflict in the first. With hindsight, the outcome was nowhere worth the sacrifice. Not in Angola, not in Vietnam, Nicaragua, or Russia itself for that matter. But was it avoidable back in the 1940s, when the Cold War went from an ideological conflict to a permanent military confrontation? While post-World War II clashes and rivalries were certainly unavoidable, Stalin's policies alone were enough to produce those. Indeed, World War III was his objective till he died. And it was one reason his own people had to assassinate him, so that they wouldn't suffer that third annihilation that would have doomed them from recovery at all. It's still hard to argue that a global Cold War that was to last for almost 500 years and threaten the obliteration of the world in a certain sense could not have been avoided. There were points along the way when leaders could have held back, especially on military rivalry and the arms race. But the ideological conflict at the root of the tension made such sensible thinking very difficult to achieve. People of goodwill on both sides believed that they were representing an idea whose very existence was threatened. It led them to take otherwise avoidable risks with their own lives and the lives of others. The Cold War affected everyone in the world because of the threat of nuclear destruction it implied. In this sense, nobody was safe from the Cold War. The greatest victory of Gorbachev's generation was that nuclear war was avoided. Historically, most great power rivalries end in cataclysm. The Cold War did not, but on a couple of occasions we were much closer to nuclear devastation of a sort than any but few realized. Why were our leaders willing to take such unconscionable risks with the fate of the Earth itself? Or at least a good deal of the population on its surface. The Earth would always survive. And probably do much the better. Well, indisputably, inarguably, do much the better without us. Or at least a great deal of us. We would never be annihilated. Why did so many people, however, believe in ideologies that they, at other times, would have realized could not possibly hold all the solutions they were looking for? My answer is that the Cold War world, like the world today, has a lot of obvious ills, or certainly had them. As injustice and oppression became more visible in the 20th century through mass communications, people, especially young people, felt the need to remedy these ills. Cold War ideologies offered immediate solutions to complex problems. What did not change with the end of the Cold War were the conflicts between the haves and the have-nots in international affairs. In some parts of the world today, such conflicts have become more intense because of the upsurge of ethno-religious or racial and faith movements, which threaten to destroy entire communities. Unrestrained by Cold War universalisms, which at least pretended that all people could enter their promised paradise, these groups are manifestly exclusionist, actually racist. Their supporters convinced that great injustices have been done unto them in the past, which somehow justify their present outrages. Often people, again especially young people, need to be part of something bigger than themselves or even their families, some immense idea to devote one's life to. The Cold War proves what can happen when such notions get perverted for the sake of power, influence, and control. That doesn't mean that these very human urges are in themselves worthless, but it is a warning that we should consider carefully the risks we are willing to take to achieve our ideals in order not to replicate the terrible toll that the 20th century took in its quest for perfection. Mikhail S. Gorbachev once suggested that we not argue over whether the United States or the Soviet Union won the Cold War. The real point, however, coming from Douglas Dietrich, the scion of Adolf Hitler himself, is that both lost. Both empires produced a military-industrial complex that preempted capital and technical and scientific talent and made respectable, in the name of patriotism when all else failed, a degree of waste and incompetence tinged with corruption that sapped the economic vitals of their societies. And it proved contagious. The main cause of the Soviet industrial crisis is that nearly all their goods came out of such a production system. Their television sets cost 700 rubles, about 3.5 times the monthly wage of a Russian worker. But they are similar to the 640 United States dollar toilet seats and 6,000 US dollar coffee makers of our military sector in its defense contracts. The only difference is that we have imported what we needed to the tune of a cumulative goods deficit of more than 900 billion United States dollars in the last 7 years, for which we pay by foreign debt and selling assets. Now that we have run down our food reserves, our main exports, America being a food power, the only power left with enough largesse to share with everybody after World War II, one wonders how much longer we can go on like that. The victors, as far as every economic great power status defines victory, are Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, and the Empire of Japan. They won the Cold War simply by not wasting the resources of creative, industrious societies on the treadmills of the arms race and occasional small wars. This is why your future belongs to the Axis, whatever form it takes. By the way, Cade Benson gives me an exclamation mark. I'll take that as a positive. Thank you. And, well now, let's take a look at numbers we've got maintaining. And, I can't wait until next month's package kicks in. Not only because it's going to cost me a lot less, but I'm supposed to get 4 times the speed of internet. Right now, I honestly think they're fucking with me to the point where the speed is less than what it should be, just to have me salivating for that moment. I don't give them that much credit, but you get my point. They literally have inhibitors. This has nothing to do with conspiracy against myself. This applies to everybody. These inhibitors prevent anybody from getting the speed of internet they could enjoy until they upgrade. Of course, in my case, I upgrade it via a package, so it'll cost me much less than what I'm paying now for a year, after which I'll have to investigate again what to do to, maintain that price at a lower level. I'll know it's time to act when they jack the price up. Honestly. Now, where should I take the conversation now? Oh, you like that, huh? Conversation? I'm talking to myself. By the way, talking to yourself is important. You should do more of it. It can do a lot for your mental health, really. And essentially, by doing that with you, my listeners, it's very therapeutic, and it's an option so many people on Earth don't have. And I feel so badly for them that they do not. Oh, by the way, Jameson Reese says he'll keep that in mind. Talking to himself, I presume. Of course, I could also say loving yourself is important, too. That's why I'm also a pornoholic as well as a sexaholic. Believe me, if it weren't for that release, you can imagine how psychotic I might truly become. As any man would. Matter of fact, Judith Agert and I convinced Laura Lee Solomon to get back into action with her dildos, because she was trying to go all out celibate for a while and was talking about, the importance of celibacy. And that included, by the way, no masturbation. In other words, she was becoming, at least somebody who masturbates and nothing else. That's what's called a monosexual. They basically have sex with only themselves. That would be like that idiot, Brian William Hall. He had this gay guy he was living with, but there was that gay friend of mine, Michael Matthews, who wound up working at UC Berkeley. And he basically had stepped put his toe out of the closet, and at that time all the diseases were coming out as well. And so he didn't have any coming out party, and he remained openly gay, but sexually inactive. So we all said instead of being in the closet, he had simply transferred himself into a display case. And, he was basically monosexual. And I said he should start a movement instead of the rainbow flag. He could have a pure black flag, because you could always find yourself in the dark. But, he never followed up on that. And it's a pity that he didn't. There really ought to be a movement for that kind of sexual orientation. Monosexuals, people who love only themselves. And that would be, think of how inspirational that would be for all the incels. Jameson Reese says there is such a movement. He can tell us a little bit. By the way, the Real Tech Geek, he is the man to talk. Before Jameson talks here, the Real Tech Geek says it's data caps. Do you have Comcast? I do have Comcast. Yes, they have me data capped. Yes, but I will get... I am going to the ideal plan for them, which is the $100 a month. You can't beat that. And 4 times the internet access. That starts next month, not this month. Not August, but the month after that. But yeah, it's going to be painful to wait till then. But thank you. If you've got any suggestions, of course, do provide them. And meanwhile, Jameson is going to be here to tell us about the mono life. Tell us, Jameson, about the mono movement.
Well, it's just that there's a bunch of guys who I guess are incels who want to insert themselves in LGBTQ.
Do they really? Is this just bullshit? I mean, like, on their part, are they just being assholes, or are they serious about this?
I think they're being assholes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there is something else I came across that is serious,
Uh-huh.
and this has to do with the sort of a wave of pedophiles who want to insert themselves in LGBTQ, claiming that they don't have a choice in what they're attracted in.
Oh
Um,
God. Yeah, that's been going on forever, but tell us more about what they're doing now. I mean, this is like something, this is a new permutation of what used to be called Man-Blah or Man-Boy Love Association, which is probably, you don't even remember that shit, but they used to stalk libraries in particular where all the lonely boys would go to hide among the books. But go on, what are these fuckers doing now?
all right, well, they want to add their tag to the LGBT community, and the members of the LGBTQ plus quote badge community are saying we ain't buying it.
Thank you.
Rightfully so, because that's a pathology.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, it certainly is, and it's a pathology, and it's destructive. It is destructive in the sense that it is something that impacts the receiving end of such quote unquote affection in a way that destroys their lives. I think that anything you can find out about this needs to be shared, of course. If you have any links to it, you can share them with myself. But I'd like you to speak about this a little bit more on, if you find anything else, speak a little bit more about it on Sunday, if you find out anything else. But definitely it's disturbing. It's disturbing. Like, how do these men come out and be open about this without the law, coming in and sweeping them up? How does this happen? You would think that just by admitting to such proclivities, that they would put themselves under investigation. They probably all already are and don't give a shit.
Yeah, I think many of them are. And I think it's just something truly disgusting and warped. But let me see. Let me find it for you. I have it here. Well, there's someone who has like I usually look at this because they call themselves MAPS.
What's the
Okay,
acronym? MAP or MA? What is it?
Capital MAP and small s.
Well, that would mean in plurality. So they call themselves individually a map, like MAP, and then plurality, they'd call themselves maps. Is that the case?
Yes.
And and what's that an acronym for?
That let me be absolutely sure what it is. Because the person who did a video about it was someone who I watch from time to time. They call themselves a corporate casket, well, Illuminati or something like that. But they have something where they look at like horrible business practices and whatnot.
Okay. And
and I was watching that video, and that's how I found out about that. And I was like, "Are you freaking kidding me?"
So are these people, proponents of this?
No, they're against it because the person who's exposing it is someone who is a member of like the LGBTQ plus quilts badge community.
Right.
So they're totally against it, and it's something I don't blame them. It's just freaking gross.
Yes. Well, it's definitely, the point is it would drag everybody else down with them. By the way, the Real Tech Geek says, Comcast is notorious for throttling people for simple overusage. There are many lawsuits. I have to research what's available in your area in San Francisco. I would say Verizon. No, I definitely appreciate that. So I appreciate whatever you come up with. Let me tell him thank you here. Of course, I myself, despite all the, how would I say it? All the weird experiences I've had over the years with internet usage, it's been, in the end, Comcast has really, in my case, it's really gone to bat for me. And it was kind of like an experience I had with AT&T, where I wish I had stayed with that company and, reestablished. Maybe I could reestablish the landline phone someday, because I really need that to survive. Either that or move out of this home, of course, and kind of maintain it for, as I intend, kind of like a storage space, really, which is really all it is. When it comes to Jameson Reese, I mean, look forward to this in the future, Jameson. What I outlined at the beginning of our transmission is realistic. I mean, obviously, you're taking care of your parents. Someday you will inherit their, you said they own their home, right?
Yeah, they're still paying the mortgage off on it. But
understood. What you will inherit that, if they die, unless they pay it off before you die. But even if they repay that before you die, pay it all off, you still have to pay property taxes, of course. You got to pay that, or
yeah.
But that's
that and utilities and stuff.
Mm-hmm. But go on. Yeah. So
I have a recommendation, Douglas.
Oh, there we are.
I just tuned in. I just came downstairs. But what you could do with a storage space in that house is, what you could do is you could tell the landlord, you say, you pay me $300 a month to store stuff here, and I won't tell the public what this place is. They're going to condemn your whole property.
Oh shit! Oh God! Oh, don't even imagine something like that. Oh God, no. I mean, it's how would I say it? That's not something I would dare to do. But I thank you for that suggestion.
It was meant to be comical.
Oh, understood. Yes. Well, I understand what you're saying now. Actually, I didn't understand that when you said it. Well, you know why? Because when you say what you did, that's pretty much what Beaver says, is that really this is like that there, that kind of stance could be taken, but it's one of those things that's mutually destructive. It's one of those, that's like nuclear war in the sense of a mutually destructive position, because there's no way you can really win. Certainly with me, the moving of any of this, it would be murderous on me. It would just be, the moving would kill me because of all this stuff that's in here. And like I said, I've attained so many things. Half of it, like I've got a whole bunch of stuff in Beaver's basement of his apartment complex, one of his apartment complexes, to the point where he's should have concretized that long time ago, but it's like ultimately he just gave up. And so we've made jokes in the past.
You said he should have what? Concretized it? What's the word?
They use the term concretize the basement. In other words, concrete reinforce the basement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. And, we make jokes about this when we're driving along in San Francisco, which, as you've seen when you've driven along in San Francisco, and I don't think you even saw the worst of it. But people can look this up on YouTube. Places in California where you'll have a guy on a bicycle with a GoPro camera on their helmet, or you'll have these guys in their cars, and they'll have a camera going, and they'll just drive by miles of homeless encampments. San Francisco has these places that
I've seen YouTube videos on that.
Yeah, and San Francisco has the equivalent of that, much more condensed. But Peter got a sense of that, of course. But there's some cases I've seen since then that make it even worse. They've always been here, of course. But there were a few times when we made a joke of it, where we drove by and there was some guy, and he just had all this shit, and you don't know, how does this happen? There's some guy, he's on the side of a sidewalk, and there's all this crap that's obviously his, quote unquote, and he's looking over it, and it's like, well, how did it all get there? It was like somebody teleported the contents onto the sidewalk. You'll see this every once in a while. And so I was making the joke the time we passed by it, saying, because Beaver would make jokes like this. There was this one pamphlet they were passing out at the senior medical center, which I used to take my parents to. What was it? It was this special place in San Francisco where they had gerontologists, and there's Lakeview or something, but there's so few people trained in geriatrics in the medical community, because we never had this many old people, and they weren't exactly a demand clientele. And it's only recently in history we've had people really live to this age, to be old. And so,
Douglas, do you know what my sister once said to me in some kernel of wisdom that she had about old people?
Yeah.
She said this about 10 years ago. Mm-hmm.
to me. We were just talking, and she says, well, yeah, she says, when you were old and on the farm, the grandfather, grandmother would just sit on the porch and gradually wither away and die.
Yeah.
There was not this great effort to keep them alive.
Yeah.
It's like you're keeping a dying thing alive. And I would say this is a very sober thing. I don't know even how many people listen to you in the wee hours here. But I remember we used to go down and see my grandmother in a rest home in Glendale or Burbank, and we go down there, and he of course he was his mother, and I'd be along for the ride, and he'd say when it was very close to the end, he goes, okay, your grandmother's in there, go see her. And she was on a respirator where they're like, moving her limbs so that she can breathe just to stay alive.
Holy shit.
The point is taken from a Qigong perspective. It was the breath that was keeping her alive. The breathing was keeping her alive. In other words, was sustaining her internal organs, even though she had no life left to live. But by moving and breathing, it was keeping the organs alive. People die of breath failure, and the breath failure results in organ failure. So just that forcible breathing was keeping her alive, much like an IV would also keep one alive from a different reference frame. So it's like, this is how important and powerful breath is. And when you can't breathe, you die. And Qigong is a long, slow cultivation of breathing to where you can, like, I'm even taking in breath right now as I speak to you on levels that the average person is not going to even access physiologically, because
That's true. Yes.
It's like when you're trying to cultivate breath every day for like a decade, it has these residual beneficial effects. And the more better you can get at it, it will eventually translate into visible martial power, which is not something I would, acclaim. But in other words, when you breath, and then if you're, if you're doing push hands or anything with somebody, you'll find that the breath falls out when you lose, when you falter. It's a lack of breath behind it all. So
yes.
But anyway, that's just a comment on people passing away. Nice to be with you, Brendan.
Brendan, did Brendan join us?
No. I thought he was there.
Oh, he's on the call in the sense that I called him, but he never responded. But it's James.
I thought I heard him say something.
Oh, maybe it might have been something in the background. It's not him though. I can guarantee you that.
Okay. Anyway, I'd like to hear what you talk about, but I get all these private messages, none of which mean anything to me.
Uh-huh.
Well, occasionally they do, but I don't have time to necessarily look at them because they accompanied by a lecture or video. So,
Yes.
unless it's specifically, but this one caught my attention. I don't even know who sent it.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like somebody of a Moorish persuasion.
Interesting.
But it's, and this is actually shocking.
Uh-huh.
It says, just in, Ted Cruz introduces anti-vaccine passport. Now, you would expect the oh, I'm sorry. I thought it said vaccine. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it said vaccine passport.
Uh-huh.
I said, if you have a Republican introducing a vaccine passport, that's really coming, that's like the devil giving you a passport to heaven, or Jesus signing your passport to hell, which could well be from a biblical reference point.
Yes.
You fail. I'm the judge, and you're going to hell, boy.
Yes. Yes.
It's hard to imagine Jesus sending somebody to hell.
Well, he went there himself, so it's since he did go there himself, biblically, according to Scripture.
Well, yeah, now you need to go too.
Yeah.
Or as the quote from the movie Enter the Dragon, it's for your own good.
Yeah.
It's for your own good.
Yes.
So an anti-vaccine passport. This is just what you call rebellion.
Yes. Yes. But it's what I'd expect.
It's fucking stupid.
Yes.
It's funny.
It is. It is, and it's at least it's also expected. It's nothing that's unexpected. So I'm not surprised. And
Let me ask you it's sort of a nonsense question, but if Trump goes by the wayside for whatever reason, health, or they just get tired of him, and I think he will be the chosen one to run.
Mm-hmm.
But if he were not in the equation, is there anybody that could even get any traction at all from them as a Republican candidate?
Not that I can imagine. I mean, honestly, this is why they've got Trump in bubble wrap. Trump is in bubble wrap. I don't know if you take a look at the pictures that my son and I took. They're here in the text box in Skype. So open up your Skype text box. And if you take a look at that, not the poor man in the bed, that's another story, which I'll gladly.
That was sick. Yeah.
That poor son of a bitch. That is a story I'll give you just a debriefing on. That was this Japanese guy who in the 1990s was part of a terrible nuclear accident that impacted himself and 3 other workers. And this is where the more pragmatic aspects of Japanese culture reveal a really ugly side. The MDs looked at this as an opportunity to see how long they could keep a man who had been exposed to the full amount of radiation that was known to be lethal. How long could they keep this man alive while he was disintegrating? And because they had the legal power to keep him alive against his will, they kept him alive for as long as they could, even though he begged to die every minute of every day. But they kept him alive for 83 days and until finally, and you can see they've even got his fingernails just basically hooked up so he couldn't kill himself by removing his IVs or basically his, different parts of his body, which he could easily have done as he was just literally disintegrating, but they kept him alive against his will just to see how long they could do it. This, of course, is a violation of the Hippocratic Oath, which is do no harm, but because of this sense of absolute pragmatism, they had the legal power to do it, and they did it. And at the same time, for the longest period in Japan, until maybe about a decade ago at the longest, they would never treat cancer because cancer was viewed as a waste of resources, because the person would ultimately, it would compromise the health to use chemotherapy, etc., which I'm sure is, well, it's factual. I mean, chemotherapy is it's the cure as destructive as the disease. So the Japanese just said, well, just don't treat them. So for, the majority of modern history, Japan did not treat cancer people diagnosed with such. It was just, well, you're given so many months and you take care of your own affairs. But now they finally started to treat cancer after a period of time. But what happened to this man was like, if you want to look at an atrocity, I mean, that's been conducted by the Japanese, that would be one. But that being said, going on to the pictures above that, if you scroll up a little past that Dr. Z character, and you'll notice.
I saw the health police. I saw the health police.
Yes, and that was in the middle. That was at high noon. It's high noon. They got their lights on, but you'll notice those people, they've got the Trump sign up and it says Trump 2024. And my son and I had to stop because they had their lawn chairs out in the middle of the road. It was nothing but men left in the town. All the women had taken the children and left. The men really felt that if they left their homes would be seized by eminent domain. And so they were staying there with their homes and just listening to country music. This is out in the areas where Penny Bradley lives in Red, California. And so there you have it. I mean, they only got the Trump thing as their identifier for what they'll vote for. So there is none other than Trump in the Republican Party. There may be some people delusional enough to think, well, if he dies or something, they'll try and fill his space. But honestly, he's.
Well, I think Ted Cruz might be, a favorite.
Oh God, no way. Oh, maybe only in the sense that he's recognizable. But he's not.
That recognizability is a lot for a candidate. They'll vote from familiar name, and he's also, he doesn't necessarily come off that way, but he's also Hispanic. He doesn't.
He'll have to play that up a lot. Yeah.
and he's from Texas.
Yes.
And that, but that Texas would appeal to the core Republican contingency that you allude to, not all of which are like that, but that core hillbilly redneck. It would appeal to the Floridians, the Texans, the Idaho, all that red belt area. He would do well in those states. He could also cross over into many Hispanics who are pro-Trump, and possibly the blacks that are pro-Trump. He could cross over into that, especially if he played up the Hispanic card. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know much about him, except that Trump used to call him Lion Ted.
Interesting. Lion as in falsehood, or like the animal?
No, falsehood. Because Trump is like Muhammad Ali. He likes to give his opponents names.
Yes.
Like, what do he call Hillary?
Oh God, he called her anything under the sun.
No, he had a name for her, like like Criminal Hillary. He didn't call her Criminal Hillary.
He called her Crooked Hillary.
Yeah, Crooked Hillary. Yeah, Crooked Hillary, Lion Ted, Sleepy Joe. I think I thought if he really wanted to go after Joe, which he was hesitant to do because he thought it might recoil on him, would be call him what was that name? Not Pervert Joe, but something like that. Creepy Joe. Yeah.
Creepy Joe Biden.
He should have called him Creepy Joe.
Yes.
But I thought that he thought that might recoil on him for his own misgivings. Yes. Grabbing Donald.
Yes.
Grabber Donald.
Yes. Yeah. Groper. Yes.
Yeah. Cuomo is the groper. Trump is a grabber.
There we are.
He doesn't grope. He doesn't grope. He grabs.
There we are. Good point. And it's
because he has a higher degree of success rate than Cuomo, a much higher degree of success rate.
Yes.
Than Cuomo. Nobody wants Cuomo.
That poor bastard.
I mean, Trump has rock star status as far as that goes for women,
Yes. Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. It's like it's like a certain number of them seek to be groped by him or something.
Well, yeah, or just, yeah. I mean, Trump. I mean, he's past his prime, yes. But I mean, he grew up with attractability. He was an attractive man and a big man. Yes. Cuomo never had anything except a bulldog personality.
That's true.
Too much testosterone.
Yes, and that's poor bastard. I mean, so many of them. What was it I was thinking of before that I wanted to mention before you took off, and I had forgotten all about it. But anyhow, now that you're back, it makes everything a little easier for me to take me to the top of the hour before we shut down transmission for today, because we got 15 minutes left before the 12-hour limit, and then I'll be cutting off. But you'd be amazed at how many people listen, honestly, at these wee hours, like you say. It's amazing to me how many people kind of they may fade out for a few hours, but they check back in. And there's some people who are with myself throughout the night. It's pretty incredible. There are a lot of people out there who have me on probably as background, and they may fall asleep and then wake up to myself talking, and then they check back into the chat room. But definitely, it's amazing how you seem to get relatively a lot of rest within a comparatively short amount of sleep, and that's for the best. Why don't you tell people a little bit about some of these videos that you plan ultimately to put in a course, and that they're available for people who write you? When you were talking about breath and the breathing, I think more people should know about that if they write you about
this has been tough, because when I stopped doing, I did 3 videos on your book, which I really enjoyed doing.
Uh-huh.
And the Day the Earth Stood Still video, I wasn't able to position it the way I wanted with hindsight, but I was able to position it in my email that I sent out to everybody. So I featured the Day the Earth Stood Still. But in any case.
Did you see I produced a post about that where I used that photograph and connected it to your video? You did see that post, right? I did share it with you.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, anyway, I was hoping to switch to the Qigong videos, but I've become so absorbed in my house project, and that I don't know if you've ever used stencils.
Oh yeah, of course. Yes.
Oh man, it presents a lot of challenges. Not only the stenciling itself, but the size of the the angles and the corners. It's like, but it looks very stunning right now. I'm just for the entryway.
Right.
I'm doing like, I could have just painted this thing and be done with it, but I'm trying to make it, a stunning entranceway.
Yeah.
At the advice of a designer who is like, God, she is out of this world in terms of her design ability. And she gave me a template for my house. She says, make it dark and mysterious when you enter, and then make it lighter as it comes out into the back of the house where my office is. So she gave me that advice, and I've taken it to heart. And, you appreciate this because you're an artist.
Yeah.
Even what I'm saying, and I'll eventually, give you a picture or a video on it when I finish it. But it all started with this, it was actually an umbrella thing you put umbrellas in. And it looked like a piece of brass from the Arabian Nights, like with all the holes in it. Yeah. It was just an umbrella holder. And I bought it. It was discounted. It was about $30 because Pier 1 was closing. I said, I want to buy this. I told Paula, because I said, this inspires me to do, and this is what caused me to inspire the Moroccan look. I didn't intend that. I just bought this piece of stuff, which doesn't really have any practical use. I mean, I can put it in the entryway, but, I don't, to put umbrellas in, it looks more like a garbage can. It's beautiful, but it's like, it had no functionality except that it inspired me to do the rest of the room. And I'm gonna talk to the guy who bought me the beautiful Moroccan candle. Oh, it's just the jeweled. It's not jewels. It's glasses of brass with glass knobs around it, so it lights up. It has no practical use again, because the only time you're gonna use some of the stuff at night. You come in the house at night and it's gonna look like a dream machine.
Yes.
And I don't know how often I'm going to use it at night, but I don't care.
Right.
It's like it's neat.
Just beauty for the sake of beauty. I mean, that's delightful, and
it forces me to I'll have to put my office in commensurate form.
Now explain to our listeners. Many of them may not be familiar with the Dream Machine. Give them a little debriefing on that.
Well, the Dream Machine was invented by Brian Gysin, a surrealist artist. And I won't go further into his surrealism because it's very deep.
Yes.
But he created a turntable with certain patterns. It's like a cylindrical, it was cardboard, and I think there's even a template where you can, cut it out, and you put this. So you've got a cylindrical with all these cutouts on the turntable, and then you turn the turntable on, and it starts. And you put a light bulb in the center or hanging down. So you've got all these patterns of light flashing.
Right.
Now, it also works when your eyes are closed. You close your eyes and it will bombard your sensory perceptions so as to create alpha waves. I don't know if that's been scientifically established, but it probably has. And this was to put you into an altered state, or a dreamlike state. And this was the Dream Machine. Now, you could go much deeper on it, and you already have, but that's the Dream Machine. And
yes,
I did have a Dream Machine. I had actually this friend who became more of Preston's friend and Preston's enemy.
Wow.
This guy was dysfunctional, to say the least. Dionysus, that's what he called himself, and then he eventually changed his name to Storm. But he was
shit!
Like,
sounds gay as hell. Go on.
He wasn't gay. He wasn't gay at all.
Wow.
his son was connected to the Montauk Project. He was in Signal Corps, and they got him right out of the Signal Corps. They kicked him right out of the Army, and I think he finally figured out how to get disability, and he lived in a, sort of a tenement in the Lower East Side.
Jesus.
And, like rent was like $99 a month or something like that.
Oh my God.
But so he would come to our meetings, and, he helped me with some project when I was renovating my shed, and we needed this so that we could, clean out the downstairs so we could sort of have meetings at my house. I said, if you help me do this, we can continue the Montauk meetings or the Christmas party at my house, and then we'll have the meetings again. And he came out and helped me. And in the process, when he had downtime, he took this Dream Machine template, and he had the temerity and the patience of an autistic person. Not to say that he was autistic, but he had the patience of somebody who could cut out this Dream Machine, and he created one.
Wow.
And he left it with me.
Yeah.
I finally threw it out because it was just, it was too cluttery.
Okay.
And it really, and then with, with the Qigong, I don't need Dream Machines.
Right. That's
but
right.
it, so he created one, and I had one, and I, played around with it. I prefer the darkroom myself, but not to minimize it. But you've done very thorough things that went well beyond my immediate, understandings of all the ins and outs of it. And that crazy guy,
Yeah.
I forget his name.
I'm forgetting as well at the moment, but both of us have spoken of this in the past, and we've got it on record. Yeah.
It's very, very interesting.
Yeah.
But it's, that's the Dream Machine. And Brian Geisen, I have a book of his here with The Garden on the Moon. I have that book. I have it. It's all wrapped in plastic, The Garden on the Moon. I haven't read it. I bought it. But The Process, it's called The Process by Brian Geisen.
Yes.
It's a fiction book.
Right. Interesting.
And it goes into his adventures. Maybe I don't know if it's all fiction. It goes into his adventures with John Starr Cook in Morocco. And John Starr Cook was the guy who was in Morocco and was visiting Morocco. And that it was in his presence that Brian Geisen met William Burroughs, who was his collaborator with the cut-up method.
Right.
And which was taking words and cutting them up. Yes. And re-scrambling them to get the true message. So if we took a sentence, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog, and then we re-scrambled that, we could, maybe we'd even see the word typewriter in that,
something
in that, because the quick brown fox is what, if you type that sentence, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog, it's a